The ancient path was bathed in a crimson sunset, the western winds swirling the yellow sands. The solitary smoke of the desert mingled with the setting sun over the long river. The vast expanse of the desert exuded an air of mystery, yet remained profoundly desolate and lonely. A man lay quietly in the sands of the desert. Dust clung to his face, yet it could not obscure his striking features. The desert remained oblivious to his arrival and departure. The wind, curious in its own right, gently tousled the man's hair, attempting to rouse him from his slumber. The man stirred slightly. After an extended moment, he awoke, opening his eyes, yet his pupils were eerily vacant, devoid of any glimmer. After a considerable time, he rose to his feet, standing still as the wind caressed his handsome cheeks. His gaze regained its luster, as if a forgotten memory flickered to life. He glanced down at his tattered clothes. Then, with a profound look, he turned his eyes toward the horizon and murmured, "I wonder how long I have been in slumber." He departed from the desert. The man walked barefoot, curiously hovering just above the sands, as if untouched by the very ground beneath him. After an indeterminate distance, he beheld a city and approached its outskirts. In a flash, he appeared on a street within the city. The man ambled along the thoroughfare at his leisure until he arrived at an inn. He stepped inside and addressed the innkeeper at the counter, stating simply, "A jug of wine." The innkeeper, noticing the man's bare feet and ragged attire, mistook him for a beggar and contemplated expelling him from the establishment. Before the innkeeper could utter a word, the man nonchalantly seated himself at an unoccupied table. The innkeeper emerged from behind the counter, exasperated, and shouted at the man, "Who is this beggar? Leave at once, or I shall have you thrown out." As the innkeeper gestured to his staff, preparing to expel the man, he lightly tapped the table with his hand. Instantly, a formidable aura emanated from him, enveloping the entire establishment, causing all patrons to freeze in their actions. The innkeeper, recognizing the formidable presence before him, lowered his head in deference and clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, stating, "My lord, I am but a humble fool who fails to recognize greatness. I beseech your forgiveness." Upon hearing this, the innkeeper exhaled in relief and hastily instructed one of his attendants, "Quickly, ensure that this esteemed guest is well taken care of." Once the wine and dishes were served, the man began to drink leisurely. The atmosphere in the inn soon reverted to its previous lively state. The pressure he exuded earlier must be at least at the golden core stage. "I wonder where he hails from," a patron whispered among the crowd. Unperturbed by the murmurs about him, the man continued to indulge in his drink. At that moment, a distinguished middle-aged gentleman, holding a wine cup, approached him. "I am Lu Shi," he introduced himself. "I noticed your presence below. May I inquire as to your origins? Is there anything you require assistance with?" Lu Shi was the head of the Lu family, and at that moment, his demeanor was exceedingly cordial, as if he sought to ingratiate himself with the man. "Ah, the head of the Lu family is also present at the inn. I scarcely noticed him earlier." Someone in the inn remarked quietly upon recognizing Lu Shi. "I have heard that the estate of the Lu family is on the verge of being devoured by the Shi family. Yet here you are, indulging in wine? Perhaps he seeks solace in drink." The man took a sip of wine and a bite of food, addressing Lu Shi, "Please take a seat." Upon hearing this, Lu Shi felt a surge of joy and promptly raised a toast to the man, requesting another jug of wine from the waiter. "May I inquire your esteemed name?" "Lin Xiao," the man replied, continuing to eat. "My young friend Lin Xiao, what brings you to this place? Perhaps the Lu family can be of assistance." "Indeed, there are matters at hand, but what is it that you wish of me?" Lin Xiao spoke casually. "To be frank, 2 of our elders at the Golden Core stage have had their life tokens shattered. Upon receiving this news, our rivals, the Shi family, are intent on seizing all of the Lu family's assets. Thus, I wish to invite you to become a protector of the Lu family. If conflict arises, all I ask is that you hold off one adversary, and the Lu family shall compensate you with double the remuneration," stated Lu Shi, the head of the Lu family, with unwavering composure. Lin Xiao remained silent, continuing to savor his drink. Lu Shi did not rush him, patiently awaiting Lin Xiao's response. After a considerable time, once Lin Xiao had finished his wine, he remarked, "I shall accept the role of protector. By the way, what is the name of this continent?" This left Lu Shi momentarily bewildered. This continent is called the Tianxin continent," Lu Shi eventually replied, adding, "We are in the Qi kingdom, in the city of Fengluo. Let us depart for your Lu family then." "Certainly, my young friend Lin Xiao, please follow me." Before long, they arrived at the Lu family estate. "Welcome, my young friend Lin Xiao." Indeed, two guards opened the grand entrance, and subsequently, Lu Shi and Lin Xiao entered the Lu residence together. Upon their arrival, the members of the Lu family turned their attention towards them, and one inquired, "Head of the family, who is this?" With a tone of solemnity, Lu Shi replied, "This esteemed guest hails from my Lu family. Please extend your utmost hospitality and prepare a banquet, for I wish to host this young friend." Having said that, he turned to Lin Xiao and remarked, "Young friend Lin Xiao, I have arranged a courtyard for your stay tonight. Come, allow me to show you." Lin Xiao followed Lu Shi, leaving the Lu family members in a state of bewilderment. "Please prepare a set of clean garments for me. I wish to take a bath. Oh, and a pair of shoes as well." Of course. "Young friend Lin Xiao, this way please." In the room, two maidservants had delivered the clothes and shoes, but instead of leaving, they eagerly offered to assist Lin Xiao in changing. However, Lin Xiao, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to such attentions, politely declined, saying, "There's no need for you to attend to me, please go about your own tasks." Upon hearing this, the maidservants beamed with delight. Selected to serve Lin Xiao, they expressed their gratitude and exited the room. After bathing, Lin Xiao donned a pristine white robe, his handsome demeanor and striking features rendering him almost unrecognizable compared to before. As Lin Xiao emerged from the room, Lu Shi and the two maidservants seated in the courtyard were momentarily taken aback, their eyes lighting up, and the faces of the maidservants even flushed slightly. Young friend Lin Xiao truly embodies the heroism of youth, and he is quite handsome as well. I wonder if he is already betrothed? Lu Shi chuckled heartily, teasing Lin Xiao. "Lin Xiao, come now, young friend Lin Xiao, I was merely jesting. This way, please, the banquet is all prepared." At the banquet, Lu Shi introduced Lin Xiao to all the members of the Lu family. Upon learning that Lin Xiao was a formidable golden core cultivator, willing to assist the Lu family in their plight, every member of the Lu family expressed their heartfelt gratitude. They surmised that Lin Xiao must possess significant backing. Such a young golden core cultivator could very well be from a prestigious family. Throughout the evening, many approached Lin Xiao to offer toasts. Noticing that Lin Xiao showed no signs of inebriation, Lu Shi could not help but laugh, saying, "Young friend Lin Xiao, your capacity for liquor is truly impressive. If it were me, I would likely be incapacitated after such consumption." At this, everyone erupted into laughter. "It seems our young master Lin finds our drinking insufficiently vigorous." "Ha ha ha. Very well. If that is the case, Gulme, let us drink. Bring forth the wine." The realms of this world, Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, out of body, spirit transformation, integration, great ascension, and tribulation transcendence. Chapter 2. A blink of 100,000 years. The following morning, a voice called out, "Is young friend Lin Xiao present?" Lin Xiao opened the door and stepped outside, where he encountered Lu Shi, accompanied by a young woman. "Lu Xiao, this is my daughter, Lu Qing," Lu Shi introduced. Lin Xiao glanced at the young woman beside Lu Shi and replied, "I have matters to attend to in the city for the next few days, so this girl will be your host in my absence. If she fails to meet your expectations, I hope you can forgive her," Lu Shi continued. "Not a problem." At that moment, Lu Qing stood quietly beside them, adorned in a delicate green attire. Her soft hair cascaded gracefully, her skin was as fair as snow, and her countenance was strikingly beautiful. Her pair of spirited eyes now turned towards Lin Xiao. "Lu Qing, do not neglect our esteemed guest, young Master Lin," Lu Shi admonished. Yes, father, she responded obediently as Lu Shi departed, leaving Lin Xiao and Lu Qing alone in the courtyard. You've been harboring that serpent's venom for quite some time. Keeping it from your father? Lin Xiao approached a table in the courtyard and inquired. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing's eyes widened in surprise. She gazed at Lin Xiao. Her voice melodious and clear. Young Master Lin is truly remarkable. 3 months ago, I encountered a serpent demon and was bitten. Lin Xiao took a seat and continued. This poison is challenging to dispel? Lu Qing replied. The clear pattern pill can neutralize it, but there is no one nearby who can concoct such a pill. Lin Xiao fixed his gaze on Lu Qing and asked, why not inform your father? Upon hearing this question, Lu Qing turned her head away. A hint of despondency in her eyes. Our family has encountered troubles recently. I dared not tell my father. Lin Xiao, I can cure your snake venom. The poison within you can only be suppressed for a month at most. Lu Qing was taken aback upon hearing this, but soon turned around, joyfully exclaiming, is this truly the case? She was acutely aware of the poison afflicting her, hence she chose to trust Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, however, I have a condition. I am willing. Lin Xiao, I have not finished speaking. Lu Qing, as long as it does not involve murder or arson, or anything detrimental to my family, I can agree to it. Lin Xiao, even if you require me to. Lu Qing paused momentarily, then continued, I wish to live. I want to be with my father. My mother departed when I was very young, and my father has only me as his daughter. I do not want him to be alone. Lin Xiao gazed into Lu Qing's resolute eyes and nodded. Lin Xiao, well, my condition is. At this moment, Lu Qing's face flushed slightly. Although Lin Xiao was undeniably handsome, she was not entirely prepared. Take me to the sutra repository. What? Lu Qing was taken aback and replied, you wish to go to the sutra repository? Indeed. The journey was silent. Upon arriving, Lu Qing finally uttered her first words. Her gaze towards Lin Xiao was somewhat evasive, and her expression appeared peculiar. Together, they entered the repository. Lin Xiao perused the texts within and discovered that he had been in slumber for 100,000 years. 100,000 years ago, beyond the 9 heavens, an unknown entity emerged, seemingly appearing from thin air, intent on devouring the realm where Lin Xiao resided. At that time, Lin Xiao was in seclusion within the 9 heavens. This enigmatic life form feasts upon everything, even the void itself. Yet, Lin Xiao swiftly vanquished this unknown creature. Its strength was feeble, slightly surpassing the Tao of the 9th heaven in which Lin Xiao resided. However, this mysterious entity possessed the ability to resurrect. Having journeyed through countless celestial realms, Lin Xiao had never encountered anything like it, feeling a resemblance to the void beast. Unlike the void beast, which could be slain, this unknown life form resurrected time and again, continuing its insatiable consumption. Lin Xiao could not allow such a monstrosity to manifest. He resolved to act, using his own essence as a medium to invoke a forbidden technique. This act not only obliterated its existence from the 9th heaven, but erased all traces from every celestial realm. This intervention ceased the creature's resurrection and plunged Lin Xiao into a deep slumber that lasted for 100 millennia. Now, upon realizing that 100 millennia have passed, Lin Xiao felt a tumultuous mix of joy and sorrow within. His body had automatically sealed his powers, unless he willed it otherwise. The divine strength that rightfully belonged to him would not manifest. At present, if he refrained from breaking the seal, he could only harness the power equivalent to the tribulation stage. Any breach of the seal might lead to instability. Yet, this instability pertained to merely one of the seals within him. There existed multiple seals within his being. Otherwise, this realm would be unable to withstand his might. Stepping out of the scripture pavilion, he instructed Lu Qing to procure the ingredients for the clear pattern pill. Lu Qing promptly returned with the materials, having searched for them extensively, though no one had the skill to refine the elixir. Can you refine pills? Lu Qing inquired. I possess some knowledge, he replied. Subsequently, amidst Lu Qing's profound astonishment, Lin Xiao formed a hand seal, and an ethereal white flame suddenly manifested. With a graceful wave of his hand, the flame engulfed all the medicinal herbs, which, under Lin Xiao's deft control, seamlessly merged in midair to form a medicinal pill. Then, with a swift motion, the pill materialized in Lin Xiao's grasp. At that moment, Lu Qing was utterly astounded, her finger trembling as she pointed at Lin Xiao. You. How did you create a pill with your bare hands? This is utterly unbelievable. No alchemical furnace? Lin Xiao replied. First, consume the pill. He extended the pill towards her. Lu Qing, bewildered, stared vacantly at the space where the herbs had been, murmuring, "This is impossible. I've never heard of anyone being able to concoct pills like this." Seeing Lu Qing hesitating to accept the pill, Lin Xiao casually tossed it into her mouth. "Sit down and properly refine this Jingwen pill. It will cure your poison." Lu Qing complied, settling down to assimilate the pill she had just swallowed. An hour later, having completed the refinement, Lu Qing stood up and turned to Lin Xiao. "The poison is gone. Thank you. However, I am still curious about how you managed to mold the pill with your bare hands." Her eyes gleamed with excitement as she nodded at Lin Xiao, saying, "Yes. I want to learn." Under Lu Qing's eager gaze, Lin Xiao responded, "I will not teach you." Lu Qing retorted, "Hey, why ask me if you have no intention of teaching? Are you? Wait, why are you leaving so quickly? Wait for me." Lin Xiao then inquired, "What is the agreed time between your Lu family and the Shi family?" "In approximately 8 days, they shall arrive, demanding an outrageous 8/10 share of our market, a notion utterly ludicrous." Lu Qing pondered for a moment before turning to Lin Xiao and inquired, "Young Master Lin, your prowess is remarkable. Which esteemed family do you hail from?" "I have not heard of the Lin clan." Lin Xiao replied, "I am but a solitary individual, with no family to speak of." With a glint of curiosity in her eyes, Lu Qing countered, "I find that hard to believe." She took a seat across from him and continued, "You must have formidable individuals backing you. Otherwise, your alchemical skills would be inconceivable. I have never encountered anyone who could refine elixirs in such a manner." Lin Xiao responded, "Indeed, please brew me a cup of tea." Lu Qing replied. Chapter 3. Visitors from the Shi family in the courtyard. Lin Xiao instructed Lu Qing to fetch a rocking chair, settling into it leisurely while sipping tea. Suddenly, he found great contentment in this lifestyle. Observing Lin Xiao, Lu Qing also procured a stool to sit beside him, preparing herself a cup of tea. "Why do you assist the Lu family?" Lu Qing inquired playfully. "I suspect it's because you have nowhere else to stay." Lin Xiao, contemplating her words, admitted, "You are correct." Lu Qing remarked, "I previously thought you were rather taciturn. I did not anticipate you possessed a sense of humor." With a smile, she continued. As the afternoon slipped away, Lin Xiao remained reclined in the rocking chair, gently swaying, while Lu Qing meditated and practiced beside him. At that moment, a maid rushed in and approached Lu Qing, saying, "Miss, the Shi family has sent someone. They have come with a large group to demand that we surrender the market." Lu Qing, having just emerged from her meditative state, was taken aback. "Isn't there still a few days left? How could it happen so soon?" "Young Master Lin, I hope you can assist the Lu family," she pleaded. Lin Xiao then stood up, stretching his limbs casually, and replied, "Let us go and take a look." Lu Qing's heart soared with hope upon hearing this. Thus, she quickly led Lin Xiao to the Lu family's market. The Lu family market, located in the southern part of Fengluo City, encompassed several streets owned by the Lu family, primarily selling herbs, elixirs, weapons, and various other items. As Lin Xiao and Lu Qing arrived at the market, they witnessed two factions in a standoff. They approached the scene where an elderly man from the Lu family was engaged in a heated exchange. "Lu, old man, I am offering you this advice out of goodwill. Do not be ungrateful," spat Lu Shi, his face flushed with anger. The individual he was confronting was none other than Shi Zhan, the head of the Shi family. "Behind me stand 3 golden core experts, Lu, old man. Should things turn violent, it would be a sight none wish to witness. Are you certain you have thought this through?" Upon hearing these words, Lu Qing regained some composure and, at that moment, noticed Lin Xiao and the others approaching. "Young friend Lin," she began, but Lin Xiao turned to face the members of the Shi family and stated, "You may leave now." Everyone present at the Shi family estate was momentarily bewildered, for the individual before them was a stranger, his aura imperceptible. Shi Zhan furrowed his brow. He could not discern Lin Xiao's strength. However, given Lin Xiao's youth, it seemed unlikely that his abilities were formidable. Thus, Shi Zhan called out, "Might I inquire your identity? This matter concerns the Shi and Lu families. I kindly ask you to depart and refrain from interfering in affairs that do not pertain to you." In response, Lin Xiao stated plainly, "I am a guardian of the Lu family." Shi Zhan was taken aback by this revelation. He scrutinized Lin Xiao and asked, "Are you the guardian they summoned? Are you a golden core practitioner? You four may join forces. There is no need to waste time." Noticing Lin Xiao's demeanor, which showed no signs of fear and seemed genuine, Shi Zhan felt uncertain. At that moment, an elder of the golden core stage, positioned behind Shi Zhan, could not contain himself and remarked, "Such a young age, and yet you dare to be so audacious." Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Xiao raised his right hand, and in an instant, he vanished from view. When he reappeared, the elder who had just spoken found himself suspended in midair, his feet off the ground, as Lin Xiao firmly grasped his throat. The sudden turn of events left everyone on both sides in a state of shock. Though Lu Qing appeared somewhat more composed, Shi Zhan, the head of the Shi family, was the first to regain his senses. He knelt on one knee, bowed his head, and clasped his fist before Lin Xiao, saying, "Esteemed one, our Shi family is willing to relinquish all markets of the Lu family, in addition to 1/10 of our annual harvest. I implore you to show mercy and spare our elder." Lin Xiao's expression remained unperturbed as he spoke slowly. "Considering that you bear no ill intent to kill, I shall spare your lives." With a flick of his right hand, the elder of the Shi family was abruptly hurled against the wall, blood spewing from his mouth, indicating that he would require months of recovery. At that moment, Shi Zhan rose to his feet, bowing respectfully to Lin Xiao, and said, "Thank you, sir." The Shi family departed. Soon after, Lu Shi approached, still in shock, gazing at Lin Xiao. "Lin Xiao, my young friend, you are not at the golden course stage, so." Upon returning to the Lu residence, Lu Shi once again clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, "On behalf of the Lu family, I thank you, young Master Lin. I never imagined that your cultivation would surpass mine. Truly, the younger generation surpasses the older." Before long, Lu Qing arrived. She took a seat at the table beside Lin Xiao and pondered for a moment before asking, "Young Master Lin, which great power do you hail from for your training?" Lin Xiao replied, "I am not affiliated with any power. By the way, could you fetch some more fruits?" After a while, as Lin Xiao lounged in his chair, enjoying the fruits, Lu Qing suddenly suggested, "Young Master Lin, may I give your shoulders a massage?" Lin Xiao hesitated at first, but finding it rather pleasant, he did not refuse. As Lu Qing kneaded Lin Xiao's shoulders, she inquired, "What are your plans now, young Master Lin?" "I'm just waiting for the banquet. I'm feeling a bit hungry," he responded. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, the Lu family's living room was filled with an air of anticipation. At the banquet, everyone sincerely expressed their gratitude to the remarkably young powerhouse. They had tacitly accepted that Lin Xiao hailed from a prestigious lineage, likely backed by formidable forces, which made them wary of offending him. The gathering exhibited a considerable degree of respect, and conversations with Lin Xiao were tinged with a certain formality. This evening, the guests did not indulge excessively in libations, perhaps due to their awareness of Lin Xiao's capabilities. Chapter 4. The woman in the building. The following day, Lin Xiao washed his face and had breakfast before venturing out to explore the streets. As he walked, he found himself without a particular destination. Suddenly, he halted and looked up to behold a building before him. Prominently displayed on the sign was the name, Fengyue Tower. The very name suggested a realm of romance and elegance, albeit of a more refined nature. The women within were mostly well-versed in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, while those on the third floor exhibited their talents without offering their bodies. Often, self-proclaimed cultured gentlemen would ascend to the third floor to sip wine and engage in discussions of the arts with the women there. At that moment, Lin Xiao was captivated by the melancholic strains of a guqin emanating from the third floor. He stepped inside, and as he did, he was immediately surrounded by several women. "Oh my, what a handsome young gentleman. Sisters, come quickly. What an exquisite aura he possesses." However, Lin Xiao did not linger. Instead, he made his way directly to the staircase leading upward. Upon reaching the second floor, he was halted by two imposing figures. The tall men addressed him, stating, "To ascend to the third floor, a fee of 30 low-grade spirit stones is required." After paying the requisite stones, Lin Xiao proceeded to the third floor. On the third floor, the number of patrons was considerably fewer than that on the first and second floors, with only a little over 20 individuals seated. All their gazes fixated on a lady playing the piano. The melody floated through the air, ethereal and enchanting, yet tinged with a hint of melancholy, though only Lin Xiao seemed to perceive this undertone. His arrival went largely unnoticed among the crowd. Lin Xiao chose an unoccupied table and settled in, continuing to absorb the soothing strains of the music before ordering a pot of wine. As the performance concluded, a wave of applause erupted from the audience. "Thank you all for your support. I am immensely grateful," the lady exclaimed, rising to bow. "Miss Xue, you jest. It is our privilege to hear such exquisite music." Someone chimed in heartily. "Indeed, indeed. Miss Xue, play another piece." Came the enthusiastic calls for an encore. At that moment, a voice pierced through the clamor. The melody is lacking. This piece should not convey melancholy or discontent. It was Lin Xiao who spoke. As his words resonated, the crowd turned their attention towards him, and an abrupt silence enveloped the room. Voices of dissent quickly arose. Who are you to criticize Miss Xue's performance? Yes, who are you? Are you looking for trouble? The chorus of reproach filled the air, though no one dared to act violently. For such behavior was strictly prohibited in the Fengyue Tower. No one would risk a confrontation here. Meanwhile, the lady at the piano, upon hearing Lin Xiao's remarks, directed her gaze towards him, a flicker of intriguing emotion igniting in her eyes. She rose and addressed Lin Xiao. May I inquire as to the reasoning behind your words? With her inquiry, the atmosphere fell once more into a hushed stillness. His cultivation had been rendered useless, and he devoted himself entirely to the art of the guqin. Lin Xiao took a sip of wine and spoke. The girl, startled by his words, maintained a calm demeanor. You jest, sir. I have never practiced cultivation. Lin Xiao then posed another question. Do you have any family? Upon hearing this, her expression faltered. She turned away, her gaze tinged with melancholy, and replied, If I had family, I would not be here performing. I am in need of a maid to wash and cook. If you come to lose residence in Fenluo City, your cultivation will be restored, Lin Xiao declared. With that, he vanished into thin air, taking the wine pot from the table with him. The onlookers were taken aback, for such power was beyond their comprehension. The girl, struck by Lin Xiao's words and his sudden disappearance, stood in stunned silence, contemplating his message, lost in thought. Lin Xiao, I am seeking a maid. Lu Qing, but am I not here with you? Lu Qing initially blinked in surprise before blurting out her response. Yet, upon finishing, she became speechless, her cheeks slightly flushed. She quickly averted her gaze, saying, Please, do not misunderstand. That was not my intention. Lin Xiao, I plan to leave in a few days. Make sure to spend time with your father. Lu Qing, taken aback, responded, Are you leaving so soon? Won't you stay a little longer? Lin Xiao, indeed. Lu Qing, blinking in silence, refrained from further comment. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with a playful glint as she jestingly remarked to Lin Xiao, But my life is yours. You need not feel responsible for me. Lin Xiao responded with an unruffled demeanor. Do not spread falsehoods. Nothing has transpired between us. Lu Qing fell silent, turned away, and in a fit of frustration, stomped her feet upon the ground as she departed angrily. As afternoon approached, Lin Xiao ventured outside to procure some medicinal herbs. He subsequently traversed the mountains in search of wild plants, eventually concocting a seasoning from his findings. Unbeknownst to him, he acquired a fishing rod and made his way to the riverbank. Upon arrival, he inexplicably found a stool, settled himself, and began to fish. However, after an extended period, no fish had graced his line. At that moment, an elderly man approached, noticing Lin Xiao's fishing endeavor. He greeted him with a friendly tone. Young lad, do you also take pleasure in fishing? Lin Xiao turned to find an old man with a fishing rod in hand. The elder chuckled. May I sit beside you? My boy, I mean no intrusion. Thus, the two engaged in light conversation. Time passed swiftly, and the sun began its descent, while the elder had already caught several fish. Just then, Lin Xiao finally managed to reel in a catch. The old man, witnessing Lin Xiao's success, laughed heartily. Ah, young lad, fishing requires patience and a calm mind. You should learn more. However, upon glancing back, the elder noticed Lin Xiao's fishing rod was left behind and called out, Hey, young man, you've forgotten your fishing rod. He turned around, but Lin Xiao's figure had vanished from sight. He was taken aback. The young man moved with astonishing speed. Approaching, he picked up the fishing rod, only to discover that there was no hook on the line. Suddenly, the old man realized, murmuring to himself, So it was a celestial master. Lin Xiao instructed the Lu family to bring her in. Before long, someone escorted her to the entrance of Lin Xiao's courtyard. Lin Xiao said, Please, come in. Outside the courtyard stood a woman clad in a crimson garment, her face adorned with a touch of makeup, and her enchanting eyes evoked a sense of compassion in those who beheld her. Upon entering the courtyard, she approached Lin Xiao and knelt on one knee. Addressing him, Young master, can you truly assist me in restoring my cultivation? Your injuries are not difficult to mend. Please rise and tell me about yourself. Lin Xiao replied while seated in a rocking chair, gazing at the woman before him. She stood up and began recounting her tale. Her name was Jiang Yixue, and she had adopted the alias Xue at the Fengyue Tower for the sake of survival. Previously, she had been pursued and, in desperation, fled to this place. I am a disciple of the Tianjin sect from the Summer Domain. A malevolent fiend has unleashed a massacre within my sect for reasons unknown. All members of the Tianjin sect. Jiang Yishue's voice trembled. Everyone was slain, and I survived only by hiding, yet I was ultimately discovered. I fled to the cliff behind the sect, which plunged into an abyss. I jumped down, but as I fell, I was struck by one of his spells. Fortunately, beneath me lay a river, and I miraculously survived. However, my cultivation. Lin Xiao listened to Jiang Yishue's account with an expression of calmness. He rose to his feet and said, "Let us prepare for a meal. I have just caught a fish." With a hint of curiosity in Jiang Yishue's gaze, Lin Xiao exited the room, fish in hand. He entered the kitchen of the Liu family, personally taking charge of the cooking. Before long, a servant brought a platter of fish to the table in Lin Xiao's courtyard. Subsequently, several other dishes were presented one after another. Lin Xiao invited Jiang Yishue to take a seat, and the two prepared to dine. Lin Xiao remarked, "This is a seasoning I crafted myself. Do give it a try." Jiang Yishue initially intended to respond with indifference, but upon tasting a bite, she could not help but exclaim, "How is this made? It is utterly delicious. I have never tasted anything like this before." With that, she eagerly took several more bites. Chapter 5. Farewell. At this moment, another person arrived at the courtyard entrance. Lu Qing stepped inside, glancing at Jiang Yishue, and teasingly remarked, "Indeed, you are as beautiful as a flower. It is no wonder that young Master Lin would wish to have you as a maid." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yishue was about to clarify the possible misunderstanding when Lin Xiao interjected, "Since you are here, let us dine together." He then went inside to prepare a bowl of rice. Lu Qing seated herself at the table. Lin Xiao served a bowl of rice before her, saying, "Let us eat first." Subsequently, ignoring the somewhat perplexed expressions of the two, he began to eat with gusto. "Ah, the one who personally cooked. You are truly kind to your maid." Lu Qing, while savoring a few bites of the dish, exclaimed, "Wow, how is this dish prepared? I have never tasted something so delectable." After consuming a few more bites, her eyes widened in astonishment, and she couldn't help but marvel at the exquisite flavors. Consequently, the two women hastily helped themselves to the dishes laid out on the table, their dining manners appearing somewhat unrefined. Eventually, once all three had eaten their fill, they set down their bowls and utensils. Lu Qing then called for someone to clear the table of all the dishes. After a short while, Jiang Yishue turned to Lin Xiao and inquired, "Young master, what are your plans moving forward?" "First, I shall assist you in restoring your cultivation." "Restoration of cultivation?" Lu Qing glanced at Jiang Yishue upon hearing Lin Xiao's words and noticed that Jiang Yishue indeed lacked any cultivation. "Just so, Lu Qing, while you are here, please fetch a few medicinal ingredients: guiyuan grass, 100 sun's flower, shamu root." Lin Xiao listed several herbs of modest rank. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing's expression soured, and as she walked away, she pouted, Fine, I shall go." After Lu Qing returned with the herbs, Lin Xiao turned to Jiang Yishue and instructed, "Sit cross-legged, breathe deeply, and focus your mind. The process of repairing your meridians and dantian will be quite painful." Jiang Yishue, upon hearing this, displayed a resolute expression. She stood up and clasped her fists toward Lin Xiao, saying, "Young master, I fear not the pain, compared to the loss of my deceased seniors. This is but a trifle. Please, take your seat." Once Jiang Yishue was settled, Lin Xiao raised his hand with a flourish, causing all the medicinal materials on the ground to soar into the air. At that moment, Lu Qing, her eyes gleaming with anticipation, asked, "Are you about to concoct a pill again?" "Not quite." Lin Xiao snapped his fingers, and suddenly, a green flame materialized in the air. This flame was distinctly different from the fire he had previously used for alchemy, radiating a vibrant green hue. "Green fire?" Lu Qing exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. She sensed an invigorating vitality emanating from the moment the flame appeared. Lin Xiao skillfully manipulated the enigmatic green fire, causing the medicinal ingredients to dissolve and coalesce into a refined, green energy. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, this energy surged directly into Jiang Yishue's body. Lin Xiao formed a seal with his right hand while placing his left hand on Jiang Yishue's shoulder. The process commenced. As Lin Xiao's words faded, Jiang Yishue's complexion turned pale, beads of sweat forming on her brow. She felt the meridians and dantian within her gradually mending, yet the agony was excruciating. This torment nearly caused her to lose consciousness. Nevertheless, she remained silent, enduring the pain. An hour later, Jiang Yishue rose to her feet and, facing Lin Xiao, knelt on one knee. I am deeply grateful for your immense kindness, noble sir. I have no means to repay you. Rise, Lin Xiao replied. I have little fondness for excessive formalities. Refrain from kneeling so readily in the future. Yes, noble sir, she responded. Lin Xiao then stood up and said, from now on, I shall call you Xiao Xue. How long will it take for you to restore your previous cultivation level? Lu Qing's expression shifted drastically upon hearing this. What? You were at the peak of the foundation establishment stage? I am merely at the completion of the qi refinement stage. 3 months. Though it may be a bit slow, Lin Xiao remarked, extending his index finger to lightly tap Jiang Yishue's forehead. Xiao Xue, from now on, you shall cultivate this technique. Jiang Yishue felt a book of techniques materialize in her mind, titled 9 Heavens Profound Ice Art. She was unaware of the rank or level of this technique. You are suited for water or ice-based techniques, and this particular method is well suited for you. You have grasped the first layer of this technique here. I shall take a stroll now. Very well, my lord. Lu Qing walked outside with Lin Xiao, unable to resist asking, what kind of technique did you give her? Is it extraordinarily powerful? Lu Qing anticipated Lin Xiao's departure, yet it still felt somewhat abrupt. Aren't you planning to stay a few more days? No, I intend to embark on a journey. May I accompany you? At this moment, Lu Qing gazed at Lin Xiao with clear, tranquil eyes. Suddenly, she covered her mouth and let out a laugh that rang like silver bells. When are you leaving? In 3 days, perhaps. All right. Within the grand hall of the Lu family, Lu Shi remarked while brewing tea, Lin Xiao, my young friend, why the haste? Stay a few more days. I have left behind a formation that can be activated in times of peril. As he spoke, he produced a wooden tablet and a tome of techniques. This tablet serves as the key to the formation. Once activated, it will center around this hall. As he demonstrated, the entire Lu residence was enveloped by the formation. Lu Shi was momentarily taken aback. Lin Xiao, my young friend, when did you set up this formation? I have never seen you do so before. I just casually arranged it. Lin Xiao then retracted the formation and handed the wooden tablet along with the tome to Lu Shi. This earth-grade technique is a gift for you. What? An earth-grade technique? Upon hearing this, Lu Shi was taken aback, for his own martial arts were merely of the low-level Xian rank. He accepted the wooden token and the technique, then scrutinized the manual before him. It was actually a high-level D rank technique. Suddenly, he fell to one knee in reverence, but before he could fully kneel, Lin Xiao pulled him back up. I am not one who adheres to excessive formalities. Just take it. Then, I must express my gratitude to young Master Lin. Should there be any matters where the Lu family can be of assistance, please do not hesitate to speak. There is no need for further words. Lu Shi dared not refer to Lin Xiao as a friend any longer, for he had never encountered anyone capable of effortlessly laying down such a formidable formation. The mere ability to produce a high-level D rank technique signified that this was someone the Lu family could never afford to offend. In truth, Lin Xiao could not conceive of a technique of lesser rank. Later that evening, Lin Xiao sought out Lu Qing, and with a gentle touch of his finger upon her brow, a book materialized within her mind. The Way of Dan Fire? Lu Qing gazed at Lin Xiao in confusion. Did you not wish to learn fire manipulation techniques? This contains what you seek. Do you have an interest in alchemy? I do, but I am utterly uninformed. The alchemists in my family say that my internal fire attribute is too minimal, making it difficult to control spiritual fire, thus deeming me unsuitable as an alchemist. This tome, The Way of Dan Fire, includes methods for refining one's spirit. As long as your spirit is robust, even without a significant fire attribute, you can easily engage in alchemy. Is that truly the case? Indeed. 3 days later, at dawn, Lin Xiao exited his room, freshened himself, and made his way to the courtyard. At that moment, Jiang Yishue was still immersed in her cultivation and had yet to awaken. Almost there. Hardly had the words left his lips when Jiang Yishue emerged from her meditative state. Young master, I have now attained the pinnacle of qi refinement. Ah, splendid. Let us first prepare to dine. After our meal, we shall depart. Do you intend to leave this place? Where to? To the summer domain. In the grand hall of the Lu family, Master Lin Xiao, take care. Do visit the Lu family whenever you can. We shall always welcome you. Master Lin Xiao, take care. Master Lin Xiao, the head of the Lu family, Lu Shi, along with a throng of Lu family members, bid farewell to Lin Xiao and Jiang Yishue. However, Lu Qing remained silent. Her hands gently clasped behind her back, quietly observing the two from the rear of the crowd, her lively eyes revealing a hint of reluctance. Oh, there is no need for you to see us off. Just as Lin Xiao and Jiang Yixue were on the verge of exiting the Lu family gate, a voice suddenly rang out from Lu Qing. Lin Xiao, if I wish to see you again in the future, where should I seek you? Lu Qing, clad in a flowing blue attire, stood at the threshold, her gaze clear and bright as she calmly addressed Lin Xiao. Will we truly meet again? Indeed. Then, would you come here and embrace me for a moment? Very well. Chapter 6. The Flood Dragon on the outskirts of the Beast Mountain Range. Young master, are we truly heading to the Summer Kingdom this way? No. Then where are we going? Is this not the Beast Mountain Range? I intend to capture a steed for our journey. Jiang Yixue nodded in response. As the two walked on, they suddenly encountered two groups of people ahead, seemingly in a standoff. As the two individuals approached, they overheard someone from one side demanding, "Hand over all your valuables, or else." Suddenly, from the other side, a voice shouted, "Run! There are bandits." The group of bandits immediately glared at the one who had spoken, silencing him with their fierce gaze. "Do you wish to die?" The leader of the bandits scoffed, before turning his attention to Lin Xiao and his companion. "You too, halt. Do you possess anything of value?" "Boss, that beauty is truly stunning," one of the bandits remarked to the leader. "That's obvious. I'm not blind," the leader retorted. One of the bandits stepped forward, reaching out with a swift motion towards Jiang Yixue and Lin Xiao. The man, at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, was far beyond Jiang Yixue's ability to evade. Just as she was about to be seized, a long hand interposed itself before her. Lin Xiao firmly grasped the man's hand, and the bandit was suddenly gripped by terror as he realized he could not muster a single thread of spiritual energy. An overwhelming fear began to consume him. He dropped to his knees, recognizing the individual before him as at least a golden core expert. He knew that even someone at the pinnacle of foundation establishment could not so effortlessly suppress his spiritual energy. "I was blind to your prowess. Please forgive my transgression. I have never taken a life in my time as a bandit. I implore you to spare my wretched existence." Lin Xiao assessed the man and his companions before responding. "You should be grateful that your words hold truth. Otherwise, you would already be dead." Hearing this, the man felt a surge of relief, but Lin Xiao continued. "You may escape death, but I shall sever one of your arms. Do not engage in such nefarious deeds again." The man's arm broke with a resounding crack. He picked it up and said, "I am grateful to your lordship for sparing my life." Thus, he departed with his companions. Is what he said true? Jiang Yixue inquired as she approached Lin Xiao. Indeed, Lin Xiao confirmed. They have never taken a life. But how can you be certain they have not killed anyone? She pressed, noting the distinct levels of cultivation among them. One at the early stage of qi refinement, another at the late stage, and the last freshly at the foundation establishment stage. The latter stepped forward, clasping his fists in gratitude. "Thank you for driving away those ruffians." Before he could finish, Lin Xiao interjected, "It is of no consequence." With that, he turned towards the Beast Mountain Range. Xiaoxue hastily followed. Upon entering the Beast Mountain Range, they encountered some low-level demonic beasts, all of which Jiang Yixue dispatched with ease, leaving the more formidable ones for Lin Xiao. At that moment, Jiang Yixue stood by the lake, while Lin Xiao perched upon a large stone. "Master, what kind of mount shall we seek?" she asked. "I have already identified a suitable one. Let us proceed," he replied. Previously, Lin Xiao had employed his formidable spiritual sense to scan the surroundings and discovered a mighty river not far ahead, wherein resided a flood dragon of the out-of-body stage. Demonic beasts of the golden core stage possess relatively high intelligence, while those of the nascent soul stage can take on human form, albeit with lingering traits of their demonic lineage. Beasts at the out-of-body stage can fully transform into human beings, yet powerful demon races often retain distinctive features, for they disdain the notion of entirely adopting human form. Before long, the pair reached the banks of the great river, where Lin Xiao stood, gazing intently at the center of the flowing waters. With a swift motion of his left hand, Lin Xiao mimicked the act of capturing something, exerting a sudden force. The river erupted in violent tremors, its surface transforming into a tumultuous surge. As Lin Xiao elevated his hand, a serpent-like dragon, measuring over 20 meters in length, emerged from the depths of the river, hoisted into the air by an invisible hand. The dragon, utterly perplexed, wondered who had seized it from its tranquil repose beneath the water. "Human, what do you intend to do?" "I have dwelled in the Beast Mountain Range without antagonizing anyone," it articulated in human speech. "I am in need of a mount for my journey. Although your strength is feeble, it is just sufficient for my needs." The dragon fell silent, as did Jiang Yixue. Soon after, The dragon felt the invisible hand relinquish its grip, transforming into human form. It became a tall and imposing middle-aged man. He descended before Lin Xiao, glancing at Jiang Yixue, discerning that Lin Xiao sought a steed for the sake of this woman. Unable to fight back, he could only utter, "Your power is formidable. I dare not resist. Once we reach our destination, might you grant me my freedom?" "Yes." "What is your name?" Lin Xiao inquired. "I am called Su Hua," came the reply. "Let us proceed." Su Hua was left speechless. Thus, a 20-meter-long black dragon soared across the azure sky, heading towards the realm of Xia. In less than 3 days, they reached the borders of Xia. Indeed, this speed is remarkable. "It took me nearly half a year to travel from Xia to Qi," Jiang Yixue remarked, emerging from her state of cultivation, her astonishment palpable. "At that time, your skills had diminished to such an extent that it was a miracle you safely reached the state of Qi. Back then, I smeared mud on my face to avoid encountering ill-intentioned individuals. Fortunately, I successfully arrived in Qi." Jiang Yixue, upon hearing this, secretly felt a sense of relief. "It was fortunate that I met you, my lord, allowing me to resume my cultivation." At this moment, Jiang Yixue stood upon the back of a dragon. Gazing into the distant mist, her back turned to Lin Xiao. "I shall diligently strive to enhance my skills, aiming to avenge all those in my sect at the earliest opportunity." Jiang Yixue turned to face Lin Xiao. The hatred that had briefly flickered in her eyes now replaced by tender affection. Lin Xiao remained with his eyes closed. "Xiaoxue, what is the cultivation level of the strongest practitioner in your sect?" Lin Xiao inquired. "With your current cultivation level, breaking through to the golden core stage to seek revenge is nearly impossible unless you reach the nascent soul stage." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yixue fell silent. "In 3 months, combined with the techniques in your mind, you can break through to the nascent soul stage, during which I will personally guide you." "All right, my lord." She sensed that the techniques in her mind were undoubtedly extraordinary. Thus she placed her trust in Lin Xiao. The dragon, however, expressed skepticism. Having just broken through to the foundation establishment stage, how could one possibly reach the nascent soul stage in 3 months? Is it not at the cost of exhausting one's potential or even life? Otherwise, such rapid advancement is inconceivable. Lin Xiao replied, "No." An hour later, the dragon and the 2 individuals arrived at a border outpost of the Summer Domain. Chapter 7, Playing the Qin. On the starry sky continent. At the border of the Summer Domain, soldiers stationed in the city were engaged in conversation when suddenly one of them froze, causing the others to follow his gaze. Suddenly, a colossal dragon, spanning over 20 meters, soared towards this direction in the sky. "Quick, go report to the Lord. You two, hurry. You there, sound the war drums. You two, send someone to secure the city gates." A vice-general shouted. The resounding beat of the war drums echoed through the heavens, galvanizing everyone at the border. "Prepare the bows. Prepare the cannonballs. Hurry. The archers and artillery are ready. All are prepared for battle." Years of combat against the demon and monster clans had honed their agility. They swiftly assembled. Atop the city walls, the soldiers stood fearless, with 3 generals wielding hefty swords, exuding an imposing presence at the forefront. Just as Su Hua was 100 meters away from the city walls, one of the generals suddenly bellowed, "Halt, intruder!" The bright, resonant voice reverberated across the sky, carrying a formidable pressure towards Su Hua and his companions. The force of the voice stirred the air, causing the space to thrum with vibrations. Lin Xiao effortlessly shielded himself, dissipating the sonic pressure, and maneuvered from the dragon's back to its head. Is there a person atop the dragon's head? This was the collective thought of all the soldiers. The 3 generals were equally astonished. A person stood atop the dragon, which emanated a formidable aura. "What brings you here, esteemed one?" One of the generals, sword in hand, clasped his fists in respect. To stand on the head of a dragon at the out-of-body stage undoubtedly indicated a being of even greater strength. Although he himself was also at the initial out-of-body stage, he knew he could not contend with a dragon of that caliber, while the other 2 generals were merely at the nascent soul stage. "I have come to the Summer Domain in search of someone." The general inquired, "Might you possess a communication disc, esteemed one?" "No, I have them." At that moment, Jiang Yixue appeared atop the dragon. She produced 2 passage tokens and tossed them to the general who had just spoken. After inspecting them carefully, the general remarked, "You may enter, but this dragon." At this moment, Su Hua communicated with Lin Xiao through thought, "I will not leave. I want to see how you elevate this girl from foundation establishment to nascent soul in 3 months." Lin Xiao addressed the general, "This is my steed. I shall not act recklessly. Very well then. Thus, on that day, a dragon soared across the borders of the summer domain, and Lin Xiao and his companions successfully crossed the frontier. The scene shifted, and Lin Xiao and his companions found themselves near a city. The name of the city prominently displayed 3 characters: Dan City. From the skies, Su Hua descended, and as Lin Xiao and Jiang Yishua landed, Su Hua transformed into human form. Are you not afraid I might change my mind? Lin Xiao regarded Su Hua's human form. Not at all. For one of your prowess, I would be eager to curry favor. Primarily, I sense you possess a commendable character. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yishua stifled a laugh. You are correct. The young master is indeed admirable. Lin Xiao suggested, let us proceed into the city. The 3 then made their way toward the city gates. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the entrance, where 2 guards stood. One of them raised a hand to stop them, stating, 1 spirit stone per person. Su Hua casually handed over 5 spirit stones, and thus the trio entered the city. The guards were left momentarily stunned, exchanging glances with one another. The previously obstructive guard spoke up, medium-grade spirit stone? Did I not mention low-grade spirit stone? Ha ha ha, what a fortune. At this moment, Lin Xiao and his companions strolled down the bustling street. Although Su Hua had concealed his aura and imposing presence, his majestic demeanor was inherently intimidating, deterring anyone from provoking them. The trio approached an inn and stepped inside. They quickly attracted the attention of several patrons, and a waiter approached them, inquiring, what would you like to eat? We have, Su Hua interjected, bring forth the finest wine and prepare a few dishes. He then turned to Lin Xiao and the others. And 3 bowls of rice, please. Jiang Yishua remarked, I didn't realize you were such a glutton. Su Hua murmured, after such a long journey, what is wrong with indulging in some food? Jiang Yishua chuckled beside him, while Lin Xiao paid little mind to their banter. It was evident that the bond among the trio was gradually becoming more harmonious. They found a secluded table, and soon, the wine and dishes were served. Thus, they began to savor their meal leisurely. As the sky darkened, they decided to stay overnight at the inn. The next morning, Lin Xiao escorted Jiang Yishua to the edge of a serene lake. Standing by the water, with Jiang Yishua behind him, Lin Xiao clasped his hands behind his back and gazed at the lake's surface. He spoke, Shui, you mentioned wanting to enter the Dao through your guqin. Please take it out. Lin Xiao added, I have a modest understanding. Jiang Yishua retrieved a guqin from her storage ring and placed it on the ground. Lin Xiao turned, seated himself beside the instrument, and as his fingers caressed the strings, a melodious and ethereal sound immediately flowed from his fingertips. The sound of the zither enveloped the atmosphere with a serene tranquility, inducing an inexplicable sense of calm within the listener. As Lin Xiao played, Jiang Yishua noticed the surrounding space transform into an inexplicable stillness, deepening her understanding of the instrument. My lord, why does the music evoke such a sense of oppression within me? Jiang Yishua felt a sudden shift in her environment, as if she had been transported into a phantasmagorical realm. She found herself amidst an ancient battlefield, where countless soldiers gradually converged, encircling her, gripping a sword in silence. She was taken aback, her gaze fixated on the approaching army. The atmosphere on the battlefield was overwhelmingly oppressive. Suddenly, the urgent sound of war drums reverberated through the air, accompanied by earth-shattering battle cries and the clash of weapons. In that instant, the air was filled with the glint of blades and the fierce engagement of combat. The rhythmic pounding of hooves and the resonant clanging of weapons intertwined, rendering the world around her a mere shadow. Jiang Yishua jolted awake, collapsing onto the ground, her face drenched in sweat. Yet, the scene before her was even more astonishing. A mountain had split apart. Indeed, the mountain had fractured, and the zither had also shattered. Lin Xiao remarked, I apologize, your zither cannot contain my musical intent. No, it's all right. I have another ordinary zither with me. Jiang Yishua replied, rising to her feet and retrieving a second instrument, slightly inferior to the first. You carry 2 zither with you? Lin Xiao inquired. Very well. I shall teach you this piece. 2 hours later, under Lin Xiao's guidance, Jiang Yishua successfully memorized the composition and was able to play it herself, though the essence of her music still fell significantly short of Lin Xiao's. Lin Xiao, your musical intention has yet to take shape. As for when it will reach its zenith, 3 months should suffice. Jiang Yishua, thank you, young master. May I inquire about the name of this piece? I seem to have forgotten. Subsequently, the 2 departed from that place. A white-haired elder soared through the air when he suddenly heard the sound of a guqin. He flew closer to the source of the music and beheld two figures, a man playing the instrument and a woman standing in rapt attention. He intended to leave, but was halted by the music's sudden shift to a more somber tone. As he listened, he observed the man's playing transform, the notes rising and falling in a manner that ensnared him within an enchanting illusion. In a moment of urgency, he bit his tongue, the sharp pain jolting him back to consciousness. Yet, to his dismay, he found himself immobilized, unable to summon even a trace of his internal spiritual energy, which ignited a sense of panic within him. He was compelled to endure the entirety of the melody, noticing that the woman below had also succumbed to the illusion. As the music drew to a close, the man's right hand slid forward with great force, cleaving the towering mountain before him and creating a fissure that extended for several kilometers. The white-haired elder exclaimed, "What manner of power is this? Alas, my life is forfeit." At that moment, the man rose and regarded the elder in silence. The elder soon realized he had regained the ability to move, with no intention to intrude. He hastily made his exit, his voice tinged with trepidation. Upon confirming that the man did not pursue him, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Chapter 8. Li Wuxin. Time passed swiftly, and 3 months had elapsed. During this period, Jiang Yixue, under the daily guidance of Lin Xiao, successfully advanced to the yuanying stage, while her mastery of the qini reached a consummate level. At this moment, a dark cloud loomed ominously over a certain area in Dan City, suggesting that someone might be undergoing a tribulation. Below, voices were raised in discussion. "Look, there is indeed a figure above. It appears to be a woman. What kind of tribulation is she facing? The yuanying?" In the skies, Jiang Yixue stood resolutely against the brewing thunder. "Come." The moment the words left her lips, a bolt of heavenly lightning struck with astonishing swiftness. Jiang Yixue immediately summoned all her spiritual energy to defend herself. Before long, 8 bolts of heavenly thunder had descended, leaving her battered and bruised. Yet, she could not afford to dwell on her injuries. The final bolt loomed, the most formidable of all, more powerful than the previous 8 combined. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yixue declared, "Come, I shall transcend this tribulation and avenge all those in my sect." With that, she charged towards the lightning, which in turn surged towards her. As the dark clouds gradually dispersed, Jiang Yixue descended, her garments tattered and revealing. Yet she had successfully weathered the tribulation. She swiftly changed into a new outfit and vanished from sight. "My goodness, you truly elevated her to the yuanying stage in just 3 months." Su Hua exclaimed, reclining slightly in his chair with his hands covering his head in astonishment. Beside him sat Lin Xiao. Just then, Jiang Yixue entered the room. Approaching Lin Xiao, she bent her knees slightly, preparing to kneel, only to see Lin Xiao gently gesture towards the table with his hand. Jiang Yixue found herself utterly immobilized at that moment. "Xiaoxue, I have previously expressed my disdain for excessive regulations," Lin Xiao remarked, lifting a wine jug nearby and pouring himself a cup, drinking leisurely. "I understand, my lord, but—" All right, your master prefers fewer constraints." Su Hua interjected, seizing the wine jug from Lin Xiao's hand to pour himself a cup as well. Come, let's drink." Esteemed one. At that moment, Su Hua resembled an eager admirer. Lin Xiao clinked his cup against Su Hua's and drained it in one go. "Lin Xiao, what level of cultivation do you possess?" Su Hua ultimately couldn't restrain his curiosity. "Cultivation is of little consequence to me. At most, I can reach the tribulation stage." A sudden gasp escaped Su Hua as his cup slipped from his grasp, crashing onto the table and spilling the remaining wine onto the floor. "I was wondering how you became so formidable. It turns out you are at the tribulation stage." Su Hua hastily tidied the table, his cheeks tinged with embarrassment as he inquired, "So, is it too late for me to become your steed?" "Aren't you already my steed?" No. I mean the kind that involves a contract." "Humph. Given your overwhelming strength, entering a contract with you would only hinder me." Jiang Yixue could not help but speak up. For once a contract is established, both parties' strengths would influence one another. "Ah ha ha ha." Su Hua could only mask his awkwardness with laughter. "Xiaoxue is right." Lin Xiao concurred. Lin Xiao had only one contracted mount, a divine dragon, though he was uncertain of its current whereabouts. "Xiaoxue, why not take a shower first, and then come downstairs for something to eat?" Lin Xiao suggested. Rising from his seat, he approached the edge of the building, hands clasped behind his back, gazing outside. "What progress have you made on the matter I asked you to investigate?" "Well, the investigation is complete. The Tianjin sect is a subordinate force of the Tianjin Manor, which is one of the top sects in the Xia Kingdom. The individuals responsible for the destruction of the Tianjin sect belong to another elite sect, the Tiansha sect. However, Su Hua paused before continuing, this individual is a traitor from the Tiansha sect, which is why when the Tianjin manor sought an explanation from the Tiansha sect, they denied any involvement. What is this person's name? Lin Xiao inquired. Li Wuxin, Su Hua replied. And where is he now? Lin Xiao turned to face him. Upon hearing this question, Su Hua appeared somewhat anxious. I do not know. The people from the Tianjin manor are also searching for him, but have yet to find him. Lin Xiao considered the information briefly. Come, accompany me to the Tiansha sect. Yes. At the Tiansha sect, the atmosphere was as usual. Disciples engaged in sparring while elders guided their respective students. At that moment, the sect leader was occupied with administrative matters when a disciple approached him, saying, Sect leader, there are 2 individuals outside who wish to see you. They claim to be here to investigate the Tianjin sect matter. Did they disclose their sect affiliation? What is their level of cultivation? The sect leader inquired, setting aside his tasks and turning to the disciple. They did not disclose their cultivation level. The disciple responded. Shall I admit them? Let the 2 of them in. Before long, Lin Xiao and his companion entered the Tiansha gate, which indeed was quite vast. After navigating a considerable distance, they finally arrived at the main hall. Upon entering, the leader of the Tiansha gate, Wei Hu, addressed them, saying, Please, have a seat. I am Wei Hu, the leader of the Tiansha gate. May I inquire what you wish to discuss? Lin Xiao took a seat, while Su Hua stood behind him. Lin Xiao inquired, Where is Li Wuxin? Wei Hu glanced at the 2 and discerned that the young man was the one in charge. Yet he could not gauge the young man's cultivation level. A person whose cultivation he could not perceive, whether they were unskilled or possessed a higher level than his own, left him perplexed. Wei Hu then spoke, Sir, Li Wuxin is a traitor to our Tiansha gate. He has long severed all ties with us, and we are unaware of his whereabouts. As if anticipating this response, Lin Xiao continued, I require certain items he once used, or perhaps some of his clothing. Wei Hu replied, Please wait a moment. He summoned a disciple to search for any belongings that Li Wuxin had used. Just then, an elder from the Tiansha gate entered the main hall. Upon noticing Lin Xiao and his companion, he inquired, Leader, who are these 2? Wei Hu responded, It is of no concern. These 2 friends are here to inquire about Li Wuxin. The elder then proceeded to report on some matters concerning the sect. Wei Hu, having dealt with his affairs, asked, May I inquire about your next intentions? The elder remained beside Wei Hu, not departing from the scene. Observing the sword and garments strewn across the ground, Lin Xiao remained silent, employing his hands to intricately inscribe incomprehensible runes in the void with his spiritual energy. This spectacle astonished Wei Hu and Su Hua, rendering them mute as they quietly observed Lin Xiao's actions. As the final symbol was etched, an abundance of runes materialized in the air, and forthwith, a formation emerged out of thin air. Lin Xiao uttered incantations in an unintelligible tongue, and with a commanding exclamation of Go, the mysterious runes surged toward the sword and garments lying on the ground, causing them to levitate. With a firm declaration of reveal, thunder rumbled ominously above the Tiansha sect, leaving everyone bewildered as the ominous clouds stretched endlessly across the horizon. Within the main hall, as Lin Xiao completed his incantation, the runes on the sword and garments began to merge, culminating in the manifestation of an image. Lin Xiao gazed calmly at the figure within the vision, softly stating, Found it. Chapter 9. Capturing Li Wuxin inside the main hall of the Tiansha sect. The elder beside Wei Hu remarked upon witnessing the scene. This is the stronghold of the demon clan. No wonder the Tianjin mountain manor has struggled to locate Li Wuxin for so long. He has evidently departed from the Xia kingdom. The expression on Wei Hu's face shifted dramatically. Report. A disciple rushed in, his demeanor tinged with urgency. Respected master and elders, our sect's sky has suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, as if someone is undergoing a tribulation, but the scale of these clouds is unprecedented. At this moment, Wei Hu turned his gaze towards Lin Xiao, who gently waved his left hand and uttered a single word, disperse. As soon as the words left his lips, the dark clouds in the sky gradually began to part. Could it be that words wield such power? Wei Hu was momentarily taken aback. He glanced at the elder beside him, and their eyes met, both reflecting a sense of disbelief. Young master, where have you been? Young master, your response is rather vague, isn't it? Jiang Yixue remarked, somewhat speechless. Lin Xiao quietly sipped his tea. The people from your sword sect have been killed, and they are now within the stronghold of the demon clan. The stronghold of the demon clan? Jiang Yixue was momentarily stunned, taken aback by the revelation. Xiao, how about I assist you in taking vengeance? With your current strength, you cannot venture to the demon territory. No, young master, I must personally slay that individual. Jiang Yixue replied, her gaze fixed firmly on Lin Xiao. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiao spoke suddenly. Very well, so you must personally take his life. Is that correct? Do you have any other requests? Yes, indeed, it is imperative that I personally end his life. That makes things considerably simpler. With that, Lin Xiao departed, leaving no one aware of his destination. The following noon, the inn's lower level was bustling with people, all gathered to listen to the storyteller narrate a tale. Just yesterday, a formidable human warrior, discontented with the actions of the demon clan, had single-handedly stormed their stronghold. As Jiang Yixue descended the stairs, she heard the storyteller's words. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Who could this powerful individual be to exhibit such unmatched bravery? One listener could not help but inquire. The identity of this formidable individual remains a mystery to all, yet that does not hinder our admiration for him. The storyteller paused for a moment and continued, clad in a flowing white robe. He stood alone above the stronghold of the demon clan, advancing step by step towards their lair, where an imminent battle loomed. However, the demon clan found themselves utterly incapable of withstanding his assault. In the face of his devastating techniques, they were left with no option but to dispatch two formidable demons of the transcendence realm. What transpired next? An eager listener interjected. Yet, at that critical moment, our human compatriots unleashed a spell of unparalleled might, resulting in the immediate obliteration of the demon king in the fusion stage. In the final moments, a demon emperor emerged to counter the spell, but his efforts proved futile. The demon stronghold was instantly rent open, leaving behind an unfathomably deep chasm. While our human warriors departed with an air of nonchalance. How did you come by this information? A skeptic inquired. The storyteller replied, it was witnessed firsthand by someone present, as Jiang Yixue absorbed the narrator's words. A nagging suspicion arose in her mind. Could this person be the young master? She hurried to the third floor where Lin Xiao and Su Hua were leisurely seated in rocking chairs by the window, sipping tea in a state of utter relaxation. Young master, is it you they speak of downstairs? Jiang Yixue asked, her gaze fixed on the unperturbed Lin Xiao. What are you thinking? How could it possibly be me? Lin Xiao replied, not bothering to turn his head, continuing to enjoy his tea. Indeed, it was not him. Lin Xiao had done nothing at the demon stronghold the previous day. Ultimately, a demon king, after 2 hours of fruitless attempts to breach Lin Xiao's defenses, could no longer contain his frustration and erupted in curses. With a fierce reprimand, Lin Xiao successfully breached the defenses, unleashing a thunderous strike that cleaved the demon's stronghold asunder. In the end, he seized the concealed Li Wuxin from below and departed. Lin Xiao, you have locked Li Wuxin in my room. Where am I to sleep tonight? Su Hua, reclining in a rocking chair, leisurely sipped his tea. Just book another room, Lin Xiao replied, reclining in his own chair, sipping tea, with a folding fan added to his hand. His spiritual stones were dwindling. Su Hua feigned concern, remarking, oh dear. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao swiftly struck Su Hua's head with his fan, exclaiming, if you desire benefits, just say so. Why resort to riddles? Ah, ha. Su Hua responded awkwardly. Well, will you still give me something? At this, Lin Xiao spat out his tea in surprise. You truly possess an audacious face. I was contemplating what to offer you, but it seems that will not be necessary. Oh no, esteemed one, I was mistaken. In Su Hua's chamber, Li Wuxin found himself ensnared by an intricate formation. He would never forget how that man single-handedly infiltrated the demon's stronghold yesterday, brought him here, and then vanished after setting the array. There was no escaping this formation. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and that man entered, accompanied by a middle-aged gentleman. You. Who are you? What have you brought me here for? Li Wuxin's heart raced with fear as he shouted, on the brink of madness. Such a formidable foe, if intent on tormenting him, would render even the thought of death unattainable. Lin Xiao took a seat on a stool and began, tell me, why did you seek to annihilate the Heavenly Sword sect? The Heavenly Sword sect? Li Wuxin pondered for a moment. If I tell you, can you grant me a swift end? That is not an option, Lin Xiao replied candidly. Your silence is inconsequential. The consequences of your actions rest solely upon your shoulders. I sought refuge with the demonic clan, delving into their arcane arts. While traversing near the Heavenly Sword sect, I was suddenly overwhelmed, succumbing to madness and committing grave sins. It was only upon regaining my senses that I realized. Li Wuxin's voice trailed off. I feared retribution, thus I stumbled, half-conscious, into the heart of the demonic stronghold. Li Wuxin's spirit felt extinguished. Why did you ally with the demonic clan? Lin Xiao inquired, his expression unwavering. I yearned for power. My desires clouded my judgment. Li Wuxin's countenance darkened, lost in thought. Tomorrow, you shall face a battle to the death. If you prevail, you may leave. If you falter, you shall perish. With that, Lin Xiao and Su Hua departed. Tomorrow, Li Wuxin murmured, lifting his gaze, an unusual emotion flickering in his dimmed eyes. Chapter 10. Revenge in the afternoon. Within Jiang Yishua's chamber, she withdrew from her meditative state, increasingly aware of the formidable strength of her nine heavens profound ice technique. At that moment, as she channeled her energy, a mystical ice zither materialized before her. Though it lacked strings, she had attempted to manifest the strings using her spiritual force, yet all her efforts had been in vain. Stepping outside, she searched for Lin Xiao and his companion, but they were nowhere to be found. At this moment, Lin Xiao and Su Hua found themselves on a street in Dan City, each laden with an assortment of items. Lin Xiao, after wandering for so long, what exactly are you planning to purchase? Su Hua inquired. You, a dragon, are buying so many human delicacies. They seem quite delectable, so of course, I must acquire more. Lin Xiao replied, as Su Hua followed closely behind him. Fortune favors the diligent, and Lin Xiao finally discovered what he sought. On display at a vendor's stall was a large stone of irregular shape. Without hesitation, he purchased it and proceeded to acquire several other items. What is this? Su Hua asked, puzzled on their journey back. I intend to forge a sword for Xiao Shui, Lin Xiao explained. Su Hua, taken aback, responded. Did you not teach her the art of the lute? Why bestow upon her a sword as well? Since you are so concerned for your maid, why not extend some care towards me, perhaps by casually sharing a legendary martial arts manual? Unable to contain himself, Lin Xiao paused and delivered a reprimand to Su Hua. Bystanders, witnessing the scene, mistakenly assumed a younger person was reprimanding an elder and began to chastise Lin Xiao for his actions, claiming them to be outrageous and contrary to propriety. In response, Lin Xiao only intensified his reprimand. Su Hua quickly pleaded with the onlookers, I beg you, please do not say anything further. On their way home, Lin Xiao remarked, I teach her to play the lute because I delight in its melodies, and I forge her a sword because I revel in the dance of blades. Bruised and battered, Su Hua contemplated inwardly, what you speak of is abundant in the brothels. Nonetheless, he laughed and said, I see now, I see. He then realized that Lin Xiao had been gathering items to assist her in forging a sword. Lin Xiao, surveying the array of goods on the ground, pointed his hand, causing all the items to levitate into the air. He snapped his fingers, and a surge of white flames suddenly erupted in the air, enveloping everything in an instant. What a searing blaze! After a series of deft maneuvers, a sword of a mystical white hue materialized in Lin Xiao's grasp. He casually gestured with it, feeling quite pleased. Su Hua remarked, this is the first time I've witnessed such a method of weapon forging. With a swift flick of his wrist, a blade of energy shot forth from the sword, soaring towards the horizon. The sky was instantly marred by a colossal rift, as if it had been slashed open. My apologies, I failed to maintain control. Jiang Yishua stared at Lin Xiao in astonishment, while Su Hua appeared somewhat better, though his expression remained one of shock. The sword's energy had plunged the entire Dan City, and even the neighboring towns, into a state of panic. All the powerful figures scrambled to locate the source of this energy, yet none succeeded. Lin Xiao handed the sword to Jiang Yishua. Young master, I have transformed my spiritual energy into a zither, but I am uncertain how to create the strings. Jiang Yishua expressed her predicament to Lin Xiao. Oh, allow me to see the zither you have conjured with your spiritual energy. Jiang Yishua channeled her technique, and a zither crafted from profound ice appeared in her hands, which she then offered to Lin Xiao. He placed the zither upon the table and rested his hands upon it. Xiao Xue, observe closely. Lin Xiao closed his eyes. His fingers began to move. Although the ice zither lacked strings, to everyone's astonishment, melodious notes began to arise as he played. At that moment, Jiang Yishua fixed her gaze upon the instrument before Lin Xiao, noticing that, unbeknownst to her, strings had materialized on the zither. Is the essence of the zither manifesting as strings? Young master, I understand now. The night passed in silence. The next day, in an open space outside the city, Lin Xiao spoke, Xiao Xue, I have brought you here. From now on, I will not intervene. Your fate rests solely in your hands." At that moment, Lin Xiao, seemingly out of nowhere, reclined in a chair, while Su Hua sat beside him, leisurely consuming the provisions purchased the day before. Standing before them was Jiang Yixue, facing Li Wuxin. "Tell me, why did you seek to eliminate everyone from the Heavenly Sword sect?" Jiang Yixue's expression was remarkably tranquil. Grasping a sword of ethereal white, she advanced towards the middle-aged man with a heavy gait. The man observed Jiang Yixue in silence, neither moving nor uttering a word. His stillness seemed to ignite something within her. She charged forth, channeling her energy as the sword in her hand transformed into a radiant white, emanating waves of white flames. With a swift motion, she struck down, but the man deftly sidestepped and seized a piece of wood, and thus their battle commenced. However, despite her prowess, the disparity between a nascent soul and a soul formation was evident. Within mere 10 exchanges, Jiang Yixue found herself at a disadvantage. Had it not been for the formidable 9 Heavens mystic ice art, she might have faltered from the onset. As she fought, she retreated, skillfully maneuvering while searching for an opening. The two exchanged blows, each testing the other's limits. Suddenly, with a forceful strike, Jiang Yixue forced them apart and, in that fleeting moment, declared, "Icebound for 1,000 miles." This was a technique from the 9 Heavens mystic ice art. In an instant, Li Wuxin was ensnared by the sudden frost, and before he could react, he beheld a formidable sword hurtling towards him. Cold light sword. The sword drained all of Jiang Yixue's spiritual power. She relinquished her intention to vanquish him through the art of the zither, for her true mastery lay in swordsmanship, a skill shared by all in her sect. She soared swiftly towards Li Wuxin, for the outcome hinged upon this singular moment. Li Wuxin broke free from his constraints and turned to confront Jiang Yixue's strike. He discarded the wooden staff in his grasp, forming a protective barrier with a gesture of his hands. In the blink of an eye, the gleam of the sword approached. Yet, amidst this critical juncture, Li Wuxin deactivated his defensive shield. A pristine white sword pierced through his chest in an instant, crimson blood staining the ground. Coughing violently, Li Wuxin knelt, a sword embedded in his body, blood spilling from his lips, facing Jiang Yixue. Her eyes, tinged with crimson, bore a pallid hue as she coldly addressed him. "Do you pity me?" Coughing, he replied, "Forgive me, child. I have committed a grave error. I seek no one as forgiveness." Li Wuxin, kneeling in sputtering blood, continued, "Child, I hope you can live well. I knew this day would eventually come. Forgive me, child." With those words, his gaze turned vacant, his pupils dilated, and he collapsed to the ground. He was dead. "Master, did you witness this? I have avenged you." Jiang Yixue sank to her knees, overcome with grief. Chapter 11. The Demon Clan Master Lin Xiao. Do you believe that if Li Wuxin had exerted his utmost effort, he would have saved this young girl? Indeed. However, you mentioned that you would not intervene. Stop hitting me. I was wrong. In the blink of an eye, 6 months have passed. During this time, Lin Xiao either fished, listened to music, or enjoyed the melodious tunes played by Jiang Yixue, living a leisurely life. He also offered some guidance to Su Hua and bestowed upon him a manual, the transformation dragon technique. Given the distinctive nature of demon beast cultivation compared to that of humans, after half a year, Su Hua finally reached the mid-stage of the out-of-body realm. Meanwhile, Jiang Yixue successfully ascended to the peak of the nascent soul realm. The three of them continued to reside in this inn, primarily due to its affordability. Su Hua remarked, "Indeed, it's inexpensive, especially since you are not the one paying with spirit stones." On a typical morning, as they went about their daily routines, an abrupt siren echoed throughout the city. The border was breached. The demon clan has invaded. Quickly, all cultivators at or above the Golden Core stage, come to the city gates to fend off the demon clan. With the shouts of the cultivators in the sky, numerous Golden Core cultivators rushed to offer assistance, as their homes lay behind them. Yet, some disregarded the chaos and hurried off to other locations. Outside the city, a fierce battle had ensued, while the entire city was protected by a defensive array. Numerous cultivators outside the array fought valiantly against the demon beasts for the sake of their homes. What is all this commotion about? Lin Xiao rubbed his eyes and stepped out of his room. Jiang Yixue and Su Hua had already awakened and were engaged in discussion. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, Jiang Yixue pointed outside and said, "Young master, there are demon beasts attacking the city. The border we passed earlier has already fallen. Should we go to the city gates to lend a hand?" Is there no one to provide support? Previously, the border was fortified by an array that could only be breached by those at the divine transformation stage. Lin Xiao stretched lazily and spoke in a calm tone. Jiang Yixue, unable to contain herself, exclaimed, "Young master, has the demon clan dispatched a formidable being from the transformation realm? Let us go and investigate." Lin Xiao stepped outside, followed closely by Su Hua and another companion. Outside the city gates, a voice rang out, "Hold your ground. The Alliance of Noble Families has sent reinforcements." A distinguished nascent soul cultivator shouted as he battled the demons. Just as he finished speaking, a massive tiger demon appeared behind him, a creature of the out-of-body realm. It disdainfully uttered, "Reinforcements? What a joke." With that, it lunged forward, intending to shred the nascent soul cultivator with its claw. As the cultivator seemed on the verge of being torn apart, a flash of sword light surged forth, repelling the tiger demon. The creature, glancing at its bloodied claws, looked up to see a white-haired elder clad in a black robe hovering above. The tiger demon remained silent, eyes glinting with malice as it fixated on the elder. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving my life. I must now assist others," the rescued nascent soul cultivator said, not retreating from the fray, but instead rushing to aid his comrades. The white-haired elder nodded in acknowledgement, and soon, a new contingent of individuals clad in Taoist robes joined the battle. "It's the disciples of the heavenly sword manor. We are saved. Look, more are arriving." One after another, reinforcements gathered, while from the demon side, a horned man suddenly emerged. The white-haired elder, sword in hand and resting at his back, addressed him from the air, "Fan Zhuang, why have you initiated such a large-scale conflict?" The man known as Fanj was suddenly broke into a ghostly smile, his voice echoing below. "Ha, humans, our kind has already risen. Prepare your necks and await the arrival of death." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Duan Qin's expression grew solemn. "Fanjua, are you not afraid of being hunted down by the powerful of the human race with your demon clan's large-scale assault? Do not forget what transpired 5,000 years ago. Today, I am merely here to scout. Soon, the demon army will surely tread upon this land. And how many great ascendants remain among your kind? Since the ascension of your supreme being 5,000 years ago, no one has broken through the tribulation. The fate of this world now lies with my demon clan. How can you resist?" Ha ha ha. Having spoken, Fanjua turned to leave, followed by the other demons who prepared to depart. Duan Chun watched Fanjua's retreat, making no move to intervene. He knew he could not detain Fanjua. He was at the late stage of the integration realm, while Fanjua was merely at the mid-stage. As a demon, Fanjua's innate strength was already comparable to that of a late-stage human. The onlookers collectively took a breath, glancing at the departing demons, their hearts filled with a mix of fury and helplessness. Since they had arrived, they need not leave. Though the voice was soft, it resonated through the air, echoing in the minds of all present. Just as the demon clan took a few steps, a formidable pressure suddenly enveloped them, causing the demons on the ground to kneel in shock. Those flying above plummeted to the ground, rendered immobile. Only the man named Fan Zhuan knelt halfway, straining to lift his gaze toward a figure in white before him. At that moment, Lin Xiao stood aloft above the city gate, surveying Fanjua below. The pallid visage of Fanjua reflected his confusion as he inquired, "Who are you? Your name is absent from the roster of human powerhouses. How could such a place harbor someone beyond the realm of integration?" "Esteemed elder, it is a pleasure to meet again," Lin Xiao acknowledged with a nod, before turning his gaze towards Fanjua, declaring, "I remain indifferent to the conflict between you, yet your disturbance has encroached upon my tranquility." Fanjua, taken aback by these words, watched as Lin Xiao snapped his fingers. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure surged upon him, causing him to exclaim in agony, "Ah, ah." He instinctively clasped his hands over his head, writhing on the ground, emitting a heart-wrenching sound of tearing. In desperation, he seized an object from his waist and shattered it, crying out, "Ancestor, save me." As soon as the words left his lips, a vortex materialized above his head. Moments later, a red-haired elder wielding a black staff emerged from the swirling void. With a mere gesture, he dispelled the oppressive force that Lin Xiao had casually imposed. In an instant, all the demon clans regained their mobility. Struggling to rise from the ground, Fanjua soared to the elder's side, casting a fearful glance at Lin Xiao. "Esteemed elder, this red-haired anomaly is named Fan Tian, possessing a cultivation level at the initial stage of great transcendence. Should we summon reinforcements?" "Not necessary," Lin Xiao replied coolly. Regarding the elder named Fan Tian, You are rather audacious, the elder retorted. In the blink of an eye, Fan Tian launched an attack, moving with such swiftness that there was no time for hesitation. Within a heartbeat, he stood before Lin Xiao. Young master, be cautious. Jiang Yixue, witnessing the unfolding scene from the city, could not restrain her shout, though the distance rendered it uncertain whether Lin Xiao heard her warning. Rest assured, you insignificant infant spirit. Does your master not proclaim himself to be in the tribulation realm? Do you truly comprehend the essence of transcending tribulations? Su Hua remained utterly unconcerned, leisurely observing the commotion. I harbor no inclination to incite warfare. In a sudden turn of events, the crimson-haired elder appeared before Lin Xiao, poised to attack. Yet, Lin Xiao merely extended a hand. The elder, sensing an ominous premonition, attempted to retreat, only to discover, with a jolt of terror, that he was utterly immobilized. As if the very fabric of space had crystallized around him. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Xiao's hand effortlessly grasped his throat. Chapter 12. Sky Sword Manor. To be frank, I have never regarded you with any esteem. Lin Xiao's expression remained indifferent, his tone calm. Suddenly, a crisp crack echoed in the air. The elder's eyes glazed over, and he plummeted from the sky. Having concluded this, Lin Xiao turned and soared towards the city. Observing the motionless form of the crimson-haired elder, Fan Zhuo felt his heart teetering on the brink of collapse. He quickly flew to the elder's side. No, ancestor. This is impossible. No. Humanity. Fan Zhuo abruptly spun around, bellowing in the direction Lin Xiao had taken, his hoarse voice sending chills through the onlookers. The demon race will not spare you. The actions you undertook 5,000 years ago will be repaid 100-fold by my kin. With that, he forcefully pressed his hands against several points on his body, then formed a seal with his hands, an immense power surging within him. This is dire. He intends to self-destruct. Everyone, retreat at once. Duan Xun, witnessing Fan Zhuo's actions, urgently called out to the crowd. The people hastily withdrew. In an instant, a formation emerged around Fan Zhuo. The energy within him erupted. Yet it could not breach the surrounding formation. Instead, it was constricted by it. Ultimately, both Fan Zhuo's body and the formation vanished without a trace. With the dissolution of the formation, a self-detonation at the mid-stage of the combined body realm came to a close. Follow my lead. Duan Xun understood that, had Lin Xiao not intervened, countless lives would have perished. In the end, the remaining demons were all vanquished. Within an inn, Lin Xiao, having finally found solace in a dream, was abruptly awakened. As he ascended the stairs, he spoke nonchalantly. Oh, great one, what dream did you have? Su Hua chimed in from behind. What is it? Lin Xiao yawned. I wish to invite you, esteemed elder, to my heavenly sword manor for a discussion. Coincidentally, there are 2 distinguished individuals from the aristocratic alliance at our gates. I believe they would be eager to meet you. Heavenly Sword Manor? Lin Xiao pondered briefly before glancing at Jiang Yixue, who turned her head slightly, without uttering a word. Then let us go. I happen to be hungry. Please have your disciples prepare lunch, Lin Xiao said as he descended the stairs. Very well, esteemed elder, let us prepare for departure. Before long, a 20-meter-long dragon appeared above the inn, and Lin Xiao and his companions stood upon its back, soaring towards the direction of Heavenly Sword Manor. Within the interior of the demon clan, in a grand hall, a man clad in a black dragon robe sat at the highest point. He bore 2 curved horns atop his head, and his eyes were strikingly green vertical slits. He licked his lips and gazed at the final empty seat among the 12 below. The Fan Tian Ming tablet has shattered, the man murmured softly. Immediately following, the Demon King spoke. How could such a swift downfall occur after only a brief absence? The opponent possesses at least late-stage Great Ascension power, if not peak strength. Otherwise, it would be impossible to vanquish a Great Ascension initiator like Brahma in an instant. Who is this individual? We have been monitoring the formidable beings of the human race, and it is inconceivable for a being of such caliber to appear in this realm. The man seated in the highest position raised his right hand, silencing the assembly below. Regardless of who this person may be, they shall not impede our plans. Indeed, at this moment, the group, led by Lin Xiao, had reached the foot of the Heavenly Sword Mountain Manor. Elder, we are now at the Heavenly Sword Mountain Manor, one of them remarked. Let us proceed to dine first. Greetings, ancestor. That is well. As the group ascended to the midslope, they encountered a colossal gate adorned with a plaque emblazoned with 4 prominent characters, Heavenly Sword Manor. An ancient and solemn aura instantly enveloped them, leaving all in awe of the magnificent sight before their eyes. For how long has this plaque existed? Lin Xiao mused with intrigue. Reporting to the elder, this plaque was left by the founding ancestor of our heavenly sword manor, and it has stood for over 8,000 years, Duan Shun proclaimed with pride. Is it true that no one has emerged from the tribulation stage in 8,000 years? Or a disciple who has taken the path of the sword? Lin Zhao's words sparked confusion among the crowd. Elder, though I do not comprehend the meaning behind your statement, it is indeed accurate that the heavenly sword manor has not produced any tribulation stage beings or sword practitioners since then. Lin Xiao gazed at the plaque and spoke calmly. This plaque contains a sword technique that can only be sensed by those who have reached the tribulation stage or those who have entered the Tao through the sword. I believe it was your ancestor's own realization during his tribulation. Is this, senior, being serious? Duan Shun inquired, stepping directly beneath the plaque. However, despite his utmost efforts, he could sense nothing at all. Well then, I shall not assist your Tianjin mountain manor any further. Those with fate will acquire it themselves. Lin Xiao stated steadily. Very well, Duan Shun replied. The disciples of Tianjin mountain manor had already prepared a meal. Consequently, Duan Shun accompanied Lin Xiao and the others to a courtyard where they shared lunch together. Senior, Duan Shun began, but was interrupted by Lin Xiao. There is no need to call me senior. Simply refer to me as young master. That is not. Lin Xiao maintained his composure. Not that, he continued indifferently. His sword could be described as one sword, one world. The sword itself represented a universe. In confusion, he asked, then how did you perceive that plaque earlier? Young Master Lin Xiao? Duan Shun pondered deeply, trying to discern what had gone awry. Could it be that the senior was jesting with him? This seemed unlikely. This is something I cannot elucidate to you, Lin Xiao replied. Su Hua, standing nearby, was unaware of why Lin Xiao denied being in the tribulation stage. Yet he chose to remain silent. At that moment, Jiang Yixue interjected, I believe in you, young master. Duan Shun ruminated left and right, but could not fathom the reasoning behind it. Reluctantly, he resolved to wait until Lin Xiao finished his meal. Chapter 13. The Sword Tomb within the main hall. I pay my respects to the ancestor. Duan Shun lightly waved his sleeve, prompting everyone to rise. He then spoke. Have Sure Han summoned those two esteemed gentlemen? Yes, ancestor, an elder replied before departing. Lin Xiao took his seat calmly, with Su Hua and Jiang Yixue standing behind him. Shortly after, 3 individuals entered with measured steps. Young Master Lin Xiao, these two are the esteemed members of the Summer Domain Aristocratic Alliance. And this gentleman is the current master of our Tianjin Mountain Villa, Sure Han. Please take your seats, esteemed lords. Senior Ziji, Senior Xiaocheng. This is young Master Lin Xiao. Please be seated, and allow me to explain further. Lin Xiao remained seated, refraining from interrupting their discourse. The elder named Ziji gazed at Lin Xiao with a look of reverence, inquiring, if you were able to slay a beast at the initial stage of the Great Ascension, I presume your cultivation has reached the late stage of Great Ascension, or perhaps even perfection. Lin Xiao sipped his tea and replied nonchalantly, not quite. Upon hearing this, Ziji's mind began to entertain a bold notion, though he dismissed the possibility. Not quite. Could it be that young Master Lin Xiao, at the mid-stage of Great Ascension, was able to dispatch a beast at the initial stage? Ziji looked at Lin Xiao and then communicated discreetly with the middle-aged man in brown attire beside him, asking, Xiaocheng, I cannot sense any trace of his cultivation at the mid-stage of Great Ascension. What about you? Ziji continued. Yet he claims he is neither at the late stage nor perfection. Could it be that? The thought flickered through their minds. Just then, the man in white took a sip of tea and began, as for my cultivation. Ziji and Xiaocheng attentively awaited Lin Zhao's forthcoming words. I shall refrain from discussing my cultivation. However, my current strength should be comparable to that of someone in the tribulation transcendent stage. As Ziji and Xiaocheng exchanged glances, their eyes reflected a mixture of confusion and astonishment. Before either of them could speak, Jiang Yixue, standing silently behind Lin Xiao, interjected, Are you suggesting that he is invincible? She had always perceived Lin Xiao as an enigma, enigmatic to the point of resembling an ordinary person. Lin Xiao, is it true that you possess the strength to transcend tribulations? Perhaps we three could engage in a friendly spar. Ziji expressed his excitement. But before he could finish, Xiaocheng swiftly covered his mouth. With a mental whisper, Xiaocheng admonished Ziji, Have you had enough of life? I certainly have not. It is impossible for us to be his match, especially against a beast in the early stages of the Great Ascension. Mid-stage human practitioners can barely suppress early-stage beasts. Sparring? Have you lost your mind? While conveying this, Xiao Cheng turned to Lin Xiao, smiling. My apologies. He seems to have a momentary lapse. Please do not take offense. Haha. Lin Xiao replied calmly. Very well. Let us discuss the demon race. I am quite intrigued by events from 5,000 years ago. The first thought that crossed the minds of Ziji and Xiao Cheng was, do you not know? Nevertheless, they proceeded to explain to Lin Xiao. Over 5 millennia ago, while there were indeed conflicts between the demon and human races, the situation was not as dire as it is today. At that time, both races maintained their own territories, refraining from encroachment. Subsequently, a powerful demon, during his ascension to transcendence, was ambushed by 5 human practitioners of the same realm. Despite being gravely injured, the demon managed to retaliate, successfully slaying 4 of the 5 formidable humans due to his recently acquired power. However, he ultimately succumbed to exhaustion of spiritual energy, falling to the last remaining human practitioner of the transcendental realm. Since then, the sole formidable being of the demon race who had transcended the calamity perished. The surviving human powerhouse became known in later generations as the Supreme of Humanity. He led the human race to invade the demon territory, compelling the demons to retreat to the far southern reaches. Consequently, the demon race suffered grievously, unable to recover for a full 3,000 years. As Lin Xiao listened to Xiao Cheng's account, his thoughts wandered. During the previous conflict, the pathway to the upper realm was shattered, causing the spiritual energy of the Tianqing continent to largely dissipate into the fragmented void. Thus, for the past 5 millennia, neither the demons nor the humans, nor even the demonic race, had seen the emergence of a new transcendent. As time passed, the Supreme of Humanity ascended to the upper realm, alongside the lone transcendent demon. Both the human and demon races, unwilling to leave a potent external threat unchecked, chose to ascend on the same day. To this day, no one has broken through to the transcendent realm. After hearing Xiao Cheng's narrative, Lin Xiao pondered for a moment and remarked, the demon race has done nothing yet was ambushed by the humans. Why must they always instigate war? At this moment, Su Hua, standing behind Lin Xiao, wore an expression of indignation. After hearing this, Xiao Cheng could only muster an awkward smile and replied, well, I am unaware of what the ancestors of the human race were thinking. However, we are also unclear about the current intentions of the demon race. Very well, young master. Alas, young master Lin Xiao, please hold on. Ziji and Xiao Cheng hurriedly approached Lin Xiao. We wonder if you would consider joining our alliance, which consists of the upper echelons of all the cultivation families and sections. The region we govern is known as the Xia domain. Might young master Lin Xiao be willing to join? No, I am not interested. Duan Xin stood nearby, momentarily taken aback by Lin Xiao's words, before nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed. How did young master Lin become aware of the sword tomb's existence? Lin Xiao replied, I sensed it. There lies a sword within. As he spoke, Lin Xiao closed his eyes, his right hand forming a sword gesture at his chest. In an instant, a surge of sword intent emanated from his being. In the distance, within the sword tomb, a long sword at the pinnacle began to writhe violently, seemingly filled with exuberance. It suddenly soared out of the sword tomb, vanishing into the far-off horizon. When it reappeared, it was within the main hall of the Tianjin Villa. Chapter 14. Immortal Sword inside the main hall of Tianjin Villa. A crimson longsword materialized abruptly. The presence of the sword instilled a sense of oppression and a wave of excitement among those present. This very sword had once been acquired by an elder from the Great Ascension realm during an inadvertent encounter, only to turn upon its wielder, leaving the elder in a state of disarray. Duan Xin circled around Lin Xiao, scrutinizing the sword that had remained untouched for millennia. Those who had dared to grasp it had either perished, sustained grave injuries, or lost their sanity. Lin Xiao remarked, stop circling. At that moment, Ziji and Xiao Cheng approached, keenly examining the sword. Ziji, clad in a purple robe, spoke. The sword body appears somewhat fractured, as if it has endured significant damage. Moreover, this sword. Before Ziji could finish, Xiao Cheng interjected, the material of this sword is unlike anything I've encountered, and it possesses a spiritual resonance, as though it hails from the upper realm. Indeed, a shattered low-tier immortal sword, Lin Xiao replied with indifference. What is it? Young master said that once this sword is refined, it shall be given to you, so that the demon race will no longer disturb him. Do you understand? Duan Chen glanced at Lin Xiao before shifting his gaze to Su Hua. Well, young master Lin, over the years, Those who have come into contact with this sword have either perished or been gravely injured. Although young Master Lin can summon this sword from the sword tomb, I still advise you to reconsider. This sword is exceedingly perilous. Lin Xiao waved his hand dismissively and replied, "This sword cannot harm me." With that, Lin Xiao grasped the long sword before him. Under the anxious gaze of the crowd, he began to murmur to the blade. Suddenly, the sword began to circle around Lin Xiao, emanating an unwillingness to part. This sentiment was palpable to everyone present. Xiao Cheng, upon hearing this, could not help but express his confusion. Repair? At that moment, Jiang Yixue, standing behind Lin Xiao, remarked, "Young master, it seems reluctant." Lin Xiao nodded. "It wishes to accompany me, not others." Jiang Yixue gazed at the celestial sword that continued to hover around Lin Xiao, unable to restrain herself from asking, "Then, young master, what shall we do now?" With no alternative, Lin Xiao addressed the celestial sword. However, the sword persisted in its orbit around him, refusing to depart. "This sword from your sect has lain dormant in the sword tomb for millennia, causing countless deaths. What do you desire with it? Perhaps it would be wiser to exchange it for a favor. After all, Senior Lin Xiao is no ordinary figure." Upon hearing this, Duan Xin felt a jolt of surprise. "Young Master Lin, this sword has been in my Tianjin mountain manor for several thousand years, yet still, no one has been able to wield it." In this moment of encountering the esteemed Lin Xiao, the myriad anomalies exhibited by this sword clearly indicate a profound affinity between it and the young master. Should you truly be able to reforge this sword, our heavenly sword mountain manor is willing to bestow it upon you without charge. Upon hearing these words, several elders within the grand hall could not restrain themselves from speaking up. "Elder Ancestor, is this truly appropriate?" One expressed. "Indeed, Elder Ancestor," another echoed. Meanwhile, the sect leader, Shirhan, remained silent, choosing to place his trust in the Elder Ancestor. Upon hearing their words, Duan Shun turned his gaze towards the speaking elders, lightly gesturing with his hand, declaring, "My decision is made. You may all withdraw." Nevertheless, one elder, still reluctant, voiced his discontent. "Elder Ancestor, our sect has sacrificed so many in the pursuit of mastering this sword, and now we are to relinquish it? Is that not?" Duan Shun's expression shifted dramatically as he suddenly glared at the elder, exclaiming, "Silence! It is precisely because of this sword's peculiarities that our sect has endured such losses. Withdraw." The elder, left with no choice, complied and retreated. With an expression of sincere apology, Duan Shun turned towards Lin Xiao. "I hope you do not find this amusing." Lin Xiao, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "It matters not to me, but are you certain you wish to gift me this sword? It is, after all, a celestial sword." Duan Shin shook his head, his demeanor earnest as he responded, "What of a celestial sword? If no one can wield it, then it is merely a piece of scrap metal. It is better to entrust it to one who can command it." "Very well," Lin Xiao nodded. Extending his hand forward, the celestial sword eagerly soared into his grasp. "Let us proceed outside the grand hall." With the sword in hand, Lin Xiao made his way out towards the expansive plaza. As the crowd followed Lin Xiao, they arrived at the plaza. Instantly, many disciples of the heavenly sword mountain glanced over. Who is this person? Why do the ancestors and those two esteemed individuals show him such reverence? Unbeknownst to them, Lin Xiao tossed the celestial sword into the air, where it hovered gracefully. With a snap of his fingers, ethereal white flames, previously summoned by Lin Xiao, suddenly manifested in the void. Although the flames bore the same hue, they were far more intense than before, transforming into an exquisite white blaze. Due to the exceedingly high temperature, even those who wielded spiritual energy to shield themselves felt an overwhelming heat. "Xiaoxue, hand me your sword," Lin Xiao commanded. "Yes, young master," Jiang Yixue replied, retrieving her sword from her spatial ring and presenting it to Lin Xiao. He tossed Jiang Yixue's sword into the air, where the white spiritual fire swiftly engulfed it, melting it into a pool of black liquid. This astonishing sight left everyone in awe. "Wow, how spectacular! What is happening? Is he actually forging a weapon?" someone exclaimed. With a wave of his right hand towards the spiritual flames, they surged toward the celestial sword, enveloping it. Then, with a pointed gesture of his left hand, the black liquid formed from Jiang Yixue's sword hovered above Lin Xiao's index finger. Judging the moment to be right, he cast the black liquid toward the celestial sword, which hissed as it made contact. As Lin Xiao formed intricate hand seals, a radiant and enigmatic golden sigil appeared before him. With a gentle utterance, he commanded, "Go." The golden mark seamlessly merged into the celestial sword, which began to tremble in the air. The fissures upon the sword gradually started to mend. Ultimately, the celestial sword slowly restored all its cracks and ceased its quivering, instead quietly hovering in the air. After a brief moment, the sword suddenly exuded a formidable intent and pressure, causing every onlooker's heart to shudder. Those of lesser cultivation even collapsed to the ground, immobilized. However, the individuals behind Lin Xiao felt no such pressure. They merely sensed the overwhelming sword intent. With a casual wave of his hand, Lin Xiao silenced the sword, which then swiftly darted before the figure clad in white. Lin Xiao regarded the celestial sword with a tranquil gaze, gesturing towards Jiang Yixue amidst the crowd, and spoke, "From this day forth, you shall accompany her." Chapter 15. The Return. The celestial sword excitedly circled around Lin Xiao twice before soaring towards the woman in red within the throng. It landed steadily before her. "Young master." This sword. Jiang Yixue felt an inability to control the weapon. "This sword possesses a spirit. Simply forge a bond with it, and it shall not resist you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yixue nodded, grasping the long sword before her, and then closed her eyes. She lifted off the ground, suspended in midair. When Jiang Yixue reopened her eyes, her demeanor had undergone a profound transformation. Her once tender gaze now radiated an unusual chill. A hint of murderous intent flickered in her eyes, a palpable aura of lethal intent emanating from her being. "Xiaoxue." At the sound of Lin Xiao's voice, Jiang Yixue descended from the air, reverting to her previous appearance. "Young master." Jiang Yixue delivered a punch to Lin Xiao. "Before achieving transformation, it is advisable to refrain from utilizing this sword, for your current self is susceptible to its influence." "Understood, young master," she replied. "Congratulations, young master Lin Xiao. For having refined this sword, at last, it has found a worthy wielder." The crowd erupted in congratulations for the two. Yet a flicker of something unusual passed through Xiao Cheng's eyes. "This sword belongs to your sect. I shall leave a mark upon it, and an avatar. Should your sect find itself in peril, simply summon my avatar." With that, Lin Xiao raised 2 fingers of his right hand as if wielding a sword, and a stream of ordinary sword chi sliced through the air towards a distant boulder. The stone bore a mark, neither too shallow nor too deep. Though it appeared unremarkable, it emanated an overwhelming sword intent, startling all present. "That sword mark." Duan Shun gazed at it in astonishment, then quickly clasped his fists towards Lin Xiao, exclaiming, "With this sword mark, the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Villa can ascend to new heights." "Thank you, young master Lin Xiao. It is of no consequence," Lin Xiao replied. Having left behind an avatar, he called upon Su Hua and Jiang Yixue and bid farewell to the gathering as he descended the mountain. After Lin Xiao's departure, the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Villa regarded the mark on the boulder with palpable excitement. "Indeed, I too was unaware of young master Lin Xiao's profound mastery of the sword. Perhaps the two of you should join me in observing this mark," remarked Ziji. Preparing to sit and contemplate. "Have you not noticed a peculiar issue?" Xia Cheng interjected, lowering his voice and speaking in a somewhat somber tone. Duanqing and Ziji exchanged a glance upon noticing Xiaoqing's unusual demeanor, patiently awaiting his next words. Xiaoqing conveyed telepathically to them. Lin Xiao not only refined the celestial sword, but also restored it. He then continued to relay. He openly acknowledged that it was a low-tier celestial sword, and the fire he employed had never been documented. "Pray tell, who in this world possesses the ability to repair a celestial sword? There is no need for further elaboration. Remember, this matter must remain confidential." In the sky above, a majestic dragon soared leisurely towards Dance City. Jiang Yixue, with her graceful form, stood upright upon the dragon's back, gazing into the distance. She beheld the clouds above gradually transforming into hues of crimson. As she watched the descending sun, an ethereal sensation enveloped her. Staring at the scenery ahead, Jiang Yixue suddenly found herself lost in thought, unsure of what occupied her mind, as if she were contemplating nothing at all. "What troubles you?" A voice emerged from behind her. "What are you thinking?" Lin Xiao inquired, his gaze also directed towards the distant, red-tinged clouds. She murmured, "When I was younger, my master would often take me to the mountaintop to watch the sunset, and I frequently enjoyed the sunsets with my senior brothers and sisters." Lin Xiao remained silent, observing the crimson clouds. "Yet, I cannot help but think of them." Lin Xiao's deep-set eyes remained fixed on the distant sunset at this moment. No one knew what thoughts occupied his mind. Little snow, as time ebbs and flows, no one can accompany another indefinitely, even if only one remains. One must still live well. Indeed, my lord. However, the presence of another person may evoke an entirely different sentiment. At least for now, I am accompanied by you. My esteemed companion. Jiang Yixue turned around with a smile, yet in her tender, water-like gaze, a glimmer of unshed tears seemed to flicker momentarily. Lin Xiao turned and gently patted Jiang Yixue's head. Do not overthink. Live well, for they will find joy in your happiness. Indeed, my lord. In Dan City, at an unremarkable and nestled on a certain street, the establishment was a mere ordinary lodging. However, this afternoon, the area surrounding the inn was thronged with people, and the first floor was already filled to capacity. The innkeeper, in a state of utter helplessness, watched as his two attendants were busily occupied. Faced with such a multitude of formidable individuals, the innkeeper could only perspire profusely while attempting to explain the situation. The crowd continued to wait, lingering from the afternoon until dusk. At this moment, few remained outside the inn, yet the first floor was still brimming with patrons. Aside from the 4 rooms Lin Xiao had reserved, all others were booked by different guests. The innkeeper and his 2 attendants were overwhelmed with work, yet they reaped substantial profits, as the rooms had become akin to auction items, with bids that were simply outrageous, nearly inciting altercations over a single room. Outside the inn, Lin Xiao and his companions strolled along the street, with the inn not far ahead. Why is the inn so bustling today? Have we inadvertently revealed our whereabouts? Su Hua posed a rather naive question. A simple inquiry could uncover our location, Lin Xiao replied, slightly exasperated, as he regarded Su Hua with a calm demeanor. Su Hua gazed at the sudden influx of visitors to the inn and could not help but exclaim, Indeed, a mountain need not be lofty to be renowned if it harbors a celestial being. Young master, it seems these individuals have come for you. Lin Xiao nodded in affirmation. Let us proceed. Thus, the 3 of them made their way towards the inn. Chapter 16. The Hall of Reincarnation. At the entrance of the inn, upon noticing the newcomers, all eyes within turned towards them. Suddenly, someone rose and exclaimed, It is he, the formidable figure who appeared earlier. At this declaration, the crowd promptly stood, bowing in reverence towards Lin Xiao, greeting him as senior or esteemed one. Lin Xiao surveyed the array of gifts strewn about, and, addressing the assembly with a calm demeanor, remarked, Please gather these offerings. I prefer tranquility and am not fond of excessive disturbances. Upon hearing this, Su Hua promptly stepped forward to collect the gifts on the ground. Witnessing this, the crowd hastened to hand over their offerings to him. Lin Zhao's expression darkened at this sight. He grasped a folding fan that had mysteriously appeared in his hand and silently approached Su Hua from behind. With a resounding thwack, he struck Su Hua with the fan. Seeing this, Jiang Yixue turned away, unable to stifle her laughter. Su Hua, clutching his head with both hands, turned to Lin Xiao with a look of confusion and innocence. Lin Xiao, with a stern expression, slowly articulated, I meant for them to collect the gifts, not for you to do so. Su Hua. The crowd. Inside Su Hua's mind, I am bewildered. Among our demon clan, we simply accept whatever is offered. However, he obediently returned the gifts he had just received from a ring to everyone. The night passed without incident. The following morning, after Lin Xiao finished his morning routine and descended the stairs, he found Jiang Yixue and Su Hua already seated at a table laden with an abundance of dishes. So much food. Lin Xiao couldn't help but express his astonishment. Jiang Yixue smiled and replied, Young master, this is a gift insisted upon by the innkeeper. Well then, let us eat, Lin Xiao said as he took his seat at the table. The 3 of them began to enjoy their meal at a leisurely pace, everything proceeding as it had in the past. Suddenly, a carriage came to a halt at the entrance of the inn. A figure clad in a black robe alighted from the vehicle, his hat obscuring his face. Nevertheless, this did not deter the cloaked figure from approaching Lin Xiao and his companions. The man paused beside their table. Who are you? If you have something to say, then speak. If not, why do you linger here? Su Hua could no longer contain his curiosity as the man remained silent. The figure extended a skeletal hand, and with a mere gesture, time within the inn froze, leaving only Lin Xiao in motion while everyone else remained utterly still. Lin Xiao glanced up at the cloaked figure but continued to eat, calmly inquiring, What is it you wish to know? He did not answer the black-clad man's question. After a moment of silence, the figure spoke again. Tell me, who are you? You may leave. Know only that I am a being from the upper realm. Lin Xiao replied nonchalantly. The cloaked figure departed, unable to fathom Lin Xiao. Shortly after the figure's exit, Lin Xiao snapped his fingers, restoring the flow of time to its normal state. The surrounding people resumed their previous actions. Su Hua felt as though he had just uttered something. Yet the words eluded his memory. He merely expressed his bewilderment and continued to eat his meal. In an unknown realm, the dark-clad figure stood before a projection of another individual. Master, I have encountered someone who claims to hail from the higher realms. His strength is beyond my comprehension. The figure in the projection responded, if you, a true immortal, cannot perceive his strength, then he must surpass that realm. Perhaps he has arrived from another dimension. Is this individual's fate already sealed? Not at all. Upon hearing this, the projection's figure furrowed his brow. Then why have you summoned me? This person does not appear on the records. What? The figure on the other side of the projection expressed astonishment, muttering to himself. After a moment, he instructed, show me the visage of this individual. The dark-clad figure, upon hearing this, waved his right hand, conjuring a still image that prominently featured Lin Xiao and his companions within an inn. Yet, the figure in the projection gazed upon this image only to find an expanse of emptiness. In a moment of disorientation, the dark-clad figure felt as if Lin Xiao had suddenly glanced in his direction. Subsequently, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he found himself kneeling on the ground, expelling several mouthfuls of black blood. I cannot see him, the figure on the other end murmured. For now, let this matter rest. I shall report the truth to headquarters. Remember, do not act recklessly. With that, the connection with the dark-clad figure was severed. Understood. A fortnight later, Xiaoxue, we are packing our belongings. It is time to depart, Lin Xiao announced. Young master, where are we headed? Everywhere and nowhere. Lin Xiao felt that he had lingered in this place long enough. It is widely known that a certain elder resides here, tirelessly sought after. Yet all that is spoken seems mere drivel. He is weary. Thus, the trio embarked on an impromptu journey, setting forth on this very day. In the sky, a dragon soared tirelessly, oblivious to its destination. Time eluded them as they soared through the heavens. Lin Xiao, where exactly are you headed? The day is waning. The dragon could not help but exclaim. Just continue your flight, Lin Xiao replied, eyes shut, seated in a meditative posture upon the dragon's back. At that moment, Jiang Yixue glanced below and suddenly noticed something. Young master, there lies a large village beneath us. She exclaimed in astonishment. It is not a city of immortals, but a village of mortals. Oh, a village of mortals? Su Hua responded. Let us descend for a meal, but let us not disturb the common folk below. The trio suppressed their auras and descended nearby, approaching the village entrance before stepping inside. The streets bustled with life, merchants peddling wares essential to ordinary folk. As Lin Xiao and his companions strolled through the market, they attracted little attention, having donned simple attire. Jiang Yixue approached a vendor selling candied hawthorn and purchased 3 skewers. Young master, here, she said, handing one to Lin Xiao, who accepted it and began to savor its flavor. Su Hua also took a skewer, tasting it and exclaiming, how can it be both sour and sweet? Jiang Yixue explained, that is the nature of candied hawthorn. Following this, she and Su Hua procured an array of snacks, occasionally offering their treats to Lin Xiao, or he would reach out himself for a taste. Thus, the 3 individuals strolled while dining, losing track of time until they arrived at an inn, where they entered. After partaking in their meal, they reserved 3 separate rooms and subsequently retreated to their respective quarters. Jiang Yixue and Su Hua engaged in meditation and cultivation, while Lin Xiao simply fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 17. Settling down the following day, after finishing their breakfast, the trio wandered through the marketplace. As they gazed upon the array of wooden houses, an idea suddenly blossomed in Lin Xiao's mind. He wished to construct a dwelling there and reside in it. Consequently, he sought the assistance of someone to locate the village chief. And soon they arrived at the elder's abode. Upon reaching the entrance, they observed an elderly man bustling about in the yard. At that moment, Su Hua stepped forward to knock on the door and said, Esteemed village chief, we have finally found you. Hearing this, the village chief set down his farming tools, looked towards the 3 strangers outside, and inquired, Are you visitors from afar? What brings you to seek out this old man? Su Hua replied, Honorable village chief, we indeed have matters we wish to discuss with you. Oh. With that, the village chief rose and entered his home, saying as he walked, Please wait a moment. I will fetch a few stools for you to sit upon. Before long, the village chief returned with 4 stools, followed by 3 cups of water. Please, have a seat and take a sip of water. As he spoke, He offered the cups to the three. Lin Xiao accepted the water and inquired, "May I ask how to address you, esteemed elder?" "Ha ha ha, simply call me Old Lu. That is how everyone in the village refers to me." Upon noticing that the three individuals had yet to take their seats, Elder Lu warmly urged them to do so. Once all four were seated, Su Hua addressed Elder Lu, saying, "Elder Lu, the reason for our visit is to inquire about a few matters." Elder Lu stroked his long beard and chuckled, "Ha ha ha, speak freely. Are you in search of someone or something? Or perhaps you wish to settle here? Or do you intend to sell something?" The majority of outsiders Elder Lu encountered had similar intentions. "You are correct, Elder Lu," Su Hua nodded, adding, "Indeed, we seek to establish ourselves here. We have journeyed from afar." Jiang Yishua chimed in, "Recently, we have been plagued by malevolent creatures in our vicinity, leaving us no choice but to depart." Elder Lu, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "Have you not sought the assistance of an immortal master to capture these demons?" Su Hua, taken aback, replied, "To speak candidly, we do not have an immortal master in our region. Even if there were one, we would be unable to locate them." After hearing this, Elder Lu offered a reassuring response, stating, "You have indeed come to the right place. The prosperity of our village is due to the absence of demons in the vicinity." Su Hua, perplexed, asked, "Elder Lu, what is the reason for this? Aside from the deep mountains where demons may dwell, our village is devoid of such creatures for miles. Thanks to the presence of a cultivation sect, the Qingxian sect, located 10 miles away on a mountain." As Elder Lu spoke of the Qingxian sect, a profound respect shone in his eyes. "Oh, the Qingxian sect?" Su Hua feigned surprise. Elder Lu nodded and elaborated, "Yes, our village thrives peacefully due to the existence of the Qingxian sect. Every year, the Qingxian sect comes here to recruit talented disciples while simultaneously eliminating nearby demons." After a moment of contemplation, he added, "Should any new demons arise, simply call out to the Qingxian sect at the mountain gate." Lin Xiao and the others exchanged glances, and Jiang Yishue remarked, "It appears that the Qingxian sect is quite commendable." At that moment, Elder Lu glanced at Jiang Yishue and then at Lin Xiao. Noticing their youthfulness, he said, "The Qingxian sect is an excellent sect for cultivating immortality. I presume both of you are under the age of 25, am I correct?" "Indeed, Elder Lu." "Precisely. If you wish to settle down, in 2 months' time, the Qingxian sect will be accepting disciples, and you will be able to join then. At that time, you may have the opportunity to try your luck, and if chosen, it would be splendid." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yishue expressed her delight. "So, Elder Lu, does this mean you consent to our settling here?" "Ha ha ha, when did I ever say you couldn't stay? However, you must construct your own houses. If you have the funds, you may invite others to assist you." Elder Lu chuckled heartily, adding, "But you must not cause trouble, should any disputes arise. You can approach me first, or if necessary, report to the Qingxian sect." "The Qingxian sect oversees even this?" Jiang Yishue exclaimed in surprise. "I see. Elder Lu, where has your family gone?" "Ha ha, they have all gone out to conduct business." "Well then, if you wish to begin building your houses, you should hurry. This old man still has farming to attend to." Lin Xiao and the others rose, returned their empty cups to Elder Lu, thanked him, and departed from the village chief's courtyard. "Young master, shall we proceed to construct the house now?" Jiang Yishue inquired with a hint of excitement. "Indeed. Let us find a secluded spot." The trio made their way to the rear of the town, discovering a location with fewer inhabitants. After selecting a site, Lin Xiao sought out the village craftsman and began to devise a plan. A fortnight later, after considerable toil, the group successfully erected a dwelling. The swiftness of their accomplishment was attributed to the fact that Lin Xiao and his companions had employed numerous workers. The villagers assumed that a wealthy individual had arrived. It was only later that they learned Lin Xiao and his friends had brought their entire fortune to this refuge. Upon completion of the house, Lin Xiao and his companions procured all the necessary kitchen utensils. Once everything was in order, they moved in. "Young master, why have you purchased all these cooking implements? Do you intend to prepare meals yourself?" Jiang Yishue could not help but ask. "Speaking of kitchenware, I felt something was amiss," Lin Xiao remarked before descending the stairs. Jiang Yishue was momentarily taken aback. "Huh?" By that time, Lin Xiao had already reached the ground floor. He called upon Su Hua, using bamboo strips to enclose a courtyard in front of the house, and then began to till the soil with a hoe. Jiang Yishue suddenly realized that Lin Xiao intended to cultivate the land in the courtyard. She leaned against the window, observing the two busy figures below, and felt a sense of tranquility wash over her. She even forgot her identity as a cultivator. Lin Xiao procured various seeds from the outside world and planted them all in the courtyard. Gazing at the newly constructed building and the freshly sown seeds, he softly remarked, "It is nearly complete." Lin Xiao brushed the dirt from his hands, washed his face, and called up to Jiang Yixue, "Xiao, where is Su Hua?" "Young master," Su Hua remarked, "I intend to venture elsewhere to exchange spirit stones for some currency as my funds have dwindled." Lin Xiao contemplated for a moment before responding. "Let us not dwell on him. Come, Xiao Shui, let us dine outside." "Certainly, young master." Chapter 18. An unexpected turn. Time swiftly passed, and a month had elapsed. On a particular morning, Su Hua languidly reclined in a rocking chair, leisurely indulging in freshly acquired fruits, murmuring to himself, "I never anticipated that I, old dragon, would today break through to the late stage of the out-of-body realm. The transformation dragon technique is indeed formidable." At that moment, Jiang Yixue descended from the upper floor. Upon overhearing Su Hua's words and observing his leisurely demeanor in the courtyard, she interjected, "Moreover, what is there to celebrate about such a slow breakthrough? I have already ascended to the initial stage of the out-of-body realm. Perhaps within a year, I shall surpass you." A few days prior, Jiang Yixue had indeed advanced from the nascent soul realm to the initial stage of the out-of-body realm. Su Hua, upon hearing her proclamation, abruptly halted his rocking chair and turned to face her. "The demon race is unlike your human race. What is there to be proud of? Is it not solely due to the techniques bestowed upon you by the esteemed ones?" "Humph, that is also my fortune. Do you dare to dispute it?" Su Hua resumed his gentle rocking, continuing to savor his fruits as he replied, "Old dragon has no desire to engage in disputes with you." "Ah, who struck me?" In a moment of distraction, Su Hua glimpsed a fish tail. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Xiao had appeared behind him, brandishing a fish that measured 5 fingers in width. With an expression of calm indifference, Lin Xiao remarked, "You prattle on about being a dragon. If one were unaware, they might genuinely believe you were a dragon." Su Hua sighed as he observed Lin Xiao turning to Jiang Yixue and instructing, "Xiao Shui, please prepare the fish for lunch today." With that, Lin Xiao handed the fish to her, and Jiang Yixue gladly accepted, replying, "Yes, my lord." Thus, the two of them busied themselves in the kitchen, leaving Su Hua alone in the courtyard. Alas, how the affections have waned, treating the maid so well, yet here I am, toiling away, he lamented before resuming his seat. He began to sway in the rocking chair, savoring grapes while relishing the gentle breeze. However, just as he settled in, a spoon flew over, striking him on the head before he could evade it. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Yixue emerged from the kitchen, placing a bowl of fish on the table in the courtyard. She then returned with Lin Xiao, carrying several dishes. Once the rice was served, the three began their meal. "My lord, could you enlighten me on how the seasonings in the kitchen are prepared? Your dishes are always so delectable," Jiang Yixue inquired as she ate. "The seasonings are of my own concoction. I shall teach you to cook when time permits," Lin Xiao replied. Su Hua, munching away, muttered, "Indeed. What kind of maid expects her master to cook?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yixue nearly choked on her food. She widened her eyes at Su Hua and retorted, "You." Su Hua remained unfazed, continuing his meal. "Xiao Shui, once your cultivation surpasses his, you shall have every right to thrash him," Lin Xiao remarked. "Very well, my lord. I shall strive to improve," Jiang Yixue responded, her fist clenched as she declared, "and then I shall give this dragon a good beating." After speaking, she turned to Lin Xiao and said, "However, my lord, you must teach me this culinary skill. I cannot rely on you to prepare every meal. When you have the time, teach me. Now let us eat." Su Hua. At this moment, Su Hua thought to himself, "I must not allow this young lady to surpass my cultivation." Shortly after, the three finished their meal. On the street, 2 figures, one clad in red and the other in white, walked in tandem. Indeed, it was Lin Xiao and Jiang Yixue. The two were leisurely strolling through the streets, while Su Hua, after declaring his intent to continue his cultivation, had mysteriously vanished. On the street, Lin Xiao purchased some paper, a pen, and various writing implements. "My lord, are you practicing calligraphy? I have never seen you write before," Jiang Yixue inquired curiously. "I suddenly recalled that I haven't written in a long time," Lin Xiao replied. And just then, he sensed something and gazed ahead. At that moment, Jiang Yixue noticed a crowd gathered in the distance, seemingly in response to some incident. In the center of the throng lay a young woman in a white robe, who was currently spewing blood, her body covered in wounds, lying motionless on the ground. Jiang Yixue thought to herself. A cultivator? She then turned to an elderly man nearby and asked, Sir, what has happened? The elder explained, just now. This woman fell from the sky. After taking a couple of steps, she suddenly collapsed, and no one recognizes her. She must be a cultivator. More people arrived. Lin Xiao remarked indifferently, as expected. In the next moment, 3 men descended from the heavens, each wielding a bloodied blade. Upon witnessing this, the crowd promptly parted to make way. The 3 men approached the fallen woman. One of them tauntingly said, Yi Xian, isn't it? You certainly can run. Too bad you can't anymore. How dare you come to the realm of mortals, oblivious to your fate. Seeing the 3 men advance towards the woman, Jiang Yixue transmitted a message to Lin Xiao. Young master, should we rescue this woman? Just as Jiang Yixue's words faded, another figure descended from above, positioning herself before the trio of men. It was a middle-aged woman, clad in garments similar to those of the fallen woman, albeit adorned with a hint of green. I dare anyone to harm a disciple of the Qingxian sect, the middle-aged woman declared indignantly. The 3 men, clearly taken aback by her sudden appearance, exchanged silent communications. The leading man whispered to his companions, She is at the late stage of the Golden Core realm. We are no match for her. This place is filled with mortals. She wouldn't dare act against us. We must retreat. Gradually, the 3 men withdrew, dispersing swiftly in different directions. The middle-aged woman unleashed a sudden spell, striking one of the men, who immediately coughed up blood but did not fall. Instead, he staggered away in flight. The spell caused no harm to any mortals present. Observing that the 3 had escaped, the middle-aged woman snorted coldly and chose not to pursue them. She turned and knelt down, lifting the young woman from the ground. Taking a medicinal pill, she fed it into the young woman's mouth. After a brief moment, the young woman, named Yi Xian, awoke. As soon as she opened her eyes, she coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Lying in the embrace of the middle-aged woman, she gazed at her and spoke in fragmented sentences, Master, I thought I would never see you again. No. Master, please listen to me. Cough, cough. As the young woman continued to speak, she coughed up another mouthful of blood. Master, I consumed a lethal pill. My vitality is dwindling. Cough, cough. Upon hearing the term lethal pill, the middle-aged woman felt as though she had been struck by a thunderbolt, her world spinning around her. The young woman extended a hand to caress the middle-aged woman's face and said, Master, it is truly wonderful to see you before I pass away. The middle-aged woman choked back tears. Why are you so foolish? I am sorry. Master, the young woman's hand, which had been reaching for the middle-aged woman's face, fell limply to the ground. She lay still in the middle-aged woman's embrace. She had departed from this world. Chapter 19. Nirvana and Rebirth. In the marketplace, a middle-aged woman, her complexion ashen, knelt with a young woman cradled in her arms. The surrounding crowd stood in hushed silence, too afraid to intrude. Tears streamed down the woman's face, falling upon the delicate features of the young woman, yet she remained silent. At that moment, a clear sound of footsteps echoed from behind her. I can save her. A man's voice emerged behind the woman. You can save her? The middle-aged woman murmured in disbelief, suddenly exclaiming, You can save her? The middle-aged woman stared at Lin Xiao, incredulous. But she's dead. Indeed, she perished, the man in white responded. However, her constitution is unique. She possesses the phoenix physique. Surely you've heard of the phoenix's rebirth? Without waiting for a response, the white-clad man soared into the distance, leaving the middle-aged woman to hastily gather the girl in her arms and pursue him. The man was indeed Lin Xiao. He had somehow changed into his previous white Taoist robe, his face now concealed behind a black mask. Before long, Lin Xiao halted his flight, descending upon a deserted clearing nestled within the distant mountains. The middle-aged woman soon arrived, following closely behind. After the middle-aged woman gently laid the girl upon the ground, Lin Xiao spoke, Do not interrupt me without cause. Though the woman was ignorant of the man's identity and unfamiliar with the concept of the phoenix physique, she was willing, even compelled, to believe. Lin Xiao approached Yi Xian, extending a finger towards her. Miraculously, the girl levitated into an upright position. Slowly, Lin Xiao formed a series of hand seals, softly chanting, The phoenix, a divine beast reborn from flames, gathers upon the Wutong tree to bathe in fire when life teeters on the brink, attaining new life amidst the inferno. With these words, a mystical mark from Lin Xiao's hand flew towards the suspended Yi Xian, merging into her being. Lin Xiao then gently touched Yi Xian's forehead with his index finger. Instantly, A surge of immense energy emanated from the girl, causing her garments to flutter wildly. Having completed the incantation, Lin Xiao lowered his hand. Suddenly, crimson flames engulfed the floating Yi Xian, and a mark upon her forehead began to glow. Her delicate form was gradually engulfed by flames, until she was entirely enveloped in fierce fire. The middle-aged woman stood in a state of complete shock, utterly unaware of the events unfolding around her. Lin Xiao hovered in the void, his right hand forming a mystical gesture, conjuring a sphere of green flames before him. With a swift motion of his hand, the flames surged towards Yi Xian. The crimson fire that enveloped Yi Xian instantly merged with the emerald flames. Subsequently, the green flames dwindled, while the red fire blazed fiercely, expanding its reach to a radius of 20 meters. At this moment, Lin Xiao had already taken the middle-aged woman away from the Inferno's grasp. He effortlessly cast a grand formation, isolating the three of them from the outside world. The middle-aged woman found herself utterly bewildered by the day's events. First, her beloved disciple Yi Xian was pursued by assailants. After rescuing her, she learned of the deadly pill she had ingested. Overwhelmed with sorrow, she was then confronted by a stranger claiming he could save her disciple, leading to the extraordinary occurrences that ensued. Her mind was in a state of utter disarray. The middle-aged woman knelt before Lin Xiao, her voice trembling as she implored, "My lord, what is the condition of my disciple now? She is unharmed. She will soon undergo a rebirth," Lin Xiao replied. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman shivered slightly, her voice filled with emotion as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, my lord." While they awaited the outcome, Lin Xiao learned from the middle-aged woman that her name was Yi Qianping, an elder of the Qingxian sect, and that her disciple was named Yi Xian. When Yi Xian returned from an outing, she encountered a band of ruthless brigands intent on murder and plunder. As the distance to her sect was too great, Yi Xian had no choice but to consume the deadly pill. True to its name, the deadly pill was a lethal potion. Regardless of the weight of the wounds endured, once swallowed, they can erupt into a power far greater than one's previous self. The price, however, is that in a few hours, life will gradually slip away until death ensues. Ultimately, it was by chance that Yi Qianping happened upon this place and discovered Yi Xian. Not long after, Lin Xiao turned around, placing his hands behind his back, and spoke, "Prepare a set of clothing for her." As soon as the words left his lips, the flames surrounding Yi Xian began to diminish, eventually fading into nothingness. In the center of the flames stood a beautiful woman, suspended in midair. Her eyes were tightly closed, and her arms were crossed over her chest, a mysterious red mark gracing her brow. At that moment, her garments had been incinerated, leaving her completely bare, a vision of springtime revelation. Her snow-white skin and exquisite features, pure and untainted, resembled a lotus that emerges unsullied from the mud. She appeared as if a celestial maiden had descended from the heavens, evoking both awe and reverence. Yi Qianping hurriedly retrieved a clean set of clothing to cover Yi Xian's form. At this juncture, Yi Xian slowly opened her hazy eyes, gazing at Yi Qianping before shifting her gaze to the formation before her, perplexed. "Master, you." Before she could finish her sentence, Yi Qianping had enveloped her in a tight embrace, tears streaming down her face once more. Having exchanged their sentiments, Yi Xian donned a fresh outfit and, alongside the middle-aged woman, approached the white-clad man ahead. The two knelt down a short distance behind Lin Xiao and spoke in unison. "We are deeply grateful for your life-saving grace." Observing this, Yi Xian lowered her head and said, "Senior, I have nothing to offer in return. From this moment forth, my life is entrusted to you." Lin Xiao listened in silence, while a thread of tension arose within Yi Xian and Yi Qianping as they pondered the intentions of the masked figure before them. Lin Xiao turned to Yi Xian and slowly spoke, "I save you because the phoenix body is rare among the human race. Furthermore, your physique has already been activated. You will be taken to the upper realm in due time. Do you consent?" Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. Noticing her hesitation, Lin Xiao continued, "I can also nullify your physique, after which you will become an ordinary person, unable to cultivate further. The choice is yours." Upon hearing this, Yi Xian did not deliberate for long. She raised her head to Lin Xiao and declared, "Senior, I have made my decision. I do not wish to go to the upper realm. Compared to that realm, the lower realm holds my beloved kin. The lower realm is my true home." Seeing the sincerity in Yi Xian's expression, devoid of any hesitation, Lin Xiao responded, "Very well." "No." At that moment, Yi Qianping, standing beside Yi Xian, suddenly interjected, Yi Xian turned to Yi Qianping in confusion. Master, what are you saying? Yi Qianping gazed intently at Yi Xian, gently stroking her head, and softly said, Xianer, you must not forsake your path to immortality because of my connection with Qing Xian sect. The road to immortality is long, and many aspire to ascend to the upper realm. This is a monumental opportunity for you. Master, no? Yi Xian protested. But Yi Qianping disregarded her and instead looked at Lin Xiao, asking, Senior, I wonder if Xianer will be in danger upon reaching the upper realm? Lin Xiao's expression remained calm. No, she will be nurtured as a saintess. Very well, thank you, Senior. Then let this girl go to the upper realm. Master, I truly do not wish to ascend to the upper realm. Master, what are you doing? Yi Xian exclaimed, suddenly shocked. She beheld Yi Qianping, who held a sword poised against her own neck, her expression frigid and devoid of emotion, declaring, Xianer, you must ascend to the upper realm. This is my command. Should you refuse, I shall take my own life here. As she spoke, the blade cut a line across her neck, blood immediately streaming down. Master, why must you force me so? At that moment, Yi Xian's eyes brimmed with tears, frozen in place, utterly at a loss. Yi Qianping's gaze seemed to flicker with conflict, yet she maintained her icy tone. I witnessed you perish before my eyes once. Should you forsake your path to immortality, I do not wish to witness your death a second time. Do you understand? Sobbing softly, Yi Xian turned aside, covering her tear-streaked face with her hand. Rendered speechless. Chapter 20. Visitors from the upper realm in a nameless palace within the celestial realm. The palace master spoke. The heavenly machine stone has indicated that a woman has activated the phoenix body. A man clad in pale red garments bowed and clasped his fists, addressing the red-clad woman seated at the pinnacle. Her attire was not only completely crimson, but her hair also blazed like fire. Upon hearing this, the woman's expression brightened, and she said, What is it? Speak plainly, do not stutter. Palace master, that woman is in the lower realm. The red-clad woman, no longer able to maintain her previous composure, stood up in disbelief. What did you say? In the lower realm? Indeed, esteemed lord, in a realm known as the Celestial Star. How could there possibly be someone in the lower realm capable of awakening to phoenix form? It defies reason. Suddenly, she cast her gaze downwards towards the man and commanded, Hasten to the lower realm at once and locate that woman. Yes, my lord. The man replied before descending. How could anyone in the lower realm activate the phoenix form? One must possess the phoenix mark to do so. How peculiar. The woman clad in red sat in her seat, propping her head with her left hand and murmuring to herself. Before long, the earlier man returned to the hall, his expression somewhat awkward. My lord, the passage between the lower realm and the celestial realm has inexplicably shattered. Repairs may take a considerable time. Celestial beings cannot descend at will. Only those who have attained the golden immortal realm may traverse the barrier between worlds. The woman in red replied, Do take care on your journey, my lord. At that moment, her figure had already vanished. In the starry continent, in the summer domain, within an unknown mountain range, Lin Xiao stood atop a large stone in an open area, flanked by Yi Xian and her master, Yi Qianping. He suddenly gazed towards the sky and spoke. They have arrived. No sooner had he spoken than a faint crack appeared in the heavens. At that moment, the sky darkened, shrouded in thick clouds. From within that subtle fissure, a formidable figure unexpectedly emerged. Upon their arrival, the clouds above suddenly converged. In the midst of the black sea of clouds, thunder was slowly brewing, as if this realm did not welcome the arrival of the individual. The thunder within the clouds grew more and more intense. However, as the presence of the figure in the sky weakened, the dark clouds gradually began to disperse. Once the clouds cleared, the figure suddenly appeared above Lin Xiao and the others. It was a woman clad in a delicate red garment. Her long crimson hair cascaded down, and her fair, elongated legs were exposed. She stood barefoot in the air, gazing down at the three below. The woman in red turned her attention to Yi Xian, her voice ringing clear and melodious. How did you activate the phoenix body? It was this senior who assisted me. He saved my life. The red-clad woman looked toward Lin Xiao, who wore a mask. Curiosity sparked within her, prompting her to use her divine sense to discern his true appearance. Just then, Lin Xiao spoke, Celestial Monarch. As she sensed no power emanating from Lin Xiao, she assumed he was merely a mortal. Who are you? The enchanting voice of the woman echoed again, as she cautiously regarded the masked man below. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is your purpose for being here today. The red-clad woman fell silent. Lin Xiao then turned to Yi Xian and asked, "Are you ready?" Yi Xian glanced at the woman in red, then at Lin Xiao, before finally directing her gaze towards Yi Qianping. Ultimately, she knelt before Yi Qianping, bowing 3 times with resounding thuds. "Master, should I ascend to the upper realm, please take good care of yourself." Foolish disciple. With that, Yi Xian and the woman in red departed. They ascended to the upper realm, leaving only Lin Xiao standing in the place they had just departed. He gazed at the heavens, murmuring to himself, "Perhaps it is time to usher in the era of ascension." With that, Lin Xiao formed a series of hand seals and pointed his right hand toward the sky, causing a fissure to emerge in the air. As the crack manifested, the spiritual energy of this realm began to flow once more into the boundless void. This was the spatial gateway to the upper realm, albeit shattered at this moment. However, as Lin Xiao continued his incantations, the rift in the sky began to slowly mend, gradually transforming into a mysterious door. Meanwhile, powerful beings across the Tianxin continent sensed an anomaly. Something was amiss. The spiritual energy was declining. A voice echoed from an unknown palace. At the summit of the main hall in Tianjin Mountain Manor, an elderly man spoke urgently, "Quickly investigate what has transpired." At that moment, within the demon clan, a heavy voice resonated in the grand hall. "The heavenly gate has appeared." As the voice faded, the powerful beings in various locales suddenly noticed a sharp increase in spiritual energy. This was the revival of spiritual energy. Behold, a golden door has manifested in the sky. The heavenly gate above Lin Xiao was now appearing in numerous locations. "Young master, has that woman been rescued?" And look, the heavenly gate has emerged, and spiritual energy is beginning to revive. He walked to a pristine spot in the courtyard, then sat cross-legged, his hands forming a series of unknown seals. Seated in a rocking chair, Su Hua turned to Jiang Yixue and remarked, "Do you see? A master is indeed a master. Your esteemed son immediately resumes his cultivation upon the revival of his spiritual energy. I too shall commence my own practice." Little did Su Hua know that Lin Xiao was currently reinforcing his own seal, which would have altered his perception entirely. Previously, while repairing the celestial gate and the passageway to the upper realm, Lin Xiao had employed a modicum of true power, nearly convincing the heavenly Tao of this realm that the apocalypse was at hand. In response, the heavenly Tao swiftly condensed its essence and hurried to Lin Xiao's side, pleading for him to restrain his cultivation. At this moment, Jiang Yixue gazed at Lin Xiao and declared, "Young master, I shall go prepare a meal." "Very well, go ahead. I find myself rather hungry as well." Celestial realm, scattered immortals, earthly immortals, heavenly immortals, true immortals, profound immortals, golden immortals, great golden immortals, immortal lords, immortal kings, immortal emperors, immortal venerables. Chapter 21, Daily Listening to Tales. On the starry continent, while various cultivators busied themselves with their practices, Lin Xiao found himself in an inn. He held a jug of wine, his gaze directed towards a storyteller not far away. Lin Xiao had been coming here for several days to listen to tales. Did his cultivation relate to this? Not in the slightest. The inn was bustling with patrons, all awaiting the storyteller to commence recounting yesterday's narrative. The storyteller cleared his throat and struck the table before him with a wooden clapper. With a resounding clap, instantly, every pair of eyes in the inn turned towards him. He spoke in a deep and resonant voice, standing atop a tall building, gazing at the He residence before him. With a gentle leap, he ascended to the rooftop of the He Manor. Then, as the storyteller's narrative grew increasingly captivating, the crowd below erupted into sporadic applause. The storyteller poured his heart into the tale, and before long, everyone was lost in the moment. He fixated intently on the head of the He family, motionless against the pillar. In this moment of great tension, he struck. Ultimately, the head of the He family was successfully severed from his body. Well done. The He family has committed countless atrocities. This was long overdue. Someone shouted from the crowd. The storyteller then tapped his wooden clapper, and an immediate hush fell over the gathering. This agile assassin evaded the He family's pursuit and successfully completed his bounty. However, as he made his way to claim his reward with the head of the He patriarch in tow, an unexpected incident occurred. At this point, the storyteller paused. What happened next? Someone eagerly inquired. With a swift motion, the storyteller struck the table with his clapper, declaring, "With that sound, the storytelling for this morning has officially concluded." Yet, the crowd became restless, murmuring among themselves. "Just a few more words, please." Is that all we get to hear? Indeed. With all the misdeeds the He family has committed, it's about time someone dealt with them. Some were left wanting for more, while others expressed their dissatisfaction. Lin Xiao stepped out of the inn. Before long, he arrived at his home courtyard. Upon entering, he observed Jiang Yixue carrying 2 plates of dishes, which she placed down beside the table. The table already held 2 dishes. Young master, have you been listening to stories again? Lin Xiao replied with a slight nod, then inquired, where has Su Hua gone? He must have gone somewhere to cultivate. Jiang Yixue replied as she proceeded to the kitchen to fetch a large bowl of soup, which she placed on the table. Just as she emerged from the kitchen, Su Hua appeared at the entrance of the courtyard, seemingly having materialized from thin air. I thought you had ascended in your cultivation, Jiang Yixue remarked to Su Hua. Su Hua, unfazed by her words, greeted Lin Xiao and adeptly took a seat at the table. The 3 of them, as was their custom, leisurely enjoyed their lunch in the courtyard. After the meal, Jiang Yixue tidied the table and then retrieved some items to place upon it, becoming busily engaged once more. Shortly thereafter, she looked at Lin Xiao, who was seated in a rocking chair, and said, Young master, the ink has been ground to perfection. He rose and approached the table in the courtyard. On the table lay several sheets of paper, a brush, and the freshly prepared ink. Young master, what poem do you wish to compose? He picked up the brush, dipped it in the ink, stabilized the paper, and began to write. Lin Xiao wrote slowly, as if each stroke was executed with utmost precision. Once he finished, Jiang Yixue could not restrain her curiosity and stepped closer to inspect the paper. It clearly read, I wish to buy osmanthus flowers to share with wine. Yet it cannot compare to the youthful revelry. You are reminiscing about your childhood, aren't you, young master? Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback upon hearing these words. They were merely a sudden recollection of a poem. As the conversation progressed, Lin Xiao found himself lost in thought once more. Jiang Yixue, oblivious to his distraction, continued to admire the calligraphy before her. Observing Lin Xiao's vigorous yet graceful strokes, she could not help but find the writing increasingly captivating. Unbeknownst to anyone, this exquisite piece was penned by an individual from a parallel dimension named Lu Gua. My dear sir, once the ink has dried, I shall hang it in the hall. Jiang Yixue remarked, noticing Lin Xiao's departure, understanding that he was off to listen to storytelling once again. Yet, little did anyone realize that Lin Xiao's silhouette appeared to carry an additional weight of solitude compared to before. There was a newfound depth in his gaze. Lin Xiao arrived at the inn he had frequented previously, timing his arrival perfectly. As he settled into a seat, he observed the storyteller above clear his throat and strike the wooden block in his hand. The storyteller leaped swiftly from one building to another. However, the darkness of the night concealed a rotting, slick piece of wood beneath his feet. He misstepped. In an unfortunate turn of events, he plummeted from the heights, his head striking a stone, rendering him unconscious. The head, wrapped in cloth, rolled onto the street. How could this happen? Someone gasped in astonishment. The storyteller gestured for silence among the crowd before continuing. At this moment, a torrential downpour began to fall from the heavens. Time shifted to the following day, and the severed head had long since been claimed for a reward. It belonged to a beggar. Meanwhile, the assassin, drenched through the night, awoke to find himself devoid of memories. Fortunately, an elderly beggar, moved by his plight, took him in with kindness. The beggar who discovered the severed head dramatically transformed his previously dismal fate, soaring to newfound heights. Upon hearing this, the patrons of the inn began to murmur among themselves. At that moment, the storyteller raised his hand, and a hush fell over the crowd as he continued. The lives of these 2 individuals have irrevocably changed. The beggar has become a wealthy man, while the assassin has descended into beggary. But what further transformations could occur? The audience, puzzled, voiced their confusion. The storyteller struck his staff once more, restoring silence. The affluent beggar, lavishly spending his fortune, soon exhausted his bounty and reverted to his former role as a beggar. Meanwhile, the amnesiac assassin navigated through life, gradually learning and ultimately rising to the position of a shopkeeper. Their fates had once again reversed. In the end, the assassin regained his memories, yet he was no longer the same man. He only recalled his current existence as a stable shopkeeper. Thus, the tale came to a close. With another tap of the staff, silence enveloped the crowd, which soon erupted into enthusiastic applause. Lin Xiao, seated below, absorbed the story. He took a sip of his drink, feeling a sense of ambiguity. After a while, he lifted his gaze towards the outside, as if he had come to a profound realization. Perhaps he, too, yearned for stability. Much like the author himself, he departed from the inn. Chapter 22. Chopping wood outside the courtyard. Jiang Yixue, who had been cultivating on the second floor, sensed Lin Zhao's arrival and descended. Ah, Xiao, please hand me your celestial sword. Of course, young master. Though she was uncertain of Lin Zhao's intentions, she retrieved the sword from her spatial ring and presented it to him. The celestial sword emitted a surge of excitement, for it was finally remembered by the formidable figure before it. Lin Zhao accepted the celestial sword handed to him by Jiang Yixue. Gazing at the sword, which glowed a deep crimson, he gently tapped it with his right hand. To his astonishment, the celestial sword transformed into a mere chopping axe. Both the celestial sword and Jiang Yixue were taken aback. Young master, you cannot possibly intend to use this sword for. I am preparing to chop wood. Despite Jiang Yixue having anticipated this conclusion, she still questioned in bewilderment. Ah? Young master, do we not usually purchase our firewood from the market? From this day forth, we shall gather it ourselves. What about Suhua? Ah, I understand. With that, Lin Zhao departed. He ventured alone into a mountain range not far from the village, intent on gathering firewood, as their supply in the courtyard was dwindling. The most perplexing of all was the celestial sword. At that moment, transformed into a chopping axe. It was secured at Lin Zhao's waist. Clad in ordinary attire, with the axe slung behind him, Lin Zhao's silhouette certainly resembled that of a woodcutter, albeit a rather slender one. However, viewed from the front, he bore no resemblance to a woodcutter, who had skin so fair and a face so clean and handsome. The celestial sword, now devoid of any ethereal aura, lay sealed by Lin Zhao. Throughout the journey, it repeatedly communicated its discontent with its current state, lamenting its plight. Yet, Lin Zhao paid it no heed. As he reached the depths of a forest, surrounded by numerous dead trees, he unsheathed the axe from his waist and began his task. The celestial sword sighed. In time, the celestial sword became accustomed to its new reality. And so, a considerable while passed. Lin Zhao felt he had gathered enough firewood. He used a slender tree branch to bind the wood into 2 bundles on the ground. Afterward, he chopped a relatively straight piece of wood to serve as a carrying pole. The middle-aged man glanced at the 2 bundles of firewood, which were even more than what he could carry on his shoulder, and then looked at Lin Zhao, who was standing there. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Hey, young man, why have you chopped so much firewood? Can you carry it all?" As he spoke, he approached Lin Zhao. Upon seeing Lin Zhao's slender frame and fair complexion, the middle-aged man burst into laughter. "Haha, young man, remember not to chop so much next time, or you won't be able to carry it. You live in the village too, right? Oh, you seem to be new here, the one building a house, right?" "Yes," Lin Zhao replied softly. The middle-aged man then set down the firewood he was carrying and said, "Let's walk together." Lin Zhao responded calmly. The middle-aged man, noticing Lin Zhao's lack of fatigue, couldn't help but chuckle. You young man, I hope you're not just pretending to be strong. Don't stop after just a few steps." After saying this, he hoisted the firewood back onto his shoulders and walked toward Lin Zhao. Seeing no hint of exhaustion on Lin Zhao's face, the middle-aged man praised him. "You truly are impressive. Not even a hint of breathlessness after such a long trek. I had underestimated you before. Just call me Uncle You." As the two chatted, they made their way toward the village. By the time dusk fell, they had arrived near the village. Shortly thereafter, they entered the village, and it wasn't long before the middle-aged man reached his own home. He called out to Lin Zhao ahead of him, "Lin, my boy, I've returned home. Do come by for a drink when you have the time." With that, Lin Zhao made his way down towards the village. Uncle Yu, observing the retreating figure, murmured to himself, "Such hefty bundles of firewood, and he doesn't take a moment's rest. Truly a remarkable individual." Before long, Lin Zhao arrived at his courtyard. In the yard, Su Hua, seated in a rocking chair, noticed Lin Zhao carrying 2 large bundles of firewood on his shoulder and immediately sprang to his feet. He hurried to the entrance of the courtyard and exclaimed, "Oh dear brother, I heard from Jiang Yixue that you had taken to chopping wood. But I didn't believe it. I can't believe you actually did it. Quickly, set it down, set it down." Su Hua insisted on taking the wood from Lin Zhao's shoulder and transported it to a corner of the yard. Afterward, Su Hua brought a basin of water for Lin Zhao to wash his hands. Lin Zhao said little, simply rinsing his hands casually. At that moment, Jiang Yixue emerged from the kitchen, carrying dishes. Lin Zhao nodded in her direction. Su Hua, with a robust voice, declared, "Of course, my brother is capable of anything." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yixue turned to Su Hua and echoed, "Brother?" Lin Xiao also directed his gaze towards Su Hua. Feeling the attention of both, Su Hua awkwardly chuckled. Haha, right, brother. Jiang Yixue couldn't help but laugh, while Su Hua found himself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, his admiration for Lin Xiao only grew. Lin Xiao, maintaining his usual calm demeanor, remarked, "He is nearing the stage of transformation." What? Nearing transformation? Wasn't he just in the late stage of out-of-body? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yixue gazed at Su Hua in astonishment. She then murmured to herself, "I am still in the early stages of my out-of-body experience." Lin Xiao brushed off the dust from his clothes and said, "All right, let us dine first." Thus, the three gathered around a table in the courtyard for their meal. During the dinner, Su Hua shared his experiences, exclaiming, "Ah, young master, after I achieve the full out-of-body state, I find myself wanting to enter a deep slumber as soon as I begin my cultivation." Lin Xiao contemplated for a moment before responding, "Let us eat first." Chapter 23. The arrival of one human and one demon. As dusk fell upon the courtyard, Lin Xiao continued. The dragon transformation technique you are cultivating causes you to enter a state of slumber each time you break through a major boundary. Young master, does that mean I can sleep at any time? Su Hua inquired. Lin Xiao took a bite of his food and replied, "Upon awakening from your slumber, your cultivation will directly surpass the transformation into God, and the heavenly tribulation will follow suit." At this moment, Jiang Yixue, seated at the table, could not help but express her confusion. "Young master, if my cultivation directly reaches the transformation into God, wouldn't facing the heavenly tribulation be rather simple?" Lin Xiao set down his chopsticks and clarified, "No, I have not finished speaking." He gazed up at the sky and continued, "This tribulation is the heavenly tribulation from the upper realm." What? Both Su Hua and Jiang Yixue exclaimed in unison. Upon hearing about the tribulation from the upper realm, Su Hua became anxious. "Young master, you must help me devise a plan. It is exceedingly difficult for our demon clan to face tribulations." Lin Xiao raised his hand to interrupt Su Hua, saying, "Simply face the tribulation as usual. Let us focus on our meal." "Very well, young master." Before long, the three finished their dinner. At this moment, Jiang Yixue pondered deeply and turned to Lin Xiao, inquiring, "Young master, what troubles you today? Why do you choose to chop wood alone?" "It's nothing. I simply wish to do as I please," was his nonchalant reply. Su Hua and Jiang Yixue exchanged bewildered glances, clearly astonished by his words. Meanwhile, the forgotten wood-cutting axe on the wall shed silent tears. The following morning, Lin Xiao, accompanied by Su Hua, ventured far from the village to a towering mountain. "Young master, why is it that my tribulation is of the upper realm?" Su Hua queried, following closely behind and feeling somewhat perplexed. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "Young master, is it true that the dragon transformation technique can indeed transform one into a dragon at its culmination?" Su Hua was acutely aware that the Tianqing continent had never witnessed a true dragon, nor had anyone ever seen one. Only legends remained. They arrived at the peak of a mountain, where Lin Xiao paused to gaze at the magnificent vista below. The fierce wind whipped towards him, causing his robes to flutter dramatically. Lin Xiao, looking into the distance, asked, "Have you heard the tale of the fish leaping over the dragon gate?" "Yes, young master. I am familiar with that legend, which also speaks of fish that can cultivate into a jiao and eventually transform into a dragon. Yet, I was born a jiao and have never encountered a heavenly gate, nor have I witnessed a fish transform into a jiao." Lin Xiao responded slowly, "Because such a law does not exist in this realm, but it does in the upper realm." Upon hearing this, Su Hua regarded Lin Xiao with newfound respect, exclaiming, "Young master, you finally acknowledge your origins from the upper realm. Isn't it something you and Xiao Xue have already confirmed?" Lin Xiao remarked with an air of indifference. Su Hua chuckled awkwardly, "Ah ha ha, it's not that I dare not ask." "Very well, you shall rest here. When you awaken, you may proceed with your tribulation as usual. At that time, I shall return." Upon finishing his words, Lin Xiao formed a seal with his right hand and set up a concealment array at the mountain's summit. After completing this task, Lin Xiao departed. Once he left, Su Hua sat cross-legged in place, commencing his meditation and cultivation. 2 hours later, a serpentine dragon over 20 meters in length coiled upon the mountaintop, its eyes tightly shut. Ensnared in slumber, Lin Xiao nodded and said, "Xiao Xue, accompany me for a stroll." "Certainly, young master," replied Jiang Yixue, suddenly recalling something. "Oh, by the way, young master, today seems to be the day when the Qingxian sect comes to recruit disciples." I had forgotten about that. In that case, there is no need to go out. Thus, Lin Xiao spent the entire morning seated on a rocking chair. Meanwhile, Zhang Yixue played the guqin not far away. Her melodies enchanting and intoxicating. Lin Xiao listened intently while guiding Zhang Yixue in her musical expression. During this time, someone came to inform them that the Qingxian sect had indeed arrived to recruit disciples. However, Lin Xiao and Zhang Yixue expressed their disinterest in pursuing cultivation, causing the messenger to feel a twinge of regret. At the village entrance, a group had gathered in anticipation of the Qingxian sect's recruitment. A row of individuals, all aged 12 to 25, stood together. At this moment, the village elder, Old Lu, spoke to a white-haired elder clad in a blue Dao robe beside him, Elder Ning. All the candidates for this year are here. The white-haired elder, known as Elder Ning, was a regular elder of the Qingxian sect, named Ning Zhong. 2 disciples of the Qingxian sect followed closely behind him. Ning Zhong nodded, then turned to address the assembled individuals, stating, "Before we assess your talents, I must emphasize that our sect values character above all else, and secondly, the evaluation was in full swing when it was abruptly interrupted. In the sky, a demon and a man were engaged in a fierce pursuit and battle when, suddenly, the demon hurtled toward the village below. Observing the chaotic scene above, Ning Zhong shouted to the crowd, 'Quick! Everyone, retreat behind me.' With that, he swiftly erected a defensive formation, shielding the people behind him. The demon descended from the sky, revealing itself to be a colossal black bear. It charged directly into the crowd below. Despite Ning Zhong's protective array, his cultivation at the mid-golden core stage proved insufficient to withstand the might of this beast. He was immediately struck and sent crashing into a wooden house, which collapsed upon impact, burying Ning Zhong beneath the rubble, his fate uncertain. The protective array above began to dissipate as Ning Zhong was impacted. At this moment, one of the 2 Qingxian disciples had already dispatched a message back to their sect. The 2 disciples, staring at the immense creature before them, exhibited no trace of fear, only a glimmer of fierce determination. They stood resolutely in front of the gathered crowd, unwavering in their resolve. Just as the beast prepared to launch another attack, a sword descended from the heavens, embedding itself in the ground. The man who had been pursuing the black bear landed in front of the 2 Qingxian disciples, a middle-aged gentleman. If Lin Xiao and his companions were present, they would undoubtedly recognize the man before them, for he is Shi Han, the master of Tianjin Mountain Manor. Shi Han's gaze was fixed intently upon the looming black bear, and he bellowed, "Demonic creature, I advise you to surrender without resistance." To his astonishment, the black bear responded in human speech, saying, "Human, release me at once. You wouldn't want these mortals to lose their lives because of you." Hearing this, Shi Han chuckled lightly, "Humph, my people from Tianjin Mountain Manor will arrive shortly. If you surrender now, perhaps you may escape death." The black bear, enraged, retorted, "There is no way I shall enter into a pact with you." As a being in the early stages of the transformation god realm, he would never yield. With that, he soared into the sky. Observing this, Shi Han swiftly utilized his cultivation to pursue the bear. Realizing that he could not match the speed of a perfected transformation god with his own early-stage prowess, the black bear, sensing the narrowing distance between them, suddenly unleashed a spell against Shi Han. As Shi Han evaded the attack, he quickly regained his footing and pursued the spell, but alas, it was too late. A change swept over Shi Han's face as he inwardly lamented, "This is bad." Chapter 24. The incarnation of heaven's way. The scene shifts to the crowd below, where the previously encountered Uncle Yu stands amidst them. His expression mirrored that of the others, filled with terror as he gazed upward at the impending spell, muttering numbly, "It's over." In this moment of crisis, a long sword, its blade ablaze with crimson light, streaked through the sky at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. The sword effortlessly deflected the spell that hung in the air. Upon witnessing this, all the villagers, including the 2 disciples of the Qingxian sect, were momentarily taken aback. Only Shi Han, positioned at the rear, was filled with elation upon seeing the long sword. It was the very sword from the sword tomb. The senior has made a move. After deflecting the attack, the sword darted towards the direction in which the beast had fled, moving with unparalleled swiftness. So much so that the crowd below could scarcely discern its speed. Shi Han could barely catch a glimpse of the sword soaring away from the beast. In the distant sky, he noticed a small black dot. Suddenly, without any forewarning, that moving speck plummeted straight down. At that moment, Shi Han could not help but marvel. Indeed, The senior is formidable. Even controlling the sword from afar demonstrates such power. If they were to strike in person, he dared not contemplate further. As Shirhan descended to the ground, he recalled the elderly figure who had previously set up the formation before the crowd. With a sweep of his right hand, he rescued the elder from the rubble. At that moment, the two Qingxian sect disciples also approached Shirhan. They bowed respectfully, clasping their fists, and addressed him. "We are disciples of the Qingxian sect, and we pay our respects to the senior." Shirhan placed a pill into Ning Zhong's mouth, and then turning his gaze toward the two disciples with a hint of appreciation, remarked, "Well done, standing before the villagers even in the face of peril." Just then, Ning Zhong regained consciousness. The two disciples, upon noticing this, quickly assisted him to his feet. After a brief moment of recovery, Ning Zhong looked at Shirhan standing before him and bowed, saying, "I am Ning Zhong, an elder of the Qingxian sect, and I pay my respects to the senior." Shirhan nodded and spoke. "This matter is indeed my fault, and it nearly implicated all of you. I am Shirhan, the master of the Sword Mountain Manor." At this moment, he sensed two groups approaching swiftly. As expected, just after he finished speaking, two figures descended from the sky. One group consisted of two elders from the Sword Mountain Manor, while the other comprised several elders from the Qingxian sect. The disparity in their cultivation levels was quite pronounced. After both parties landed, Ning Zhong and Shirhan recounted the events to their respective sect members. An elder from the Qingxian sect addressed the assembly. "Greetings to all esteemed predecessors." Upon hearing Shirhan mention the reappearance of the sword from the sword tomb, an elder could not restrain himself and remarked, "Master, since the predecessor's sword has resurfaced, why do we not search nearby for the predecessor?" He mused aloud. What could have prompted the predecessor to leave their previous location? The elder who had initially spoken then realized, muttering to himself, "Indeed, the predecessor would surely not wish to be disturbed." In an obscure village, within a courtyard, a red long sword soared jubilantly above. Lin Xiao emerged from his dwelling, gazing at the exuberant celestial sword in the yard, and remarked lightly, "If the villagers were to see you, you would forever be relegated to the status of a firewood axe." Upon hearing this, the celestial sword flashed before Lin Xiao, nodding excitedly. After all, the village was inhabited solely by mortals. As long as it wished, it would remain undetected. With that, Lin Xiao departed the courtyard. In the next moment, he found himself directly at the mountain where Su Hua resided. The mountain appeared unchanged from its usual state. As Lin Xiao approached the vicinity of the mountaintop, he beheld an ethereal dragon materializing out of thin air. At that moment, the dragon coiled itself into a circular formation, eyes closed, utterly still. Observing the magnificent creature before him, Lin Xiao murmured to himself, "It seems that awakening will require another day." With that, he departed. Upon entering the kitchen, he resolved to prepare a meal himself. Stepping outside, he intended to procure some ingredients from the market. As he reached the courtyard, he noticed a crimson longsword hovering in the air, with a rabbit suspended from it. The sword glided toward Lin Xiao, swaying side to side as if to boast of its prowess. Lin Xiao remained composed as he gazed at the celestial sword, suddenly feeling a pang of regret. With his left hand, he retrieved the rabbit from the sword, while his right hand pointed at the weapon. The sword transformed midair into an axe, plummeting to the ground in bewilderment. "I told you not to wander off," Lin Xiao remarked, as he hung the now axe on the wall. Subsequently, he carried the rabbit into the kitchen, leaving the transformed axe to dangle in solitude. Before long, Lin Xiao brought the prepared dishes to the table in the courtyard. Jiang Yuxue was engaged in her meditative practices within her room when she suddenly heard Lin Xiao call out to her, "Xiao Xue, it's time to eat." Concluding her training, Jiang Yuxue emerged from her chamber. Approaching the window of the corridor, she inquired, "Young master, is dinner being served unusually early today? Typically, we wait over an hour more at this hour." "Oh, I see," she added, as she descended from the upper floor and made her way to the courtyard. "Ah, is this rabbit meat?" Jiang Yixue inquired, gazing at a dish on the table. Lin Xiao nodded, and the two took their seats to commence their meal. "Young master, how is Su Hua faring now?" Jiang Yixue asked while eating. "He should awaken by tomorrow." After finishing their meal, Lin Xiao stepped out of the courtyard, and with a swift motion, he vanished from sight. The scene abruptly shifted. Lin Xiao found himself in a realm filled with the unknown, a space immersed in chaos and imbued with mystery. As Lin Xiao entered this dimension, the entire space trembled as if his arrival had provoked some unseen entity. However, Upon recognizing Lin Xiao, the realm regained its stability. Soon after, a figure of complete transparency materialized a short distance before Lin Xiao. "I beseech your pardon for my ignorance regarding your esteemed arrival." A voice, devoid of any emotion and chillingly hollow, emanated from the transparent figure, eliciting an eerie sensation. Lin Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. This transparent entity was the embodiment of the celestial order of this realm. The celestial embodiment had previously encountered Lin Xiao when he had briefly unleashed a fragment of his power to initiate the resurgence of spiritual energy. At that moment, the celestial embodiment addressed Lin Xiao once more. "May I inquire the purpose of your visit?" "I seek you," Lin Xiao replied. Chapter 25, Gluttony in an Unknown Space. A cold and emotionless voice echoed, "About me? Indeed, I need you to perform a task. Please, young master, proceed." Without verbalizing further, Lin Xiao extended his right hand and gently tapped his brow. Suddenly, an indescribable force manifested around Lin Xiao. He focused his energy once more at the point between his brows, and the power stabilized, ceasing its surge. Nevertheless, the pressure emanating from Lin Xiao compelled the embodiment of the heavenly Tao to kneel helplessly in the void. The transparent figure before him returned to its normal state. "I sense within your power the essence of the heavenly Tao," echoed a cold, emotionless voice from the embodiment. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiao replied, "I am not the heavenly Tao, yet I can embody it." The transparent figure of the heavenly Tao seemed to shake its head in confusion. Lin Xiao chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he directed a gesture towards the embodiment, and the indescribable force surged forth towards it. Subsequently, Lin Xiao declared, "From this moment on, no beings from the upper realm shall traverse this world, nor shall their powers be suppressed. Those who defy this decree shall face death." The embodiment, feeling the mysterious power bestowed by Lin Xiao, responded, "Yes, esteemed one. Beings from the upper realm rarely descended, seldom appearing in the lower realms. Save for exceptional circumstances like that of Yixian. How many beings from the upper realm remain now?" Lin Xiao inquired, but his figure had already vanished. The embodiment bowed its head in the direction Lin Xiao had departed, murmuring, "I bid you farewell, esteemed one." Lin Xiao had exited this space, his actions motivated by a desire to preserve the tranquility of his life. With the enhancement of the heavenly Tao, he had also unsealed a fraction of his own strength, rendering him invincible in this realm. In the extreme southern lands, within the demon realm, deep within the abyss, stood a man clad in a black dragon robe, adorned with 2 horns upon his forehead and possessing piercing green vertical eyes. At this moment, he gazed at the formation before him. With an ancient shard held in his hand, he placed it into the recess of the nearby stone wall. The formation gradually faded, revealing the scene within. A colossal and fearsome beast emerged from the formation, its appearance terrifying and grotesque, with a stout and towering physique, powerful limbs, and razor-sharp claws. Its body was as dark as the night, exuding a heavy and oppressive aura. The beast was bound tightly by massive black chains that enveloped it completely. Its eyes were shut, and it lay motionless on the ground. The man with the azure vertical eye, seemingly unfazed, knelt on one knee and spoke, "My lord." No sooner had the words left his lips than the ground began to tremble. He understood that the Taotai ahead had awakened and was now slowly approaching him. As the sound of heavy footsteps drew near, the azure-eyed man felt a twinge of tension, despite having encountered the Taotai on several occasions. The weighty footsteps came to a halt. He sensed that the spatial ring on his hand had been taken from him. Slowly, he lifted his head and rose to his feet. Before him stood a small girl, her entire form ensnared in black iron chains, clad in a purple garment. She barely reached his waist, her clean and delicate face exuding an irresistible charm. With her innocent demeanor, it was inconceivable that she was the same terrifying beast, the Taotai. The chains binding the girl had diminished in size, now resembling mere chopsticks. At this moment, the azure-eyed man cast his gaze upon the little girl before him and respectfully inquired, "My lady, do you find today as offerings to your liking?" The young girl was engrossed in examining the ring she held in her hands. Candied hawthorn, pancakes, Hifeng, what is this? Ugh. The girl muttered to herself, suddenly succumbing to an inexplicable wave of nausea. Upon witnessing this, the man named Hifeng swiftly stepped back with practiced ease. Embarrassed, he explained, "My lady, I have adhered to your preferences. These are merely snacks favored by the human race." Hifeng. At this juncture, the girl, with her lively and adorable eyes, glared fiercely at Hifeng, exclaiming, "You dare to suggest that I consume such things? I shall devour you instead. Clearly agitated, her eyes sparkled with determination, and she lunged towards Hifeng with a sudden burst of movement. However, the chains binding her firmly restricted her, preventing her from advancing beyond a meter towards him. Observing the little girl before him, who was flailing her arms in frustration yet utterly helpless, Hifeng could not help but cover his forehead with his hand and let out a gentle sigh. Addressing the girl, he elucidated, "My lady, this is called stinky tofu. Although its aroma may be unappealing, many humans claim it possesses a unique flavor that many enjoy." Upon hearing this, the girl ceased her animated gestures, fixing Hifeng with a skeptical gaze as she stated, "I do not believe you. Eat one and let me see." At this, Hifeng's expression subtly shifted. Evidently, he had never tasted the delicacy known as stinky tofu. Observing the hesitation on Hifeng's face, the little girl became irate once more, exclaiming, "Umph, you are indeed deceiving me. I shall not easily forgive you. As for your demon territory, seek assistance yourself." With that, she turned her back to Hifeng and sat down, seemingly clutching a skewer of candied hawthorn. Upon hearing her words, Hifeng's expression shifted dramatically. After a moment of contemplation, he quickly replied, "Please, little ancestor, I am not deceiving you. This is truly a snack beloved by the human race. If you do not believe me, I shall eat it before you." No sooner had he spoken than the thought of stinky tofu crossed his mind. Although it made him feel queasy, he deemed it necessary to endure for the sake of the demon clan's grand scheme. The little girl turned around, still somewhat miffed, and said, "Then come and take it." Upon hearing this, Hifeng took a deep breath. "If I do not venture into hell, who will? My actions, all for the demon clan's ambitions." Resolutely, he stepped into the array's confines. Unsurprisingly, he was soundly beaten by the little girl, whose true form was that of a gluttonous creature. In that year, he cradled his head in his hands, too afraid to retaliate. Observing his bruised visage, the little girl smugly remarked, "Humph, this is the consequence of offending me." Hifeng could only nod silently. Who would have thought that the emperor of the demon clan would be reduced to such a state, unable to fight back? "Now, try this stinky tofu and see what it tastes like," the little girl added. Upon hearing this, Hifeng dreaded the inevitable. He would rather endure another beating than consume that stinky tofu. Perhaps he had simply grown accustomed to the beatings. Hifeng took a deep breath, cautiously accepting the bag of stinky tofu from the little girl's hands. Subsequently, he grimaced as he took a bite. After struggling to chew for a moment, his expression suddenly returned to normal. He glanced at the little girl and remarked, "Oh, surprisingly, it's quite delicious." The little girl, noticing that Hifeng seemed sincere, timidly took a small bite herself. It's not as bad as I thought. It's actually quite tasty." "I'm sorry, Hifeng, I misjudged you." Her eyes flickered with embarrassment as she spoke to him. "It's all right. I've grown accustomed to it." Chapter 26. The Tribulation After Soothing the Gluttonous Beast. Hifeng departed from Tianyuan. The moment he stepped out, his demeanor transformed back to its previous icy countenance. His silhouette gradually faded at the edge of Tianyuan until he was no longer visible. In the demon clan's grand hall, Hifeng sat upon the highest throne, gazing down at the several demon kings below. He suddenly spoke, "Go and contact the demon clan to ascertain their stance." "Yes, your majesty." As soon as he finished speaking, the two demon kings nearest to Hifeng left the hall. The remaining demon kings, upon hearing this, were instantly elated. One robust demon king inquired, "Your majesty, has the seal on the glutton finally been lifted?" Hifeng adjusted himself into a more comfortable position and replied, "No. She mentioned that in 2 days, the seal should be nearly undone. Finally, it will be lifted. For the sake of this glutton, we have expended an immeasurable amount of our essence." At this moment, another demon king spoke up. "It turns out, 2 millennia ago, upon discovering the Taotai, the demon clan began sending a demon king each month to nourish it with their own blood. Now, the Taotai is on the verge of breaking its seal." In the early morning, within an unnamed villa in the summer domain, Jiang Yishue was practicing in the courtyard. Noticing Lin Xiao arriving at the gate, she withdrew from her meditative state and gazed at him. "Let us have breakfast first," she suggested. "Very well," Lin Xiao replied. And together they made their way to the kitchen, bustling about. Before long, they had prepared a hearty breakfast. At the dining table, as she ate, Jiang Yishue inquired, "Young master, it seems my cultivation speed has accelerated compared to before. After breaking through to the out-of-body stage, is there something I have overlooked?" Lin Xiao glanced at her and reassured, "It is merely a result of the increased compatibility between the technique and your essence. Young master, This technique is remarkably powerful. The deeper I delve into it, the more extraordinary I find it, Jiang Yixue remarked. Since she began practicing this technique, her appearance had gradually transformed. She had shifted from a delicate woman to a figure exuding an icy elegance. Her once gentle eyes now radiated a chilling intensity, devoid of their former warmth, though she had not consciously changed her demeanor. Shortly after, they finished their meal and tidied the table. "Young master, do you have any tasks to attend to today?" Jiang Yixue asked Lin Xiao. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiao realized that apart from matters concerning Su Hua, he had no pressing tasks. "Xiao Xue, I shall take you to Su Hua's side. Observing the tribulation of breaking through to the divine transformation stage will be beneficial for you." "Very well, young master." Do not rejoice just yet. Upon transcending each significant realm after leaving the corporeal world, you, like Su Hua, must face the tribulations of the upper realm. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yixue felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over her, extinguishing the joy that had previously graced her countenance. "With your strength, overcoming the tribulation should pose no challenge." "Is that truly the case, my lord? Let us proceed. I shall take you to Su Hua's location, for he is on the verge of awakening." As the two reached the courtyard entrance, Lin Xiao suddenly halted. Jiang Yixue, perplexed, inquired, "My lord, what troubles you?" Lin Xiao extended his hand, summoning a chopping knife from within the building. "If you dare to wander aimlessly again, you shall remain a chopping knife indefinitely." With that, Lin Xiao flicked his finger, and the chopping knife transformed back into the celestial sword. Once the seal on the celestial sword was lifted, it had fervently pleaded with Lin Xiao through mental communication to accompany him, which he ultimately consented to. Observing this, Jiang Yixue asked, "My lord, shall we take it with us?" "Indeed," he replied. Thus, Lin Xiao and Jiang Yixue stepped beyond the courtyard, with the celestial sword trailing behind them. Noticing the absence of onlookers, Lin Xiao waved his right hand, and a spatial passageway materialized before them. Jiang Yixue, astonished by the effortless manifestation of this scene, gazed in awe. Subsequently, Lin Xiao and Jiang Yixue entered the spatial passageway together. The scene shifted to the summit of a mountain, where Lin Xiao sat in meditation, eyes closed, legs crossed upon the celestial sword. Jiang Yixue found a clean spot nearby to engage in her own cultivation. Not far from them lay a coiled dragon, its head elevated above its body, remaining utterly still in this moment. The dragon, known as Su Hua, slowly opened its eyes and raised its head to gaze at the heavens. The previously clear sky began to darken ominously. Soon, storm clouds began to gather, casting a shadow over the land. Lightning flickered within the darkened clouds, revealing the ominous presence of the tribulation. He noticed Lin Xiao and Jiang Yixue. In response, Lin Xiao calmly advised Su Hua to endure the tribulation as normal. Su Hua nodded in acknowledgement. Beneath the heavens, a colossal black dragon emerged, standing resolutely in the air, unflinching in the face of the impending storm clouds. The tribulation had gathered. Suddenly, a swift bolt of lightning struck toward the dragon. Su Hua, undeterred, braced himself against the onslaught. His body crackled with energy, flickering with arcs of lightning. Shortly thereafter, 3 additional bolts of lightning descended with ferocity. Su Hua once again chose to withstand the storm, his form now beginning to bleed. He focused intently on the dark clouds above, noticing a gaping void within them, as if the sky itself had been torn asunder. At that moment, he heard Lin Xiao's urgent reminder from below. This was the heavenly tribulation of the upper realm. One must not be careless. "Yes, my lord." A deep crimson lightning bolt, moving with terrifying speed, surged towards Su Hua. His expression tightened as he summoned all his strength to counter this tribulation. Before he could fully brace himself, 4 more bolts of lightning struck from above in rapid succession, each more violent than the last. The dragon's body was marred with gaping wounds, blood gushing forth, and its scales bore the scorched marks of the relentless storm. As the dragon reveled in its survival of the heavenly tribulation, a more formidable storm of lightning began to brew in the heavens above. At this moment, the dragon's inner energy had been completely depleted, and its form swayed precariously in the skies, gazing at the resurgence of the powerful tribulation. A flicker of despair crossed the dragon's eyes. "Is this truly the heavens' decree to obliterate me?" Su Hua's gaze grew vacant as he murmured to himself. He quietly observed the gathering storm above and chose to surrender. He possessed no strength left to resist the heavenly tribulation. Even the act of standing in the void was sustained solely by his willpower. No sooner had he uttered these words than the thunder from above struck down fiercely upon him. Su Hua shut his eyes. After a while, he realized that the lightning had not descended upon him. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld an astonishing sight. Lin Xiao stood before him, bracing against the thunder. His eyes calm as he addressed the tribulation, speaking slowly. Tell me, why does the 10th thunderbolt descend? Chapter 27. The ethereal shadow of the upper realm atop the mountain peak. An overwhelming pressure emanated from the depths of the tribulation. Before the storm, a transparent specter materialized, standing in the void as if observing Lin Xiao. Suddenly, a wave of mental energy surged into Lin Xiao's mind, a harbinger of doom. Must be eradicated. Subsequently, the translucent figure, with a hand poised in a striking motion, unleashed a tremendous bolt of black lightning directly at Lin Xiao. This bolt of thunder, unlike the previous crimson tribulation, bore the ominous hue of darkness, known as the annihilation thunder. This time, Lin Xiao did not resist the ominous black thunder as he had before. Instead, he opened his arms to embrace it. The ethereal figure remained motionless. However, the hearts of Su Hua and Jiang Yixue, standing behind Lin Xiao, raced uncontrollably. In an instant, a far more formidable pressure erupted from Lin Xiao's being, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. The black thunder, poised to strike him, halted abruptly, suspended a meter before him. This spectacle left Su Hua and Jiang Yixue in a state of astonishment. Meanwhile, the transparent phantom could not help but kneel in the void, a manifestation of the suppression of the power of rules. It struggled to comprehend why such a being would emerge from the lower realms. At that moment, Lin Xiao underwent a transformation. His previously white robe morphed into an exquisite golden white Taoist garment, and his eyes turned a brilliant gold. Moreover, a mysterious golden mark appeared between his brows. His hair suddenly grew long, flowing freely in the wind. Lin Xiao's entire demeanor experienced a cataclysmic shift, as if he were a supreme entity eternally standing in the void. The enigmatic figure strained to lift its head, and upon recognizing the figure below, it became exceedingly agitated, causing its already translucent form to flicker even more intensely. It had discerned Lin Xiao's identity. A powerful wave of spiritual energy radiated outward, perceptible even to Su Hua and Jiang Yixue below, though they remained unaware of its significance. The dark clouds in the sky began to dissipate gradually, and soon, the heavens cleared. The dragon behind Lin Xiao descended alongside him, landing gracefully before Jiang Yixue. Su Hua remained exceedingly weak, unable to assume his human form due to a lack of strength. Jiang Yixue turned to Lin Xiao and inquired, "Young master, what was that ethereal figure just now?" Lin Xiao replied calmly, "It is the embodiment of the laws from the upper realm." After speaking, Lin Xiao glanced at the weakened Su Hua on the ground and snapped his fingers in the air. Instantly, a verdant flame enveloped Su Hua. Jiang Yixue was taken aback by this spectacle. What kind of fire is this? Strangely, although Su Hua was surrounded by this green flame, he exhibited no signs of pain. Instead, he appeared somewhat at ease. In a brief moment, the wounds on Su Hua's true form healed significantly. Before long, his injuries were entirely mended. The dragon, filled with exuberance, soared into the sky, reveling in the newfound power of its initial transformation, before descending back down to the two individuals before him. "Let us depart," Lin Xiao stated. High above, a colossal dragon winged its way toward a nearby village. Jiang Yixue stood atop the dragon's back, a sword floating behind her. Lin Xiao, meanwhile, sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. The journey was marked by silence. Shortly thereafter, the trio arrived near the village and descended in an uninhabited area. They walked into their courtyard. "Young master, why did that ethereal figure summon the 10th heavenly thunder?" Jiang Yixue could not restrain her curiosity. Su Hua, too, was eager to uncover the answer to this question. Observing their inquisitiveness, Lin Xiao settled into a rocking chair and said, "Xiao Xue, please prepare me a cup of tea." Soon, each of them held a cup of tea, sitting quietly in the courtyard. Apart from those who have been reincarnated, the heavenly Tao of the upper realm prohibits the appearance of techniques from the upper realm in the lower realm. However, neither of you falls into that category. Jiang Yixue and Su Hua nodded in acknowledgement, surprised to discover the truth of the matter. In fact, Lin Xiao had yet to reveal an important detail to them. The heavenly Tao of the upper realm was no longer the same as it once was. Su Hua hesitated momentarily before inquiring, "My lord, regarding that ethereal figure, did it recognize you after you transformed?" Hearing this, Jiang Yixue turned her gaze toward Lin Xiao and echoed Su Hua's question. Indeed, my lord. After your transformation, you appeared incredibly handsome. Su Hua interjected. That is not what I meant. However, before he could finish his thought, Jiang Yixue suddenly exclaimed, My lord, I can no longer recall your previous appearance. Su Hua was taken aback as well, realizing he too had forgotten entirely. Observing their astonishment, Lin Xiao clarified, That was the form of my true self. One that no one can remember unless I permit it. Jiang Yixue probed further, My lord, will that ethereal figure remember your former appearance? Lin Xiao pondered for a moment before responding, It will not, but it knows who I am. When you face tribulations next time, it will not pose any difficulties for you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yixue and Su Hua were convinced that Lin Xiao was a significant figure in the celestial realm, possessing unparalleled cultivation. Jiang Yixue looked at Lin Xiao and remarked, My lord, I am certain your previous appearance was quite handsome, and I wish to see it once more. Lin Xiao responded with a silent pause. Jiang Yixue blinked her eyes and added, My lord, you are so kind-hearted. You would surely grant my request, wouldn't you? Lin Xiao rose to his feet and approached Jiang Yixue. Under her eager gaze, he produced a folding fan and gently tapped it upon her head. Focus on your training. Instead of indulging in frivolous thoughts, Jiang Yixue cradled her head in her hands, casting a slightly aggrieved look at Lin Xiao, yet she refrained from uttering a word. In contrast, Su Hua stood by, laughing uncontrollably. In the demon realm, within the confines of the Grand Hall, a formidable demon emperor occupied the highest seat. Observing two demon kings below, the emperor was imposing, with eyes glowing crimson and countless scars adorning his body. One of the demon kings, seated upon a chair, spoke up. Might I inquire about the emperor's deliberations? At this moment, the demon emperor tapped his right index finger rhythmically against the armrest of his throne. Are you aware that the human race has produced 3 individuals who have successfully transcended the tribulation? He posed a question to the demon kings. Hearing this, both demon kings displayed a flicker of astonishment in their eyes. 3 who have transcended the tribulation. Indeed, the human race should not be underestimated. Yet, how does this alter the fate of the human race? One of the demon kings declared confidently. The demon emperor remained silent. After exchanging glances, the 2 demon kings stood and remarked, Our message has been delivered. We take our leave. With that, they departed from the territory of the demon clan. The emperor sat upon his throne, remaining motionless for an extended period, lost in thought. He pondered that there were only 2 who had transcended the tribulation between the demon and monster races, the demon emperor himself and the demon king. He was unaware of what cards the demon race held to possess such unwavering confidence. His mind wandered back to the white-clad man who had appeared previously. At that time, he had been stationed at the border stronghold. In the past, that strike of thunderous magic was such that even now, having attained the crossing tribulation stage, he felt incapable of withstanding it. Moreover, he harbored suspicions that the resurgence of spiritual energy was somehow linked to that enigmatic figure. The demon sovereign pondered for a considerable time before ultimately deciding to refrain from wading into this murky water for the time being. Chapter 28. Breaking the Seals in the Realm of Humanity. During the time when the Qingxian sect was accepting disciples, they encountered a brown bear, one of the beasts dispatched by the demon clan. Numerous cities suffered assaults from these monstrous creatures, resulting in countless casualties among the human race. On this day, humanity initiated a united front across the 4 domains and convened a conference in the central continent to discuss the extermination of demons. Upon a high platform, 3 positions were occupied by 3 individuals, a middle-aged man and 2 elders. The middle-aged man sat at the center, gazing down at the throng below. The crowd was densely packed with formidable figures from various locales within the 4 domains. The middle-aged man spoke. Recently, the demon clan has become increasingly active. At the very moment humanity was holding its conference, in the far southern region, deep within the demon realm, Yifeng extended his right hand, seemingly gathering something within his chest. Before him stood a young girl, the very embodiment of the gluttonous beast, Tao Dai. Yifeng conjured a few drops of his essence in the air and presented them before the little girl. Without hesitation, she devoured them all in one go, patting her belly in satisfaction and letting out a hearty burp. Yifeng's expression appeared somewhat feeble as he addressed the girl. My lady, are you now able to break the chains that bind you? Not yet, came her reply. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's face displayed a hint of urgency as he implored. My lady, did you not say you would be able to break the seal today? The little girl, hands on her hips and visibly upset, exclaimed, "I have just finished eating. Do I not deserve a break?" Humph. She was preparing to refine those few drops of essence, for that would allow her to escape this place. Once free, no one would be able to control her, and she could indulge in whatever delicacies she desired. The thought brought a smile of joy to her face. He foamed, observing the little girl with her back to him, noticed her shoulders shaking rhythmically, prompting him to place a hand on his forehead in resignation. He understood all too well that she was contemplating what to eat upon her release. He was well acquainted with this gluttonous child, although he knew that her greatest desire was to consume. She had a peculiar preference for food prepared by humans rather than flesh. Hefeng sat cross-legged in place, patiently awaiting the moment the glutton would break free from her seal. 2 hours later, after the glutton had refined the few drops of essence, it returned to its true form. It leaped into the air, its body bound by chains that held it firmly aloft. With a sudden surge of strength, the chains emitted a series of cracking sounds. Simultaneously, the formation began to activate on its own, conjuring countless bolts of lightning that struck towards the airborne glutton. This sight compelled Hefeng to retreat hastily. He had witnessed a similar scene before, though that time, the glutton had failed. However, this time, kik. This formation cannot control me any longer. A raspy voice emerged from the glutton's mouth. An explosion of dark energy erupted from its form, rendering it even more terrifying than before. With renewed vigor, it broke one of the black chains with a resounding snap. Following that, a series of loud cracks echoed as more chains were torn apart by the glutton's relentless force. At last, the gluttonous beast shattered all chains. Countless bolts of lightning struck towards it, yet these electric forces could no longer harm the creature. The formation had been fully activated, conjuring an incredibly resilient barrier from thin air. The beast charged fiercely at the formation's boundary. The violent impact created a tiny crack in the barrier, but it quickly mended itself. With each successive collision, the fissures multiplied and the repair slowed. At this moment, the beast abruptly halted. It began to conjure a terrifying black energy within its maw. Once fully charged, the energy surged directly towards the formation. With a resounding crack, the barrier shattered. "Ha ha ha. I have emerged," rang a melodious, sweet female voice. The beast transformed back into a little girl, joyfully dancing in the distance. As he gazed at the frolicking figure, Hefeng wore an expression of contemplative intrigue. He questioned the correctness of his decision. Could this little girl truly heed his words? What if a powerful human lured her with delicacies? He dared not dwell further, hoping fervently that she would remember the kindness bestowed upon her over the past 2 millennia. At that moment, Hefeng approached Ziwe, kneeling on one knee, and proclaimed, "Congratulations, esteemed one, on your liberation." Hefeng carefully sensed the presence of the little girl before him. Realizing he could not fathom Ziwe's aura, she turned around, her face beaming with joy, exclaiming, "Hefeng, quickly take me to see your demon clan. I wish to know if there is anything delicious to eat." Upon hearing this, Hefeng's expression changed. His thoughts racing, I knew it. He wore a face of resignation. Ziwe perched gracefully upon his shoulder, one hand playfully grasping his hair. Throughout their journey, Ziwe's face radiated curiosity as she paused here and there, leaving Hefeng with no choice but to acquiesce to her whims. In the Xiao region, in an obscure village, Su Hua, who had just achieved the transformation of his divine essence, observed Jiang Yixue before him, emerging from her chamber. Jiang Yixue had recently advanced to the mid-stage of the out-of-body realm. Upon hearing Su Hua's words, she cast a glance at Lin Xiao, who sat nearby, and with a playful smile, addressed Su Hua. "Are you afraid that I might surpass you in cultivation?" Su Hua, taken aback, huffed in indignation. "Humph, surpass me? You should focus on breaking through to the transformation of divine essence first." Jiang Yixue, unfazed by Su Hua's response, glanced at the dishes on the table and then turned to Lin Xiao. "My apologies for keeping you waiting, young master." Lin Xiao merely nodded and replied, "It's no trouble at all." Thus, the three of them shared a meal in the courtyard. However, midway through their repast, Lin Xiao suddenly halted. He addressed Jiang Yixue and Su Hua. "Please continue without me. I must step out for a moment." Before they could respond, Lin Xiao had vanished from the courtyard, leaving the two in a state of astonishment. In the vast expanse of the sky, Lin Xiao found himself before an ethereal figure, the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, which had summoned him. "Speak, what is the matter?" Lin Xiao inquired. "Master, I have sensed the emergence of an ancient beast in the far southern lands, the figure responded. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao closed his eyes, expanding his consciousness to perceive the ancient beast in question. The demon beast was previously ensnared within a formation, rendering its presence undetectable to me. Lin Xiao gazed toward the direction of the demon realm and remarked, the formation was laid by individuals from the upper realms. Master, should we invoke divine retribution upon this aberrant creature? No need, came the reply. Meanwhile, far away in the demon realm, Ziyue remained oblivious to the fact that she had narrowly escaped a deadly calamity. Chapter 29. The massacre time passed swiftly. 2 days later, the human race concluded their grand assembly. Ultimately, it was unanimously decided that 5 days hence, envoys would be dispatched to the demon tribe to curtail their rampant insurrection. In a bid to minimize casualties on both sides, the formidable warriors of the human race would first engage in negotiations. Should the demon tribe remain obstinate, warfare would be inevitable. However, before the passage of 5 days, the human race received another piece of news. The demon tribe had commenced a full-scale assault. This revelation left the entire human race momentarily stunned, prompting their strongest warriors to swiftly send reinforcements to the regions beset by the demon upheaval. In the human territories, the looming presence of the demon army cast a pall over the defenders stationed at the borders. This time, the demon tribe had mobilized nearly all of their formidable beings above the transformation realm, a historic gathering of the entire demon race. High above, Hifeng, with an impassive expression, uttered softly, "Let the slaughter commence." The demon army surged forth, launching an assault upon the human territories. As the human warriors had yet to arrive, the border defenses fell swiftly before the onslaught of the demon army, crumbling like dried twigs. The nearest human city to the borders would soon face the wrathful carnage of the demon tribe. Yet, curiously, this time, the demons, in their frenzy, refrained from deliberately destroying the human fortifications. They did not launch further assaults on the surrounding cities. Instead, they remained stationed outside this particular city. Overnight, this stronghold transformed into a city of demons, while the human warriors were still en route. Amidst the chaos of the streets dominated by the demon race, 2 figures were traversing the disordered thoroughfare. At the forefront was a young girl clad in purple, followed closely by a man. This girl was Ziyue, who curiously rummaged through the streets, seemingly in search of something. "Why is there nothing delicious to eat on the streets?" the girl inquired, turning to the man behind her. After wandering for a while, she had found no food at all. The man, Hifeng, behind her wore an expression of helplessness. With a dismissive tone, he replied, "Perhaps they have hidden it. Why not look again?" Ziyue, feeling dejected, turned back and resumed her search along the bustling street. Unfortunately, aside from discovering a pile of weapons and the bodies strewn across the ground, she found nothing edible. Frustrated, she seized a weapon from the ground and hurled it down with great force, exclaiming, "This is infuriating." Hifeng merely sighed. "Humph, I no longer wish to continue. There is nothing to eat here." Ziyue came to a halt and subsequently perched herself upon Hifeng's shoulder, grasping his hair with her right hand to secure her balance. She posed the question, "Master, where shall we go next? Should we continue our assault on the human cities?" After contemplating for a moment, Hifeng responded, "That was intended for my subordinates to use after they fully transformed when heading to the human strongholds." Immediately after speaking, he regretted his words. Upon hearing this, Ziyue's bright eyes twinkled with a playful idea that emerged in her mind. "I've got it," she exclaimed, leaping down from Hifeng's shoulder and addressing him directly. "Let us venture to the human city to shop." But we agreed that. Hifeng began, attempting to reason with her. Ziyue, raising her chin and placing her hands on her hips, retorted indignantly, "Humph. Can I finish my meal first? After I am done eating, you can attack the city. I want to be eating forever." Thus, Hifeng accompanied Ziyue to another human settlement. Seated at a table, he had donned a simple black attire, shedding the regal black dragon robe, and his eyes now mirrored the hue of his clothing. Ziyue, however, remained adorned in her violet dress. Observing the girl before him as she devoured her food with fervor, Hifeng let out a gentle sigh. They had arrived at this city the previous day, yet this girl had spent the entire duration from yesterday to today indulging in her feasting. His role consisted merely of following in her wake and handling the expenses. Noticing the sky darken, Hifeng could no longer suppress his thoughts and gently spoke up. "My lady, you promised not to eat for too long yesterday. Yet you have been at it all day." Ziyue, upon hearing this, cast a fleeting apologetic glance at Hifeng before nonchalantly continuing to munch on her pastry. "I truly am. Hifeng murmured in exasperation. Finally, after Ziyue had finished her meal and purchased numerous items, Hifeng signaled to the demon army stationed in another city, who then surged forth towards their location. That night, the entire town fell victim to the brutal slaughter orchestrated by the demon forces. Gazing upon the mountains of corpses and seas of blood before her, Ziyue displayed no discernible emotional fluctuation, as if the carnage was merely an ordinary occurrence in her eyes. The following dawn, the town had transformed into a veritable battlefield, the scene far more gruesome than that of the previous settlement. The first town breached by the demon race was in close proximity to the border, and news traveled swiftly. Consequently, by the time the demons arrived, half of the townsfolk had already fled. The second town, however, was not so fortunate. It had become a stronghold of demons. At that moment, a demon king stationed atop the city walls discerned countless black dots emerging on the horizon. These were the formidable warriors of the human race. Leading the front was a middle-aged man accompanied by two elders. As they approached the town, halting 100 meters away, those behind them also came to a stop. The middle-aged man of the human race directed his gaze towards the sky above the city, where a green-eyed figure had materialized. In the next instant, he addressed that figure. "Demon Emperor, you have gathered the demon tribes and wantonly slaughtered 2 of our towns. Do you aspire to bring about the complete annihilation of your kind?" His resonant voice echoed through the air, accompanied by an overwhelming force that bore down upon Hifeng. With a mere wave of his hand, Hifeng dissipated the oppressive aura. "Xiantian, the actions your race undertook 5,000 years ago have destined my demons to vow an eternal vendetta against your kind. Now, we have merely claimed 2 towns. Hifeng stated flatly, as if merely recounting an utterly ordinary fact. He gazed calmly at the 3 figures ahead, continuing slowly. "I believe 2 cities are insufficient. It requires the blood of all of you to quell the hatred of my demon race." Upon finishing his words, Hifeng waved his hand. Instantly, the 12 demon kings, who had long gathered behind him, surged into the air. Simultaneously, the entire demon race launched an assault on the human race before them. The battle commenced. Each demon king transformed into their true form, engaging in fierce combat with the powerful beings of the human race. Although the demon race was outnumbered in high-ranking members, their physical prowess was formidable. A single demon king could withstand 2 high-ranking humans, and the more powerful among them could contend against 3. The high-end combatants from both sides were evenly matched. However, in terms of lower-tier strength, the demon race's sheer numbers rendered the humans rather passive. Nevertheless, the ultimate victory of this battle rested in the hands of the high-ranking combatants from both factions. At the forefront of the human ranks stood a middle-aged man known as Xiantian, as referred to by Hifeng, together with 2 elder companions beside him. They directed their attention towards Hifeng atop the city, remaining motionless. Suddenly, Hifeng vanished. When he reappeared, he had materialized beside one of the elders and delivered a powerful kick towards him. Observing this, Xiantian urgently called out to the elder, "Elder, be cautious of your right." The elder swiftly raised his hand to block. Although he successfully deflected Hifeng's attack, the residual force still sent him hurtling to the ground, resulting in a significant impact. Chapter 30. The Great Battle Outside the Human City. The elder who had just been struck to the ground rose to his feet, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Beneath his feet lay a deep crater formed by the force of his fall. In this moment, all the beings of the human and demon races came to a halt. The crowd parted to create a space for the 4 combatants, and soon thereafter, the fierce battle resumed. An elderly man on the ground had already soared into the air, having sustained minor internal injuries. He, along with Xiantian and another elder, surrounded Hifeng, creating a 3-on-1 scenario. At a certain moment, both sides sprang into action. Initially, the trio managed to suppress Hifeng, but as he transformed into his true form, he surprisingly matched them blow for blow. Hifeng's true form was that of a wolf demon, adorned in a striking azure and white hue, with a crescent-like mark between his brows. His physique was immensely robust, exuding an aura of dominance and charm that captivated onlookers. Just as the 4 were locked in a stalemate, a girl with purple moonlight approached from the city above. The girl ambled to the edge of the city, gently rubbed her eyes, and murmured, "It's so early. Can't anyone let a person sleep?" She gazed at the aerial skirmish involving Hifeng and the others, then glanced at the ongoing battles between the human and demon races. Resting her chin on her hands, with her elbows propped against the city wall, she quietly observed the unfolding scene. The appearance of the girl with the purple moon went unnoticed by those present. Once again, the two sides faced off in the air. At that moment, a sweet voice suddenly echoed through the space. Hifeng, who would have thought that you could hold your own against three? Startled, Xianchun and his companions immediately turned to the source of the voice. They beheld a small girl hovering in the air, gradually making her way to Hifeng's side. Hifeng did not respond verbally. Instead, he transformed into human form and silently approached the girl with the purple moon. The three individuals, Xianchun and his companions, were taken aback as they noticed the adorable little girl before them exuded no discernible aura. How peculiar indeed. Xianchun clasped his fists towards Ziyue and inquired, "May I ask who you are?" Ziyue turned her gaze towards the one who had spoken, responding, "Hey, you've disturbed my slumber." The trio exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend her words. Let me inform you that I am allied with Hifeng. You may come at me together. I intend to indulge in some food shortly." Xianchun and his companions were momentarily dumbfounded, their eyes shifting towards Hifeng, who remained impassive and silent. Noticing that the three did not engage with her, Ziyue wasted no time and launched an attack. In an instant, she appeared before Xianchun, her right hand lunging towards his neck with ferocious intent. Her speed was so extraordinary that Xianchun barely registered her presence. By the time he realized what was happening, Ziyue had already grasped his neck with an ethereal grip, lifting him effortlessly into the air. The sword he had wielded clattered to the ground. For as soon as Ziyue had approached, his spiritual power had been entirely suppressed. The two elders by his side stood in stunned silence, rendered powerless to act. The scene unfolded, causing both the human and demon factions present to halt their ongoing skirmish. The surviving 10 demon kings retreated to stand behind Hifeng, while the humans gathered together in a show of solidarity. Outside the city, the landscape lay littered with corpses, and the fierce battle had momentarily ceased in the wake of this astonishing spectacle. The humans, filled with disbelief, gazed at the unfolding events before them. The mightiest of the human race found himself, astonishingly, ensnared by the slender fingers of a young girl, rendered utterly immobile in midair. Such a spectacle could hardly fail to evoke shock among the onlookers. At this moment, all the humans had gathered around the two venerable elders, among them Ziji and Xiaocheng. The entire human populace dared not act recklessly. Hifeng took several steps until he reached Ziyue's side. His gaze fixed intently upon the assembled humans, his tone heavy with gravity. 5 millennia ago, during the ascension of the demon sovereign, your people audaciously dispatched 5 transcendents to launch a surprise attack, grievously wounding the demon sovereign in a desperate bid to seize the sacred artifact. The demon sovereign, resolute in his fury, detonated the artifact, preferring mutual destruction with your 4 transcendents. Yet, the one who survived among your transcendents had the audacity to proclaim that the theft of the sacred artifact was for the safety of humanity. He even led my kind to the farthest reaches of the south. With a sharp sound, Hifeng plunged his hand into Xianchun's chest. Instantly, hot blood gushed forth, cascading down from the air. Xianchun could only watch helplessly, his throat constricted by Ziyue's grip, unable to emit even a cry of anguish. Hifeng surveyed the crowd before him, his voice deliberate as he continued. Yet your transcendent has not uttered a single word regarding the theft of the sacred artifact. With that, he withdrew his hand from Xianchun's chest, revealing a freshly crimson heart. With a resounding crunch, Hifeng crushed Xianchun's heart in his grip. At that moment, Ziyue's expression remained impassive, her right hand releasing its hold on Xianchun. He fell motionless to the ground, blood streaming from his chest, saturating the earth beneath him, which had already been stained crimson. Xianchun was dead. Silence, a stifling silence enveloped the atmosphere. The faces of all the human race were shrouded in gloom, unable to fathom whether this was indeed the truth from 5,000 years ago. They struggled to accept this reality, and even more so, the death of Xianchun, who was in the midst of transcending tribulations. The expressions of the 2 elderly men among the human race were similarly grim, yet escape was not an option for them. This was a situation that had been utterly crushed, a deadlock from which there was no escape. At that moment, the crowd behind the 2 elders, Ziji and Xiaocheng, witnessed the scene before them, their faces likewise darkened with concern. However, in unison, they suddenly thought of someone, a man clad in white. They exchanged glances. Duan Qin remarked, "Only his avatar remains with Shirhan." Shirhan inquired, "Should we awaken his avatar now?" Ziji affirmed, "Yes, quickly. Regardless of whether he wishes to come or not, we must at least make the attempt." Just as Shirhan was about to awaken the avatar left behind by Lin Xiao, a voice suddenly resonated from the heavens above. There is no need to awaken me. I have already arrived. In the midst of the quietude, an unexpected voice emerged from an unknown source. Though soft, it echoed in the minds of all present, including the figure of Ziyu, who stood with her eyes closed in midair. She opened her eyes and turned her gaze toward the distant horizon. The crowd followed her line of sight, looking in that direction. At this moment, a dragon appeared on the far-off skyline, spanning over 20 meters in length. The dragon seemed relatively diminutive among the numerous demon kings present, yet no one paid heed to this detail. All eyes were fixated on the two figures atop the dragon's back, one clad in red, the other in white. The woman in red possessed a striking beauty, her demeanor exuding an icy allure, while the man in white exuded an air of calm strength. The man possessed an extraordinary countenance, and within his eyes lingered an air of tranquility, complemented by his flowing white attire, rendering him akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. The arrival of the dragon stirred a subtle restlessness in the previously serene atmosphere. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, Xia Cheng and his companions were filled with excitement, yet they refrained from uttering a word. Ziyu, too, gazed curiously at the white-clad man before her. Within her perception, he appeared to be an ordinary mortal devoid of any cultivation, yet he emanated an inexplicably intriguing aura. The dragon spiraled gracefully in the air, hovering above the space between the two factions before coming to a halt. Lin Xiao stood upon the dragon's back, while not far behind him. A long sword with a crimson blade floated serenely in the air. Chapter 31. Hifeng's choice outside a city within the realm of humanity. The sudden appearance of the dragon left both the demon and human factions somewhat bewildered. As Hifeng observed the white-clad man across from him, he realized that, like Ziyu, he sensed no discernible aura. Turning to Ziyu, who wore a curious expression, he inquired, "My lady, do you perceive this man's cultivation?" To his surprise, Ziyu shook her head and replied, "I cannot see through him either. I merely feel an inexplicable warmth in his presence." With that, she disregarded Hifeng and floated directly to Lin Xiao's front. Ziyu's wide, sparkling eyes regarded Lin Xiao with fascination as she inspected him from all angles, completely unconcerned about any possible aggression from the man before her. Her actions incited considerable tension among both the human and demon factions. Observing the lively Ziyu before him, Lin Xiao remained silent, while her clear, expressive eyes met his as she called out, "Hey, where do you come from?" Suddenly, she gently caressed Ziyue's face. Ziyue merely took 2 steps back, freeing herself from Jiang Yishue's grasp, and then remained motionless. This scene left both the human and demon clans in utter disbelief. Ziyue lifted her gaze and continued to look at Lin Xiao, asking, "Why do I find you so familiar?" Lin Xiao replied, "It is because you are a beast, possessing a unique sensitivity to the aura of the great Tao." However, his words were lost on everyone present, including Ziyue, who blinked at Lin Xiao with a look of confusion. "I cannot comprehend what you are saying, yet I feel an undeniable closeness to your presence. Furthermore, my intuition assures me that you mean me no harm." At that moment, Lin Xiao reached out to pat Ziyue on the head, and she did not flinch. Yet, in the next instant, she seized his hand and bit down hard. "What is your name?" Ziyue, still gnawing on Lin Xiao's wrist, mumbled, "I am called Qiyu." Jiang Yishuo, standing nearby, chuckled, "So your name is Qiyu." Ziyue released Lin Xiao's hand, wiped her mouth, and looked up at Jiang Yishuo, stating, "I am Ziyue." Ziyue, as in the purple of the sky and the moon. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yishuo covered her mouth and laughed softly. I see, little Ziyue." Lin Xiao wiped the saliva from his wrist. His hand was unharmed, yet Ziyue now felt a twinge of pain in her teeth. Meanwhile, Xia Cheng and the others began to communicate telepathically. Xia Cheng inquired, "What is happening over there? Whose side is Lin Xiao truly on?" "Duanqing, I believe it is unlikely that we will assist the demon clan. After all, that girl just bit Lord Lin Xiao's." "Ziji, it is difficult to say. Let us observe the situation for now." "Shirhan, by the way, can we not communicate with Lord Lin through sound transmission?" Upon this utterance, the four fell into a profound silence. Lin Xiao's once again placed his hand upon Ziyue's head, gently caressing her soft locks. He gazed at both the human and demon clans, speaking in a calm tone. "Ziyue, why do you wish to involve yourself in the affairs of the demon and human clans?" This time, Ziyue did not withdraw Lin Xiao's hand, nor did she bite him again. Instead, she allowed him to tenderly stroke her hair. She turned her gaze towards the demon clan and earnestly replied, "It is because of the demon clan that I was able to break free from my seal. Hifeng and the others provide me with their blood every month, and as my cultivation improves, that formation can no longer restrain me." Ziyue pondered for a moment before continuing. Hifeng not only sustains the demon clan, but also seeks justice for his father. By the way, that demon sovereign is indeed his father. All of this is what he has shared with me. Though her voice was soft, everyone present heard her words clearly. The eyes of the demon clan turned towards Hifeng, recalling the emergence of this demon emperor 3,000 years ago. He led the demon clan to unite and endure hardships in the southernmost regions, ultimately establishing a new demon race. In this moment, all demons regarded him with reverence, including the other 10 demon kings, who gazed at the imposing figure before them with complex expressions. In their hearts, Hifeng had ascended to a higher status. Hifeng stood in the void, uncertain of his own emotions at that moment. The violet moon ahead has already spoken of the past, and he is disinclined to utter another word. When the human race learned the truth from 5,000 years ago, a flicker of sympathy stirred within their hearts. Yet now, on the battlefield, such sentiments cannot be afforded. Lin Xiao gently tousled the head of the violet moon before turning his gaze towards the demon clan, specifically to the figure at the forefront. Hifeng, noticing Lin Xiao's attention upon him, hastily clasped his hands in greeting midair, exclaiming, "My lord." Lin Xiao replied in a calm manner, "Hifeng, is what you just said the truth?" Hifeng's eyes conveyed unwavering resolve as he looked at Lin Xiao and declared, "My lord, I swear by the name of the demon emperor before the heavens, that what I have stated holds not a shred of falsehood." A flash of lightning tore through the sky, followed by a resounding thunderclap, as if to validate Hifeng's recent words. Lin Xiao shifted his gaze to the other side, where 2 elderly figures of the human race hastily stepped forward to bow. "Elders, we truly did not anticipate that the outcome from 5,000 years ago would be like this." Lin Xiao pondered for a moment before looking back at Hifeng, stating flatly, "If I were to make a decision for you, would you be willing?" Upon hearing this, Hifeng fell into a prolonged silence. He lowered his head, grappling with a tumult of anger and resentment within his mind. He yearned to challenge the man before him. By what right did he decide? Was it the fate of the demon clan or the human race he was to determine? He could not accept the bitter reality that after striving for thousands of years, this was the result he faced. A hot-tempered demon king flew to Hifeng's side, ready to unleash a torrent of abuse towards Lin Xiao, but was halted by Hifeng's raised hand. Hifeng's countenance was grave, as the monarch of the demon clan. He must confront this situation with rationality. Hifeng gazed at Ziyue, who stood beside Lin Xiao, clutching the corner of his garment. Upon meeting Hifeng's gaze, Ziyue shook her head and explained, "I cannot defeat him. Moreover, I sense no hostility from him towards your demon clan." Hifeng was momentarily taken aback by her words. He turned to survey the countless demons behind him. With a sigh of resignation, he made a decision. He did not wish, nor could he allow, the annihilation of the demon race at his own hands. He looked at Lin Xiao, clasped his hands in salute, and bowed his head. "My lord, what would you have me do?" His voice carried a hint of helplessness, tinged with reluctance. The demons behind him felt a deep sense of injustice. A scenario they believed to be a certain victory had devolved into this predicament. Lin Xiao then turned to the 2 elders of the human race and stated, "Return the territory previously held by the demon clan. I expect results within a month." The crowd was momentarily stunned by Lin Xiao's declaration. However, one powerful figure from the human race, of the ascendant realm, expressed his skepticism. "Senior, you too are of the human race. Why do you aid the demons? 5,000 years ago, our race was at fault, yet this has suppressed the demons, bringing greater peace to our people." "Indeed, senior." As one voice spoke, countless others joined in. The confrontation quickly escalated into a heated exchange of insults between the 2 factions. Silence. Hifeng could no longer contain the fury boiling within him. His thunderous roar, amplified by the pressure of his tribulation realm, immediately quieted the crowd. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, the atmosphere once again grew tense and oppressive. Chapter 32. The origin of Ziyue. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Lin Xiao gently set down Ziyue, who had unknowingly climbed onto his back. He turned his gaze towards Hifeng and said, "I do not wish to interfere in your matters. Yet I must address this young girl." Ziyue, overhearing this, was taken aback and looked at Lin Xiao with a puzzled expression. As he spoke, Lin Xiao conjured a book from thin air, which gracefully floated towards Yifeng. Upon receiving it, Yifeng's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld a technique of inscrutable rank. Use this technique as the legacy of your demon clan, Lin Xiao declared. Yifeng remained silent. This was, after all, the best outcome achievable at this juncture. Lin Xiao then turned his attention to the human clan, stating, "Once you return the demon clan's territory, this matter will conclude here. I shall not repeat myself." The members of the human clan exchanged glances, none daring to utter a word. After Lin Xiao finished speaking, he cradled Ziyue in his left arm and prepared to depart. Just as the dragon was about to leave, a voice unexpectedly rang out from the human side. "How can you still consider yourself one of the human clan while siding with the demon clan? Would it not be better to offer the demon clan's techniques to the humans?" A man of considerable stature stepped forward from the front lines of the human clan, boldly addressing Lin Xiao. The two elders attempted to intervene, but were too late. Upon hearing this, the majority of the humans began to murmur among themselves, some shaking their heads, yet none dared to speak loudly. Lin Xiao, upon hearing the voice, halted in midair and turned to gaze down at the crowd below. Ziyue, nestled in Lin Xiao's embrace, whispered to him, "See? The human clan is so selfish. Clearly, you saved them, yet they still claim you are in the wrong." Her tone was somewhat frigid, as if she had recalled an unhappy memory. Jiang Yishue felt a flicker of anger, but found herself at a loss for words. Lin Xiao turned, gazing at the previously speaking man of the Great Ascension realm, and inquired blandly, "Why can I not assist the demon race?" Before the man could finish his retort, a sudden flash of sword light streaked across the distant horizon. The brilliance of the blade manifested as an overwhelmingly powerful and fierce sword intent, rendering the surrounding space momentarily static. A colossal wave of sword energy traversed the chasm between the two races, leaving beneath them an unfathomable scar etched into the earth. The fissure in the ground extended for miles, an ominous sight that left both factions pale with trepidation, though the sword intent had inflicted no harm upon anyone. As the scene shifted, the previously vocal man found a blade pressed against his throat, the very sword that had been behind Lin Xiao moments ago. He knelt in midair, having presumed that Lin Xiao would refrain from acting against his own kind. Fear gripped him. He was genuinely afraid that Lin Xiao would slay him. In truth, it was not he who had initiated the attack, but rather the divine sword itself, which had unleashed its sword energy in response to his insolence. "Will you not eliminate him?" Lin Xiao directed his gaze towards Ziyue, calmly stating, "You seem to harbor some disdain for the human race." Ziyue turned her head away, scoffing. "Humph, humans are inherently selfish. Are you certain you will not strike him down?" With a huff, she declared, "Then I shall give him a good beating." With that, she leaped from Lin Xiao's side. What followed was a relentless half-hour assault by Ziyue upon the man of the Great Ascension realm, a brutally graphic encounter that we shall temporarily overlook. Fortunately, Ziyue did not slay the man, though he lay half dead, his dantian ruined and meridians severed. Both parties stood still in respect. Subsequently, Lin Xiao led Ziyue away. "Excuse me, what is your name?" "Lin Xiao. I wish to accompany you. Would you mind?" "You have already joined me. Then could you enlighten me as to why I feel so familiar and at ease in your presence?" Above, in the azure sky, a dragon gracefully soared. Lin Xiao, eyes closed, sat upright upon the dragon's back, a crimson sword floating above him. Beside him sat Ziyue, the two engaging in a lively exchange. Upon hearing Ziyue's previous question, Lin Xiao opened his eyes, only to find Ziyue standing before him, her gaze sparkling with curiosity. "Because you are a mystical beast." Upon hearing this, Ziyue, still perplexed, pressed on, "But why is that?" "Because mystical beasts possess a certain spiritual essence, drawing them closer to the great path." Ziyue pouted, contemplating Lin Xiao for a moment. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she inquired, "What is the great path? Can it be eaten?" "Haha, little Ziyue, why do you always think of food? I promise to take you for a delicious meal shortly." At that moment, a melodious voice chimed in from beside Ziyue, belonging to a figure clad in red, Jiang Yishue. "And remember, the great path is not something to be consumed," Jiang Yishue said with a smile. At this moment, Lin Xiao rose and gazed into the distance, then spoke. "The Great Way is the supreme law of the universe." "Oh," Ziyue responded with a semblance of understanding, though she was still perplexed. After pondering for a moment, she admitted, I still don't quite comprehend." "So, are you the Great Way?" Lin Xiao, with his hands clasped behind his back, continued to stare ahead and slowly replied, I am not the Great Way. But the Great Way can be me. This time, not only Ziyue was bewildered, but even Jiang Yixue found herself at a loss. Only in a mysterious realm did a translucent figure seem to grasp Lin Zhao's words. Ziyue sat down and huffed. Humph, what are you talking about? It's all so jumbled. I can't understand a word. Huh. Jiang Yixue chuckled upon hearing this. She turned to Ziyue and inquired, Ziyue, tell us about yourself. Do you remember your past memories? Upon hearing Jiang Yixue's question, Ziyue's demeanor appeared somewhat forlorn. She turned her body away, facing away from Lin Xiao and Jiang Yixue. I can't recall much. I only remember a person who always took me to enjoy delicious foods. Later, I was pursued by the human race, and he brought me here. Jiang Yixue sat beside her and asked, why were they chasing you? Ziyue pondered for a moment and, with a hint of sadness, replied, they said I am the embodiment of evil and greed, destined to bring ominous signs. Lin Xiao gently patted Ziyue's head and encouraged, please share your past experiences. Thus, Ziyue began to recount her memories from the upper realm. Ziyue hails from the upper realm, a dimension known as the immortal realm. Upon her awakening to consciousness, a man from the immortal realm discovered her. He took Ziyue under his wing, treating her as his own daughter, indulging her daily with a plethora of delectable treats. This man, it seemed, held a significant position within the immortal realm, and they led a tranquil existence together. However, this idyllic life was not destined to last. 5 years later, a formidable being in the immortal realm uncovered Ziyue's true identity as the ancient mythical beast, Taotai. The Taotai clan is as rare as the phoenix or the dragon in the immortal realm, with legends suggesting that these enigmatic divine creatures reside beyond the 9 heavens. When this powerful being spotted Ziyue playing alone, he sought to capture her and cultivate her as the guardian beast of his sect. In this moment of peril, the man who had cared for Ziyue rushed to her aid, engaging in a fierce battle with the would-be captor. Ultimately, the man triumphed over the powerful being with overwhelming force, compelling the latter to abandon his pursuit. Yet, unable to contain his frustration, he spread the news of the Taotai's existence. Consequently, Ziyue found herself relentlessly pursued each time she ventured outside, and due to her own lack of strength, she narrowly escaped death on multiple occasions. In response, the man forbade Ziyue from leaving his domain alone, and she seldom ventured out thereafter. Within the confines of his powerful sphere, she enjoyed a life of comfort and abundance, which, in essence, was not markedly different from her previous existence. Just as tranquility seemed to return, a day arrived when the man sensed several powerful auras approaching his territory, evidently in search of Ziyue. In a swift decision, he took Ziyue and fled, inadvertently arriving at a lower realm. There, he sealed Ziyue's powers and placed her into a deep slumber, hastily setting up a formation before departing. 2,000 years ago, the formation was discovered by Hifeng, awakening the purple moon. Chapter 33, The Journey Back. High above the clouds, the purple moon lay on the back of the dragon, peering down at the scenery below. Suddenly, she spotted a village. Is this the one? She inquired once more. She had asked many times before. Yes, this is it. We are almost there, Jiang Yixue replied with a smile behind her. Upon hearing this, the purple moon sat up, rubbed her belly, and exclaimed, I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten anything today. Finally, we've arrived. I want to eat something. Moments later, the dragon descended to a vacant area near the village, and several individuals disembarked from its back. The purple moon gazed at Su Hua, who had transformed into human form, and could not help but ask, Little dragon, why did you land so far away? Su Hua paused, momentarily taken aback. He looked down at the purple moon, who barely reached his waist, and silently thought, oh dear, this little girl possesses remarkable cultivation, yet she is shorter than I. Of course, Su Hua would never voice such thoughts. Unfortunately, he had yet to see the true form of the purple moon. Otherwise, his perspective would surely differ. Nonetheless, Su Hua glanced at Lin Xiao ahead before turning back to the purple moon and said, the village ahead is inhabited by mortals. We must not startle them by revealing our true identities. Jiang Yixue approached the purple moon, gently patting her head, and explained, Purple moon in the village. We must assume the identity of mortals. You cannot use your cultivation in front of the villagers, nor can you harm anyone. Upon hearing this, Ziyue felt a bit perplexed. Are we truly going to walk like this? Indeed. Upon hearing this, Ziyue seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon, her steps growing heavy and laborious. With her head bowed, she sighed as she walked. We still have such a long way to go. I'm so hungry. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze towards Lin Xiao, her figure darting in front of him, and asked, Lin Xiao, is there any way to hasten our journey? None. As the group approached the village entrance, Lin Xiao gently lowered Ziyue from his shoulder and remarked, you can go buy something to eat now. At this moment, everyone had changed into relatively ordinary attire, including Ziyue. She blinked her eyes, looking at Lin Xiao with a hint of shyness, and murmured, but I don't have any spirit stones. I recall that Feng had to pay with spirit stones when buying things. Upon hearing this, Su Hua burst into hearty laughter. Ziyue turned, casting a sharp glance at Su Hua, who promptly covered his mouth, realizing he could not contend with the spirited young girl. Jiang Yixue smiled and clarified, Ziyue, in this mortal village, you don't need to use spirit stones. You can pay with silver or gold coins. With that, Jiang Yixue produced several silver and gold coins in her hand. Come on, Ziyue, I'll take you to buy something. Yay. Su Hua watched the two figures depart into the distance and turned to Lin Xiao, inquiring, young master, what about this strange beast? At that moment, the sword behind Lin Xiao flew about the courtyard. Lin Xiao instructed Su Hua to prepare the fire in the kitchen while he ventured into the courtyard to gather some vegetables, which he then proceeded to wash. After a flurry of activity, they finally completed their preparations. However, they were suddenly struck by the realization that there was no meat. Only the freshly washed vegetables remained. Previously, it had been Jiang Yixue who would go out to procure such items. They exchanged glances, and Su Hua remarked, shall I go to the street to buy some pork? Just as the words left his lips, laughter echoed from outside the courtyard, belonging to Ziyue and Jiang Yixue. How wonderful. There are so many varieties of snacks here. More than what Feng managed to find. Ha ha, Ziyue exclaimed. Oh no, I've dropped some. Slow down. As Lin Xiao and Su Hua emerged from the house, they spotted Ziyue entering the courtyard, her arms laden with an abundance of snacks. She had gathered so many that her head was obscured by the assortment. Jiang Yixue followed closely behind, occasionally picking up the snacks that had fallen, mindful of the importance of not littering. Su Hua approached Ziyue and, resting his hands on his chin, regarded her with a curious expression. Little girl, do you not possess a spatial ring? Isn't it exhausting to carry so much? Ziyue peered over, revealing half of her face, and retorted, what is wrong with that? I like carrying them this way. Indeed, Ziyue did possess a spatial ring. The one previously owned by Feng was now in her possession. With that, she swiftly stored all the snacks into the ring. Su Hua was left speechless. At that moment, Jiang Yixue turned to Lin Xiao and spoke, to which Lin Xiao nodded and replied, yes, Xiaoxue, come with me to prepare the meal. The two then entered the kitchen and began their culinary endeavors. Not long thereafter, outside, a gentle drizzle fell, prompting Su Hua and Ziyu to seek refuge indoors. Today, Lin Xiao took it upon himself to prepare the meal. Shortly thereafter, he had completed several dishes, coinciding perfectly with the rice being cooked to perfection. As Jiang Yixue placed the dishes on the dining table, Ziyu had already positioned herself by the table, her eyes gleaming as she gazed at the food before her. In that moment, with her hand reaching toward one of the bowls, she was mere millimeters away from the delicacy. Just as the moment seemed to stretch, Lin Xiao swiftly appeared beside her, playfully flicking her forehead with his finger. Bang! A resounding cry escaped Ziyu's lips. At that moment, she cradled her head in her hands, her expression one of utter grievance as she looked at Lin Xiao. The pain was excruciating. The force of that flick, if directed at someone in the tribulation stage, could have easily been lethal. However, Ziyu, being a Taotai, possessed strength that surpassed even the peak of the tribulation stage, and her resilient physique made her quite impervious to harm. With a face full of indignation, she gazed at Lin Xiao, tears brimming in her eyes, a small bump already forming where he had struck her. Pouting, she protested, "Woo-woo. Why did you hit me?" Lin Xiao remained unfazed, replying, "One must use chopsticks while eating." Meanwhile, Su Hua watched the unfolding drama with amusement. Wiping away her freshly fallen tears, Ziyu defiantly declared, "Lin Xiao, I will never forgive you." Yet, moments later, she succumbed to the deliciousness of the meal, burying her head in her bowl and murmuring to herself. She had finally mastered the use of chopsticks. After a while, she lifted her head and gazed at Lin Xiao, who was also dining across from her, and softly said, "I apologize, Lin Xiao. I had no idea your cooking was so exquisite. As for the matter of you striking me, I shall forgive you." Listening to their conversation, Su Hua couldn't help but chuckle, nearly choking on his own laughter. Jiang Yixue also smiled gently. She served 2 pieces of meat to Ziyue, only to realize that her bowl was already empty. Chapter 34. The Demon Emperor Luo Tian. Time passed swiftly, and a month had elapsed. She had become quite familiar with the townsfolk. In the courtyard, she exclaimed, "Ah?" Then she quickly realized, saying, "But this place is so far from the demon realm. Ziyue does not wish to go." Lin Xiao turned his gaze towards Ziyue, inquiring, Upon noticing the man in white beside her, Ziyue immediately declared, "Humph. If I must go, then so be it. He. With that, Ziyue made a playful face and, with a flash, vanished from sight. At that moment, Jiang Yixue emerged from the house, holding a pot of hot tea. Approaching Lin Xiao, she picked up a cup from the table and poured him a steaming cup of tea. "Young master, may I massage your shoulders?" Jiang Yixue offered. Lin Xiao picked up the teacup from the table, gently blew on it, and then remarked, "You have advanced to the late stage of the out-of-body realm. Indeed, young master, I have noticed an increasing amount of cold attribute spiritual energy within me," Jiang Yixue replied. Lin Xiao took a sip of tea, then set down the cup, saying, "Xiao Xue, I would like you to attempt to strike me with your full strength." Jiang Yixue paused, taken aback by his request. She paused her movements and inquired, "My lord, will the use of spiritual power be detected by the villagers of the village?" "I shall set up a formation." After Lin Xiao established a concealment array, Jiang Yixue positioned herself a short distance in front of him and declared, "My lord, I shall begin now." Lin Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Yixue channeled her spiritual energy, fingers forming intricate seals, and a sword forged of ice materialized beside her. In that moment, as her spiritual energy surged, a faint azure aura enveloped her. With 2 fingers of her right hand poised as if to wield the sword, she lunged towards Lin Xiao's direction. The ice sword, momentarily hesitating, then surged forward with great velocity. As it soared, the air crackled with the sound of its passage, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet abruptly. Yet, when the ice sword was merely a foot away from Lin Xiao, it seemed to be halted by an invisible barrier, unable to advance any further. The space before Lin Xiao rippled as if disturbed by unseen forces, the power approaching the initial stage of transformation. Lin Xiao regarded the ice sword calmly and stated, "Indeed." With that, he extended his right hand, pinching the ice sword between his index and middle fingers. A sharp crack resonated through the air as the sword shattered into countless fragments. Jiang Yixue approached, gazing at Lin Xiao with a questioning expression. "Is that true, my lord?" "Yes, but it is still far from defeating Su Hua," Lin Xiao replied indifferently. He dispelled the formation, walked to the table, and took a sip from the teacup resting there. The tea was at the perfect temperature. "What do you mean by far from defeating me?" Su Hua's voice interrupted as he appeared at the entrance of the courtyard, addressing the 2. Su Hua stepped into the courtyard. Meanwhile, in the demon realm, however, what perplexed the demon emperor the most was the identity of that girl, as well as the man and woman riding on the back of the dragon. These 3 individuals seemed to have materialized out of thin air, leaving the demon and human races, including the demon clan, utterly bewildered. Within the grand hall of the demon clan, the emperor sat upon his throne, lost in contemplation. He had dispatched inquiries to the demon race, yet they were unwilling to divulge any information. The human race, much like the demons, remained equally ignorant. The demon emperor felt a tinge of relief. Fortunately, the demon clan had not allied with the demon race, for otherwise, they might have faced the wrath of the formidable human warriors. However, he realized he was overthinking. The fate of the human race had little to do with Lin Xiao. It was only those like Ziyue, who did not belong to this realm, that he would concern himself with. A sudden sound of footsteps echoed through the hall. A fearsome demon king strode in through the entrance, clutching a scroll in his hand. His imposing presence commanded attention as he approached the demon emperor and, with a voice that was both resonant and somewhat ragged, said slowly, "Your Majesty, here are the portraits of those 3 individuals." Upon finishing his statement, the demon king slightly bowed his head and extended the scroll towards the emperor. The demon emperor raised his gaze, regarding him briefly before accepting the scroll. Rather than opening it immediately, he rubbed his forehead in exasperation. He turned to the imposing demon before him, saying, "Rasha, could you not announce your presence next time you enter the Great Hall? How many times must I remind you? There is no one else here. Why must we adhere to such formalities every day?" He paused, then added, "Enough of that, quickly. Take a look at the portraits of these 3 individuals." The demon emperor shook his head, choosing to overlook Rasha's rudeness as he unfurled the scroll in his hands. The demon emperor, known as Luo Tian, ascended to his position 2 centuries ago within the demon clan. Luo Sha, one of the 10 demon kings under Luo Tian, possesses formidable strength, being in the late stage of the Great Ascension realm, and is also Luo Tian's younger brother. Luo Tian retrieved a scroll from a tube, unfurling it to reveal portraits of Lin Xiao, Jiang Yixue, and Ziyue. There appeared to be a dragon depicted as well, though its image was absent. As Luo Tian scrutinized the 3 figures in the artwork, he addressed Luo Sha, who sat comfortably in one of the seats below. Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, Luo Sha remained placid, while Luo Tian closed his eyes, unable to restrain his frustration. He clenched his fist and hurled the scroll at Luo Sha. Caught unawares, Luo Sha was struck on the head by the scroll. Seriously, you can't even handle a simple task. Investigate those 3, and isn't that dragon also a clue? Do you understand why I was chosen as the demon emperor instead of you? If you weren't my brother, I would have relished the opportunity to teach you a lesson. At that moment, Luo Tian stood before Luo Sha, voicing his ire. Luo Sha, still seated, appeared bewildered by the reprimand, but did not respond with anger. Instead, he looked at the furious Luo Tian and mumbled, I know I'm only good at fighting, but you asked me to gather portraits of these 3, and I specifically inquired twice about it. Luo Tian suddenly found himself at a loss for words, swallowing the retort that had risen to his lips. He recalled that Luo Sha had indeed asked him that question on 2 separate occasions. Once more, Luo Tian closed his eyes. He took a deep breath and then exhaled evenly, calming his emotions. Never mind, I shall personally venture into the human realm. Chapter 35. Drunken Immortal Pavilion in the Realm of Humanity. In the Summer Domain, there lies an unnamed grand city of the human race. On a bustling street, a violet figure strolled leisurely. This figure was none other than Lin Zhao's envoy, Ziyue, who had been sent to inquire about Hifeng. At this moment, she had donned her previous violet attire. Ziyue stood before a stall, her gaze fixated on a pill displayed there. With a sweet and melodious voice, she inquired, Boss, how much is this pill? The stall owner, a middle-aged man, burst into hearty laughter upon seeing the adorable and petite Ziyue. Which little girl is so charming? Ha! Little one, this pill is called the revival pill, used to restore spiritual energy in times of crisis. Ziyue feigned a cough, swallowing hard, and continued, Is it tasty? Pills are not to be consumed indiscriminately. The revival pill is meant for those at least at the foundation establishment level. You possess no cultivation and cannot eat it recklessly. Ziyue exclaimed upon hearing this. Little girl, practice diligently, and once you reach foundation establishment, you can buy it. However, at that moment, Ziyue blinked her bright, spirited eyes at the stall owner and declared, But I have already reached foundation establishment. With that, she playfully touched her cheeks, striking an adorable pose. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, before saying, Little girl, do not jest. Your cultivation level. Suddenly, he halted mid-sentence, for he sensed that Ziyue indeed possessed the early stages of the foundation establishment realm. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the adorable Ziyue, muttering, How peculiar. I just observed that you appeared to have no cultivation at all. Ziyue smiled silently. Very well, young lady, this recovery pill is priced at 10 medium-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones, the middle-aged man continued. Without hesitation, Ziyue paid the 100 low-grade spirit stones, took the pill, and resumed her leisurely stroll through the street. Observing Ziyue's gradually receding figure, the middle-aged man marveled. At such a tender age, she has already reached foundation establishment. She must be affiliated with a powerful faction. Ziyue meandered through the streets, blissfully unaware that her extravagant display of wealth had attracted the attention of several onlookers. Not far behind her, 5 men trailed closely, each bearing numerous scars, some old, others seemingly fresh. They maintained a consistent distance from Ziyue as she moved. When she had briefly revealed her aura, it indicated her cultivation was in the early stages of foundation establishment. One of the men then spoke, This young girl, having achieved foundation establishment at such a young age, may indeed belong to a significant power. She likely has protectors behind her. Another man, frowning, analyzed the situation. Could we possibly let her go? The first man replied, At the very least, we cannot act within the city. We should gather more information first. Ziyue stepped into an opulent tavern, its exterior adorned with a sign boldly proclaiming the name Drunken Immortal Pavilion. The interior bustled with patrons, most of whom had come to indulge in libations, for this establishment was renowned for its exquisite wines. Approaching the counter, Ziyue addressed the busy innkeeper within. Greetings. Do you have any delectable offerings? Upon hearing her voice, the innkeeper paused his tasks and turned towards the counter, but he could not discern her presence. Noticing that she had gone unnoticed, Ziyue waved her hands and jumped up, calling out, Innkeeper, seeing the little girl bouncing just enough to reach the counter. The innkeeper could not help but chuckle. Some of the other patrons, captivated by Ziyue's adorable demeanor, smiled as well. The innkeeper, still smiling, approached the edge of the counter and looked down at Ziyue. Little one, what brings you here? He inquired jovially, observing her innocent charm. The innkeeper reflected for a moment before saying, Dear child, why don't you find yourself a seat? I shall have someone bring you some food shortly. Ziyue's eyes sparkled with delight as she responded, Innkeeper, how many spirit stones will it cost? The innkeeper laughed heartily. Ah, little girl, there is no need for payment today. Consider it my treat. Please, take a seat over there. He gestured towards an unoccupied table not far away. Grateful for his kindness, Ziyue thanked him. A phrase taught to her by Jiang Yixue. She then made her way to the vacant table and settled down comfortably. Just as a fellow arrived, he could not help but inquire of the proprietor, Why do you not charge her? The proprietor responded enigmatically, You will understand in due time. The attendant, bewildered by the proprietor's words, glanced toward the distant figure of Ziyue. There she sat upon a stool, her feet dangling above the ground, swaying gently in the air. With her elbows resting on the table and her chin supported by her hands, she appeared lost in thought, gazing outside. As the attendant observed her, a sudden realization struck him. What? She shares my state of existence? However, he had little time to ponder this revelation before the proprietor summoned him to work. At that moment, two more individuals approached the entrance of the drunken immortal pavilion. One was a middle-aged man, approximately in his 30s, and the other was an elderly gentleman, around 50 years of age. The elder was clad in a robe of black and white, adorned with intricate designs reminiscent of thunder and lightning. Upon their entry, the crowd rose and saluted, We pay our respects to the city lord. The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively and addressed the elder beside him. Master Su, please. This way. Upon hearing the city lord's words, the crowd's gaze toward the elder transformed into one of profound respect. It was evident that anyone accorded such treatment by the city lord must be a formidable figure. Yet, the elder did not immediately move. Instead, he remained rooted in place, his gaze fixed upon a distant purple figure. The middle-aged man, sensing something amiss in Master Su's demeanor, followed his line of sight to the small girl in the distance. The crowd, too, turned their attention towards Ziyue, who was merrily indulging in the lavish feast the attendant had just brought her. As she continued to eat, an inexplicable sense of strangeness washed over her. She lifted her gaze and discovered that the eyes of the crowd were fixated upon her. Recalling the conversations that had transpired before her arrival, she then turned her attention to the middle-aged man referred to as the city lord. Alongside the elderly figure in a white robe, she waved her hand at the man, and disregarding the stares of those around her, she picked up a chicken leg and resumed her meal. Elder Su nodded in acknowledgement towards Ziyue, and shortly thereafter, he made his way towards the third floor. The onlookers understood this gesture. It became apparent that the elder known as Su was acquainted with the young girl. Indeed, the crowd had already speculated about the girl's extraordinary identity upon her entrance. Yet, at that moment, only the city lord gazed at Elder Su's retreating figure with a hint of confusion. Just moments prior, he had noticed a slight tremor in Elder Su's hand, a subtle movement that had not escaped his keen observation. He also detected a hint of disarray in the elder's steps, although the others remained oblivious to it. However, he chose not to voice his thoughts, instead following Elder Su up to the third floor. Chapter 36. Innkeeper, I have returned. In a refined chamber on the third floor of the drunken immortal pavilion, the middle-aged man, known as the city lord, could no longer restrain himself and spoke to Elder Su, saying, Elder Su, just now. Before he could finish his sentence, Elder Su raised a hand to interrupt him. Slowly, he poured himself a glass of water from the jug on the table and drank it in one gulp. With a tone laden with gravity, he addressed the middle-aged man. Upon hearing this, the man's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, What? She is the little girl you mentioned. The one who altered the course of the battle upon her arrival? The middle-aged man's name was Jia Yun, a cultivator at the nascent soul stage. During the previous great battle, he did not arrive in time. He was tasked with soothing the inhabitants of the city while also maintaining order within its walls. At that moment, Elder Su, a practitioner in the out-of-body stage, had previously participated in the conflict and miraculously survived. Now, he had regained his composure and turned to Jia Yun, speaking with earnest gravity. There can be no mistakes. Jia Yun, you must instruct everyone to avoid offending her. The consequences would be unimaginable. Upon hearing this, Jia Yun immediately rose and clasped his fists in respect towards Elder Su, saying, "Understood, Elder Su. I shall make the necessary arrangements at once." With that, Jia Yun departed from the elegant chamber. Meanwhile, in the first floor of the drunken immortal pavilion, 5 individuals entered. The same ones who had previously followed Ziyue. They casually found a spot to settle down. Subsequently, 2 of them approached Ziyue's table directly and took a seat beside her. Ziyue regarded the 2 unfamiliar men without acknowledging them, continuing to enjoy the food before her. "Where is your master, little girl?" one of the men inquired. Ziyue, upon hearing this, lifted her gaze towards the speaker, a frown forming on her face. "What business is it of yours? Leave me be." She had long sensed that these 5 men were tracking her, suspecting it was likely due to her abundance of spirit stones. The 2 men, however, did not take their leave. Instead, they remained seated. "Little girl, there's no need to be so fierce. Which faction do you belong to? Perhaps you could enlighten your elder brother." Ziyue, growing increasingly impatient, thought to herself that had it not been for Lin Xiao's prohibition against her taking action outside, these 2 would have long ceased to exist. She set down her chopsticks and glared at the man, declaring, "Get lost." Although the words spoken were somewhat fierce, coming from the petite figure of Ziyue, they possessed an endearing quality that elicited a sense of charm. The dialogue between the 2 caught the attention of those within the building, yet no one dared to interject, for these 5 individuals were notorious in the area, their prowess resting firmly within the golden core stage. Even the city lord often afforded them a modicum of respect. However, the onlookers sensed that this time, the 5 might have encountered formidable opposition. At that moment, Jia Yun descended from the 2nd floor, witnessing the unfolding scene. He glanced at the 2 men and then at the displeased expression of the girl in the purple attire. A sense of foreboding gripped him, prompting him to shout, "What are you 2 doing?" His resonant voice, imbued with an invisible pressure, reverberated throughout the building, radiating the aura of the late nascent soul stage. Jia Yun approached the 2 men. All within the hall ceased their activities, their gazes drawn toward him. Elder Su on the 3rd floor also sensed Jia Yun's presence and contemplated the potential for trouble, hastily rising to descend. Undeterred by the stares of the crowd, Jia Yun stepped before the 2 men and delivered a resounding slap to one of their faces. The sound echoed, slap, slap. Both men were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the situation. The onlookers shared in their bewilderment. Ziyue cast a glance at Jia Yun, her expression one of satisfaction as she picked up her chopsticks and resumed her meal with delight. The 3 others seated nearby were equally taken aback by the city lord's sudden aggression. Jia Yun turned to face the 3, his tone laden with menace. "What transpires outside the city is of no concern to me, but should you dare to cause a ruckus within, do not expect me to show mercy." He casually mentioned that the 5 individuals outside the city frequently robbed people of their wealth. Upon hearing this, Elder Su acted decisively, seizing the 5 with an invisible force from afar. The 5 struggled, yet they were firmly held by an unseen hand, unable to move. Subsequently, Elder Su and his companion exited the drunken immortal pavilion, with Jia Yun following suit. This spectacle elicited applause from the onlookers. Although they remained unaware of the fate that awaited the 5, Ziyu continued to eat, seemingly indifferent to the earlier incident. Upon finishing her meal, she called out to the innkeeper at the counter, "Innkeeper, I have finished. I am leaving." Ziyu stepped out of the drunken immortal pavilion, only to find the city lord and the elderly man seemingly waiting for her. On the ground lay the 5 unconscious figures, blood trickling from their mouths. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that their cultivation had been completely severed. Their garments were a patchwork of black and white, as if struck by lightning. The crowd gathered on the street could still be heard cheering. As Elder Su saw Ziyu emerge, he promptly approached her, bowing his head to the ground and respectfully clasping his fists, saying, "My lord, these 5 have committed numerous crimes and have disturbed you. I have rendered them powerless." Ziyu looked up at the elderly man clad in a dark robe before her. She seemed unconcerned about the fate of the 5 and instead remarked, "Hey, you recognize me?" Elder Su, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of anxiety, for the person before him was capable of effortlessly slaying those in the tribulation stage. He did not raise his gaze, continuing to bow and focus on the ground, as Ziyu was too diminutive for him to dare look directly at her. Upon hearing this, Ziyue felt a surge of joy. Do you know the current state of the demon clan? The demon clan has now relocated to their former territory. As he spoke, Elder Su retrieved a map from his spatial ring and handed it to Ziyue. She accepted it with her hand and opened it, studying it intently until she finally pinpointed the location of the demon clan. In fact, she had previously ventured to the southernmost region, but the demon clan had already moved. As for their new location among the human clans, she was unaware, but with this map, she now knew the way. Noticing that Ziyue's demeanor was unperturbed, Elder Su felt a slow relief wash over him. Subsequently, Ziyue posed a myriad of questions, most concerning where to find delectable cuisine. During their conversation, Elder Su discovered that Ziyue was quite amiable, and he gradually became less reserved. From Elder Su, Ziyue learned of a powerful faction, the Pill Alliance, a coveted place for numerous alchemists, brimming with countless miraculous elixirs. My lady, are you looking to purchase any particular elixirs? Elder Su inquired. Ziyue's expression shifted to one of mild awkwardness as she chuckled. Ah, yes, indeed. Not pressing further, Elder Su casually remarked, My lady, I noticed you did not order any wine earlier. Do you not enjoy drinking? After all, the drunken immortal inn is renowned for its wine. Ziyue paused, curiosity lighting up her eyes as she asked, What is wine? Wine is a kind of something akin to tea, yet distinctly different, Elder Su explained. Seeing that Ziyue still appeared baffled, he continued, and upon hearing his words, Ziyue's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Really? Old Su nodded. Indeed, I have come here today to indulge in the divine brew, but the nature of wine varies with each individual. Should it not please you, do not hold me accountable. Upon hearing this, Ziyue felt a surge of excitement and clapped her hands, exclaiming, Wonderful. As Ziyue entered, she greeted the innkeeper with a gentle smile. Chapter 37. Visitors from the Hall of Reincarnation in an unnamed village. In the courtyard, Lin Xiao was practicing a set of martial arts. The movements were both swift and slow, blending softness with strength, creating a profound aesthetic beauty. Jiang Yixue stood nearby, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Xiao's actions. Suddenly, Lin Xiao came to a halt, casting a tranquil glance towards the heavens. At the same moment, high above, a figure clad in ancient, enigmatic patterns confronted a translucent silhouette. The upper part of the robed figure's face was obscured by a hat, revealing only the movement of his lips. He addressed the translucent figure with a slow, deliberate tone. The heavenly law of the lower realms should not bestow such power upon you. Before long, the embodiment of the heavenly law spoke. The robed figure gradually advanced through the void towards the embodiment of the heavenly law, stating as he walked, I am unaware of what has transpired in this realm. Although your strength surpasses that of others from the lower realms, it is still far from sufficient. With that, the robed figure vanished. In the next instant, a magnificent formation materialized around the embodiment of the heavenly law, encircling it tightly. Simultaneously, the mysterious robed figure appeared directly above the embodiment of the heavenly law, his hands weaving an ancient formation, surrounded by an aura of mystery. The formation encircling the embodiment of the heavenly law began to glow gradually. As the formation manifested, the embodiment of the heavenly Tao became aware, the surrounding space frozen, leaving it with no avenue of escape. With the initiation of the array, the robed figure gazed at the embodiment within and spoke slowly, Do not worry. I shall not inflict harm upon this world. I merely seek one individual. Just as the robed figure intended to depart, a calm voice from a distance interrupted, No need. I have arrived. The sudden proclamation startled the robed figure, causing his expression to shift dramatically as he turned to the right. Suspended in the void, he felt a twinge of trepidation. The newcomer had approached without his notice. A realization struck him, prompting the robed figure to produce an ancient tome. Upon opening the book and glancing at the suddenly appeared figure clad in white, he murmured, Indeed, it is you. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, the robed figure's pupils widened in incredulity. He stared at Lin Xiao, astonished, and exclaimed, You possess knowledge of the sacred realm. Who exactly are you? The inquiry sent a tremor through the robed figure's heart, as a suspicion began to swell within him. Then you must recognize this. With that, he conjured a peculiar, resplendent flower in his hand. The petals, vivid as flames, resembled a blood-red conflagration, emanating a mysterious and eerie aura. Corpse flower. Seeing this blossom from afar, the robed figure trembled, whether from fear or exhilaration. he could not discern. His expression was one of shock and excitement as he beheld the flower that Lin Xiao had summoned. He suddenly appeared before Lin Xiao and then knelt in the void. The robed man was overwhelmed with emotion, yet found himself at a loss for words, remaining in that position before Lin Xiao. The Holy Realm is the epicenter of all the worlds in this vast universe. The robed man had already concluded that the white-clad figure before him was undoubtedly that supreme being. Recognizing the robed man's acknowledgement, Lin Xiao gently pushed forward the enchanting flower in his hand. The mesmerizing blossom gracefully floated toward the robed man. The blood-red flower halted before him and slowly entered his body. As he felt the surge of power within, the robed man excitedly lifted his gaze towards Lin Xiao and spoke. "I can sense the immense strength within me," his face radiant with exhilaration. Lin Xiao's expression remained unchanged as he calmly replied, "Please rise. Tell me if any significant events have occurred in the Holy Realm." After standing, the robed man respectfully addressed Lin Xiao. "Some souls of the deceased suddenly dissipate, their whereabouts unknown. Is it truly so?" Lin Xiao murmured to himself. At this moment, the robed man knelt again, but he could only lower himself halfway in the void. Lin Xiao casually dismantled the formation that bound the embodiment of the heavenly Tao and then spoke softly, "I have chosen to live in seclusion in the lower realm." 100,000 years ago, Lin Xiao had secluded himself in the 9 heavens of the immortal realm, and now he opted for solitude in the lower realm. Upon hearing this, the robed man bowed deeply to Lin Xiao. He departed. After the robed man left, the embodiment of the heavenly Tao approached Lin Xiao. Unable to articulate its thoughts, for the being before it was so powerful that it dared not ponder further, Lin Xiao remained silent. He exited. Upon witnessing this, the embodiment of the celestial path addressed the direction in which Lin Xiao departed, speaking slowly. "I bid farewell to the esteemed one." Jiang Yixue, upon seeing Lin Xiao suddenly appear in the courtyard, inquired, "Young master, where have you been?" To which Su Hua interjected, "There is no need to question your master. Hasten to prepare the meal, for the time has come." Jiang Yixue shot an indignant glare at Su Hua and retorted, "Why do you not do it?" Su Hua casually replied, "I am but a steed. It is not the role of a steed to cook. You are the young master's maid." Jiang Yixue, in a fit of urgency, exclaimed, "You." At that moment, a sweet and charming voice resounded from outside the courtyard. It was Ziyue, perched upon a man's shoulder, waving at the 3 within the courtyard. Chapter 38. The arrival of Hifeng. Ziyue and Hifeng appeared together at the entrance of the courtyard. Ziyue leapt down from the man's shoulder, gazing at Lin Xiao, and pointed to Hifeng behind her. "Hey, Lin Xiao, is dinner ready? I brought a guest." Hifeng also turned his gaze to Lin Xiao, clasping his hands in greeting, his expression slightly tense as he said, "I have the honor of meeting you, senior." Initially, he had no intention of coming, as there were numerous matters within the demon clan that required his attention. However, upon Ziyue's insistence, he was forcibly brought along. Lin Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. "Since you are here, please come inside and take a seat." Thus, the group proceeded to the living room. Lin Xiao looked at Ziyue and Hifeng and said, "Please wait a moment. I will prepare the meal. Xiao Xue, come assist me." Upon hearing this, Ziyue immediately chimed in. "I want to help too. I love cooking." Jiang Yixue approached Ziyue, gently caressing her small face, and smiled, "Very well, come and help me wash the vegetables." With that, Jiang Yixue followed Lin Xiao's retreating figure into the kitchen. Observing Jiang Yixue's affectionate gesture towards Ziyue, Hifeng felt a flicker of disbelief. Although he was aware that the woman in red had previously touched Ziyue's face once before, he was still taken aback. Upon hearing Jiang Yixue's words, Ziyue resolutely shook her head, declaring, "No, I want to cook by myself." With that, she too entered the kitchen. As Lin Xiao and the others busied themselves in the kitchen, the living room was left with only Hifeng and Su Hua. At this moment, Hifeng remained somewhat restrained, sitting quietly in a calm demeanor. In contrast, Su Hua sat with one leg crossed over the other, nonchalantly perched on a stool. Every now and then, he grabbed fruits from the table and popped them into his mouth. "Hey, Demon Emperor Hifeng, right? What are your thoughts on the young master's earlier decision?" Su Hua remarked casually while munching. Despite being a member of the demon clan himself, his tone was as if he were the demon emperor, which seemed somewhat presumptuous. Perhaps it could be described as a dragon leveraging its might. Upon hearing this, Hifeng turned his gaze towards Su Hua. He recognized that Su Hua's true form was that of a dragon, which was also Lin Zhao's former steed. Hifeng shook his head in response, Senior possesses extraordinary abilities, and such an outcome would indeed indicate your preference towards my demon clan. On the journey here, Hifeng had learned from Ziyue that Lin Xiao was a genuine powerhouse, an immensely formidable presence even in the celestial realm. Hifeng's tone was earnest, and after a brief contemplation, Su Hua inquired further, "The esteemed gentleman previously bestowed upon you a cultivation technique. Might I inquire how effective it is? Is it formidable?" "The technique bestowed upon me by my predecessor is indeed powerful. I was initially at the early stage of the tribulation crossing, and after a month of practice, I have now advanced to the mid-stage," Hifeng replied. Su Hua was taken aback. Although he was aware that Hifeng had been at the early stage of tribulation crossing just a month prior, the fact that he had made such a significant leap in such a short span was indeed remarkable. A tinge of envy crept into Su Hua's heart. In truth, Hifeng's cultivation was at the 9th turn of the early stage, merely a step away from a breakthrough. At this moment, Su Hua pondered another question. While practicing this technique, do you experience any peculiar sensations? For instance, do you ever feel the urge to succumb to slumber during your cultivation? However, as soon as Su Hua finished speaking, he realized his error. If Hifeng's technique were akin to his own, wouldn't that imply Hifeng would also have to endure the tribulation of the upper realm? Yet, Hifeng was not facing a tribulation of such grand scale, rendering his question somewhat futile. "There are no unusual sensations," Hifeng responded. "Only that my cultivation speed has markedly increased, and my spiritual energy feels robust." Upon hearing this, Su Hua kindly suggested, "You might consider inquiring with the esteemed gentleman about this technique. It could prove beneficial to you." After all, Su Hua belonged to the demon race as well. If his suspicions were correct, and on the day Hifeng faced his tribulation, he were to be struck by the heavens, it would be quite unfortunate. In Su Hua's mind, Hifeng was indeed a qualified demon emperor. Hifeng hesitated, responding casually, "I shall see how it goes." Su Hua understood that Hifeng was still unfamiliar with the surroundings and Lin Zhao's temperament, thus exhibiting some restraint. However, Su Hua himself was well acquainted with Lin Zhao's character. Su Hua was well aware of Lin Zhao's gentle nature. He rarely acted out unless provoked. For instance, during a prior encounter with a certain demon, the individual had insulted Lin Xiao with fervor, which ultimately led to Lin Xiao losing his composure, primarily due to the harshness of the words, as he preferred not to indulge such behavior. After a moment of contemplation, Su Hua suggested, "Allow me to inquire on your behalf later." In truth, the young master is quite amiable, far removed from the outrageous tales circulating outside. Hifeng could only nod in agreement. Before long, Jiang Yixue entered the living room, carrying a platter of food, followed closely by Ziyue, who bore another dish. However, the latter was rather peculiar in appearance. Its hue could not be distinctly classified as black or white, rendering it quite odd in appearance. Soon after, Lin Xiao emerged. Once Jiang Yixue had arranged all the dishes on the table, everyone took their seats, ready to dine. At that moment, Ziyue appeared the most exhilarated, her short legs swinging in the air as her gaze flitted between the various dishes. Upon spotting the meal she had prepared, her joy was palpable. "Today marks my first time cooking. Everyone, do taste my creation," Ziyue exclaimed, eager for her companions to sample her dish. Alas, the others bore expressions of mild hesitation, choosing to reach for the offerings of others rather than her culinary endeavor. Su Hua and Jiang Yixue stifled their laughter, while Lin Xiao maintained a neutral expression. Hifeng, however, appeared somewhat apprehensive, his mind racing with memories of the past. Believing that her dish was simply overlooked, Ziyue felt a twinge of confusion when, after a while, no one still opted to take from her plate. Unable to contain her curiosity, she picked up her chopsticks and served herself from the dish she had prepared. Ziyue took a bite. Upon witnessing this, Hifeng let out a sigh of relief, thankful that this little ancestor hadn't compelled him to eat first. In the past, when he sent his subordinates to the human realm to find those unpalatable dishes, at least they were still edible. However, anything crafted by this little ancestor was undoubtedly inedible. As expected, Ziyue's expression changed dramatically after her first bite. She suddenly covered her mouth with her hand, leapt off the stool, and ran outside. "Ha ha! This little girl has finally received her just desserts," Su Hua murmured softly. Ziyue dashed outside the courtyard and promptly expelled the contents of her mouth. She felt dizzy. It was simply too awful. With a swift motion, she hurled both the food and the plate towards a distant mountain peak. "Humph, take that for being so disgusting." Jiang Yixue, witnessing this, had been serving Ziyue multiple dishes. As Ziyue enjoyed her meal, her complexion brightened once again, for Lin Zhao's cooking was simply delectable. At that moment, Jiang Yixue suddenly pondered another matter. What about the plate? Ziyue, you didn't just throw away the plate as well, did you? Ziyue huffed and replied, that dish was so terrible. I threw away the food, and the plate went with it. Hearing this, Jiang Yixue glanced at Lin Xiao. Indeed, Lin Xiao calmly addressed Ziyue. After finishing your meal, you shall confine yourself to your room for a day, no playing outside. Ziyue protested. No, I only discarded a plate. I wouldn't mind giving you a beating. Upon hearing Lin Zhao's words, Ziyue's expression shifted. She expressed her discontent. Humph, confinement is confinement. It's merely a nap. It seemed an array was in order. Upon hearing this, Ziyue became anxious. Lin Xiao? You cannot treat me this way. He Feng silently observed from the side, astonished that this enigmatic man in white could so effortlessly subdue the young master. In his heart, he felt profound gratitude towards Lin Xiao. Chapter 39. Purchasing wine within the living room. As Ziyue finally ceased her commotion, Su Hua turned his gaze towards Lin Xiao. Young master, is the technique you previously presented to the demon emperor akin to my own? The technique I bestowed upon him diverges from yours. His remains confined within the parameters of this world. Su Hua nodded in understanding, yet he Feng, beside him, found himself somewhat bewildered. Ziyue interjected while eating. Hey, what are you all discussing? You need not comprehend it. You are already immensely powerful. Although Su Hua was unaware of the full extent of Ziyue's strength, he was certain that her cultivation surpassed the pinnacle of tribulation transition. Hey, little girl, to what extent has your prowess reached? Why not share it today? Su Hua inquired further. Ziyue shook her head. Su Hua assumed she was reluctant to speak, but he soon heard Jiang Yixue elucidate for Ziyue. I previously asked Ziyue, and she is unaware of her current realm. She only knows she is essentially invincible in the lower realm, while many in the upper realm cannot contend with her. Upon hearing this, Su Hua responded with an "oh," and then turned to Lin Xiao, asking, Young master, what are the levels of strength in the upper realm? Lin Xiao maintained a tranquil demeanor, replying indifferently, knowing too early will not benefit you. Su Hua and the others nodded in agreement. They were aware that discovering these matters too early would indeed be detrimental to their cultivation. Ziyue sat in her room, lost in thought. She produced a plethora of snacks, and even brought forth a flask of wine. Fortunately, she hadn't taken out the intoxicating brew earlier, or there wouldn't have been enough to go around. Ziyue cheerfully murmured to herself, indulging in her food and drink with great delight. However, the blissful tranquility of her existence was abruptly shattered. A figure clad in white appeared in her chamber. Startled by the sudden arrival of Lin Xiao, Ziyue instinctively concealed the flask of wine behind her. Lin Xiao regarded her quietly and commanded, Bring it forth. Yet, as soon as the words left his lips, Ziyue found the wine snatched from her grasp and into Lin Xiao's possession, leaving her utterly bewildered. She hadn't even perceived any movement from him. Why are you taking my things? Ziyue pouted, her expression one of grievance. Lin Xiao, undeterred, conjured a bowl from thin air. After pouring a measure of wine into it, he extended the flask back to Ziyue. Upon seeing the flask offered to her, she seized it with fervor, her gaze directed at Lin Xiao with a fierce intensity. Evidently displeased with his earlier action, Lin Xiao took a small sip from the bowl in his hand and remarked, Not bad. As Ziyue noticed Lin Xiao departing, she called out loudly towards the direction he had taken. Go on. You can go by yourself. I want to help you by any. The following morning, at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, Ziyue exclaimed, Boss, please remember to pack me extra of that intoxicating brew. I can't get enough. Ziyue sat at a table, addressing the innkeeper behind the counter of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Before her lay an abundant array of delicacies, and she was indulging in the feast while sipping wine. She dared not offend the young girl before her, for she was someone even the city lord would hesitate to cross. The events of their last encounter were still vivid in his mind. An elder, mightier than the city lord, had shown profound respect towards this little girl, suggesting her identity was anything but ordinary. After a while, the innkeeper presented a spatial ring before Ziyue. Miss, this ring contains the Drunken Immortal brew. Please see if it suffices, he announced. Ziyue accepted the ring and exclaimed, So much wine. Now I need not worry about running out. With a cheerful demeanor, she inquired, All right, good sir. Could you calculate the total cost including this ring? Ziyue was not particularly adept at arithmetic, though she possessed a basic understanding. Miss, as a valued guest of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, we shall offer you a 20% discount, the innkeeper began, but Ziyue raised her hand to interrupt. No need for all that, good sir. Just tell me how many spirit stones it will be. Certainly, Mississippi. The total comes to 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. What? 5,000 low-grade spirit stones? Ziyue gasped in astonishment. 5,000 low-grade spirit stones equated to 500 middle-grade spirit stones. The last time she dined at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, the innkeeper had treated her, and the wine was generously paid for by Elder Su. She had no inkling of the exorbitant price of the Drunken Immortal brew. Oh dear, Ziyue murmured, cradling her head in despair. She had thought that 3,000 low-grade spirit stones would suffice for her expenses. To her surprise, after purchasing a substantial quantity of the intoxicating brew, it proved insufficient. Naturally, Ziyue could have opted to buy less, yet the thought never crossed her mind. She believed in honoring her word. Having previously assured the shopkeeper that there was no need to worry about spirit stones and to fill her order freely. With those words spoken, urgency now gripped her heart. The shopkeeper, observing Ziyue's anxious expression, seemed to discern her predicament. Perhaps the young girl had not brought enough funds. However, he refrained from speaking, understanding that initiating conversation might only exacerbate her embarrassment. What to do? Just as Ziyue found herself in a quandary, a voice emerged from beside her. 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Allow me to cover that. The speaker, a man clad in a dark red robe, addressed the shopkeeper with a nonchalant demeanor. He appeared to be in his late 20s, possessing a robust physique and handsome features, with eyes that held a profound depth. Upon hearing his words, Ziyue felt as though she had encountered a savior, her gaze towards him brimming with gratitude. The shopkeeper paused momentarily, then turned to Ziyue to seek her approval. With urgency, she replied to the man, I sincerely apologize. I truly haven't brought enough spirit stones today. If you could lend me 2,000, along with what I already possess, that should suffice. Noting Ziyue's plight, the man smiled and promptly handed a spatial ring to the shopkeeper. He then gestured for the shopkeeper to proceed. Upon examining the ring, the shopkeeper discovered it contained precisely 500 medium-grade spirit stones. He clasped his fists in a respectful gesture towards Ziyue and the man, saying, Please, take your time to converse, esteemed guests. Turning to Ziyue, the man inquired, Is it all right if I take a seat here? Thank you for helping me pay for the spirit stones. What is your name? I will return the spirit stones to you later, said Ziyue gratefully. The man seated across from her replied, My name is Luo Tian. Would you not offer me a drink? Ziyue was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. Hastily retrieving a flask of wine from her storage ring and handing it to the man, awkwardly laughing, my apologies. Chapter 40. A valuable friend inside the Drunken Immortal Tavern. Ziyue gazed at the man before her, eating as she inquired, You are called Luo Tian, correct? Where do you reside? I shall deliver the spirit stones to you. The man shook his head, saying, No need, consider me your friend. The man before her was none other than the demon emperor of the demon realm, Luo Tian. He had previously entered the human realm from the demon territory and subsequently arrived in this city. Upon learning of a tavern named the Drunken Immortal, renowned for a particular wine called Drunken Immortal Brew, he was intrigued. He had been informed that the tavern was named after this exquisite beverage. Being a connoisseur of wine himself, he decided to visit, also intending to inquire about the 3 individuals who had appeared during the previous battle. Upon entering the Drunken Immortal Tavern, he was struck by the sight of a girl in purple attire, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the figure in his prior portrait. As he entered, he observed her conversing with the tavern keeper. This sight led Luo Tian to sense that the rumors might be misleading. The young girl appeared to him as an ordinary person. Thus, he endeavored to engage in conversation with Ziyue, which eventually blossomed into their current rapport. You are quite an enigma. Having never met me before, you graciously paid for my spiritual stones without expecting repayment. Luo Tian took a sip of wine and remarked, Indeed. This wine is exquisite, its fragrance permeating the air, smooth on the palate, reminiscent of sipping on spiritual liquid. Upon hearing this, Ziyue inquired, What is spiritual liquid? At that moment, Luo Tian addressed a waiter, saying, Bring us 2 more appetizers. The waiter nodded and promptly departed. Ziyue, partially understanding, gave a slight nod. Once the waiter returned with the dishes, Luo Tian began to dine with Ziyue. Ziyue glanced at Luo Tian, as if recalling something, and said, Luo Tian, do you know where the Dan Alliance is located? Upon hearing the mention of the Dan Alliance, Ziyue's expression brightened with excitement. She continued, Do you happen to know where the nearest branch of the Dan Alliance is? Luo Tian pondered for a moment. He retrieved a map from his spatial ring, unfolded it, and pointed to a location, stating, "Well, there is a branch of the Dan Alliance right in this city." Ziyue gazed at the map in Luo Tian's hands. Her expression filled with delight, leaving Luo Tian somewhat perplexed. He turned to her and asked, "What kind of elixir are you looking to purchase?" Ziyue shook her head and whispered to Luo Tian, "I merely wish to acquire some elixirs for consumption. I have heard that high-level elixirs can be found at the Dan Alliance." Luo Tian's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this. "Are you intending to buy high-level elixirs? They come at quite a steep price." In response, Ziyue remained silent and made a playful face, gazing at the enchanting figure of Ziyue before him. Luo Tian felt an odd sensation, as if the girl in the purple attire were harboring mischievous intentions. Nodding slightly, he lifted a bowl from the table, gesturing to Ziyue, and said, "Come, let us drink." After both had dined and imbibed to their satisfaction, they exited the drunken immortal pavilion. Outside the drunken immortal pavilion, Ziyue glanced at Luo Tian, her expression tinged with shyness, and said, "Could you possibly lend me your map?" Luo Tian was momentarily taken aback. "Your map is far superior to mine. It is filled with so many annotations," Ziyue explained. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Tian eventually handed the map to Ziyue. She reached out and accepted it, then began to peruse its contents. As Ziyue's face was obscured by the map, Luo Tian suddenly inquired, "What is your name?" At his question, Ziyue lowered the map, revealing her delicate, fair visage. She looked at Luo Tian and, with a shy smile, replied, "Ahaha, my name is Ziyue, with Z for purple and Yue for moon." "Ziyue, a lovely name. Does this mean we are now friends?" Luo Tian asked. Upon hearing this, Ziyue fell into contemplation. However, after just a brief moment, she nodded at Luo Tian. Yes. Henceforth, you shall be my friend, Ziyue, worth 5,000 low-grade spirit stones." Her audacious declaration left Luo Tian momentarily staggered. He wiped his forehead in resignation, rendered speechless. Uncertain of how to respond, Ziyue resumed her examination of the map, glancing at it a couple of times before folding it away, a smile gracing her lips. Ziyue turned to Luo Tian with a smile and said, "Now that we are friends, why don't you accompany me to do something? Your strength is quite formidable. This should pose no challenge for you." In truth, Ziyue had been aware of Luo Tian's prowess from their very first encounter, though she had chosen to disregard it. Luo Tian gazed at Ziyue, recognizing her awareness of his capabilities, and promptly inquired, "What do you wish to do?" Ziyue responded with a peculiar smile that left Luo Tian with an unsettling feeling, as though he were being drawn into something dubious. The two traversed a bustling street. "Ziyue, how many more places do you intend to visit? Let us cease this escapade," Luo Tian urged her. Recently, they had ventured into a branch of the Pill Alliance, where Luo Tian had assumed Ziyue sought to acquire some medicinal pills. However, without a word, Ziyue led him into the depths of the Pill Alliance branch. Subsequently, Ziyue began to surreptitiously collect numerous exquisite pills, filling her spatial ring, and even enlisted Luo Tian's assistance. Luo Tian was taken aback. He could easily afford the pills. Yet this clandestine manner of appropriating others' belongings felt profoundly wrong. To his astonishment, after Ziyue had finished her pill gathering, she expressed her desire to drag Luo Tian to another town. Who could have imagined that the princess of the demonic tribe was stealthily pilfering alongside a little girl? Luo Tian, realizing he could not indulge Ziyue's reckless antics indefinitely, persistently cautioned her. "Ziyue, this is not right. How can you steal so casually? How can you take what belongs to others?" Meanwhile, Ziyue nonchalantly tossed an unknown grade pill into her mouth, one after another. As she strolled along the street, indulging in her culinary delights, she occasionally purchased various edibles. Alas, these exquisite elixirs were exorbitantly priced, and my supply of spirit stones is insufficient. What harm is there in taking a few? Oh dear, are you merely taking a few? It seems you are nearly depleting their stock. Luo Tian thought helplessly. After much persuasion, he ultimately conceded. He had nearly completed his investigations. Luo Tian was aware that the three individuals, including Ziyue, had largely retreated from the fray, choosing a life of seclusion, no longer entangled in the conflicts of the three clans. Thus, the demon clan merely needed to refrain from instigating war. Chapter 41. The trouble caused by gluttony. As twilight descended, the group gathered for dinner, savoring the intoxication of the celestial brew. At the dining table, Su Hua took a sip of the wine and remarked, "This wine is truly delightful, far superior to that of our village." Jiang Yixue, in agreement, encouraged, indeed, young master. You should try some. With that, she personally poured a generous bowl for Lin Xiao. The following morning, while Lin Xiao and his companions continued their mundane lives, a significant event transpired among the human race. A staggering heist had occurred, wherein 6 high-tier alchemical branches were completely looted. Remarkably, only the high-tier elixirs were taken. The low-tier ones remained untouched, igniting a fury among numerous alchemists. The headquarters of the Alchemist Alliance in Zhengzhou took this matter very seriously upon hearing the news. Although only 6 branches were affected, it was evident that the perpetrators held the alliance in contempt. The alliance promptly initiated a thorough investigation and, through numerous testimonies, identified 2 individuals with suspicious activities. Subsequently, the alliance dispatched personnel to sketch the likenesses of these 2 based on the descriptions provided by the witnesses. One was a man clad in a dark crimson robe, not yet 30 years of age. The other, a young girl of approximately 11 or 12, adorned in a purple attire. At that moment, within the headquarters of the Alchemist Alliance, a member approached an elderly man with white hair, presenting a portrait. He said, "Elder, we have identified the 2 suspects. Here are their likenesses for your perusal." The elderly man, the current leader of the Alchemist Alliance, was not only the most skilled alchemist among them, but had also attained the mid-stage of the Tribulation Crossing realm. Should Ziyue and Hufeng be present, they would recognize this venerable figure as one of the 3 leaders of the human race during the war against the demon race. Hufeng had once ambushed him, sending the elder sprawling to the ground with a single kick. Upon receiving the portrait, the elder unfurled it, and his expression subtly shifted upon recognizing the visage of the girl in purple. She was the same child who had appeared during the previous conflict between the 2 races. The other man depicted seemed vaguely familiar to him, though that was of little significance. What mattered was that the young girl in purple was someone the human race could not afford to offend. "Elder, do you recognize those depicted in the portrait?" The individual who had presented the portrait inquired, noticing the elder's reaction. The elder sighed gently and replied, "Let this matter rest. There is no need to pursue those 2 further." In recent days, the theft at the branch of the Alchemist Alliance had created quite a stir. Initially, the news had not spread so rapidly, but the subsequent actions of the headquarters left many, including alchemists from various factions, utterly perplexed. The Dan Alliance surprisingly urged everyone to cease their inquiries into this matter, while simultaneously striving to suppress the news of the high-grade elixirs theft. This incited great indignation among the populace, particularly among the alchemists whose potions had been stolen. Through the channels of these outraged alchemists and merchants, word of the incident swiftly permeated the territories of humankind. After the passage of 8 days, the news had reached even the village where Lin Xiao resided, relayed by various merchants. On that morning, as was his custom, Lin Xiao ventured to the inn to listen to the storyteller's tales. It was there that he learned of the theft from the storyteller's lips. Upon the conclusion of the tale, Lin Xiao swiftly pinpointed the culprit, none other than Ziyue. The storyteller had described the suspect as merely 12 years of age, clad in a delicate lavender garment. After absorbing this information, Lin Xiao exited the inn. He made his way to the valley, where he procured a slender branch, and after a few experimental gestures in the air, he mused to himself, "Ah, the weight feels just right." With that, he departed the valley. In the courtyard, Jiang Yixue had just retrieved a zither, ready to practice as she usually did, when she noticed a figure approaching from outside. Upon hearing her, Lin Xiao nodded and strolled into the courtyard, casually tossing the firewood axe he had been carrying into the air. In an instant, the axe transformed into a celestial sword, soaring gracefully through the courtyard before vanishing from sight. At that moment, Jiang Yixue addressed Lin Xiao, "Young master, I have successfully broken through to the later stage of the out-of-body realm." Upon hearing this, a broader smile spread across her face. She prepared a pot of tea for Lin Xiao and set out some fruit on the table. "Young master, since I am about to practice the zither, may I play you a piece?" Lin Xiao seated himself beside the table and spoke. "All right." He had just sensed that both Ziyue and Su Hua were absent from the town, their whereabouts unknown. As Lin Xiao listened to Jiang Yixue playing the piano while savoring some fruit, on the other side, Ziyue appeared alongside Su Hua by the bank of a great river. Su Hua held a massive fish in his hands, which was, more precisely, a fish demon that had yet to awaken its intelligence. Ziyue joyfully exclaimed, "Ha ha! We had beef yesterday, and now we have fish." Su Hua gazed at the large fish in his grasp and said, "Let us go. Let the young master prepare this fish." As they passed through the marketplace, The crowd was taken aback by the sight of the enormous fish that Su Hua held. Some even offered exorbitant prices to purchase it, but unfortunately, Su Hua and Ziyue had no intention of exchanging it. The two made their way to the courtyard. In the yard, Lin Xiao and Jiang Yixue turned their attention to Su Hua and Ziyue, primarily fixated on the large fish in Su Hua's hands. Jiang Yixue paused her playing and could not help but chuckle softly. You too, venturing out every day in search of food. First wild boar, then beef. And now this gigantic fish. Upon hearing this, Su Hua replied, From now on, you and the young master shall handle the cooking, while Ziyue and I will be responsible for sourcing the ingredients. After Su Hua finished speaking, Ziyue eagerly echoed, Indeed, from now on, the ingredients will be up to us. With that, she burst into laughter, but her mirth was short-lived. Suddenly, her laughter ceased as she noticed a slender twig had inexplicably appeared in Lin Zhao's hand. This is bad, was her immediate thought. Previously, she had intended to experiment with high-grade elixirs, so she had visited several branches of the Alchemist Alliance and procured a few. Although it tasted quite delightful, it could not compare to the culinary creations of Lin Xiao. Regret washed over her. Upon hearing this, Ziyue wasted no time and fled. In an instant, she vanished from sight, only to reappear high above the ground, soaring at an altitude of 10,000 meters. At that moment, she was escaping in the opposite direction of the village. Just as Ziyue felt relieved that Lin Xiao was not in pursuit, an invisible hand suddenly emerged beside her, grasping her firmly and suppressing her entire cultivation. Ziyue let out a cry, and the next moment, she found herself back in the courtyard. She glanced at the three individuals present, her expression tinged with embarrassment. Stealing a glance at Lin Xiao, she immediately concealed herself behind Jiang Yixue. Noticing Ziyue's demeanor, Jiang Yixue quickly surmised that she had once again landed herself in trouble. With a resigned look at Ziyue, she turned to Lin Xiao and inquired, My lord, might I ask what mischief Ziyue has caused this time? Lin Xiao, casually brushing a twig in his hand, replied, She pilfered numerous high-tier elixirs from the Alchemy Alliance. His words left Su Hua, who was holding a large fish, momentarily stunned. Su Hua directed his gaze towards Ziyue and remarked, That cannot be true. She has been with me all day. Lin Xiao maintained an indifferent expression as he clarified, a few days ago. With a wave of his hand, Ziyue vanished from behind Jiang Yixue. Shortly thereafter, Lin Xiao also disappeared. Almost immediately, anguished cries echoed from Ziyue's room. Chapter 42. Repercussions during the evening banquet. Everyone gathered in the living room, partaking in a meal together. Meanwhile, Ziyue, enduring her pain, sat on a stool with a displeased expression. She gazed at the 2 plates of fish on the table, realizing that her appetite seemed to have diminished. Lin Xiao and Su Hua continued to eat their meals normally. Jiang Yixue sat beside Ziyue, serving her 2 pieces of fish, then gently patted her head, saying, Ziyue, hurry and eat your meal. What are you thinking about? Upon hearing this, Ziyue numbly took a few bites before starting to eat earnestly. Jiang Yixue looked at Ziyue with a hint of helplessness and brushed a strand of hair away from her face. Tell me, why do you always act so mischievously like a child? Ziyue, while eating, murmured softly, but in my memory, I haven't actually reached adulthood yet. Jiang Yixue, slightly puzzled by Ziyue's words, turned her gaze toward Lin Xiao. Seeing this, Lin Xiao glanced at Ziyue, noticing his attention. Ziyue quickly lowered her head further and continued eating from her bowl. Lin Xiao explained to Jiang Yixue, her true form is a Taotai, and in accordance with her current age, she indeed has not reached maturity. Su Hua, intrigued by this revelation, set down his chopsticks, looked at Ziyue, and then asked Lin Xiao, Young master, how old is Ziyue in terms of human years? Lin Xiao took a sip of the intoxicating wine and replied, Just look at her appearance, and you will know. Su Hua couldn't help but glance at Ziyue again. So, this transformation really corresponds to a human age of 12? Su Hua pondered. Curiously, he addressed Ziyue, Ziyue, we have never seen what your true form looks like. How about showing us what a Taotai appears like? Hearing this, Ziyue raised her gaze towards Su Hua, then glanced at the sky, shaking her head in response. No, I have a premonition that if I were to revert to my true form, I would attract the attention of beings from the higher realm or certain powerful factions. Su Hua was momentarily taken aback by her words. Jiang Yixue turned to Lin Xiao, a hint of confusion in her eyes as she inquired, Young master, is Ziyue similar to that previous figure, Yixian? Due to her unique constitution, will she also be detected by the higher realm? She bears a mark within her. likely left by the one who brought her to this realm. Upon finishing her statement, Lin Xiao gazed once more at Ziyue. When Ziyue heard Lin Xiao call her name, she immediately looked up to meet his eyes, presenting a demure expression as she asked, "What is it? The man?" Images of the man who first discovered her flooded Ziyue's mind from millennia ago. She recalled the life she once shared with him, then shook her head. She remembered how he always fought against various forces to protect her. At that moment, Su Hua wore an expression of intrigue. He turned to Ziyue and posed the question, "Is it possible that you might attract trouble here as well?" As soon as Su Hua spoke, a silence enveloped the atmosphere. However, this tranquility was soon shattered by Ziyue's voice. "I refuse to believe it. At the very least, my strength in this realm suffices to manage any troubles I might encounter. What trouble could it possibly be?" Ziyue's words elicited a soft laugh from Jiang Yixue, who affectionately ruffled Ziyue's hair and chuckled. "All right, let us eat first." Just as everyone continued their meal, an unexpected turn of events occurred. As Lin Xiao consumed his meal, he suddenly, without any forewarning, expelled a mouthful of fresh blood, splattering it across the table. This unexpected scene left everyone present, apart from Lin Xiao himself, utterly bewildered. Upon witnessing Lin Xiao's condition and sensing his unusually feeble aura, Ziyue felt her heart race. "Lin Xiao, what has happened to you?" At the moment Lin Xiao coughed up blood, the sky above the village, and indeed the entire Tianxin continent, darkened ominously. Everyone felt an overwhelming pressure from the heavens, and numerous cultivators across the continent sensed as if the Tao of heaven was in a state of fury. "Young master, why are you spitting blood?" Jiang Yixue's expression turned anxious as she approached Lin Xiao. At this juncture, Lin Xiao waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for alarm. "Cough, cough." He coughed twice, prompting Jiang Yixue to immediately produce a clean handkerchief and offer it to him. Lin Xiao accepted it and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Ziyue felt an unsettling anxiety lingering in her mind, unable to dissipate. Unable to contain herself, she inquired, "Lin Xiao, why did you suddenly vomit blood?" In truth, Ziyue possessed a profound sensitivity to the Tao, which explained her acute perception. Lin Xiao pondered deeply. Ziyue, Jiang Yixue, and Su Hua listened, perplexed by Lin Xiao's words, unsure of their meaning. Jiang Yixue pressed on, "Young master, what on earth is wrong with you? What is happening now?" Lin Xiao rose and gazed at Jiang Yixue and the others, extending his index finger to point at each of them in turn. Instantly, 3 beams of light shot from the tip of his finger towards their foreheads. "The mark I have left upon you will activate automatically in times of danger." Su Hua seemed to have guessed something and said, "Young master, are you about to?" Lin Xiao nodded slightly and addressed the crowd. "I must take my leave to attend to certain matters." He shook his head and reassured, "Do not worry. I am fine and shall not encounter any danger." Ziyu's expression darkened as she gazed at Lin Xiao and remarked, "You are deceiving me. If you were truly untroubled, why would I feel so disheartened?" Su Hua was at a loss for words, remaining silent in his place. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao fell into a contemplative silence. The last time he employed forbidden techniques, he had slumbered for 100,000 years, and he was uncertain how long he would require this time. The backlash he experienced might be attributed to his currently diminished strength. After all, he bore an internal seal that significantly weakened his abilities. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the backlash to affect him. Yet, in the myriad realms, he had not encountered anyone stronger than himself, nor anyone of equal standing. Apart from a few individuals, he had remained invincible for countless years. Observing Lin Xiao lost in thought, Jiang Yixue felt somewhat unsettled by his departure. Chapter 43. The River of Time. In the vast expanse of the sky, a figure clad in white suddenly appeared. When Lin Xiao halted, a translucent silhouette emerged before him. "I have seen the Venerable," came a voice devoid of emotion from the figure. Lin Xiao turned to the embodiment of the heavenly Tao in this realm and declared, "I am about to depart from the lower realm." The heavenly Tao embodiment appeared momentarily taken aback, then responded, "I bid you farewell, Venerable." Thus, Lin Xiao left this world and ventured into the boundless void. It was uncertain how long he traveled before he came to a stop. Lin Xiao cast a glance at the boundless void surrounding him, then began to form intricate hand seals. A surge of power, long sealed away by the passage of time, erupted from within him. The surrounding space hummed ominously, fracturing under the strain. In that moment, Lin Xiao transformed into a visage reminiscent of Su Hua during his tribulation. His attire morphed into a resplendent golden white robe, His eyes turned to a brilliant gold, and a mysterious golden mark adorned his forehead. The only discernible difference was the multitude of golden Tao rhythms swirling around him. In the endless darkness of the void, he appeared as a true deity. Savoring the long-lost power coursing through him, Lin Xiao gazed ahead and murmured to himself, "It has been ages since I have unleashed my full strength." He felt an inexplicable thrill within, perhaps due to the emergence of an entity of equal or even greater prowess. This, perhaps, was the burden of the strong. Ever since Lin Xiao had secluded himself in the 9 heavens of the immortal realm, he had refrained from employing his true abilities. The immortal realm did not permit the exertion of his full power, lest the world collapse, bringing calamity to all beings. He took a step forward, and the space beneath him shattered, revealing chaotic spatial currents. Observing this, Lin Xiao waved his hand casually, mending the rift. The lower realm space was too fragile. He resolved to depart from this place. He formed a mysterious and ancient seal with his hands. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew eerily silent, as if time itself had come to a standstill. A vortex materialized before him, and in the next instant, he stepped inside. Before completely entering, Lin Xiao once again repaired the ruptured space. As Lin Xiao's figure fully entered the vortex, it vanished along with him. When he reappeared, he found himself in an entirely blank, chaotic space, standing suspended in midair. Below him flowed a mysterious river, a magnificent starry river, resplendent in myriad colors, shimmering as if composed of countless celestial bodies. Gazing down at the river, Lin Xiao seemed lost in thought. At that moment, an elderly man appeared behind him. With a head of white hair and clad in a snow-white robe, the old man was named Pu Sheng, a guardian of the time palace of the sacred realm, tasked with overseeing this dimension, which was the river of time of the immortal realm. This river not only recorded everything of the immortal realm, but also chronicled all events of the lower realms. Every dimension akin to the immortal realm possessed its own river of time, each safeguarded by a guardian from the sacred realm's time palace. At this moment, Pu Sheng hurriedly bowed his head, his body bent in excitement as he addressed Lin Xiao. "Your Excellency, you have awakened." Pu Sheng had known Lin Xiao for 100,000 years. He had witnessed Lin Xiao setting countless seals during his battle against an unknown creature. Yet, that creature had proven immune to the seals and could even resurrect after death. Ultimately, Lin Xiao unleashed a forbidden technique that transcended Pu Sheng's comprehension, successfully eradicating the creature. Prior to his slumber, Lin Xiao had instructed him to watch over the river of time. After Lin Xiao spoke, he gradually faded away before Pu Sheng's eyes. Now, 100,000 years had passed. As Pu Sheng beheld Lin Xiao, surrounded by an aura of countless golden Tao patterns, he recognized him as the supreme deity of the sacred realm. Lin Xiao cast a glance at Pu Sheng, then directed his gaze towards the vast river of time and space below, speaking, "In the span of 100,000 years, has there been any trace of that creature? Respected one, throughout these 100 millennia, no sign of that creature has emerged." Lin Xiao did not inquire further. Instead, he pointed gently towards the river of time and space beneath him. An image materialized before Lin Xiao's eyes. Within this vision, a mysterious man stood beyond the 9th heaven of the celestial realm. Clad in black, his features were obscured, as if a veil of chaotic energy shrouded his face. Suddenly, he turned, gazing in Lin Xiao's direction. Then, with a sudden flourish of his hands, the scene erupted with a resonant hum, and the image before Lin Xiao faded into an expanse of blankness. Witnessing this, Pu Zheng's expression grew solemn. He understood the implications of Lin Xiao's recent actions. Such endeavors, if unable to bear the weight of causality, would invite the judgment of the heavenly Tao. And it would be none other than the judgment of the sacred realm's heavenly Tao. Pu Zheng looked at Lin Xiao and inquired, "Respected one, who is this formidable being?" Lin Xiao shook his head slightly, replying, "He has discovered me." Pu Zheng, somewhat perplexed, asked with a furrowed brow, "Discovered you?" As he contemplated Lin Xiao's words, a daring hypothesis emerged in his mind. Sure enough, the next moment, he heard Lin Xiao's voice, steady and deliberate. "He can perceive my future self, which is to say, my present self." Upon hearing this, Pu Zheng was taken aback, his heart racing with disbelief as he gazed at Lin Xiao. "Respected one, how could he possibly discover you? Could it be that his cultivation? How is this even conceivable?" Pu Zheng found himself utterly bewildered. His expression grew increasingly grave at the thought of a being of similar prowess emerging from the holy realm. The mere notion was unfathomable. However, Lin Xiao chose not to elaborate further, for this individual could not possibly originate from the Holy Realm, but rather from a different domain altogether. As for the specifics of that origin, Lin Xiao was equally in the dark. He gazed at the white visage before him and stepped through it without hesitation. Upon witnessing this, Pu Zheng could only remain rooted in place, awaiting silently. Lin Xiao entered the river of time, arriving in the very moment where the enigmatic figure in black had previously stood, beyond the 9 heavens. Within this temporal realm, Lin Xiao's form appeared as a translucent gray. He soon discovered the mysterious man ahead, whose features remained shrouded in obscurity, enveloped by an aura of arcane power that obscured his true visage. At that moment, the enigmatic figure slowly addressed Lin Xiao, stating, "I have awaited you for quite some time." The man's voice was somewhat deep, imbued with an air of mystery. Despite the disparity in their respective temporal existences, Lin Xiao understood that the man was indeed communicating with him. He stood in the void, confronting the figure. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Xiao inquired softly of the mysterious man, "Who are you?" Chapter 44. Lin Xiao, that is of little consequence, the enigmatic figure replied, locking eyes with Lin Xiao across the divide of time. Observing the figure before him, Lin Xiao continued, "You, like the unknown entity from 100,000 years ago, remain unbound by causality." Before the man could respond, Lin Xiao abruptly raised his right hand, unleashing an overwhelming surge of power from within. In an instant, a long sword materialized before him, forged from purest energy, emanating an aura of relentless slaughter. Lin Xiao, grasping his long sword, unleashed a radiant sword aura towards the enigmatic figure ahead. The sword energy cleaved through the fabric of time and space. An unstoppable force aimed directly at the mysterious man clad in black. To Lin Xiao's astonishment, the figure did not evade. Instead, he extended his hand towards the oncoming blade of energy. "The path of slaughter," he murmured as his hand reached out to meet the sword aura. Unexpectedly, upon contact, the sword energy came to a halt, suspended in midair, its lethal essence gradually dissipating. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao sensed a disturbance in the temporal order as he unleashed his attack. The laws governing this realm reacted, converging upon him in an overwhelming tide. However, Lin Xiao's figure merely flickered a few times, remaining largely unaffected. At that moment, an invisible chain materialized behind him, extending into the depths of the void, its origin unknown. This was a chain of causation. Aware of the burden it imposed, Lin Xiao suddenly swung his arm back, severing the chain with a decisive strike. In the heart of the myriad realms, the heavenly path of the sacred realm sensed the upheaval in the lower world. It was poised to enact divine judgment when it became aware of the presence of the Supreme Being. Subsequently, it fell silent once more. Since Lin Xiao had made his move, the formerly translucent gray figure began to solidify, finally manifesting within this realm of time and space. Lin Xiao gestured with his hand, conjuring an intricate array that ensnared him and the mysterious man. This was a precaution to contain the aftermath of their impending clash, preventing their powers from spilling into the lower realms. Having established this protective barrier, Lin Xiao approached the enigmatic figure. Each step he took sending ripples through the surrounding space. Suddenly, Lin Xiao's form vanished without a trace. In the eyes of the enigmatic man, he beheld Lin Xiao charging towards him, wielding a sword of slaughter. At that moment, a pristine white long sword materialized in the hands of the mysterious figure. The two engaged in a fierce clash, their movements swift as they navigated the vast array, each collision reverberating through the surrounding space. Their strengths were evenly matched, and they exchanged countless blows. Suddenly, Lin Xiao withdrew, unleashing a flurry of sword energies towards the enigmatic man. These energies were imbued with an overwhelming sense of annihilation and destruction as they surged forth. The mysterious figure remained unperturbed, raising a hand to create an invisible wall that effortlessly deflected Lin Xiao's strikes. At this moment, the sword in Lin Xiao's grasp emanated an aura distinct from before, one that was shrouded in an ineffable mystery. Undeterred, Lin Xiao pressed on, and the two resumed their battle in the void. This spectacle sent tremors of alarm through the heavenly Tao of the celestial realm, which feared that a moment's miscalculation could unleash chaos upon the lower realms. Although Lin Xiao had arranged a formation, the heavenly Tao sensed the fluctuations of power from beyond the 9 heavens. It understood that even a trace of the great Tao's force breaching the boundary would lead to a cataclysm of bloodshed and carnage. Time slipped away unnoticed as the two continued their duel. Lin Xiao delivered another powerful sword strike, creating distance between himself and the mysterious figure. He gazed intently at the enigmatic man, recognizing that he, like himself, had yet to exert his full strength. In an instant, Lin Zhao's figure vanished once more. The mysterious man suddenly lifted his gaze, spotting the figure of the man in white above. Lin Zhao stood in the void with his eyes tightly shut, his right hand holding the sword's back behind him, while his left hand formed a cryptic seal. All the paths of the heavens, I dedicate unto myself. As the words fell, an array of disparate powers suddenly manifested around Lin Zhao. The forces of the great Tao from both the celestial realm and the sacred realm encircled him, while the golden aura emanating from his being reached its zenith. The sword he held behind him gradually transformed into a magnificent golden longsword, exuding an indescribable pressure that emanated from its blade. Lin Zhao opened his eyes, which shimmered with golden light, the brilliance of his golden pupils now more dazzling than ever. Once again, Lin Zhao engaged in battle with the enigmatic figure. The duration of their clash was indeterminate, but eventually, Lin Zhao paused, prompting the mysterious man to halt as well. Throughout the encounter, the enigmatic figure refrained from initiating any offensive, instead responding to Lin Zhao's moves as if merely honing his skills. Lin Zhao sheathed his sword behind him, gazing at the mysterious man clad in black, and remarked, "It is indeed a rare opportunity for me to spar with you." Upon hearing Lin Zhao's words, the mysterious man seemed to smile, releasing his white long sword, which then dissolved into the void, vanishing without a trace. "You chose not to exert your full strength to avoid the destruction of this realm," the enigmatic man replied with a smile. Lin Zhao remained silent in response, and the mysterious man also ceased to speak. A moment of tranquility enveloped them. After a while, Lin Zhao looked toward the mysterious figure and softly said, "The mysterious man." Upon hearing this, wiped away the chaotic aura from his face, revealing his true visage. Upon seeing the mysterious man's appearance, Lin Zhao was taken aback, momentarily stunned, his pupils constricting in disbelief. Before him stood a figure, strikingly similar to himself, save for the difference in attire. The essence and visage of this doppelganger mirrored his own. Lin Zhao felt a subtle shift within his psyche. The aura emanating from this counterpart indeed bore a startling resemblance to his own. Regaining his composure, he inquired, "Who are you?" At this question, Lin Zhao could not suppress a chuckle. Gesturing upwards, he indicated something unseen. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhao's pupils dilated, and suddenly, anguish washed over his countenance as he pressed his left hand against his forehead. Memories surged back. Once Lin Zhao had clarified his thoughts, he turned his gaze towards his near-identical self and asked, "Then who might you be?" The moment he spoke, Lin Zhao felt an uncanny familiarity in his own words, as if echoing from the past. Both past and future incarnations had perished by his own hand. Thus, he pondered the true identity of the man before him. Shrouded in mystery, observing Lin Zhao's confusion, the man, who bore a striking resemblance, chose not to elucidate, but continued, "Your actions have been detected. The entity intended to obliterate you but eventually opted to dispatch a mere devourer, allowing this universe to flourish or falter on its own." Lin Zhao listened intently to this revelation. For reasons unknown, a faint smile graced his lips. He regarded the figure before him with an unperturbed expression and remarked, "It is a deity, is it not?" Chapter 45. A deity, save me. The enigmatic man remained silent upon hearing this. Both fell into a contemplative silence, words abandoned. After a considerable pause, the mysterious figure posed a question to Lin Zhao. "What is the purpose behind the elaborate scheme you have orchestrated?" No one understood Lin Zhao better than he. Yet, for reasons unknown, Lin Zhao was ultimately repulsed by the great Tao, emerging as the enigmatic figure he is today. Upon hearing the mysterious man's inquiry, Lin Zhao pondered for a moment and replied nonchalantly, "I am not so fixated now." At Lin Zhao's words, the man seemed to be stirred by some unseen force, erupting into a hearty laugh. "Ha ha, Lin Zhao, you truly are remarkable, to forget so easily. Yet I must reveal the truth to you. I reached the very end of that path and encountered him. Do you comprehend his greatness? You do not. Words cannot encapsulate him. He proclaimed that the universe is fraught with variables, and I should not exist. He sought to annihilate this realm. However, he discovered you. He witnessed how you disregarded your own power, resolutely severing your past and future." At this juncture, the mysterious man abruptly halted, his gaze fixed upon Lin Zhao, scrutinizing any shifts in his expression. Yet Lin Zhao remained composed, his demeanor reverting to its usual tranquility. "So, are you my reincarnation?" Lin Zhao inquired coolly. In that moment, Lin Xiao recalled numerous memories from his past and continued, "What is a deity like? And what description does it hold for you?" The man in black pondered for a moment before responding. He said, "I am unlike you." Gazing at the mysterious figure before him, Lin Xiao, for reasons unknown, gave a slight shake of his head. A flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. This individual, in the end, was not his true self, nor were the incarnations of his past and future. Then who am I, truly? In the beginning, Lin Xiao unleashed a mysterious power, one he had never employed before, to vanquish his future self. Upon realizing the nature of this force, his future self was engulfed in disbelief, for he could not recall ever possessing such strength. Consequently, Lin Xiao deduced that his future self was not a true manifestation of what was to come, resembling more a mere fabrication. Thus, he swiftly obliterated his future self. Following this act, he traversed through time to confront his past self, whom he also dispatched. The slaying of both past and future selves did not lead to his own demise, indicating that neither incarnation was an authentic representation of his being. Prior to this, Lin Xiao had ventured once more into the realms of past and future, yet he could no longer locate either of those selves. Just as he found himself unable to uncover his past self in this temporal plane, he chose to embrace the enigma that surrounded him. He resolved to let it be. The notion of divine beings piqued his curiosity, particularly upon hearing a mysterious man assert that even the gods could not perceive their own essence. Yet, it was merely that, nothing more. At this juncture, Lin Xiao turned his gaze toward his counterpart across from him and spoke. "I wish to meet the deity you speak of." However, the enigmatic man shook his head and gestured dismissively, stating, "This is not within my power to determine." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao fell into contemplative silence, directing his attention to the void above. Noticing Lin Xiao's reticence, the mysterious man inquired, "Have you exerted such effort solely to uncover evidence of the divine?" At that moment, a flicker of arcane energy glimmered in Lin Xiao's eyes. He gazed into the void, observing a figure in another realm, who remained oblivious to Lin Xiao's scrutiny. Lowering his gaze towards the enigmatic man in the distance, Lin Xiao spoke slowly, "I have never sought to prove divinity." As he finished speaking, an ethereal power emanated from him, and he began to approach the mysterious figure step by step. This force was the same mysterious energy Lin Xiao had wielded when he vanquished his past and future selves. Upon witnessing the enigmatic Lin Xiao radiating an unknown energy, the mysterious man's countenance shifted dramatically. He instinctively retreated a few steps, questioning, "This power? You are not me." Lin Xiao replied with an air of indifference. Just as the mysterious man was about to retort, he saw an overwhelming beam of sword light gradually magnifying in his vision. This sword light felt distinct from their earlier confrontation. It imparted a sense that should he encounter it, he would indeed be reduced to ashes. Fear flickered in the mysterious man's eyes. "No! Divine being, save me!" he shouted, only to be engulfed entirely by the sword light. When the light subsided, the divine being he had called upon did not materialize. Lin Xiao gazed at the spot where the sword light had vanished, murmuring to himself, "To replicate my form is ultimately not to be me." Feeling the power coursing through him, Lin Xiao shook his head. He then directed his gaze towards the void above. In an instant, his figure flickered and vanished from sight. In a mysterious space, a solitary figure sat cross-legged in the void, hands placed before him in a peculiar posture. The figure's eyes were tightly shut, remaining utterly still. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. In the next moment, a figure clad in white materialized before him. He stood upright, quietly observing Lin Xiao, refraining from any further motion. Lin Xiao also scrutinized the being before him, who appeared faceless and adorned in a riot of colors, resembling a chaotic entity. Neither party spoke, yet they examined one another intently. This scene bore an awkward air, though neither side harbored such sentiments. Lin Xiao felt a twinge of confusion. The figure before him seemed like a mass of consciousness or energy, evoking a sense of peculiarity. Lin Xiao also discerned that if he diverted his gaze from this entity, the memories of its form would be directly obliterated. The deity before him, too, exhibited a hint of bewilderment. This was the individual he had previously observed. How was it that he had approached now? This realm was not meant to be easily accessed. The laws of the great Tao determined that Lin Xiao was an incarnation of the deity, thus transporting others nearby to the divine presence. Lin Xiao, in his true form, felt no need for words. Upon unlocking this mysterious power, his strength had undoubtedly ascended to an unknown magnitude. He arrived directly in the realm where the so-called deity resided. Both continued to appraise one another. Suddenly, Lin Xiao closed his eyes. Harnessing this enigmatic transcendent force, he thwarted the incursion of the divine laws. He successfully etched the appearance of the being before him into his mind. When Lin Xiao reopened his eyes, he noticed the entity stroking its chin, as if deep in thought. After a brief moment, a mysterious and eerie voice emanated from that direction. Tell me, how did you arrive in this realm? Chapter 46. A dialogue with the divine in a mysterious space. Lin Xiao pondered quietly for a moment. Then, with a calm demeanor, he inquired, "Are you the deity he spoke of?" Sensing the gravity of the situation, Lin Xiao summoned the utmost of his internal strength, prepared for any sudden aggression from this enigmatic figure. Yet, the silhouette remained motionless, halting 5 meters away from him. "I am called Yuan. What is your name?" "Lin Xiao," came the reply. "I cannot discern your past, nor do I see your presence in the future. How did you arrive in this realm?" Gazing at the godlike entity before him, Lin Xiao felt a twinge of uncertainty and replied, "I knew your location, so I came." "Nay, you possess only the power of the great Tao of this universe. You lack the ability to reach this space." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao retorted, "Then how did I manage to come to you previously?" At this, the figure known as Yuan fell silent, for he too was unaware of the reason. When Lin Xiao utilized his transcendent powers, he instinctively sensed Yuan's presence, which compelled him to arrive in this realm. Lin Xiao remained uncertain of his own level of cultivation, but he sensed that Yuan appeared unable to contend with him. "When did you arrive in this world? Tell me, how did you imprint my likeness in your mind without facing repercussions?" After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiao replied, "Because I obstructed your mysterious principles." At this revelation, Yuan lowered his hands from his chest, a perplexed tone resonating within the space. "Obstruct? How did you manage to do that?" Yuan had been incessantly posing perplexing questions, prompting Lin Xiao to finally speak up. Naturally, as he spoke, Lin Xiao suddenly realized something. He turned his gaze towards the figure who identified himself as Yuan and slowly remarked, "Do you not perceive the power that resides within me?" The faceless Yuan seemed to shake his head in response. "I can only see the profound force of the Tao emanating from you. You are the Tao ancestor of this realm, the sovereign of myriad paths." Yuan's assertion was indeed accurate. Within the sacred realm, the nexus of countless worlds, there existed numerous masters of the Tao. Yet, the true master of the great Tao was undeniably Lin Xiao. He was taken aback to discover that this divinely-like figure could not discern the exceedingly enigmatic power he possessed. No wonder he had been so curious and inquisitive. As Lin Xiao pondered this revelation, Yuan spoke once more. "How is it that you can slay your past and future selves without dissipating?" Lin Xiao replied, "Because neither of them is the true me." Yuan was merely intrigued by how one could eliminate their past and future while still remaining intact, an endeavor even the gods would hesitate to undertake. He had not considered the notion that these past and future selves were mere illusions. Instead, he believed that the man before him in white had employed some extraordinary means to achieve this feat. At that moment, Lin Xiao summoned the mysterious power within him, channeling it into his hands. That transcendent force coalesced above his right hand, forming a sphere of enigmatic flame. The colors of the flame were peculiar. One moment, it was crimson, and the next it transformed into azure, continuously shifting through a spectrum of hues. Observing Lin Xiao extend his right hand and then hold it motionless before him, Yuan gazed at him with a hint of bewilderment. "Do you not perceive the power I wield?" At this moment, Lin Xiao gazed at Yuan and spoke. Yuan remained perplexed, for he could discern nothing in Lin Xiao's hands. He even entertained the notion that Lin Xiao might be jesting with him. However, the various reasons Lin Xiao presented dispelled that thought. Subsequently, Yuan explored this universe and discovered Lin Xiao's annihilation of both his past and future selves. He was entirely oblivious to how Lin Xiao achieved such a feat. If indeed Lin Xiao possessed an unseen force, then everything would make sense. Thus, Yuan turned his gaze to Lin Xiao and declared, "If thou speakest no falsehood, unleash this power upon me with all thy might." Lin Xiao paused, regarding Yuan with a hint of curiosity, and replied, "I believe you may be harmed." Lin Xiao, acutely aware of the immense danger that resided within him, understood the true peril of this power. Upon hearing this, Yuan pondered briefly, and then his figure abruptly appeared 100 meters away, moving with such swiftness that Lin Xiao would typically have been unable to perceive it. Yet, in this moment, having activated his mysterious power, he saw everything with crystal clarity. "You need only exert 50% of your strength," Yuan stated. For Lin Zhao's enigmatic nature prompted the divine being to refrain from underestimating him. Will you not defend yourself? You may strike first, Lin Zhao replied, casting a glance at Yuan's distant figure. He then clenched his right fist and casually swung it forward. A punch, condensed from that transcendent power, swiftly hurtled towards Yuan. Yuan observed Lin Zhao's motion but perceived nothing, nor did he feel any force. Lin Zhao remained silent, watching intently. This punch was executed with less than 10% of his true power. He felt that if he were to exert even 50% of his power, the source before him might not withstand it. Indeed, this very realm could face annihilation. As Lin Zhao threw a punch, the source prepared to respond with its right hand. However, upon witnessing Lin Zhao's strike, it did not sense any overwhelming pressure. Yet, this thought was fleeting. In the next moment, an enigmatic wave of pressure surged forth. It was oblivious to the origin of this force. The source's entire form felt as if it had been struck by a tremendous blow, its resplendent, multicolored body soaring backward. Nevertheless, it quickly regained its composure, stabilizing itself in midair. It abruptly approached Lin Zhao, still maintaining a distance of 5 meters from him. The source ceased its words, fixing its gaze intently upon Lin Zhao. Observing the source's demeanor, Lin Zhao furrowed his brow, sensing a hint of murderous intent emanating from it. Although well concealed, Lin Zhao, having activated his transcendent power, still discerned this subtle threat. How much strength did you just use? The source's voice resonated throughout this realm. From its tone, Lin Zhao detected a trace of malice, and it seemed that the source was unusually agitated, yet striving to suppress its emotions, as if reluctant to reveal its true nature. I used 80%. Ha ha ha. This chilling laughter caused the surrounding space to tremble. Chapter 47, Greed. The sudden outburst of laughter instilled a sense of danger within Lin Zhao. He remained poised, awaiting further developments. Shortly after, he observed the source clutching its head, the laughter finally subsiding. What are you laughing at? Lin Zhao inquired casually. Tell me, when did this power manifest within you? I do not know. This is the truth spoken by Lin Zhao. He too cannot recall when this power emerged, only that he seldom utilized it. Are you certain you just used 80% of your strength? Yuan inquired once more, repeating the same question. He turned away, presenting his back to Yuan, and remarked, It disappoints me that even you do not know who I am. Having said this, Lin Zhao prepared to depart. At that moment, however, Yuan emitted a chilling laughter, a sinister sound that caused Lin Zhao to pause. It became evident that this space had been sealed by Yuan. Although Lin Zhao could forcefully break through, he was curious to see what this individual intended to accomplish. If he were to employ the strength he had just displayed, Lin Zhao would not be able to escape this space, or rather, this dimension of time and space. Just moments ago, this dimension had descended into utter chaos. Yuan had set up a concealed formation, freezing both time and space to prevent detection by higher dimensional beings. Lin Zhao turned around, quietly gazing ahead at the figure of Yuan, whose body swayed unnaturally. You cannot leave. Yuan steadied his swaying form and continued to address Lin Zhao. I must explore the power that resides within you. For reasons unknown. Yuan's voice became increasingly unsettling, transitioning from an emotionless tone to one that was hoarse and even rather unpleasant. Observing this, Lin Zhao closed his eyes and let out a soft sigh. He then opened his eyes and spoke slowly. What if I refuse? Upon hearing Lin Zhao's words, Yuan erupted into another bizarre laugh. Ah, your power could shake the divine. Such power can only be wielded by deities. With that, Yuan strode directly towards Lin Zhao. As he felt the overwhelming force pressing upon him, he quickly realized that this power surpassed his own by far. The man before him was incapable of wielding such strength. He desired to claim it for himself. Do you wish to seize me? Even deities can be consumed by avarice. It was evident that the source possessed immense confidence in his own abilities. After all, even if the man clad in white were to double the power he had previously displayed, it would still be of no consequence to him. He was, after all, a deity. Yet, he was unaware that the strength Lin Zhao had previously employed was but a fraction of what he truly possessed. In that moment, the source's hand did not make contact with Lin Zhao, yet the space surrounding Lin Zhao had already solidified. He could sense some mysterious laws attempting to devour him. However, Lin Zhao remained unmoved. Those invisible, enigmatic laws could not breach his defenses. With a mere gesture towards his chest, a force erupted from the source, causing the entire space to tremble. In the next instant, the source began to expand. A black hole manifested at his chest, revealing an abyss of unfathomable darkness. The moment the black hole appeared, the surrounding space was directly obliterated. An incredibly terrifying pull instantly tore apart the space around Lin Xiao. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, standing firm amidst the shattered void. Behind him lay an expanse of nothingness. Yet, even in this state, the black hole could not disturb Lin Xiao's presence. At that moment, the now enlarged source slowly approached Lin Xiao. The power emanating from him was magnitudes greater than before, and he extended his hand, gently pointing at Lin Xiao. The mysterious laws coalesced at the source's fingertip, forming a golden speck of light. Subsequently, a beam of energy erupted from the luminous point, aimed directly at Lin Xiao. Observing the swiftly approaching ray, Lin Xiao deftly evaded it. The previously shattered space was instantaneously obliterated by the light, rendering the scene utterly void, reminiscent of an apocalyptic world. Noticing Lin Xiao's continued mobility, the source disregarded the confines of space and approached him directly. The black hole upon its chest expanded dramatically, unleashing a far more terrifying force that ensnared Lin Xiao. The black void consumed him entirely. This occurrence transpired in an instant, leaving Lin Xiao no time to react before being engulfed by the enigmatic black hole. Let us merge as one, that I may perceive the true nature of this power. The source reverted to its previous form, and the black hole on its chest transformed into a diminutive singularity. With a mere gesture, it restored the surrounding space. Subsequently, it sat cross-legged in the void, its hands adopting an unusual posture. Once Lin Xiao was absorbed into the source, he found himself in an extraordinary realm. This space was a dark violet chaotic cosmos, adorned with myriad stars, profoundly deep and mysterious. Lin Xiao meticulously scrutinized his surroundings. He attempted to advance a couple of steps, only to discover that no matter how far he ventured, he remained ensnared in the same spot. Just as he was about to unleash an attack forward, several mysterious forces of law abruptly manifested within the dark violet chaos. 5 enigmatic laws coalesced into 5 iron chains, slowly encircling Lin Xiao. They tightened around him, seemingly intent on refining this man in white. As these mysterious laws materialized, a glimmer of iridescent light flickered in Lin Xiao's eyes. Then, with a sweeping motion of his hand, Lin Xiao grasped the chains forged from the essence of the law with firm resolve. In an instant, he refined them effortlessly. He gazed contemplatively at the 5 chains in his grasp, murmuring to himself, "I had no intention of courting trouble, yet this power, if overused, exacts a toll." As his words faded, a long sword materialized in his right hand, its blade reminiscent of the flames he had previously conjured, constantly shifting in hue. It shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, exuding an air of profound mystery. The extraordinary essence of power, combined with the golden aura that enveloped Lin Xiao, rendered the scene even more sacred than before. As he elevated the enigmatic force within him to its zenith, he swung the sword with determination, severing the 5 mysterious chains. "Since you have harbored intentions of harm, I shall not concern myself with your divine origins." With a swift gesture, a brilliant white light of the sword flashed through the space, momentarily engulfing it in blinding radiance, rendering it impossible to behold. In a swift transition, the scene shifted. At that moment, Source remained immobile, seated within the realm he had created, his hands still positioned in an unusual manner. Yet, in the next heartbeat, disbelief washed over him. No, it cannot be. A luminous sword beam cleaved through the black void in his chest, splitting it asunder. Moreover, from the fissure created by the cleaving, a surge of mysterious flames, strikingly similar in color to Source's own form, erupted. These flames, vibrant and ever-changing, radiated with a brilliance far surpassing that of Source himself. In comparison, they appeared almost as if imbued with life. The moment these flames manifested, they enveloped Source entirely. No. What is this? Impossible. For I am a deity. The Source cried out in anguish from the void, its voice as grating and unpleasant as ever. The Source realized it could not extinguish this enigmatic flame. Suddenly, a flash of sword light streaked through the void, cleaving the Source in two. A figure clad in white appeared not far from the Source, wielding a long sword that shifted in color. Lin Xiao gazed at the Source, which was slowly being consumed by flames, feeling a twinge of surprise. He was aware of the formidable power coursing through him, yet he had not anticipated such overwhelming strength. He had thought there would be a battle upon his arrival. The suffering Source also noticed Lin Xiao, but its form had already been half melted by the mysterious flames. Looking at the multicolored sword in Lin Zhao's hand, the source rasped in a hoarse scream, You are the window. Yet before the source could finish its words, it was entirely consumed by the flames. It had perished, leaving behind a translucent diamond-shaped crystal no larger than a fingernail in the void. Chapter 48. 500 years in the blink of an eye. With the demise of the source, this realm began to slowly collapse. The mysterious flames continued to burn. At that moment, Lin Xiao attempted to beckon the lingering mysterious flames before him. Remarkably, the flames began to drift slowly towards him. Who am I truly? There was no time for contemplation, as the realm was on the verge of collapse. Lin Xiao grasped the diamond crystal in his left hand and held the mysterious sword in his right, departing from this realm. In the next instant, Lin Zhao's figure appeared above the river of time in the celestial realm. In the sacred realm's temporal hall, Pu Zheng immediately sensed Lin Zhao's arrival and promptly approached him, respectfully stating, "Your Excellency, you have arrived." Lin Xiao gently nodded, feeling the enigmatic power within him that had yet to dissipate, sensing his strength as unfathomable. He had another task to accomplish. With his current prowess, Lin Xiao gazed into the flowing river of time below. To his astonishment, he beheld the presence of an unknown entity known as the Devourer, which still existed in the future, having not yet perished. Lin Xiao couldn't help but mutter to himself. Subsequently, he raised the mysterious long sword in his hand and struck fiercely at a specific point in the river of time. Pu Zheng, witnessing the white-clad figure directing his sword toward the river of time, refrained from speaking further and chose to observe in silence. Although he bore the responsibility of safeguarding the river of time, the individual before him was universally acknowledged as the heavenly sovereign of the sacred realm, deserving of reverence even from the sacred realm's heavenly path. The sword energy unleashed by Lin Xiao transcended time and space, reaching back 100,000 years to annihilate the unknown entity in one decisive blow. This time, the Devourer would not be reborn, leaving Pu Zheng wide-eyed in astonishment. That creature did not resurrect? Pu Zheng could not help but exclaim. After all, 100,000 years prior, Lin Xiao had employed a similar method, but it had proven ineffective, yet now, it had succeeded. In this instance, Lin Xiao discerned the truth. It appeared that upon the Devourer's demise, certain mysterious laws would manifest in its vicinity, perhaps the very reason for its resurrection. However, this time, the sword energy Lin Xiao unleashed was imbued with that arcane power. As those unknown laws began to appear, they were entirely obliterated by the remnants of the mysterious force left by the sword energy in the void. 100,000 years ago, Lin Xiao refrained from employing the enigmatic power that resided within him. He discerned that each time he wielded this mysterious force, fragments of his memory would elude him. Thus, he opted to invoke the essence of the great Tao as a conduit to execute a forbidden technique, obliterating all traces of the Devourer. Although the price for this act was a slumber spanning 100 millennia, he succeeded in sealing away that unknown entity. At this moment, Lin Xiao turned to glance at Pu Zheng beside him. Upon meeting Lin Xiao's gaze, Pu Zheng promptly bowed his head and saluted, exclaiming, "Your Excellency, how much time has elapsed? 500 years, perhaps?" Lin Xiao pondered aloud, surprised by the revelation. Despite the temporal distortion experienced during his battle with Yuan, he had not anticipated that 5 centuries had passed. 500 years can be neither deemed excessively long nor exceedingly brief for a cultivator. Yet it possesses the potential to alter myriad aspects of existence. Furthermore, Lin Xiao had drawn upon such an abundance of mysterious power this time, leaving him uncertain of the consequences that may ensue. He could not ascertain how many times he had invoked this enigmatic energy. The last time he harnessed this force had also resulted in the loss of certain memories. Lin Xiao suspected that memories from long ago had dissipated in this manner. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiao's figure flickered, and he departed from the river of time. What lay ahead was of little concern to him. If amnesia were to be his fate, so be it. He had grown accustomed to it. Lin Xiao arrived in the mortal realm, his form materializing in a verdant clearing suspended in midair. Below him stretched a broad road, and not far off, a quaint town was visible. Just as Lin Xiao intended to set off in a particular direction, his body suddenly froze. Lin Xiao suddenly realized that the mysterious power within him had inexplicably vanished, and his entire consciousness began to feel heavy. In the next moment, darkness enveloped his vision, and he plummeted from the sky, landing beside the broad road. The enigmatic long sword in his grasp gradually dissipated, while the semi-transparent crystal he held in his other hand fell to the ground. Prior to this, Lin Xiao had never anticipated such a turn of events. At that moment, the golden aura surrounding him had completely vanished, leaving him lying on the ground like an ordinary person. Time passed, though he could not discern how long it had been. A figure descended from the sky, approaching Lin Xiao's side. The newcomer cast a glance at Lin Xiao before shifting his gaze to the semi-transparent diamond-shaped crystal on the ground. He promptly channeled his spiritual energy to pick up the crystal, handling it with care as he brought it closer to his eyes to admire it. As for Lin Xiao, the man had already assessed him and deemed him to be merely an unremarkable individual, a waste of potential, and thus not worth his attention. "Ha ha, what a treasure I've stumbled upon," the man exclaimed before departing with the crystal, leaving Lin Xiao lying there. Gradually, Lin Xiao's consciousness began to revive. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? Buzz. A sharp pain throbbed in his head. Miss. He seems to be waking up. In his dazed state, Lin Xiao heard a girl's voice and the sound of footsteps receding into the distance. As his awareness sharpened, he again detected footsteps approaching. Miss. I just saw him move his finger. Xiao Jin, you're not deceiving me, are you? I speak the truth, miss. Come with me. Lin Xiao opened his profound eyes and sat up in bed, directing his gaze towards the door. In the next moment, two young women entered the room. Upon their arrival, they noticed that the man on the bed had already risen, his deep gaze fixed upon them. The three exchanged glances, momentarily enveloped in silence. The atmosphere tinged with a hint of awkwardness. Aha. You're awake? The young woman in the pink and white attire, who stood at the forefront, addressed Lin Xiao. He nodded gently in response. The scene shifted. Lin Xiao was now seated on a chair, while the two women moved restlessly around him. Miss, he truly remembers nothing. What should we do? The girl in pink and white expressed her helplessness with a shake of her head. Just moments ago, they had posed numerous questions to Lin Xiao, yet his mind was a blank, devoid of any knowledge. Lin Xiao, at this moment, wore a calm expression as he regarded the two beside him. Oh, never mind. Let us go have a meal first. Xiao Jin, and you two just go eat. Chapter 49. The Jiang family within the Jiang residence. As the two women and Lin Xiao were about to proceed to dine, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared. This man was the father of the young woman in pink and white. Upon his arrival, he stopped the trio and proceeded to reprimand his daughter sternly. The girl named Xiao Jin guided Lin Xiao to the doorway of a room. You shall reside here for the time being, she informed him. This was a simple wooden chamber, the door left ajar, and the interior sparsely furnished. Only a single bed, a plain quilt, and a modest table accompanied by a stool adorned the room. Lin Xiao gently tapped the head of the young maid. Xiao Jin. All right, miss and I shall go for a meal now. A servant will bring you food shortly. With that, Xiao Jin departed. Lin Xiao entered the chamber. Taking a seat on the stool, lost in contemplation. Why had he lost his memory? Even his own name eluded him. After a moment of reflection, a name flickered through his mind. Could it be that my name is Lin Xiao? He murmured to himself. Yes, it seems I indeed bear that name. Through his conversations with the two women, Lin Xiao learned that the fair maiden in the powder pink attire was named Jiang Ruoting, and Xiao Jin was her devoted maid. The Jiang family had a long-standing tradition in commerce, with many members practicing cultivation, making them a prominent clan in the mundane world. From their discourse, Lin Xiao gathered that the city he currently inhabited was Ji City, located in the Qi domain. However, upon hearing such names, he felt no recollection. He remained unaware of his future direction. Before long, a servant from the Jiang household arrived at Lin Xiao's door, bearing a meal. It was a man, who entered the room with a gaze that held a hint of disdain, tinged with jealousy. He placed the food upon the small table and cast one last contemptuous glance at Lin Xiao before departing. Although Lin Xiao could not comprehend the man's disdainful demeanor, he paid it no mind. Meanwhile, as the man walked away, he pondered to himself, what luck this fellow has encountered to win the favor of the young lady. Surely, it is merely due to his handsome visage. He is nothing more than a parasite. Despite such thoughts, the man was consumed with jealousy towards Lin Xiao. Why was it not he who had captured the heart of the beauty? Would that not be a splendid fortune? No longer shall one toil relentlessly. The man envisions a vague figure, gradually receding into the distance. Oh, how should I express my thoughts about you? Alas, enough, father, it hurts. I understand now. Please do not be so vexed. In a room, a middle-aged man, around 40 years of age, is vigorously poking the forehead of a young woman beside him with his index finger. Humph. It is only because your mother has indulged you since childhood that you are so reckless. The middle-aged man, named Jiang Feng, is the father of Jiang Ruoding. Today, he has just learned that his daughter has brought home an outsider. Do you not realize that if he were a villain, it could spell disaster for our Jiang family? As he spoke, Jiang Feng again poked Jiang Ruoding's head with his finger. However, Jiang Ruoding was prepared this time. She quickly dodged and then clung to Jiang Feng's arm, playfully saying, "Oh, father, he does not seem like a bad person, and he possesses no cultivation. What is there to fear? Ah, you. It is truly difficult to find the right words for you. With such a childish disposition, how can I entrust the Jiang family to you?" Jiang Feng said helplessly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruoding immediately expressed her dissatisfaction. "Why not pass it on to my brother? I have no desire to take over the Jiang family." The middle-aged man shook his head. Although Jiang Ruoding spoke thus, she was well aware that her brother, Jiang Qin, had already been selected by a sect of immortals to become an inner disciple. As for herself, with only average talent, she was destined to manage the Jiang family's affairs. And thus, she had begun to assist in taking over the family business. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, was someone she had encountered while escorting precious items back home. "Father, I have ventured out to play." "Ah, go on then." "Within a courtyard." "Pray, why do you possess no cultivation whatsoever? This should not be the case, should it?" Jiang Ruoding gazed at Lin Xiao in confusion. Logically, even an ordinary person should be able to reach the first layer of qi training. Yet, Lin Xiao radiated no aura at all, utterly devoid of any cultivation. "Miss, I suspect he may be the legendary innate waste body," murmured Xiao Jin softly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruoding could not help but turn to Lin Xiao, muttering, "Hey, you cannot truly be an innate waste body, can you?" Lin Xiao pondered for a moment, and then calmly replied to Jiang Ruoding, "Actually, I just remembered my name." Jiang Ruoding, intrigued, immediately pressed, "Oh, pray tell, what is your name?" "Lin Xiao." "You are named Lin Xiao?" Jiang Ruoding's expression shifted to one of mild curiosity as she scrutinized the white-clad figure before her. Indeed, Lin Xiao nodded. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruoding took a graceful step forward and then elegantly turned around. "Lin Xiao. Such a pleasant name. Have you remembered anything else? For instance, where do you hail from? Do you have any relatives?" Lin Xiao shook his head. Jiang Ruoding contemplated for a moment before addressing Lin Xiao again. "Very well. Until you regain your memories, you may reside at the Jiang family, but you must contribute. And you must not act in any way that would dishonor the Jiang family. Understood?" After a brief pause, Jiang Ruoding turned to Xiao Jin and instructed, "Xiao Jin, please arrange work for Lin Xiao." "Of course, Mississippi." Subsequently, Xiao Jin took Lin Xiao to arrange some tasks, leaving Jiang Ruoding alone in the courtyard. She seated herself at a table, resting her chin on one hand while gazing at the azure sky, murmuring to herself, like a blockhead, devoid of any expression. "What a blockhead. Father, what are you doing? You startled me." Jiang Ruoding stood up in a huff, casting a slightly displeased glance at Jiang Feng. "Were you eavesdropping on us?" Jiang Feng chuckled softly. "I was merely concerned for your safety, so I came to check on you." Jiang Ruoding wore a skeptical expression and retorted, "I don't believe you." "So, what do you want from me?" Jiang Feng smiled and affectionately ruffled Jiang Ruoding's hair, saying, upon hearing this, Jiang Ruoding's heart was already set on persuading Jiang Qin to impart some techniques and elixirs, for her brother dotes on her the most. "All right." As their conversation continued, Jiang Feng suddenly sighed. "Ah, my daughter has grown up. I wonder who will whisk her away in the future." "Father, how can you say such things about your own daughter?" Chapter 50, Journey to Feiqing in the Jiang residence within a warehouse. This newcomer had immediately taken on the easiest tasks, but why was that? Whispers circulated among the onlookers. "I tell you, this person was picked up by the young lady." The one who had spoken earlier turned to look at Lin Xiao, noting his serene demeanor and impeccable appearance, clearly not resembling a worker. He hurriedly addressed another. "Could it be that he is?" "Shoo, lower your voice. If only I were like that, given your ghastly appearance. It is best not to indulge in such fantasies." Subsequently, the two fell into silence, each engrossed in their respective tasks. Just as Lin Xiao was laboring alongside the others, a steward suddenly entered, calling out to the assembly, "Who is Lin Xiao? Come forth, the young lady summons you." Upon witnessing this, several servants could not restrain their murmurs of discontent. After such a brief labor, he is off again. Truly, he possesses a striking visage. Indeed. Before long, Lin Xiao followed the steward to stand before Jiang Ruoding. "What is it?" Lin Xiao inquired, his expression unperturbed as he regarded Jiang Ruoding, who was seated comfortably in a chair. Soon, accompany me to deliver some items. Otherwise, I shall have no one to converse with, and that would be exceedingly dull. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao felt a tinge of perplexity. Do you not have that little Jean with you? However, he chose to remain silent and merely nodded in acknowledgement. The reason Jiang Ruoding had called for Lin Xiao was that those she encountered were excessively deferential towards her, a sentiment she found distasteful. The young scions of various families made her feel nauseated with just a glance. Yet Lin Xiao alone exuded an aura of sincerity and authenticity. There was no pretense in his gaze, even though he occasionally wished to disregard her. With arrangements made, the Jiang family and their entourage set off with 3 horse-drawn carriages. Lin Xiao blending into the throng. Indeed, he is a cultivator of the golden core stage. I am merely at the qi refining stage. Oh. My brother has been favored by a formidable cultivation sect and has been accepted as an inner disciple. How impressive. Originally, Jiang Ruoding intended to continue speaking. But upon turning to observe Lin Xiao's expression, she found herself at a loss for words. Can you not conceal such a dismissive expression? I have my dignity too. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao adjusted his demeanor and replied earnestly, Yes, understood. Haha. Miss, your exchange is simply hilarious. At this moment, Xiao Jin could not help but burst into laughter. How dare you laugh at me? Jiang Ruoding exclaimed, feigning an attempt to strike at Xiao Jin, who quickly dodged in response. The two engaged in playful banter amid the crowd. Observing the two ahead, Lin Xiao shook his head and continued on his way. Are you Lin Xiao? Suddenly, a middle-aged woman's voice emerged from behind him. Lin Xiao turned, directing his gaze toward the source of the voice, and bowed respectfully, saying, Greetings. Madam. This was Jiang Ruoding's mother, whom Jiang Ruoding had introduced to Lin Xiao before their departure. Indeed, the middle-aged woman nodded gently. Are you truly unable to recall anything at all? Have you contemplated what you might wish to do upon regaining your memories? She posed this question, and seeing Lin Xiao lost in thought and silent, she continued, I have some words to share. Would you care to listen? Please, madam, enlighten me. To save a life is to build a towering pagoda, she began. As a mother, I am naturally pleased that Ting'er possesses such kindness. However, she paused. Are you aware of the dangers that lie within this? Lin Xiao pondered. If I am pursued, it may implicate the Jiang family. If I possess formidable powers as a villain, it would also bring peril to the Jiang family. The middle-aged woman, upon hearing this, gazed again at Lin Xiao and discerned that the man before her had deep, luminous eyes and a composed demeanor, betraying no signs of deceit. She nodded slightly and, as she walked, began speaking, heading towards the group ahead. Observing this, Lin Xiao followed suit. If you do not regain your memory, it would be best to live well within the Jiang family. Having a job will suffice to sustain yourself. Indeed, madam, should you recover your memories, I hope you will not forget the kindness of the Jiang family, and at the very least, do not harbor resentment towards them. Your words weigh heavily, madam. Having exchanged these sentiments, the two fell silent and quickened their pace to join the group ahead. The scene froze, and the figures of the crowd gradually faded into the distance. Hey, Lin Xiao, what did my mother say to you earlier? As Lin Xiao reached the front of the line, Jiang Ruoding approached him with a question. Her mother had already boarded a carriage at the rear, while she continued walking, finding no comfort in riding. I see you are reluctant to share. At that moment, Lin Xiao recalled a query and asked Jiang Ruoding, How long was I unconscious? I won't tell you, Jiang Ruoding replied with a playful smile as she moved ahead in the line. In truth, Lin Xiao had only been unconscious for a day, but he chose not to dwell on the matter any further. After traversing a day's journey, the group finally arrived at another city, Feiqing. This city is the closest human settlement to Liji City. The items transported by the Jiang family were for a transaction with a prominent household within the city. Remarkably, they encountered no monstrous beasts along the journey. Upon arriving, the group delivered the goods to the doorstep of the affluent household, where they were graciously welcomed inside. After exchanging numerous pleasantries and sipping tea together, the transaction was ultimately completed. Following the deal, the Jiang family sought accommodation in the city, intending to stay for the night before returning the next morning. As dusk descended, the unfortunate Lin Xiao was forcibly dragged by Jiang Ruoding and Xiao Jin to wander through the night market. Ting'er, remember not to cause any trouble. Understood, mother. Jiang Ruoding, accompanied by Xiao Jin, Lin Xiao, and several guards, made their way to the night market. Hey, Lin Xiao, could you help me carry this? And this one too. How does this outfit look, Xiao Jin? Jiang Ruoding inquired, holding up a set of red clothing. It's beautiful, miss. Upon hearing Xiao Jin's response, Jiang Ruoding joyfully exclaimed, great. I also think this one is lovely. Without hesitation, she called out to the stall owner, boss. I'll take this one. With that, she tossed the garment onto Lin Xiao, who was already burdened with numerous packages, his arms filled to the brim. As he caught the clothing that had been flung upon him, Lin Xiao couldn't help but reflect on how exhausting it was to accompany women on their shopping excursions. Chapter 51. The Alchemy Conference. After an extensive passage of time, Lin Xiao finally set down the heavy load he had been carrying. After the evening meal, everyone retired to their respective quarters, preparing for their journey home the following day. In one room, a youthful voice pierced the silence. Mother, I do not wish to depart tomorrow. I have just received news that a pill refining conference will be held at the nearby Dandelions branch, and I wish to attend. Very well, but do take care. I shall arrange for a golden core guard to accompany you. As dawn broke, the streets were already bustling with crowds. Mother, slow down. After gathering her belongings, she called upon the other 3 companions and prepared to head to the Dandelions branch. Among them was Lin Xiao. Stepping out of the inn, he gazed ahead and let out a soft sigh, which happened to catch the attention of Jiang Ruoding, who had just exited. Hey, are you dissatisfied with me? Jiang Ruoding placed her hands on her hips, pouting in displeasure. Not at all. Then why the sigh? Seeing Lin Xiao's earnestness, she patted his shoulder and said, oh, do not worry. You need not carry anything today. Just accompany me to watch others refine pills. Lin Xiao, puzzled, inquired, what is pill refining? Oh, it pertains to elixirs. Our Jiang family is also involved in the elixir business. Elixirs are crafted by pill refiners. After explaining, Jiang Ruoding called out loudly towards the inn, Xiao Jin, Uncle Imo, are you ready yet? We are about to set off. From the second floor of the inn, Xiao Jin's voice responded, almost done, miss. Allow me to share with you some insights about the Dandelions. It is indeed a place that every alchemist yearns for, serving as a gathering point for numerous practitioners of the art. Its headquarters is located in the central continent. Lin Xiao listened, somewhat bewildered. Yet he comprehended the general idea. It was revealed that the city he currently resided in, Fei City, was to host a gathering of the Alchemist Alliance in the coming days. Interrupting Jiang Ruoding, he inquired, are you an alchemist as well? Jiang Ruoding paused, taken aback. I am not. Lin Xiao gazed at her, puzzled once more. If you are not an alchemist, then what purpose do you have in attending the Alchemist Conference? Jiang Ruoding turned her gaze towards the horizon, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she exclaimed, for the spectacle. You cannot imagine how chaotic it gets when those alchemist furnaces explode. Ha! A few years ago, I witnessed it myself. Do you know? Lin Xiao shook his head, realizing that her intention was merely to observe the commotion. At that moment, 2 individuals emerged from the inn, a middle-aged man and a young woman. The young woman was Xiao Jin, who held a storage ring in her hand. However, Lin Xiao was unaware of the purpose of such a ring, or else he would not have exerted himself so much the previous day. The middle-aged man was a mid-stage golden core cultivator and a protector of the Jiang family, currently tasked with ensuring Jiang Ruoding's safety. Miss, everything is ready. Xiao Jin handed the storage ring to Jiang Ruoding, who accepted it effortlessly. What is this? Lin Xiao asked, after exchanging a glance filled with an enigmatic smile. Jiang Ruoding and Xiao Jin looked at Lin Xiao, a glimmer of amusement dancing in their eyes. Ha ha ha, it is nothing at all. It is merely a ring. Come along, Uncle Imo. The middle-aged man nodded, and the 4 of them strolled through the streets, gradually making their way to the Dandelions' branch. As they walked, they occasionally overheard conversations about the upcoming alchemy conference. Have you heard? The venue for this year's alchemy event is in a large square near the Dandelions. It appears that the number of participants this year surpasses that of the previous years. Indeed, listening to the chatter of passers-by, Xiao Jin, who was beside Jiang Ruoding, could not help but exclaim, Miss, it seems that this year's alchemy conference will be even more bustling than in previous years. The crowd is truly overwhelming. The 4 of them were nearing the Dandelions' branch in Fei City, and the streets were nearly packed with people. A gentleman donned in loose white robes approached Lin Xiao and the others. He was rather handsome. Uncle Imo, who was a few steps behind, quickly advanced to Jiang Ruoding's side. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the man was also at the Golden Core stage, albeit slightly weaker than himself. The gentleman noticed Uncle Imo, but paid him no heed. At that moment, Jiang Ruoding turned to face the man who had just spoken. Who are you? The man, holding a folding fan, bowed to Jiang Ruoding and introduced himself. I am Dongfang Qianhao, a disciple of the Lingxiao sect. It is an honor to meet you. Mississippi, the Dongfang family? Jiang Ruoding was taken aback. This family was a prominent one, far surpassing the Jiang family in influence. So it is Master Qianhao. I have long heard of your esteemed name. The young lady Jiang Ruoding had met the young master before. She promptly bowed to Dongfang Qianhao, for one must not offend such a prominent family as the Jiang clan. Meanwhile, she couldn't help but ponder. The Listening Sky sect? Wasn't that the sect her brother had joined previously? Although she intended to inquire if Dongfang Qianhao knew Jiang Qin, the words lingered on her lips as she decided it prudent to hold her tongue for the moment. Uncle Mo, observing the young man's refined demeanor and his neat, elegant attire, felt his guard lower somewhat. After all, he was a member of the Dongfang family and a disciple of the Listening Sky sect. Surely he would not act recklessly. Yet, he still remained close to Jiang Ruoding. Is Miss Jiang also here to register for the alchemy conference? How fortuitous. I have just completed my registration. Shall we proceed together to the Grand Square where this year's conference will be held? Wow, young Master Qianhao. You can concoct elixirs as well? Jiang Ruoding exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. While alchemists were not uncommon, young and handsome ones were a rarity. Dongfang Qianhao smiled gently and nodded. It is merely a matter of crafting some low-grade elixirs. Despite his modest words, a hint of pride illuminated his expression. That is splendid. Let us go together then. Indeed. By the way, young Master Qianhao, allow me to introduce my maidservant, and this is Uncle Mo. As she spoke, Jiang Ruoding suddenly found herself at a loss for words. Greetings, esteemed senior. Dongfang Qianhao acknowledged Uncle Mo with a slight bow. Uncle Mo nodded in response. Noticing Jiang Ruoding's sudden silence, Dongfang Qianhao turned his gaze towards Lin Xiao. This is Lin Xiao. Aha, he has also come to witness the alchemy conference. Jiang Ruoding said awkwardly. She had intended to mention that Lin Xiao was a servant, but refrained from doing so. Dongfang Qianhao exchanged a glance with Lin Xiao, both nodding in mutual acknowledgement. Observing Lin Xiao's attire, Dongfang Qianhao deduced that he too must belong to a prominent family. However, upon noticing Lin Xiao's lack of cultivation, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise, though he dismissed it without much thought. Subsequently, the five of them proceeded together, gradually making their way forward. Chapter 52. The competition. Gazing at the throng of people, Jiang Ruoding couldn't help but inquire, young Master Qianhao, why is the attendance at this year's alchemy conference greater than ever before? Dongfang Qianhao responded with a gentle smile. This year, the alchemy conference in Feiqing has attracted a female elder from the headquarters of the Alchemist Alliance in the Central Continent. Wow. A female elder from the Alchemist Alliance headquarters. Jiang Ruoding exclaimed excitedly. The five of them arrived at the edge of a vast square. In the center of this expansive area stood an enormous arena, adorned with numerous tables, each laden with various medicinal herbs, and an equally sized alchemy furnace. Surrounding the arena were rows of neatly arranged seats, while below the stage, a multitude of spectators had gathered. Nevertheless, thanks to his family's status, Dongfang Qianhao effortlessly secured 5 seats. The group settled down, with Jiang Ruoding and Dongfang Qianhao occupying the front rows, while Lin Xiao and the others took their places in the back. Young Master Qianhao, when will this alchemy conference commence? Will the elder from the Central Continent's Alchemist Alliance be arriving here today? The news I received is that the esteemed senior will only arrive tomorrow. Today, the participants in the alchemy competition are of a lower tier. Thus, while Dongfang Qianhao converses with Jiang Ruoding, Lin Xiao sits in the back, gazing thoughtfully at the herbs on the stage. He has a lingering sensation that he once possessed the ability to concoct elixirs with remarkable ease, yet it now seems to have slipped from his memory. Xiao Jin, do you know how to refine elixirs? Lin Xiao inquires of the seemingly bored Xiao Jin beside him. Xiao Jin appears momentarily dazed, turning her gaze toward Lin Xiao. Throughout their journey, her young mistress had engaged in continuous conversation with Dongfang Qianhao upon their encounter, perhaps out of a desire not to offend him. However, with no one to converse with, and the alchemy tournament yet to commence, Xiao Jin finds herself quite bored. Lin Xiao, naturally taciturn and not as loquacious as his mistress, shares little dialogue with her. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's question, Xiao Jin turns her head, her tone somewhat languid as she explains, refining elixirs involves preparing the materials, then using spiritual fire to purify them one by one, subsequently merging them, and finally solidifying the elixir. Upon hearing Xiao Jin's explanation, Lin Xiao is suddenly struck by an impulse to participate himself. Is it possible for me to join? He asks. Huh? Xiao Jin is taken aback by Lin Zhao's words. Seated 2 rows ahead, Dongfang Qianhao, despite the cacophony around him, hears Lin Zhao's inquiry due to his golden core cultivation. At this moment, Xiao Jin clarifies to Lin Xiao. Each family and faction is allocated a certain number of slots. The Zhang family has only received 2 slots, hence. Lin Xiao comprehends the situation. The number of competition slots corresponds with the overall strength of the factions, and he believed that everyone could participate. The scene shifted to Dongfang Qianhao and Jiang Ruoting. Miss Jiang, your friend behind you just mentioned wanting to join this alchemy tournament, but alas, he lacks cultivation and is likely to be excluded from this grand event. Oh, haha, perhaps he is merely daydreaming, she replied, pulling a playful face before turning away. This Lin Xiao, boasting without any cultivation, humph. Jiang Ruoting murmured softly. Dongfang Qianhao observed this exchange closely. He found Jiang Ruoting quite appealing and amusing, distinct from other women. However, he was drawn to Lin Xiao as well. Perceiving that Lin Xiao's looks and demeanor were on par with his own, which stirred a slight discomfort within him. Fortunately, Lin Xiao lacked any cultivation. Miss Jiang, why not allow your friend to experience the atmosphere of this grand tournament? I happen to have an available slot. Young Master Qianhao. That might not be appropriate. It is far too valuable. Jiang Ruoting's expression shifted upon hearing this. After all, her family, the Jiang clan, possessed only 2 slots. Yet, if she were to outright refuse, she feared offending Dongfang Qianhao. Not to worry, if Miss Jiang is willing, she may take a chance herself. Consider this slot a gift for our first meeting, Dongfang Qianhao proclaimed, elegantly unfurling his folding fan. Jiang Ruoting inwardly reflected. Indeed, these young masters relished displaying their influence. Nevertheless, she pondered her response, unwilling to outright decline, for she did not wish to embarrass Dongfang Qianhao. Yet this opportunity can undoubtedly be bestowed only upon myself and Lin Xiao. Though I am utterly inept at alchemy. After a brief interlude, Jiang Ruoting, accompanied by Lin Xiao, successfully secured their participation in the competition. At this moment, Lin Xiao stood upon the arena, gazing vacantly at the table before him, which was adorned with an array of various low-grade herbs. Jiang Ruoting, stationed below the platform, cast a glance at Lin Xiao, her eyes tinged with a hint of guilt. I apologize, Lin Xiao, for bestowing upon you this embarrassing opportunity. Beside her, Dongfang Qianhao, having achieved his objective, wore a faint smile, patiently awaiting the commencement of the competition. His intention was to witness Lin Xiao's humiliation upon the stage. Before long, the alchemy tournament commenced, and Lin Xiao found himself assigned to the first round. Whether by mere coincidence or fate remains uncertain. The competition rules stipulated that participants would utilize identical herbs and cauldrons, with no restrictions on the type of elixirs crafted. In essence, contestants were free to select their desired variety of alchemical concoction, with higher quality and grade yielding superior rankings. A middle-aged man in the sky recited an extensive list of regulations, culminating in a resounding shout, "Begin!" The crowd below erupted into a cacophony of excitement, while the initial batch of competitors on the stage busied themselves with their tasks. Yet, Lin Xiao remained eerily still. Jiang Ruoting had advised him to feign difficulty and subsequently withdraw, but witnessing Lin Xiao's immobility, she began to sense an ominous turn of events. This pretense felt woefully insincere. Nearby, onlookers speculated, "Look at that man. Has he been rendered speechless? He dares not move an inch. If he cannot withstand such a scene, how could he ever aspire to be an alchemist? Indeed, hasn't that wasted a slot? Oh dear, how embarrassing," Jiang Ruoting murmured, covering her eyes with her hands. "It's all right. I believe your friend's resilience is quite commendable," Dongfang Qianhao replied with a smile. Observing this, Jiang Ruoting could only force a smile and engage in light conversation. She discerned that Dongfang Qianhao was deliberately seeking amusement at Lin Xiao's expense. Yet she dared not confront the matter directly. At that moment, Lin Xiao made a move. With a wave of his hand, the numerous herbs on the table soared into the air. Relying on his recollections, he selected several herbs. What is happening? Does Lin Xiao not lack cultivation? Jiang Ruoting, seated below the arena, could not suppress her astonishment upon witnessing this scene. Xiao Jin and Uncle Mo also wore expressions of bewilderment. Uncle Mo was diligently probing Lin Xiao's internal spiritual energy, yet he discovered that Lin Xiao exuded no aura whatsoever. Young Master Qianhao, how is he accomplishing this? Isn't he without any cultivation? Jiang Ruoting inquired, her confusion evident as she directed her question towards Dongfang Qianhao. He turned to glance at her, his expression somewhat peculiar, his eyes seemingly questioning. You brought him here, yet you ask me? How could I possibly know? Nevertheless, he felt a twinge of irritation at having been outsmarted by that young man on stage, suspecting that Lin Xiao had concealed his true abilities. It seemed that a rivalry had been established. Yet, given his status as a member of the Dongfang clan and a disciple of the Tingxiao sect, he felt little fear regarding this matter. Oldly, with your late-stage nascent soul prowess, can you discern his cultivation level? Dongfang Qianhao transmitted a message to an elder positioned behind him. There is no cultivation within him. What? Chapter 53. Qingwen Pill, the Alchemy Conference of Feiqing. A bold hypothesis suddenly emerged in his mind. However, he quickly dismissed the thought and turned to Jiang Ruoting beside him, saying, Miss Jiang, it seems your friend is quite remarkable. Jiang Ruoting, upon hearing this, found herself at a loss for words, equally bewildered. Could he have been deceiving me all along? As she gazed at Lin Xiao atop the arena, she silently pondered. Elderly, please investigate this person's background. Understood. Once their silent communication concluded, an elderly figure departed from the crowd. At that moment, Lin Xiao on the stage had selected his medicinal ingredients, retaining only a few spiritual herbs. With a gentle snap of his fingers, a mysterious white flame surged forth from the void. As this fire emerged, all the alchemists present found their controlled spiritual flames spiraling out of control. This led to a series of explosive incidents, with many cauldrons erupting during the alchemical process, creating an astonishing spectacle. The crowd below the arena became increasingly agitated. My heavens, such a scene is rare in a century. Who is this person? And what kind of flame has he conjured? I must say, he is rather handsome. Oh no, my brother's alchemical furnace has exploded. The crowd erupted into a frenzy, chattering incessantly. Meanwhile, many competitors on the stage cast furious glares at Lin Xiao, including some with flamboyant hairstyles and faces painted in a chaotic array of colors. This scene left several judges at the sidelines momentarily stunned. Lin Xiao, disregarding the gazes of the crowd, continued to manipulate the flames in the air. He commanded the white flames to envelop all the materials, causing them to melt into liquid form. Ultimately, before the astonished spectators, the liquid in the air spontaneously coalesced into a pill. As Lin Xiao reached out, the floating elixir gracefully descended into his hand. Silence enveloped the arena, creating an atmosphere of profound stillness. After a brief interlude, the crowd erupted into an even more fervent clamor than before. The audience became restless once again. Even the alchemists on the stage began to whisper among themselves, inquiring about Lin Xiao's affiliation. Is that a second-tier clear pattern pill? One judge remarked, gazing at the elixir in Lin Xiao's hand. This young man is exceedingly handsome. I wish to bear his children. Brother, you're a man, let it go. Lin Xiao observed the agitated crowd below and then glanced at the alchemists on the stage, casually remarking, I beg your pardon. With that, he placed the elixir on the table before him and, amidst the cheers of the crowd, gracefully descended from the stage, vanishing from sight. Lin Xiao's departure did not quell the crowd's excitement. Rather, it intensified their fervor. It was only when a middle-aged man, who had previously announced the competition rules, intervened that the alchemical convention continued smoothly. Quickly, ascertain which faction that individual belongs to, he commanded. This middle-aged man, named Zhou Jin, was the head of the Alchemist Alliance branch in Feiqing, clad in a brown robe adorned with the Alliance's insignia. At this moment, he held in his hand the elixir that Lin Xiao had just concocted. The alchemical technique employed was unprecedented, an exquisite pure pattern pill devoid of any discernible medicinal power. Zhou Jin observed the competitors on the stage as they resumed their contest, and he couldn't help but ponder. It seems that the Alchemy Alliance is on the verge of welcoming a prodigy. Lin Xiao descended from the platform and made his way straight to the outskirts of the square. He was not fond of being the center of attention. However, at that moment, he spotted Jiang Ruoting and Dongfang Qianhao emerging from the throng of people filling the square. Lin Xiao waved at them from a distance. From afar, he could hear Jiang Ruoting exclaim, Lin Xiao is over there. Jiang Ruoting hurriedly approached Lin Xiao, her curious gaze scrutinizing him closely as she circled him twice. Lin Xiao, did you not claim to possess no cultivation? Upon halting, she questioned Lin Xiao with a hint of judgment in her tone. Dongfang Qianhao and the others soon joined Jiang Ruoting behind her. Lin Xiao looked at them, shrugged his shoulders, and replied, to be honest, I am just as puzzled. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Jiang Ruoding's disbelief was palpable. She scoffed. Do you still intend to deceive me? Pray tell, Lin Xiao, what level of cultivation do you actually possess? Little Jean chimed in, echoing her curiosity. Dongfang Qianhao approached and offered a respectful salute to Lin Xiao, stating, So it appears that young Master Lin is indeed a hidden gem. It seems I have been remiss in my judgment earlier. I sincerely apologize and hope for your understanding. His demeanor remained courteous, for he wished to avoid offending Lin Xiao outright. It is quite all right. I genuinely wish to refine some elixirs. Upon hearing the inquiry from Dongfang Qianhao, Lin Xiao was compelled to ask once more, Might I inquire about your current cultivation level, young Master Lin? The question drew the attention of the assembly, who once again turned their gazes toward Lin Xia. Although he possessed no discernible cultivation, he wielded an inscrutable spiritual force. Greetings, Senior Zhou. The crowd bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man, who was none other than Zhou Jin, the head of the Feiqing Pill Alliance branch. Zhou Jin waved his hand, signaling for everyone to rise, and then approached Lin Xia. Senior, Zhou Jin acknowledged with a nod, while I am uncertain as to the absence of your cultivation. Your spiritual force is undeniably formidable. You flatter me, Senior, Lin Xia replied humbly. I shall not pry into your opportunities. But may I inquire if you're interested in joining the Pill Alliance? I could recommend you to an elder from the headquarters. Zhou Jin expressed his keen interest in talent. Lin Xia's alchemical skills were beyond his reach. Lin Xia hesitated for a moment, exchanging a glance with Jiang Ruoding. Subsequently, he clasped his fists and said to Zhou Jin, Senior, at present, I do not harbor such intentions. Very well, Zhou Jin conceded. Should you reconsider, you are welcome to visit the Pill Alliance at any time. With that, he took his leave. Young Master Qianhao, we shall take our leave as well. Until we meet again tomorrow, Jiang Ruoding declared to Dongfang Qianhao, who nodded in agreement. Ultimately, she took Lin Xia by the hand and departed, with Xiao Jin and Uncle Mo following closely behind. As Dongfang Qianhao observed the diminishing figures of Lin Xia and his companions, his expression grew somewhat indifferent. The power of the soul. At that moment, an elderly figure appeared behind him. It was the elderly who had departed earlier. Young Master, this individual is a servant of the Jiang family. 2 days prior, he was rescued by the daughter of the family head, and upon awakening, he lost all memory. What of his past? There has been no investigation into that matter, but it is certain that he possesses no cultivation. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Qianhao could not help but emit a cold snort. So he is merely a servant. Chapter 54. Reunion with Lu Qing within a certain inn. For figures were seated at a table, namely Lin Xiao and his companions who had just emerged from the alchemy competition. Jiang Ruoding chose an inn that was in close proximity to the square where the competition took place. Due to Lin Xiao's influence, she had no desire to watch the competition today. Her mind was entirely occupied with Lin Xiao's earlier performance on the stage. At this moment, the four were seated opposite one another, with Jiang Ruoding directly across from Lin Xiao. Hey, Lin Xiao, have you truly lost your memory? Why do I feel as though you have been deceiving us all along? Upon hearing Jiang Ruoding's words, Lin Xiao could only shake his head in resignation. Ever since they entered the inn and took their seats, Jiang Ruoding and Xiao Jin had been fixedly staring at him. Their eyes conveyed a blend of suspicion and excitement, while Elder Mo appeared remarkably composed. Yet, within his memory, the indistinct azure figure remained elusive, its visage still beyond his recollection. Do you think I would believe you? How could you possibly refine pills if you remember nothing? It's utterly absurd. Isn't that right, Uncle Mo? Jiang Ruoding exclaimed, suddenly turning to address Elder Mo beside her. Elder Mo was savoring his tea when he heard Jiang Ruoding's words. He gently placed his teacup on the table. He spoke slowly, indeed. Lin Xiao may have once been an alchemist, though the reasons for his amnesia remain unclear. As for the strength of his soul, even Elder Zhou cannot fathom it. Nor can I. Upon hearing Elder Mo's assessment, Jiang Ruoding could only let out a resigned sound. Lin Xiao, do you recall any other memories? She inquired, a hint of reluctance in her voice, as she couldn't shake the feeling that Lin Xiao was deceiving her. No. As evening descended, within the confines of the Feiqing Alchemy Alliance branch, Zhou Jin sat at a table, across from a woman adorned in a flowing blue attire. Her long, lustrous black hair framed a visage of stunning beauty, her figure graceful and elegant. Her deep, luminous eyes emanated an air of coldness and authority. Zhou Jin personally poured a cup of tea and placed it carefully before her, bowing respectfully. Elder Lu, please enjoy your tea. The woman before him was none other than Lu Qing, the youngest 7th-tier female alchemist in the history of the Central State Alchemy Alliance. She possessed not only remarkable alchemical skills, but also exceptional fire control abilities. Lu Qing delicately lifted the teacup, while Zhou Jin began to recount the events of the day, including matters concerning Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao from the Dongfang family. Upon hearing that name, Lu Qing's expression shifted slightly. A fleeting white figure surfaced in her mind, though it remained indistinct. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence of names. How wonderful it would be if it were truly him. Lu Qing sighed inwardly, lost in thought. Lu Qing nodded, indicating for him to continue. Subsequently, Zhou Jin began recounting Lin Xiao's actions in the arena. However, he inadvertently noticed that the emotion of the woman in the green attire before him suddenly became tumultuous. As time swiftly passed, on the following morning, within an inn, a voice urged, "Hurry, Lin Xiao. Put on this mask. We are preparing to witness the alchemy competition today, featuring the 3rd to 5th tiers of alchemical challenges." Lin Xiao caught the mask that Jiang Ruoding had just pressed onto his face. Upon removing it, he discovered it was a black, ghostly mask. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruoding could not help but cast an exasperated glance at Lin Xiao. "I truly marvel at you. I have no idea how you managed to concoct a pill yesterday." With a look of disbelief directed at Lin Xiao, she continued, "Listen carefully. Alchemical pills are categorized into 9 grades, and alchemists are ranked from 1st to 9th tier. The level of an alchemist corresponds to the 9 great realms, from Qi Cultivation to Tribulation Crossing." After finishing her explanation, Jiang Ruoding fell silent, gazing at Lin Xiao, who was adorned with the ghostly mask, and shook her head. She then turned and walked towards the door, murmuring softly, "Alas, such a handsome young man, yet his mind seems to be shattered." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao stumbled slightly, thinking to himself that he merely suffered from amnesia, not a broken mind. At that moment, upstairs, Xiao Jin had already organized all the items she purchased with her mistress the previous day and placed them into her storage ring. After descending and handing over the spirit stones to the innkeeper, everyone prepared themselves and set off towards the square for the alchemy convention. As the alchemy conference commenced, Zhou Jin introduced to the crowd a figure who had mysteriously appeared on the elevated platform. Standing atop a tall dais beside the square was a woman, adorned in flowing azure garments, her long hair dancing gracefully in the wind, her silhouette swaying gently. She gazed quietly at the arena below. This azure-clad woman was none other than Lu Qing, hailing from the headquarters of the Alchemy Alliance in Zhongzhou. The crowd turned their attention to Lu Qing, erupting in a chorus of admiration. Many had come specifically to catch a glimpse of her visage. Is this truly the youngest 7th-rank alchemist of the Alliance? How stunning she is. Indeed, she appears to be a celestial being descended from the heavens. Lu Qing, the fairy. Look at me. Lu Qing scanned the crowd below, seemingly searching for something, her eyes glimmering with a hint of excitement and anticipation. Following Zhou Jin's declaration of the conference's commencement, the participants on the arena began to busily prepare. Zhou Jin approached Lu Qing. "Lu Qing, where is the person you mentioned last night?" Suppressing her emotions, Lu Qing replied in a calm tone. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jin also glanced toward the crowd below. He noticed members of the Dongfang family, but did not see Lin Xiao. Instead, he spotted Dongfang Qianhao. He scrutinized the crowd further and recognized Jiang Ruoding and others from the previous day, alongside a man clad in a white robe, his face obscured by a mask depicting a ghostly visage. Zhou Jin immediately discerned that the man in white was Lin Xiao. Upon learning of Lin Xiao's withdrawal from the alchemical competition yesterday, he felt a pang of regret. However, it seemed that Elder Lu had taken a keen interest in him. Elder Lu, if I am not mistaken, that masked man. Lu Qing followed Zhou Jin's pointed finger and gazed in that direction. Suddenly, she spotted a figure clad in white. Her entire being froze, rendering her immobile as she unconsciously disregarded Zhou Jin's subsequent words. He resembles him. Too closely. Despite the mask obscuring his face, Lu Qing gently nodded, and in an instant, she descended from the high platform. She landed gracefully in the plaza below the arena, then made her way directly towards Lin Xiao. The crowd around her immediately parted, creating a clear path. Lu Qing approached to within 5 meters of Lin Xiao, her presence leaving Jiang Ruoding and the others in stunned silence, for Lu Qing's gaze remained unwaveringly fixed upon Lin Xiao. Initially, Jiang Ruoding thought it a mere illusion, until Lu Qing halted before Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, too, turned his attention to the woman before him. The moment he heard Lu Qing's name yesterday, It struck him as reminiscent of a long-lost acquaintance. Yet now, she stood directly before him. Just as Lin Xiao was engulfed in confusion, Lu Qing strode straight up to him. She slowly extended her hand and removed Lin Xiao's mask. Upon beholding that familiar visage, Lu Qing disregarded the astonished stares of those around her and leapt into the embrace of the figure in white. The mask fell to the ground. Lin Xiao, taken aback, found himself enveloped tightly by the blue-clad woman. As he felt the softness of her form and the faint fragrance that lingered upon her, his pupils dilated in astonishment. Both could sense the rhythm of each other's heartbeats. In that fleeting moment, a torrent of memories surged within Lin Xiao's mind. In his memory, the hazy silhouette of a cerulean figure now overlapped with the woman clad in blue cradled in his arms. He recalled it all. Lin Xiao's gaze softened, and a faint smile graced his lips. As he looked at the woman trembling and weeping gently in his embrace, he reached out to tousle her soft hair. It had been a long time. Lu Qing. Chapter 55. Recollections. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Lu Qing clung even tighter, burying her head deep into Lin Xiao's chest. "Where have you been all these years?" she murmured, her voice laced with a sense of grievance that tugged at one's heartstrings. He patiently waited for a moment, allowing her emotions to stabilize before gently separating her from his embrace. Gazing at Lu Qing, whose eyes shimmered with tears, Lin Xiao tenderly brushed a strand of hair from her ear. "If you keep crying, you won't be the Lu Qing I once knew." At his words, Lu Qing couldn't help but stifle a laugh, her eyes resembling crescent moons, even as tears continued to fall. "Then why do they call you Dongfang, Lin Xiao?" Lin Xiao extended his hand to gently wipe away the tears from her face, smiling as he replied, "Perhaps it is because I hail from the east." Lu Qing fell silent, her gaze fixed upon Lin Xiao's profound eyes, reveling in this fleeting moment of tranquility. After a considerable time, she took Lin Xiao by the hand, leaving behind a crowd rendered speechless. The exchange between the two had silenced everyone present, who feared disturbing the pair before them. Those on the arena, poised to concoct elixirs, were also captivated by the scene below, halting their actions in rapt attention. Ultimately, it was Zhou Jin who ascended to the arena, expending considerable effort in persuading the assembly to continue the alchemy convention. Meanwhile, amidst the crowd, Jiang Ruoting, Xiao Jin, and Mo Lao remained profoundly astonished. Though their gazes were fixed upon the arena, their minds were flooded with images of Lin Xiao and Lu Qing. Equally astonished was Dongfang Qianhao, whose face was still adorned with fine beads of perspiration. The scene shifted. The two found themselves in a grand hall within the Alchemist Alliance's branch, where only Lin Xiao and Lu Qing were present. They took their seats. Lu Qing retrieved a flask of wine from her spatial ring and, placing 2 cups upon the table, poured a measure for both herself and Lin Xiao. After 5 centuries of separation, how could they forego the wine? As she raised her freshly filled cup, she gazed at Lin Xiao before him. Lin Xiao, upon noticing, smiled gently and lifted his own cup. The two clinked their glasses together in the air before consuming their contents in one swift motion. The wine was potent. Upon finishing, Lin Xiao remarked, "I remember you used to avoid alcohol." Lu Qing chuckled at this. 500 years, neither a long nor a short span, can indeed transform many things, can it? As she spoke, she refilled their cups. "I inquired about your exploits during my absence, and later learned of your departure, unaware of your return." Lu Qing's gaze lingered on Lin Xiao, her eyes shimmering with a tenderness reminiscent of flowing water, seemingly aglow with enchanting light. "Could you share with me where you have ventured?" Lin Xiao nodded in response and briefly recounted his experience of entering a peculiar realm, engaging in combat with an individual, and emerging only to find that 500 years had elapsed. "Upon my emergence, I found myself beset by a backlash, having lost all recollection of my past until our fateful encounter rekindled those memories." Upon hearing this, Lu Qing couldn't help but chuckle. "So, you ought to express gratitude towards me." She laughed heartily, raising her glass. The two of them lifted their cups once more, downing their drinks in unison. Shortly thereafter, Lu Qing summoned some appetizers to accompany their beverages, and thus began a delightful exchange of words between them. From Lu Qing, Lin Xiao learned that the former demon king He Feng from the demon realm, the demon king Luo Tian from the devil realm, and the 2 venerable elders from the human clan had all ascended to the higher realms. Although the 3 races experienced minor skirmishes, they had never engaged in a significant war. "Perhaps this was due to your influence." Nodding in acknowledgement of Lu Qing's words, Lin Xiao's thoughts drifted to Su Hua and the others, pondering their well-being. At that moment, Lu Qing inquired, Lin Xiao, may I ask you a question? Of course, he replied. Did you truly hail from the celestial realm? After all, I had previously concealed myself there, so I too am considered a part of it. When I found Jiang Yixue, she informed me of your origins, yet I have always harbored doubts, Lu Qing said with a smile. What of Xiao Xue? How is she faring? Lin Xiao asked. She is currently in the summer domain, where she has established a sect called the Ice and Snow Sect. Lin Xiao was taken aback. Xiao Xue has founded a sect? Indeed, I shall take you there someday, she replied. The two were unaware of how long they had been drinking. A faint blush adorned Lu Qing's cheeks, and her eyes appeared somewhat dreamy. Lin Xiao, would you accompany me for a stroll? Certainly, he responded. Two individuals stood atop the tallest building in Feiqing. Lin Xiao and Lu Qing gazed down upon the bustling city below. At that moment, Lin Xiao casually remarked, I never imagined you would reach the stage of transformation and become a seventh-tier alchemist. Lu Qing replied, her voice bright and clear, yet imbued with a hint of ethereal quality from her intoxication, rendering it even more melodious. Thank you, Lin Xiao. Were it not for you, my father and I would have long departed from this world. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao turned his gaze to the woman beside him, who remained with her head bowed. Staring at the busy streets below, her eyes filled with a dreamy haze. Those eyes, shimmering with a captivating light, sparkled like the stars in the night sky. Lin Xiao found himself entranced by her gaze, as though he were submerged in a resplendent galaxy. Before he could respond, Lu Qing continued to speak. Seemingly lost in her own thoughts, Lin Xiao refrained from interrupting, choosing instead to listen intently. It turned out that Lu Qing's father, due to his innate limitations, had ultimately remained at the golden core stage and was unable to attain the nascent soul. In her quest to enhance her father's cultivation, Lu Qing had ventured to many places, yet her efforts had proven futile. Rising to her feet, she gazed into the distance, her hair tousled by the wind, her garments fluttering gracefully. After my father's departure, I was left all alone. Fortunately, you have appeared now. As she reached the end of her words, a smile broke upon her face, though the tears that fell revealed the sorrow within her heart. Lin Xiao looked at Lu Qing, captivated by the delicate beauty of her profile, momentarily at a loss for words. He wished to remain silent, yet he noticed the traces of tears on the face of the woman before him. Lin Xiao rose to his feet, gently grasping Lu Qing's shoulders and turning her to face him. The two locked eyes, and as he beheld the exquisite beauty before him, Lin Xiao reached out to stroke Lu Qing's head, inquiring softly, What troubles you, dear? Why are you crying? I do not know, Lu Qing replied with a smile. At that moment, the setting sun illuminated the clouds on the horizon, casting a fiery red hue across the sky. Be good. Promise me you won't cry anymore. Chapter 56. Return to the Jiang family. The night had fallen over the square where the alchemy competition was held. Contestants on the stage had successively completed their elixirs, and the day's contest was nearing its conclusion. Tomorrow marked the final day of the alchemy convention, culminating in the grand finals. However, seated beneath the platform, Jiang Ruoding found her mind entirely preoccupied, not contemplating whether to attend the finals the following day. Her gaze was distant as she sat in silence, lost in thought. In her reverie, she suddenly felt a tug on her clothing. Turning her head, she saw Xiao Jin beside her. Miss, I have called for you twice, Xiao Jin exclaimed. Jiang Ruoding had not heard her previously. Miss, the alchemy competition has ended. We should prepare to leave. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruoding glanced once more at the stage. Indeed, the contest had concluded, and the surrounding crowd was gradually dispersing. Very well, let us go, Xiao Jin, Uncle Emil. As for the finals tomorrow, she had lost all desire to attend. As the three were preparing to depart, two figures draped in blue and white suddenly emerged from the distance, causing those present to pause once more. It was Elder Lu. The individual beside her appeared to be the man who had expertly refined alchemical concoctions without a cauldron on the first day. What could their relationship be? The arrival of these two figures halted all who had yet to leave, igniting a flurry of speculation among the crowd. Lin Xiao and Lu Qing approached Jiang Ruoding and her companions directly. Jiang Ruoding felt a twinge of anxiety as she regarded Lin Xiao and Lu Qing before her. Mo Lao stood beside her, while Xiao Jin hid timidly behind her. When Jiang Ruoding noticed Lin Xiao's gaze directed at her, she nervously greeted them, Lin Xiao. Senior Lu Qing. Do not be anxious, Lin Xiao replied calmly. Just converse as we did before. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruoding first glanced at Lu Qing, then turned her attention back to Lin Xiao, nodding in acknowledgement. Lin Xiao briefly recounted how he had been rescued by the Jiang family after losing his memory, introducing Jiang Ruoding and her two companions in the process. After some contemplation, Lin Xiao remarked, "All right, Lin Xiao, you and Senior Lu Qing." Before Jiang Ruoding could finish her sentence, she saw Lu Qing step forward. "Jiang girl, there is no need to call me Senior. Just refer to me as Sister Lu Qing," Lu Qing said with a smile. Upon hearing the jovial words of the woman in blue, Jiang Ruoding momentarily appeared bewildered. However, she quickly regained her composure and lowered her head, clasping her hands in respect. I dare not." Lu Qing gently lifted Jiang Ruoding's hand and said with a smile, "The title of Senior feels rather antiquated. Sister is far more fitting." Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Xiao gently shook his head. After speaking, he swept his hand dramatically, leaving the onlookers, including Jiang Ruoding and her companions, in a state of astonishment. "What is this?" someone gasped. Before them materialized a portal of swirling space. "Let us proceed." With that, Lin Xiao stepped into the portal. G City. Lin Xiao and his companions emerged just outside the city gates. Jiang Ruoding, bewildered, turned to witness the ethereal portal gradually dissipating, her mind racing as she surveyed her surroundings. Is this really it? Her heart was at a loss for words. The day had been filled with the most surreal events. "Let us move on," Lin Xiao instructed the group. "Ah, very well." The five then entered the city gates, making their way toward the Jiang family residence. Within the confines of the Jiang household, Lin Xiao retrieved a collection of medicinal pills from his spatial ring and presented them to Jiang Feng. "Father, these pills are rewards I received during my sect missions." Jiang Qin began elucidating the various properties of the pills. The Jiang family typically engaged in the trade of lower-tier pills, but those Jiang Qin had brought forth were predominantly third-tier, with a couple even being fourth-tier. "Qiner, what will you do?" "You need to focus on your own cultivation," remarked a middle-aged woman beside Jiang Qin. "Mother, worry not." In the end, Jiang Feng accepted only half of the offerings, firmly declining the rest. Jiang Qin, feeling somewhat defeated, could only relent. He then turned to Jiang Qin, saying, "Your sister constantly tells me she wishes to obtain your unparalleled techniques and miraculous elixirs." Hearing this, Jiang Qin couldn't help but chuckle. Subsequently, the three individuals exited the room, preparing to greet Jiang Ruoding. Outside the foreign courtyard, Jiang Ruoding entered the small courtyard accompanied by Lin Xiao and Lu Qing. Beside her was Xiao Jin, while Mo Lao had already withdrawn. Upon entering the small courtyard, Jiang Ruoding spotted three figures emerging from the rear, and she greeted them warmly. As she discerned the final figure, a smile lit up her face. "Brother." Jiang Ruoding rushed to Jiang Qin and embraced him deeply. Well, are you not going to introduce your two friends to me?" Jiang Qin remarked with a chuckle. He observed that he could not see through the man in white and the woman in green before him, and the man in white. Why did he seem somewhat familiar? "Indeed. Tinger, may I inquire who this beautiful lady is?" Jiang Feng interjected. Thus, Jiang Ruoding began to introduce Lin Xiao and Lu Qing. "Father, this is Sister Lu Qing from the Danming of Zhengzhou." Hearing this, Jiang Feng nodded and turned his gaze to Lu Qing. "Ah, so you are the esteemed Lu Qing from Zhengzhou." "Wait, Zhengzhou? Lu Qing?" As he spoke, Jiang Feng's expression suddenly transformed in shock, glancing between Lu Qing and his beloved daughter. The members of the Jiang family hurriedly prepared to bow, but were halted by Lu Qing. "Master Jiang, there is no need for such formalities. Simply regard me as an ordinary person," she said, smiling as she looked at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao merely smiled faintly in response, remaining silent. Observing this, Jiang Feng seemed to have discerned something. "Oh, how delightful it is for Miss Lu Qing to grace the Jiang family with her presence, along with the esteemed young master Lin Xiao. Please, do come inside and take a seat." With that, Jiang Feng ushered the two into the inner chambers of the Jiang residence. Chapter 57. The Banquet in the Qi Domain. Within the hall of listening to the clouds, Su Hua sat amidst a multitude of affairs laid out before him, his expression one of palpable annoyance. Perhaps this is a universal burden shared by every sect leader. As Su Hua attended to his duties with little enthusiasm, a middle-aged man entered through the hall's entrance. Noticing his presence, Su Hua spoke with evident displeasure. "What brings you here at such a late hour?" "Master, a disciple has brought news of someone who closely resembles the individual in the portrait you provided," the man replied. Su Hua, however, dismissed the information with a scoff. "And what is that person's name?" The middle-aged man's countenance faltered. The disciple has not yet mentioned that." Su Hua's expression darkened, and he rebuked. "Begone. Inquire about the name and return when you have it. Do not disturb me now. Understood, the man replied, retreating. Previously, Su Hua had instructed his disciples to seek out anyone who resembled the likeness he had drawn, promising rewards for those who succeeded. Since then, disciples frequently approached him with reports. Yet, whenever Su Hua encountered the individuals they described, they were never the ones he sought. To his dismay, some disciples even mistook the slender for the stout, and the tall for the short, which greatly vexed him. Ironically, while the faces bore a slight resemblance to the figure in the portrait, their physiques were entirely mismatched. Subsequently, Su Hua issued a decree. Any further instances of reckless reporting would result in expulsion from the sect. Later, Su Hua mandated that upon discovering individuals resembling those depicted in the painting, their specific names must be inquired and reported accordingly. Lin Xiao, oh Lin Xiao, where on earth have you vanished? Su Hua muttered curses under his breath while impatiently organizing his affairs. In the Jiang family's living room, Jiang Qin suddenly realized why Lin Xiao seemed so familiar. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the figure in the previous sect leader's portrait. He relayed this information through the jade pendant at his waist to the inner circle of the Listening Sky sect. While not an exact match, the resemblance was strikingly close. If Lin Xiao were to see that portrait, he might very well unleash his wrath upon Su Hua, for the depiction was rather unflattering. Jiang Qin observed the figure clad in white seated before him and discreetly pulled Jiang Ruoding aside. Tinger, I recognize that young lady, Lu Qing. But who is that gentleman in white? Jiang Qin inquired softly. Jiang Ruoding's expression faltered at the question. Well, I actually do not know. He suffered from amnesia and I rescued him. He should have regained his memories by now. And what is his name? His name is Lin Xiao. He possesses formidable strength, capable of tearing through the void. So we must not offend him. Jiang Ruoding's eyes reflected a grave concern as she spoke. In truth, Lin Xiao was not merely capable of tearing through the void. He had also mastered spatial transformation. Jiang Qin felt somewhat perplexed by this revelation but refrained from asking further questions, as he was unaware of the strength required for such feats. At that moment, Lin Xiao and Lu Qing were seated at adjacent tables. Miss Lu Qing, young Master Lin Xiao, please enjoy some tea. Jiang Feng prepared a pot of tea for the two individuals before him and personally poured each of them a cup. Lu Qing turned to Jiang Feng and remarked, Jiang family head, today is a day for your family's reunion. There is no need to regard my identity. Let us simply consider ourselves friends of Miss Jiang. Ha ha. Splendid. At the banquet, Jiang Ruoding inquired, Lin Xiao, what exactly is your relationship with Sister Lu Qing? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao placed a piece of meat he was holding with his chopsticks into his mouth, then turned his gaze towards Lu Qing, who sat beside him. We have known each other for quite some time. She cast a curious glance at Lu Qing, who, upon noticing Jiang Ruoding's gaze upon her, couldn't help but smile and replied, what do you think our relationship is? Jiang Ruoding's eyes darted as she recalled the various signs displayed by Lin Xiao and Lu Qing throughout the day, and she pondered aloud. Could it be that Lin Xiao is your husband, Sister Lu Qing? Uft. Ha ha. Jiang Ruoding's bold statement sent Lu Qing into fits of laughter. Lu Qing instinctively reached out to grasp Lin Xiao's sleeve, playfully shaking it as she chuckled, right? Husband. Lin Xiao, who had been busily picking food from the table, suddenly dropped the morsel he was holding with a loud clatter. In response, he pointed a finger and playfully flicked Lu Qing on the forehead. Bang. Ouch. Lu Qing let out a soft whimper. That hurts. She covered the spot that had just been flicked and looked at Lin Xiao beside her. A mix of exasperation and amusement evident on her face. In her eyes glimmered a hint of relief, and a faint blush adorned her cheeks. How delightful it would be to call the man before her husband forever. Yet, she understood that the chasm between them was insurmountable. Observing this, Jiang Ruoding softly clicked her tongue and remarked, Sister Lu Qing, you and young Master Lin Xiaojun are a match made in heaven. I always believed you two were an item. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Oh, you little tease. After a brief pause, she continued, in truth, I suppose I could consider myself half his disciple. As she spoke, Lu Qing glanced at Lin Xiao, who stood nearby. Upon hearing Lu Qing's words, Jiang Ruoding's eyes widened in astonishment as she turned to Lin Xiao. Is it true, Lin Xiao? A seventh-tier alchemist is actually your disciple. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment before nodding to the two women. Wow, a teacher-student romance. Uft, you rebellious child, what nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Feng interjected sternly. Young Master Lin, Miss Lu Qing, please do not mind this little girl's thoughtless words. Just then, a servant from the Jiang family presented Jiang Feng with a letter. After opening it and reading its contents, everyone was momentarily taken aback. In the silence that followed, Jiang Qin's expression darkened. What is it, brother? Humph. I know the scoundrel. He's the grandson of the second elder of the Tingxiao sect. As if he could ever hope to marry you, dream on. Meanwhile, within the Orient family, in a chamber, a voice thundered, rebellious child. Tomorrow morning, accompany me to the Jiang family to apologize. He took 2 steps forward and addressed Dongfang Qianhao, who was kneeling on the ground. Do you think anyone from the Dongfang family can be trifled with? A 7th-tier alchemist. Offending a transformation deity is already troublesome, let alone a 7th-tier alchemist. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Qianhao lowered his head and said, Father, I understand my mistake. However, I merely proposed a marriage contract. It shouldn't be such a grave matter. That 7th-tier alchemist may not even be connected to the Jiang family. It turned out that yesterday, Dongfang Qianhao had sent a messenger to the Jiang family, delivering a letter of proposal in which he expressed his infatuation with Jiang Ruoding. In the letter, he had specifically mentioned his lineage from the Dongfang family and his status as a direct disciple of the Listening Sky sect. Little did he expect that so many issues would arise today. Dongfang Yin was aware of his son's reckless behavior, constantly seeking novelty and taking liberties due to the family's power. Usually, he would turn a blind eye, but this time he could not afford to ignore it. He gazed at Dongfang Qianhao and said, You had better hope that the 7th-tier alchemist is not related to the Jiang family. And that man. At that moment, an elderly man with disheveled white hair entered the room. Subsequently, Dongfang Yin recounted Dongfang Qianhao's actions to the old man. After listening, the elder dismissed the concerns. What offense is there? However, tomorrow morning I shall accompany you to the Jiang family to propose. Dongfang Qianhao's face lit up with joy. This. Thank you, grandfather. Hearing this, Dongfang Yin could not help but interject to the elderly man. Father, this may not be wise. Words are unnecessary. My mind is made up. Chapter 58. The proposal the following morning, in Jiqing. Dongfang Qianhao and the elderly man with white hair appeared outside the city of Ji. What would typically require a day of travel, the white-haired elder accomplished in less than half a day, thanks to his cultivation at the transformation realm. Upon entering the city and inquiring about the specific location of the Jiang family, they made their way there. The sudden arrival of the two took the Jiang family by surprise, as no one had anticipated that Dongfang Qianhao would arrive so swiftly. The atmosphere in the living room was somewhat peculiar. Jiang Qin wore a puzzled expression, unable to comprehend why Dongfang Qianhao had brought the second elder along. Nevertheless, he greeted the white-haired elder, saying, Jiang Qin pays his respects to the second elder and to you, Brother Qianhao. The white-haired elder nodded and then turned to Jiang Feng, saying, I am Dongfang Yunzi, the second elder of the Listening Sky sect. I have come today to discuss a marriage proposal for my grandson. He then looked at Dongfang Qianhao and said, Qianhao. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Qianhao immediately clasped his fists in respect towards Jiang Feng, saying, Uncle Jiang, I am Dongfang Qianhao. From the moment I first encountered Miss Jiang, I was smitten by her charm. I hope you will grant us your blessing. As he spoke, Dongfang Qianhao's gaze fell upon Jiang Ruoding, who was genuinely taken aback by how unexpectedly this situation had unfolded. Jiang Feng, upon hearing this, responded with a hint of delicacy. Senior Yunzi, young Master Qianhao, the matter of marriage should indeed consider the wishes of those involved. If either party objects, I find myself at a loss. Seemingly prepared for this, Dongfang Yunzi waved his hand towards the ground. Suddenly, 3 treasure chests appeared on the ground, each containing rare and exquisite treasures seldom seen in ordinary life. Master Jiang, this is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it, said Dongfang Yunzi with a smile. Jiang Feng, taken aback, was momentarily at a loss for words. Observing this, Jiang Ruoding stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Dongfang Yunzi, and said, Senior. Dongfang Yunzi nodded in acknowledgement, noting her commendable appearance. After completing her greeting to the elder, Jiang Ruoding turned to Dongfang Qianhao, speaking earnestly, Young Master Qianhao, I am grateful for your kindness, but I fear my status may not be worthy of someone like you. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Qianhao couldn't help but smile. He looked at Jiang Ruoding and reassured her, Please rest assured, Miss Jiang, no one dares to speak ill of my Dongfang family behind our backs, unless they have a death wish. Jiang Ruoding's expression became somewhat troubled upon hearing this. His words were a blatant warning, clearly indicating that no one dared to refuse the Dongfang family. Just then, a melodious voice pierced through the air from outside the living room. I believe that if Miss Jiang is unwilling, then there is no need to force her. Lu Qing and Lin Xiao entered the living room, one after the other. I trust that this young master would not wish to coerce anyone against their will, Lu Qing added, addressing Dongfang Qianhao once more. Lu Qing's entrance caused a change in Dongfang Qianhao's demeanor. However, Dongfang Yunjia beside him remained unfazed and remarked, I presume this is the youngest 7th-tier alchemist in Zhongzhou. Miss Lu Qing? Indeed. Su Hua groggily lifted his head and rubbed his eyes with his hands. Upon opening them, he was met with a considerable clutter on the table before him. It turned out that he had inadvertently dozed off while tidying up affairs the previous night. He stood up, yawned, and then succumbed once more to slumber at the table. However, not long after he laid down, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the grand hall. It was the middle-aged man from the previous night. He entered and, cupping his fists, greeted Su Hua, Master. The disciple from last night has already conveyed the name of a person resembling the described likeness. His name is Lin Xiao, and he mentioned that this individual possesses the ability to shatter the void. What did you say? Su Hua, upon hearing those 2 words, instantly sprang to his feet. When did the information arrive? It came last night. Before the man could finish, Su Hua, filled with fury, strode towards him. Grasping the man's collar with one hand, he bellowed, Why are you only telling me now? I'm asking you. The middle-aged man could only awkwardly explain. I saw that you were asleep last night, and I did not wish to disturb your sweet dreams. Enough of this nonsense. Quickly tell me the whereabouts of that disciple. Meanwhile, within the Jiang family, Miss Lu Qing interjected, This matter concerns the Dongfang family and the Jiang family. I kindly ask you to refrain from interfering. If she truly wishes to, I certainly have no objections. Lu Qing interrupted Dongfang Yunza, turning to Jiang Ruoding. She inquired, Do you wish to? Jiang Ruoding shook her head. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Yunza's expression darkened considerably. He had been interrupted by a junior and had his own affairs meddled with. He let out a cold snort and turned to Jiang Ruoding, who had just shaken her head, and said in a frigid tone, Does Miss Jiang look down upon my Dongfang family? Or perhaps my Tingxiao sect? His words carried a hint of pressure from the transformation realm, causing those present to freeze in place, particularly Jiang Ruoding, who stood closest to him. She was exerting all her spiritual energy to withstand Dongfang Yunza's oppressive aura, which seemed to be directed solely at her, for Dongfang Qianhao, standing beside him, appeared unaffected. Seeing this, Lu Qing could no longer tolerate the situation. She waved her hand, dispelling the pressure enveloping Jiang Ruoding. Approaching Jiang Ruoding's side, she glared angrily at Dongfang Yunza and exclaimed, You, a figure of the transformation realm, stooped to targeting a frail woman whose cultivation is far below yours. Are you saying that Miss Lu must intervene in the matters between my Dongfang family and the Jiang family? And if so, what of it? Hearing this, Dongfang Yunza retorted, Miss Lu, others may fear you, but my Dongfang family and Tingxiao sect do not. Lu Qing remained silent at his response. Dongfang Yunza glanced at Jiang Ruoding before directing his gaze toward Jiang Feng, declaring, Since the Jiang family looks down upon my Dongfang family, then however, we shall take our leave. Jiang Feng's expression shifted to one of urgency. While Lu Qing might not fear the Dongfang family, it did not mean the Jiang family shared the same sentiment. After Dongfang Yunza made his statement, he prepared to depart with Dongfang Qianhao. Unexpectedly, Lin Xiao, who had been observing the scene for quite some time, suddenly posed a question to Dongfang Yunza. Do you truly believe you can represent the entire Tingxiao sect? Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Dongfang Yunza, who was just about to depart, halted his steps. He turned around to face Lin Xiao, who had just spoken, and scoffed, Humph. A worthless individual devoid of cultivation dares to speak out. Dongfang Qianhao, witnessing that it was Lin Xiao who had spoken, found himself unable to intervene in time, and could only watch as Dongfang Yunza unleashed a streak of flowing light directed at Lin Xiao. If Lin Xiao truly possessed no cultivation, that beam of light would surely claim his life. However, at that moment, an indignant voice reverberated through the Jiang family's living room. Hold! This voice, accompanied by a chorus of dragon roars, caused the surrounding space to tremble slightly, and a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire area. Soon after, a figure materialized before Lin Xiao. In Chapter 59, Su Hua in the Jiang family's living room, a dark figure suddenly appeared in front of Lin Xiao. It was a tall, middle-aged man who stood before Lin Xiao, shielding him from Dongfang Yunza's attack. This man was none other than Su Hua, who had hurriedly arrived from the Listening Sky sect. The sect master? A look of astonishment flickered in Dongfang Yun's eyes, as he was curious about how the sect master had come to be here. However, Su Hua paid no heed to Dongfang Yunza at that moment. He turned around and, under the astonished gazes of Dongfang Yunza and the others, knelt on one knee before Lin Xiao. Su Hua lowered his head, his expression earnest, and declared, "Su Hua pays his respects to the young master." Su Hua's words startled both Dongfang Yunza and Dongfang Qianhao. At that moment, Dongfang Yunza's expression finally showed signs of tension, and he cautiously addressed Su Hua, "Sect master, what is the meaning of this?" The sudden turn of events left everyone present, including Lu Qing, in a state of shock. Lu Qing learned from Jiang Yixue that Lin Xiao had a dragon under his command. Presumably, it was the man before her. However, she was not acquainted with Su Hua, and she certainly did not anticipate that a dragon would dare to establish a sect within the realm of humanity. Lin Xiao regarded Su Hua, who knelt before him on one knee, and calmly remarked, "You've reached the composite body stage. Quite commendable. Rise and refrain from such formalities." "Yes, my lord," Su Hua replied, standing up. He turned his gaze toward Dongfang Yunza and Dongfang Qianhao. At this moment, Dongfang Yunza realized he had indeed encountered a formidable opponent. Even a sect master at the composite body stage had to kneel. Who, then, was this man in white? A flicker of unease crossed Dongfang Yunza's face as he noticed Su Hua's gaze upon him. He hastily addressed him, "Sect master, I believe there might be some misunderstanding." "Ha ha ha, misunderstanding?" Su Hua replied, stepping closer to Dongfang Yunza. Under Dongfang Yunza's bewildered stare, Su Hua slowly extended his right hand. He seized Dongfang Yunza by the throat, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. Cough, cough. Why? Dongfang Yunza found himself utterly powerless to resist. For Su Hua was a beast. In comparison to humans, he had few rivals of the same rank. Moreover, Su Hua's cultivation surpassed Dongfang Yunza's by an entire realm. Su Hua did not act immediately, but instead inquired, "Jiang Qin, please recount the events that transpired earlier." Certainly, sect master." Jiang Qin began to narrate the details of Dongfang Qianhao's proposal. Subsequently, Jiang Ruoding elaborated on the matter of Dongfang Qianhao setting a trap for Lin Xiao. Although it was Lin Xiao who initially spoke up, he had participated in the competition under the auspices of the Dongfang family. Thus his competition name had been altered to Dongfang Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. Upon hearing Jiang Qin's account, Su Hua's expression darkened. "It appears I am indeed an unworthy sect leader." With that, he exerted a sudden force, and a sharp crack echoed through the air. Dongfang Yunja plummeted from the sky, landing beside Dongfang Qianhao. At that moment, Dongfang Qianhao was utterly panicked, his gaze fixed in disbelief upon the motionless elder on the ground. He watched as the old man's body went limp, collapsing to the earth, while he muttered incomprehensible words to the fallen figure. "No, it cannot be." Just moments ago, Su Hua had not only snapped Dongfang Yunja's neck, but had also shattered his primordial spirit. "Humph, daring to strike against my young master. Even if you are the second elder of my Tingxiao sect, you shall not be spared." With that, Su Hua turned to the prostrate Dongfang Qianhao, stating, "I never imagined that my Tingxiao sect would harbor a traitor such as you. Henceforth, your Dongfang family shall be barred from entering the Tingxiao sect." Upon finishing his declaration, Su Hua raised his hand and rendered Dongfang Qianhao's dantian useless. He expelled both Dongfang Qianhao and Dongfang Yunja from the Jiang family. After executing his resolution, Su Hua approached Lin Xiao. "Young master, please do not misunderstand. I am not particularly acquainted with those within my sect," Su Hua said with a hint of embarrassment. The onlookers paused in astonishment, their gazes towards Su Hua transforming into something peculiar. Lu Qing, unable to contain herself, remarked, "But you are the sect leader." "No, my lord, please listen to me. The purpose of my establishment of the Tingxiao sect was solely to find you. I concern myself with significant matters, while trivialities are beneath my notice." The elder of the Tingxiao sect, bearing the names of Dongfang Yunza and Dongfang Qianhao, unceremoniously cast them at the entrance of the Dongfang family, and then departed. The guards at the entrance, witnessing the scene, hurried inside to inform others. Shortly thereafter, Dongfang Qianhao's father, Dongfang Yin, appeared at the threshold. Upon noticing the lifeless body on the ground and the dazed expression of Dongfang Qianhao, he rushed to his son's side. Realizing that his son's dantian had been destroyed and that his own father had succumbed, he cried out in anguish, "Who is responsible for this? Who could have done such a thing?" With both hands gripping Dongfang Qianhao's shoulders, he shook him vigorously and shouted, "Father, the sect master, he personally killed grandfather." Dongfang Qianhao, his face devoid of emotion, stared blankly at the ground as he spoke. "What? Impossible! Your grandfather was the second elder of the Tingxiao sect." Dongfang Yin exclaimed in disbelief. He acted against a man. That man, even the sect master of the merging phase, had to kneel in reverence before him. The sect master declared that our Dongfang clan shall never again set foot in the Tingxiao sect. Upon hearing Dongfang Qianhao's words, Dongfang Yin felt as though the ground had vanished beneath him. His vision darkened, and he murmured, "It is over. Not only have we lost the transformation phase, but we have also forfeited the Tingxiao sect, a powerful ally with two merging phase masters. Henceforth, the Dongfang clan stands devoid of support." At this point, the Eastern clan gradually faded from the public's gaze. Of course, that is a matter for another time. Within the Jiang household, Su Hua remained steadfastly by Lin Zhao's side. He, along with Lin Xiao and Lu Qing, chose to linger, intending to depart together after enjoying lunch at the Jiang residence. However, the expressions on the faces of the Jiang family members were somewhat somber. Although the Xiao sect and Lin Xiao were not intimidated by the Eastern family, the Jiang clan felt a different weight upon their shoulders. Jiang Feng's complexion was pale, yet he still managed to smile as he instructed his servants to prepare the meal. Before him stood an esteemed seventh-tier alchemist, a formidable cultivator at the integration realm, and another individual whose identity remained shrouded in mystery. Indeed, it seemed he was the master of the seventh-tier alchemist. Such distinguished figures were not ones Jiang Feng could afford to offend. He mused silently. Lin Xiao appeared to sense the Jiang family's unease and turned his gaze to Su Hua. Upon realizing Lin Xiao was looking at him, Su Hua quickly responded, "My lord, I have a task for you." Su Hua's face brightened at the prospect. "Yes, my lord. What would you have me do?" "Help me locate this," Lin Xiao replied, conjuring a translucent diamond-shaped crystal in his hand. It was the very crystal that had fallen when Lin Xiao had fainted earlier. Su Hua committed the appearance of the crystal to memory and clasped his hands in respect, stating, "Understood, my lord. I shall exert every effort to find this item." "Is there anything else, my lord?" "Ensure the Jiang family remains untroubled." Chapter 60, News of the Purple Moon Noon. After the midday feast, Lin Xiao and Lu Qing bid farewell to the Jiang family, walking along the bustling street. Su Hua had departed from the Jiang residence prior to the luncheon. At this moment, Lu Qing walked ahead of Lin Xiao, her hands clasped behind her back. Suddenly, she turned to Lin Xiao and inquired, "Young master, are you quite esteemed in the immortal realm?" Had the previous heavenly Tao of the immortal realm heard Lin Xiao's modest claim, it would have certainly retorted, "You are remarkable. You are aloof." Upon hearing Lin Xiao downplay his prowess in the immortal realm, a glimmer of joy flickered in Lu Qing's eyes. She pivoted and approached a nearby street stall, with Lin Xiao following suit. Lu Qing halted before the stall, slightly bending forward to admire a beautiful bracelet displayed on the table. She remarked, "Ah, what is this? Immortal realm or human realm?" The stall owner, slightly puzzled, patiently replied, "Miss, this bracelet requires merely 200 low-grade spirit stones. It is crafted from the essence of a second-tier demon beast." However, before he could finish, the stall owner noticed a figure clad in white appearing beside the young woman in green. His unfinished words were interrupted by the white-clad man. The stall owner awkwardly slapped his forehead, realizing that the inquiry had not been directed at him. The figure of the white-clad man had been obscured by the young woman in green, thus he had not seen him at all. Lu Qing then addressed the stall owner. "What did you just say?" Upon hearing this, the vendor's face immediately broke into a beaming smile as he exclaimed, "Haha, dear miss. The bracelet you just admired features the core of a second-tier water elemental beast, which bestows a calming effect when worn, at the price of 200 low-grade spirit stones. You say? Very well, I shall take it." The vendor was elated by the straightforwardness of the woman in the green attire. "Splendid. I shall package it for you right away." He had anticipated a haggling over the price, but to his surprise, there was none, and thus he felt fortunate. With swift hands, he wrapped the bracelet and then presented it in an exquisite box to Lu Qing. As she reached out to receive it, the vendor's gaze shifted to Lin Xiao, who stood nearby. He suddenly noticed how strikingly handsome the man in white was, exuding an air of serene composure. The vendor felt a twinge of confusion, as he did not perceive this quality upon his initial glance. As the vendor's attention lingered on him, Lin Xiao paused momentarily, his expression unchanging. Meanwhile, Lu Qing, standing beside them, covered her mouth, observing the playful exchange between the two. Lin Xiao and the vendor maintained eye contact for a second. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. Ultimately, the vendor relented, awkwardly wiping the sweat from his brow. He turned away, his gaze landing on Lu Qing, who was struggling to suppress her laughter. At that moment, a voice rang out from a distance. Me. I'm coming. How many spirit stones? Su Hua rushed towards Lin Xiao and the others at an astonishing speed, landing beside the vendor. The imposing stature of Su Hua, coupled with the subtle aura of authority he unconsciously exuded, left the stall owner utterly captivated. 200. All right, Su Hua declared, retrieving 200 medium-grade spirit stones and presenting them to the stall owner. The stall owner's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Su Hua. What are you staring at? I am there, steward. Is that not acceptable? Without heeding the stall owner's gaze, Su Hua placed the spirit stones on the ground. He then turned to Lin Xiao and Lu Qing, awkwardly exclaiming, "Ah, what a coincidence, young master." As Lin Xiao and his companions departed, Su Hua recalled the beating he had received from Lin Xiao, a consequence of his earlier amusement at the unfolding drama. The stall owner, however, beamed with delight at the prospect of the 200 medium-grade spirit stones now in his possession. Reflecting on his earlier encounter with the dashing young man in white, whose serene demeanor resonated with an air of composure and the formidable pressure exerted by the middle-aged man, Su Hua felt a chill run down his spine as he remembered being struck without daring to retaliate. The thought was too daunting to entertain further. After all, sometimes one must embrace a modicum of ignorance. Promptly, he tidied up the stall and vacated the premises. High above, in the vast expanse of the sky, a serpentine black line appeared when viewed from the ground. The scene shifted to reveal Lin Xiao, eyes closed, seated upon the back of a colossal dragon. The howling winds whipped past his ears, causing his garments to flutter wildly. Lu Qing stood atop the dragon's head, quietly admiring the breathtaking scenery below, occasionally struggling to keep her eyes open against the fierce gusts. Two individuals and a dragon soared swiftly through the skies, their destination a mystery. After an indeterminate duration, Lin Xiao opened his eyes. Where have Su Hua and Ziyue gone? Upon hearing Lin Xiao's inquiry, the dragon reduced its speed. Lin Xiao contemplated for a moment, then performed a mysterious gesture with his hands. After a while, his movement ceased. He had just sensed the mark he had once left within Ziyue's being, an imprint he had bestowed upon Su Hua, Jiang Yixue, and Ziyue during a prior backlash. He discovered that the mark within Ziyue still resided, indicating that she was not in peril at present. Su Hua, noticing Lin Xiao's stillness upon his back, expressed his excitement. "My lord, you have no idea. Ziyue's true form is incredibly majestic. She looked simply stunning." He began recounting the events surrounding Ziyue's departure. 2 centuries prior, Ziyue, feeling exceedingly bored and with Lin Xiao absent for 300 years, decided to venture to the upper realm in search of those who had previously discovered her. Upon manifesting her true form, she attracted the attention of a middle-aged man. Upon noticing the man, the heavenly Tao unleashed a bolt of heavenly retribution, intent on obliterating him. However, the man merely sustained severe injuries and did not perish. When the heavenly Tao prepared to strike again, Ziyue positioned herself in front of the middle-aged man. For reasons unknown, the heavenly Tao ultimately relented. It seems likely that the heavenly Tao had detected Lin Xiao's mark within Ziyue. As the celestial forces unleashed divine retribution, Lin Xiao had previously instructed that no one from the upper realms should descend to the mortal plane. At that moment, Lu Qing stepped down from the head of the flood dragon and approached Lin Xiao. She inquired of the man in white, "Pray tell, who is the purple moon you mentioned?" "A mere glutton." Chapter 61. Journey to the auction house in the skies above. A flood dragon soared gracefully. Its form gradually expanded, captivating the attention of those within the Hearing Sky sect who were engrossed in their training, causing them to halt their activities in awe. Observing the majestic creature glide towards the sect, a wave of panic swept through the newly arrived disciples. "A flood dragon! Everyone flee! Summon the elders! Help! What are you shouting about? That is our sect leader." Some of the flustered disciples, upon noticing the calm demeanor of those around them, ceased their cries. After all, a mere slip would not satiate the enormous flood dragon before them. At this juncture, the flood dragon hovered above the Hearing Sky sect and descended onto an unoccupied plaza. Lin Xiao and Lu Qing dismounted from its back. Indeed, observing from a distance, the disciples of the Hearing Sky sect began to murmur among themselves. As Su Hua and the other two transformed back into human form, they were met with a reverent call, sect leader. Just then, a figure descended from the sky, landing before Lin Xiao and his companions. It was the middle-aged man, the Grand Elder of the Hearing Sky sect. He clasped his fists in greeting before addressing Su Hua, who nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, he led Lin Xiao and Lu Qing towards a grand hall. The three entered the magnificent hall, under Su Hua's guidance. A few individuals entered a spacious room reminiscent of a study. The room was expansive and airy. Lin Xiao walked at the forefront, where he noticed a table cluttered with a disarray of items. "I did not expect you to be engaged in such affairs," Lin Xiao remarked, his gaze serene and tone casual. Upon hearing this, Su Hua's expression shifted to one of mild embarrassment. "Ha ha ha, my lord, please do not jest. These are merely trivial matters of the sect, and they are nearly exhausting me," he replied, and indeed, Su Hua spoke the truth. The majority of the sect's affairs were handled by a middle-aged man outside, who undoubtedly dealt with a far greater volume of matters than Su Hua each day. "My lord." At that moment, a melodious voice resonated, imbued with a hint of surprise. Upon hearing the voice, both Su Hua and Lin Xiao turned to face Lu Qing. To their astonishment, Lu Qing, who had been standing nearby, now stood before a wall where an impressive painting was displayed. Su Hua's expression changed instantly. He realized with dread that he had forgotten to conceal the artwork. Lin Xiao approached Lu Qing and directed his gaze towards the painting. In the next instant, his countenance darkened, for the artwork depicted his likeness. However, the portrayal rendered his features elongated, his nose exaggerated, and overall, it could only be described as unflattering. Fortunately, the painting captured the essence of Lin Xiao's tranquil demeanor quite well. It was no wonder that Jiang Qin had failed to recognize Lin Xiao at first glance. The painting, indeed, left much to be desired. Upon hearing Lin Xiao call his name, Su Hua hurried over, though he seemed to deliberately hide behind Lu Qing. At that moment, a hint of awkwardness graced his face as he nervously addressed Lin Xiao. "Ah, ha ha, my lord, you wouldn't hold such trivial matters against me, would you?" Lin Xiao replied, assuring him he would not, yet he subtly rolled up his sleeves. Observing this, Su Hua dashed away in a flash, disappearing without a trace. However, in the next moment, Lin Xiao also vanished from his spot. Later, a thunderous dragon's roar echoed through the Ting Xiao sect, though the sound bore an air of melancholy. The members of the sect believed it to be their lord achieving a breakthrough in his cultivation. After arriving at the Ting Xiao sect, Lin Xiao and Lu Qing stayed for another 2 days, during which they explored the entirety of the sect. The scenery atop the mountain was indeed magnificent, so much so that Lu Qing felt a twinge of reluctance to depart. On one clear morning, Lin Xiao and Lu Qing found themselves standing on a high platform, silently gazing at the landscape below, neither uttering a word. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind them. It was Su Hua. "My lord, I have located the diamond-shaped crystal," Su Hua declared joyously, clasping his fists in greeting. At first glance, it sounded as though Su Hua had discovered it personally, but in truth, the information had been relayed to him through a series of inquiries conducted by the disciples of the Ting Xiao sect. Upon hearing Su Hua's announcement, Lu Qing turned around, intrigued, and asked, "You found it?" She recalled the peculiar, diamond-shaped translucent crystal that Lin Xiao had conjured last time. Turning her gaze towards Lin Xiao, she inquired, "What exactly was that diamond crystal?" Hearing Lu Qing's question, Lin Xiao finally shifted his attention from the distant scenery. He turned to face Su Hua and Lu Qing. Responding indifferently, "It is an object not belonging to this world." Lin Xiao's words led Su Hua and Lu Qing to instinctively assume it was a treasure from the celestial realm. However, they were mistaken, and of course, Lin Xiao did not expect them to guess correctly. "Senior Su, where is that object now?" Lu Qing asked at that moment. Upon hearing this, Su Hua's expression shifted to one of slight tension. Until now, Lu Qing had never addressed him directly. Their communication had been solely through glances. The sudden call of senior made him hesitate to respond. After all, the woman in the green attire seemed to share a close bond with Lin Xiao. He had heard from others that Lu Qing had previously embraced Lin Xiao openly in public, and Lin Xiao had not rejected her advances. In truth, Su Hua was unaware of Lin Xiao's amnesia. Noticing Su Hua's anxious demeanor and prolonged silence, as if deep in thought, Lin Xiao could not help but cast a glance at him, saying lightly, "What are you daydreaming about? Speak up." "Oh, my apologies, young master," Su Hua replied, and then conveyed the information he had recently acquired. "This object has passed through many hands, and each previous owner suffered a terrible backlash from refining it. Without exception, those who were devoured by the backlash met their demise. their physical forms and spiritual essences extinguished by the energy unleashed, reduced directly to ashes. Upon hearing Su Hua's lengthy narration, Lin Xiao could not restrain himself from posing a pivotal question. So, after all this time, where is that object? As soon as the words left his lips, the atmosphere in the vicinity shifted to an odd tension. At that moment, Lu Qing stood beside Lin Xiao, unable to suppress a gentle laugh. Let us proceed. The scene transitioned. A colossal dragon coiled gracefully above the skies of the Ting Xiao sect. Upon its back rested two figures, one clad in azure and the other in white. In the next instant, the dragon surged forward, soaring upwards into the clouds. It traversed the sea of clouds at will, gradually vanishing beyond the horizon. Chapter 62, Wanbao Pavilion at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The dragon glided leisurely through the skies. Atop its head stood Lin Xiao and Lu Qing, both gazing down upon the sprawling city below. The city was immense, exuding an air of prosperity. In that moment, the dragon spoke human words. Young master, the Wanbao Pavilion auction house lies within that city. Lin Xiao, observing the scene beneath, nodded slightly and responded, very well. To avoid attracting undue attention, Lin Xiao waved his hand and employed spatial displacement once more. In the blink of an eye, the three appeared within the city below. Their sudden arrival went unnoticed, as if they had always been part of the bustling street. Upon descending, the trio discovered this city was immensely more formidable than the previous Fey city. On the bustling streets, a humble herb may very well be a rare and precious spiritual plant. The majority of the populace have already attained the foundational stage of cultivation, with many advancing to the golden core stage, and even formidable beings of the nascent soul realm can be observed among them. Three individuals strolled through the clamor of the street, gazing at the myriad of peculiar and extraordinary items on display. At that moment, Lin Xiao calmly addressed Su Hua, inquiring about the duration of his cultivation in the integrating phase. Su Hua hesitated momentarily, intending to continue speaking, but was interrupted by Lin Xiao, who then suggested they pause for tea. Fixing his gaze upon a tea stall, the trio made their way over and found a table to settle down. Boss, tea please. Lin Xiao called out. Right away, replied the vendor. The tea served was a fine spiritual brew, delightfully exquisite in flavor. As they prepared to leave, the stall owner collected 3 high-grade spirit stones from Su Hua, equivalent to 30 medium-grade spirit stones. However, Su Hua's expression remained unperturbed, as if such a sum held no significance for him. Engaging the vendor in conversation, he learned the precise location of the Wanbao Pavilion. Subsequently, the 3 companions proceeded in the direction of the pavilion. Before long, they arrived at a grand edifice. Prominently displayed above the entrance was a plaque inscribed with 3 large characters, Wanbao Pavilion. Upon entering, they were greeted by a striking young woman who welcomed them into the realm of wondrous and bizarre treasures that the pavilion housed. Within, one could find an array of diverse cultivation techniques, an assortment of miraculous elixirs, as well as numerous weapons and artifacts. The young girl, approximately 15 or 16 years of age, wore a pure visage that still revealed traces of youthful innocence. Greetings, esteemed guests. Welcome to the Wanbao Pavilion branch. My name is Xiaoya. How may I assist you today? Seeing the girl's exuberance, Lu Qing smiled and replied, Hello. We wish to attend the auction. Certainly. Please follow me. With that, Xiaoya guided Lin Xiao and the others toward an entrance leading downward. It turned out that the auction at Wanbao Pavilion was conducted underground. Xiaoya led the trio for what felt like an extensive descent, as if they were venturing far beneath the surface, until they arrived at a subterranean passageway. At the end of this corridor stood an open door, flanked by 2 guards. Upon entering the door ahead, you will reach the auction, Xiaoya informed them. Yet she did not depart, remaining in place. Su Hua, noticing this, offered her a high-grade spirit stone as a token of appreciation. Xiaoya, a bit nervous, extended her hands to carefully accept the spirit stone from Su Hua. With a grateful expression, she thanked the trio before departing. Her face radiated joy, and her eyes sparkled with newfound brightness, for she typically received only 1 or 2 low-grade spirit stones, or sometimes none at all. Today, however, she had received a high-grade spirit stone. Earning merely 10 high-grade spirit stones a month, she struggled to meet her basic living expenses in this city. At that moment, a middle-aged woman approached Xiaoya. She was the overseer of the establishment. Observing Xiaoya's elation, she inquired in an authoritative tone, How much did you just receive? Upon hearing the words of the middle-aged woman, Xiaoya was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of hesitation crossing her eyes. Two low-grade spirit stones. At that moment, Lin Xiao and his companions arrived at the entrance of the passageway. Just as they were about to enter, they were halted by two guards stationed nearby. Both guards were at the late stage of the Golden Core realm, indicating that the Wanbao Pavilion possessed considerable strength. Do you possess an invitation? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao cast a glance at his companion, Su Hua. Noticing Lin Xiao's gaze upon him, Su Hua's expression turned slightly awkward. He forced a smile and replied to the guards, no. Su Hua's demeanor shifted to one of displeasure as he coldly remarked, what? Do you fear that we lack spirit stones for the auction? In response, the guards began to elucidate the situation. It turned out that the Wanbao Pavilion sent out invitations to various factions before each auction. Factions that did not receive an invitation could participate by presenting 2,000 high-grade spirit stones or by having a cultivation level reaching the nascent soul stage. Su Hua could not help but exclaim, why didn't you mention this earlier? With Su Hua emanating the formidable aura of the combined body stage, the three of them stepped through the door under the astonished gazes of the guards. They arrived at the subterranean auction, where an expansive auction hall unfolded before their eyes. It was revealed that there were not just one passage, but numerous similar passages leading to this auction venue. After registering their information, they were escorted by a masked woman to a private room on the second floor. This may have been influenced by Su Hua's earlier declaration that the three represented the Tingxiao sect. At this moment in the auction hall, a diverse array of items was being auctioned, including high-grade spiritual herbs, advanced elixirs, and superior weapons. Lin Xiao and his companions settled into their private box. Lu Qing picked up the auction list from the table, scrutinizing the items listed. She soon located the semi-transparent diamond-shaped crystal that Lin Xiao sought. Young master, the crystal you are looking for is here. Lin Xiao accepted the auction list from Lu Qing and, upon inspection, realized that the diamond crystal had yet to be auctioned. Consequently, the three of them waited for 2 full hours. Finally, the moment arrived for the auction of the crystal. On the stage, a voluptuous young woman, dressed provocatively, began to introduce the next auction item. I believe you are all familiar with the upcoming item. No sooner had she spoken than another auctioneer, carrying a box, stepped onto the stage. This item is of unknown origin, and all who have attempted to refine it have met with certain demise, the scantily clad woman announced, moving alongside the one with the box to unveil its contents. Inside lay the very diamond crystal that Lin Xiao had previously lost. In the next instant, the enchanting voice of the woman resonated once more. Some say it is an omen of misfortune, while others deem it a treasure of ascendance. What could it truly be? Let the fated ones seek the answers. The starting bid is set at 1 high-grade spiritual stone. Chapter 63. Halt. As the voice of the woman on stage fell silent, the crowd below began to bid fervently. 10 exquisite spirit stones. 50. 200. 201. At that moment, in a private room on the second floor, a voice declared 1,000. Upon reaching the bid of 1,000 exquisite spirit stones, the crowd below suddenly hushed. However, an elderly man, his face lined with wrinkles, soon interjected 1,300 exquisite spirit stones. Yet, immediately following the elder's bid, another voice emerged from the same private room on the second floor, raspy and seemingly belonging to another elder, stating 200 premium spirit stones. This bid translated to 2,000 exquisite spirit stones. The first elder, upon hearing the recent offer, could only shake his head in resignation. His entire fortune amounted to just over 1,000 exquisite spirit stones, indicating that this treasure was ultimately beyond his reach. Just as the occupants of the second floor room believed they had secured the item on stage, another bid arose. 500. A commanding voice resonated once more from the second floor, this time from a different private room. The speaker was Su Hua, who had been napping with his head on the table, but was roused by Lin Xiao's call. 600 premium spirit stones. I must have this item. I beseech you to oblige, as it would be a favor owed by the Chu family. At this point, some had begun to speculate about the identity of the earlier speaking elder, recognizing him as the revered ancestor of the Chu family, Chu Qiu, a master of the perfected out-of-body realm. Su Hua, while overhearing the discussions among the crowd below, remained unfamiliar with the esteemed ancestor of the Chu family. In the next moment, Su Hua shouted, 1,000. Such a lofty bid caused an uproar among the crowd below, sparking discussions about which faction was behind it. The elderly gentleman on the second floor, who had just competed with Su Hua in the auction, now wore a grim expression as he withdrew from the bidding. At this juncture, the auctioneer, a captivating woman, approached the edge of the platform, inciting further excitement among the spectators. With her alluring voice, she proclaimed, 1,000 pieces of exquisite spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? As anticipated, the item on the stage was secured by Su Hua for 1,000 pieces of premium spirit stones. However, just as the Wanbao Pavilion was about to deliver the transparent diamond-shaped crystal to Lin Xiao and his companions, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Su Hua discovered that he was short on spirit stones. He promptly contacted the esteemed elder of the Ting Xiao sect through a jade pendant. At this moment, Lin Xiao could only shake his head in exasperation as he gazed at Su Hua and remarked, "Did you really think we could just seize it?" Upon hearing this, Su Hua even nodded. This led to Lin Xiao delivering a swift punch to his head. Lu Qing merely chuckled softly, remaining silent beside Lin Xiao. Finally, after patiently waiting, the middle-aged man arrived to settle the payment for the spirit stones. Lin Xiao successfully obtained the semi-transparent diamond-shaped crystal. As the three of them strolled through the hall, preparing to depart, Lin Xiao suddenly halted for reasons unbeknownst to him. Following his gaze, they spotted a young girl standing by a distant counter, her delicate profile captivating their attention. In her eyes, there seemed to glimmer a trace of tears, and her helpless, sorrowful demeanor evoked an undeniable sense of compassion. At that moment, the young girl appeared to notice someone gazing at her. She turned her head and looked toward Lin Xiao and the other two in the distance. On the other side of her face was a distinct red handprint. She was none other than Xiaoya, who had previously escorted Lin Xiao and his companions to the underground auction. Upon seeing the trio, Xiaoya immediately turned away, seemingly reluctant to allow them to glimpse the mark upon her face. At that moment, Lu Qing approached. "Xiaoya, who struck you?" It's nothing." Initially, Xiaoya did not wish to disclose the matter. After a brief hesitation, she finally recounted the events from 2 hours prior. It turned out that a middle-aged woman had snatched a high-grade spirit stone from Xiaoya and had slapped her. This woman was Xiaoya's overseer. At this juncture, Lin Xiao and Su Hua also arrived beside Lu Qing and Xiaoya. Noticing Lin Xiao's approach, Lu Qing began to speak, "Young master." However, her words were abruptly interrupted by Lin Xiao. "Let us go." Upon hearing Lin Xiao's calm words, Lu Qing was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of something unusual dancing in her eyes. Yet, the next moment, she observed Lin Xiao gently taking Xiaoya's hand and leading her forward. Lu Qing could not help but slap her forehead in disbelief. Before long, Lin Xiao and his companions found themselves standing before a middle-aged woman. Upon noticing that Xiaoya was accompanied by 3 unfamiliar individuals, the woman regarded Lin Xiao and his companions and inquired, "May I assist you, esteemed guests?" She assumed that the 3 were interested in purchasing high-end items, which is why Xiaoya brought them before her. At this moment, Lu Qing addressed the middle-aged woman with a somewhat cold tone. Upon hearing this, the woman's expression changed, yet she feigned ignorance, asking, "What spirit stones?" After speaking, she glared at Xiaoya with a fierce tone, causing Xiaoya to reveal a hint of trepidation in her eyes. She instinctively shrank back, colliding with Lin Xiao behind her. At this moment, Lin Xiao gently placed his hand on Xiaoya's shoulder. Feeling the warmth of his hand, Xiaoya's heart instantly calmed. "The spirit stones belong to us. Return her stones and apologize to Xiaoya." Seeing the 3 insist on seeking justice for the young girl, the middle-aged woman's demeanor instantly grew frigid. "I am sorry, but I have no idea what you were talking about." Meanwhile, the commotion had drawn the attention of those nearby. Su Hua, observing the woman's shameless demeanor, could not help but remark, "I must say, your audacity is truly remarkable." Upon hearing Su Hua's words, the middle-aged woman became agitated. "Humph, this is the Wanbao Pavilion. Do you wish to cause a scene here? Someone, come quickly. There is trouble. Su Hua, slap her." With that command from Lin Xiao, Su Hua swiftly delivered 2 resounding slaps to the woman, sending her sprawling to the ground in bewilderment. Her cheeks bore the distinct marks of his strikes, each side adorned with a vivid imprint. Just moments ago, Su Hua had struck her twice in less than a second. Soon, the recent commotion attracted the attention of everyone in the hall. At that moment, a middle-aged man's voice suddenly resonated within the space. "Stop." The appearance of the man caused the onlookers to part, allowing him to approach Lin Xiao and his companions. Observing the fallen middle-aged woman, he turned his gaze toward Lin Xiao and his companions, his tone calm as he inquired, "What has transpired to incite such a tumult among you 3? Seeing that the middle-aged man did not immediately side with the Wanbao Pavilion, Su Hua silently expressed his approval. "Master, you must stand up for me," the middle-aged woman cried, throwing herself forward to clutch the man's trousers in a display of distress. Her pitiful demeanor made one wonder how much humiliation she had endured. "They struck me twice upon arrival. Master, you must advocate for my cause," she wailed. The middle-aged man was none other than the head of the Wanbao Pavilion branch, and his expression was far from pleasant. He noticed that he could not discern the cultivation levels of 2 of the 3 individuals before him, while he could sense that the woman in green was at the mid-stage of the transformation realm. At that moment, the middle-aged man gestured for the woman to rise. Once she stood, she positioned herself beside him, glaring fiercely at Lin Xiao and his companions. Subsequently, he clasped his hands together in greeting and introduced himself. "I am Xiao Yuan, the head of the Wanbao Pavilion branch. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" "For her," Lin Xiao replied, gently patting Xiaoya's head. Initially, concern was etched on Xiaoya's face, yet under Lu Qing's encouraging gaze, she gradually recounted the events that transpired 2 hours prior. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan's countenance darkened as he turned to the middle-aged woman beside him and sternly inquired, "With such a substantial monthly salary, why do you still resort to petty thievery? Apologize immediately." "Master, I have not done such a thing. Do not listen to their fabrications." Xiao Yuan's irritation surfaced as he observed the woman's futile attempts at denial. A chance had been offered, yet she stubbornly clung to her position. He found it hard to believe that a cultivator of such caliber would arbitrarily provoke trouble, especially considering the inscrutable prowess of the 2 men accompanying her. "Humph. You shall no longer set foot in the Wanbao Pavilion." "And no, master, I realize my mistake." "Seize her and drag her out." Upon learning that Lu Qing was a 7th-tier alchemist from the Central Continent Alchemist Alliance, Xiao Yuan personally extended his apologies to Lu Qing and her companions. Subsequently, Lin Xiao and his friends escorted Xiaoya away, graciously declining Xiao Yuan's invitation to dinner. At that moment, the 4 of them strolled along the bustling street. Lu Qing turned to Xiaoya and inquired, "Xiaoya, where are your family members?" "Sister Lu Qing, my mother and I reside in a small alley just ahead. Why not come over for a meal?" "That sounds delightful." With that, Lu Qing proceeded to purchase a variety of ingredients. Xiaoya called out loudly towards the house, and soon she and Lin Xiao entered the dwelling. Inside, they found a middle-aged woman with graying hair, seated at a table, gazing at Lin Xiao and his companions. "Mother, I brought a few friends along." Upon seeing Lu Qing carrying a considerable amount of vegetables, the middle-aged woman's expression relaxed slightly, although a flicker of concern still lingered in her eyes. "Xiaoya, who are these 3? She inquired, rising to fetch cups for Lin Xiao and his companions. However, her movements appeared somewhat unsteady, her actions slow. At this moment, Lu Qing hurriedly reassured her, "Auntie, there's no need for that. We just met Xiaoya today, so we came to pay you a visit." The middle-aged woman responded with a soft "oh," and then turned to Xiaoya, instructing, "Xiaoya, go prepare the dishes. Make sure to attend to these friends well." Hearing this, Xiaoya smiled and replied, "All right, mother." Thus, Xiaoya and Lu Qing entered an exceedingly modest kitchen. Lu Qing took charge of cooking while Xiaoya skillfully assisted her. The 2 were engrossed in their culinary endeavors. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao and Su Hua each found a stool to sit upon. As Lu Qing and Xiaoya busied themselves, the middle-aged woman inquired of Lin Xiao and Su Hua how they came to know Xiaoya. Su Hua hesitated slightly, but ultimately recounted the events that transpired within the Wanbao Pavilion to the middle-aged woman. Upon hearing this, a renewed glimmer of worry crossed her eyes. Will that female steward seek revenge on Xiaoya? Su Hua promptly assured her that this would not be the case. Just as the middle-aged woman was about to voice further concerns, Xiaoya emerged from the kitchen with a platter of dishes, placing it upon the table. Su Hua and the middle-aged woman ceased their conversation at that moment. Before long, the dining table in the living room was laden with a delightful array of dishes. Thus, the group commenced their meal. At the dining table, "Wow, Sister Lu Qing, your cooking is exquisite," exclaimed Xiaoya, urging her mother to join in. Lu Qing smiled and turned to the innocent girl across from her. "Xiaoya, I shall write you a recommendation letter to become an apprentice at the local Dan Alliance. Would you be interested?" Upon hearing Lu Qing's gentle words, Xiaoya paused her meal, contemplating. Although she was aware that Lu Qing was an alchemist, she had only learned her name from the head of Wanbao Pavilion, with no further details disclosed. Thus, Xiaoya remained unaware of Lu Qing's true prowess. "Sister Lu Qing, will I be bullied there?" she asked timidly. Lin Xiao, seated beside Xiaoya, affectionately patted her head and reassured her, "No, you won tea. If anyone dares to trouble you, just tell me." This communication jade pendant requires but a trace of spiritual energy to use. Lu Qing then handed Xiaoyu a dark jade token. "Thank you, Sister Lu Qing." Xiaoyu beamed, and Lu Qing couldn't help but smile at the girl's innocent charm. Observing the amiable interaction among the three, the middle-aged woman relaxed her earlier wariness. After the meal, the evening sky had darkened. Lu Qing and Xiaoyu washed the dishes together, after which Lu Qing took out a piece of paper and personally penned a recommendation letter for Xiaoya. Once everything was completed, Lin Xiao, along with the two ladies, bid farewell to Xiaoya and her mother. As they strolled through the bustling streets, Lu Qing intended to stay overnight in the city, planning to take Xiaoya to the Dan Alliance branch the following morning, a proposal Lin Xiao readily accepted. The trio found an inn and rented 3 rooms to settle in. The next morning, Xiaoyu awoke early. Uncertain whether Lin Xiao and the others would return, she took it upon herself to venture out and procure additional provisions. As she traversed the streets, she passed by an opulent restaurant when a young man staggered out from its entrance, flanked by several individuals resembling bodyguards. In the next moment, the man's gaze fell upon a petite woman ahead of him. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao and his companions had already risen. After completing their morning routines, the trio made their way towards the narrow alley where Xiaoya and her son resided, intending to escort Xiaoya to the Dan Alliance branch. Upon reaching Xiaoya's abode, they were met with an unsettling absence. They could not sense her aura. Lin Xiao expanded his consciousness, seeking to ascertain Xiaoya's whereabouts. Suddenly, his expression darkened. With a swift motion, he transported himself into a mountainous region. Before him lay a clearing overrun with weeds, where a young girl lay sprawled on the ground. She was covered in blood, her garments torn, and her appearance was disheveled. Lin Xiao's demeanor hardened as he approached the girl. He tore a piece from his own robe and draped it over her, gently cradling her in his arms. He noted her chillingly cold body. On the ground, he spotted a dark jade token. Staring at the unblemished token, Lin Xiao stood frozen, unable to move for what felt like an eternity. Chapter 65. The same flower. Unsure how long he had remained there, Lin Xiao finally stirred. He carried the girl forward, his figure gradually vanishing into the mountains. The scene shifted, revealing Lin Xiao in a realm of chaos. Below him flowed a mysterious river, the very river of time he had encountered before. At that moment, Lin Xiao had undergone a transformation. His original white robe transformed into a shimmering gold and white Taoist garment. His eyes turned a radiant gold, and a golden mark appeared between his brows. At that moment, an elderly man with white hair materialized beside Lin Xiao. The elder donned a white robe adorned with enigmatic symbols. He was none other than Pu Zhang, the esteemed elder of the Time and Space Hall. Lin Xiao paid no heed to the old man, instead releasing the young girl cradled in his arms. Remarkably, she did not descend but remained suspended gracefully in midair. At that moment, a mysterious green flame erupted from an unknown source, enveloping the girl completely. "Take good care of her," Lin Xiao uttered before stepping into the enigmatic river of time. In the next instant, Lin Xiao found himself in the alley where Xiaoyu resided. However, his form was now a translucent gray. Just then, a figure emerged from that very alley. It was Xiaoyu. She brushed past Lin Xiao, seemingly oblivious to his presence, for no reflection of him appeared in her eyes. Observing her ahead, Lin Xiao followed closely. It was the young man who had exited the tavern, accompanied by a cadre of guards. Once Xiaoyu entered a deserted alley, the young man and his entourage swiftly approached her. They encircled Xiaoyu, uttering nefarious words. Sensing their ill intentions, Xiaoyu discreetly produced a dark jade token. However, to her astonishment, the young man suddenly darted forward. Before she could react, the token was snatched from her grasp. The young man was revealed to be a cultivator at the Golden Core stage. A young man toyed with a jade token in his hands as he cast a glance at several of his subordinates. One of them, understanding the unspoken command, swiftly struck a blow to the neck of the girl, Xiaoya, rendering her unconscious. The food she held slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. The young man observed the girl lying on the floor, and in the next moment, he approached her. Lin Xiao stood nearby, quietly witnessing the unfolding scene. Suddenly, he moved with agility and arrived at Xiaoya's side, crouching down to lift the fallen girl into his arms. At the instant he made contact with Xiaoya, his previously translucent gray form began to solidify gradually. At this moment, the young man and his guards were filled with astonishment. for they beheld the girl on the ground levitating, and then saw a semi-transparent figure cradling her. The sight of this figure becoming more corporeal sent chills down their spines. As it surpassed their comprehension, fear filled the young man's eyes, and it seemed the effects of alcohol had dissipated. Without uttering a word, he fled. The remaining guards, witnessing this, hurried after him. Lin Xiao cast a glance at the girl in his arms and took a step forward. In the next second, the young man and his guards abruptly vanished, as if they had evaporated into thin air. Lin Xiao carried the girl to the very spot where the young man had just disappeared. He reached out and grasped the dark jade token that lay on the ground. Subsequently, a swirling vortex appeared before him, and with the girl in his embrace, he stepped inside. He found himself once more above the river of time. The white-haired elder, upon encountering Lin Xiao, brought the girl from the past to this place. He likely understood Lin Xiao's intentions. Gently, Lin Xiao placed the girl from his embrace down. Like the ephemeral figure from before, she too hung silently in the air. Lin Xiao gazed at the two figures before him. On the left stood the Xiaoya of the past, while on the right was the Xiaoya of the present. Then, utilizing the Xiaoya from the past as a conduit, he meticulously arranged a mysterious formation. As Lin Xiao manipulated the formation, a transparent phantom emerged, taking the unmistakable shape of Xiaoya, albeit with eyes that reflected a profound emptiness. Meanwhile, the enigmatic green flames surrounding the present Xiaoya had dissipated, and her previous injuries had completely healed. With a swift motion of his hand, the phantom and the present Xiaoya began to merge slowly. Having completed this, Lin Xiao lifted the Xiaoya from the past and re-entered the river of time. He arrived at the alleyway from before, gently placing Xiaoya on the ground and placing the jade pendant in her hand. Before long, the girl in his arms awakened. Upon awakening, she struggled desperately, but when she recognized Lin Xiao before her, tears welled up uncontrollably. Xiaoya fell into a deep slumber once more. Lin Xiao observed the girl floating serenely in the air, a fleeting look of confusion crossing his eyes. He remained uncertain whether his actions were just. Life is unpredictable, and the consequences of actions are inescapable. Perhaps fate has already inscribed the general trajectory of every individual within the fabric of time. Yet ultimately, it was he who had interfered with Xiaoya's destiny. He shook his head. It appears that even he can have a day of miscalculation. At this moment, Lu Qing and Su Hua stood silently before Xiaoya's residence, awaiting Lin Xiao. Moments ago, Lin Xiao had abruptly departed, leaving the two in a state of bewilderment. The young master's countenance had not been particularly pleasant. They were unaware of the events that transpired. Unable to contain herself, Lu Qing spoke up, asserting that the young master is omnipotent, and they should simply wait for him in tranquility. After an extended period, Lu Qing turned her gaze toward the opposite end of the alley. She spotted Lin Xiao, who was leading a young maiden towards her. The girl was laden with an abundance of vegetables. "Oh, let us be off." "Xiaoya, where have you been?" Lu Qing inquired. "Sister Lu Qing, I went to buy groceries and then encountered the big brother," Xiaoya replied. The trio enjoyed breakfast at Xiaoya's home. Following their meal, Lu Qing accompanied Xiaoya to a branch of the Dan Alliance. There, Xiaoya served as an apprentice beside a third-tier alchemist. Lin Xiao gifted Xiaoya a protective jade pendant, embedded with a formation that would activate automatically in the face of danger. As the scene shifted, Lin Xiao stood alone atop a towering edifice, quietly observing the bustling streets below. He refrained from divulging any details regarding Xiaoya to Lu Qing and Su Hua. In a certain sense, Xiaoya was no longer the same as before. Her soul had undergone a transformation. Though Lin Xiao found it difficult to articulate the specifics of this change, yet he was certain that her essence had experienced subtle alterations. At this moment, Lin Xiao lifted his gaze towards the distant horizon, murmuring to himself, like those who have been reincarnated. Is it true that in this world, no two flowers are ever the same? Chapter 66. Su Hua's tribulation upon a towering edifice. A man clad in white stood above, lost in contemplation for an extended period. As twilight descended, Lin Xiao found himself bereft of the answers he sought. "Ha ha, my lord, where have you ventured this time? Hey, innkeeper, bring forth your finest wine." Lin Xiao approached the table and took a seat. At this moment, Lin Xiao was seated in meditation upon his bed, holding a semi-transparent diamond-shaped crystal in his hands. Gazing at the crystal before him, he hesitated, pondering whether to refine this object. Although he held confidence in his own strength, the power within this crystal bore a striking resemblance to the enigmatic force residing within him. If things went awry, he might once again succumb to amnesia. After considerable contemplation, he ultimately resolved to refine the crystal. He planned to harness the power of the Tao rather than the mysterious force within him for the refinement process. The semi-transparent diamond-shaped crystal hovered silently before Lin Zhao's chest. He summoned the power of the Tao within him, initiating the refinement of this mysterious crystal. However, in the next moment, the enigmatic force within him awakened uncontrollably, its sudden resurgence catching Lin Zhao off guard. He immediately ceased the refinement process. Lin Zhao could sense that this mysterious power within him seemed to vehemently reject the divine essence of the crystal, as if it yearned to burst forth and consume the mystical divinity. Sensing the enigmatic power coursing within him, Lin Zhao observed quietly for a moment. Subsequently, he resumed the refinement of the divine essence. As anticipated, the instant the force of the great Tao made contact with the divine essence, the mysterious power within Lin Zhao surged forth, engulfing the divine essence before him. Rather than describing it as devouring, it would be more accurate to say it was annihilated by the enigmatic force emanating from Lin Zhao. He could perceive that this power was suffused with a sentiment of disdain. At that moment, the divine essence had vanished. It had been consumed, or perhaps obliterated. Lin Zhao made no further movements, instead continuing to scrutinize the mysterious energy enveloping him. After a while, he noticed that this enigmatic force gradually dissipated. Since he had not actively wielded this mysterious power, Lin Zhao remained uncertain whether he might face amnesia. Fortunately, he did not feel any fatigue. Previously, after expending this mysterious force, he would experience a slight weariness. Moreover, Lin Zhao sensed a closer connection to this enigmatic power, a peculiar sensation indeed. Yet, he chose not to dwell on it further, lying down on the bed and succumbing to slumber. A night passed in silence. At dawn, Lin Zhao completed his morning ablutions and descended from the third floor of the inn to the ground level. As he arrived, he overheard a group at a table within the inn engaged in conversation. "Have you heard? The son of the city lord has died, and under mysterious circumstances." Seated at the table was another gentleman who glanced around and murmured, "It would be better if that fellow were dead. Otherwise, who knows how many more maidens he might harm. Indeed, he deserved to die. Yet the circumstances surrounding his demise are rather peculiar." Listening to the discussions, Lin Zhao approached an unoccupied table, took a seat, and ordered a pot of wine. Before long, Lu Qing and Su Hua descended from the upper floor in succession. "Young master, do you have any plans for today?" Lin Zhao pondered for a moment upon hearing the inquiry. Lu Qing nodded gently at Lin Zhao's words. "Su Hua, why don't you share your experiences regarding the tribulation?" Su Hua initially appeared taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. "Oh, young master, the last time I underwent the tribulation, it was excruciating. I spent half a year recuperating just to restore my health. So, you are reluctant to face the pain and have thus refrained from undergoing the tribulation?" Upon hearing Lin Zhao's remark, Su Hua awkwardly chuckled. The truth of the matter is that Su Hua indeed fears the residual celestial thunder energy left within his body after the tribulation. This celestial energy is notoriously difficult to expel, and one can only wait patiently for it to dissipate naturally. At this moment, Su Hua, summoning his courage, addressed Lin Zhao. "Young master, will your green flame still be available when I undergo the transformation? Are you hoping to complete the tribulation and have me assist you in recovering your injuries?" Su Hua nodded vigorously at the suggestion. "That's not possible." Upon hearing Lin Zhao's response, Su Hua became somewhat anxious, moving behind Lin Zhao and gently pressing on his shoulders with both hands. "Please, my lord, just help me this once. The lingering sensation of thunderous power within me is unbearable. My lord, how does this intensity feel? You are such a kind-hearted person. You will surely grant my request, won't you? Begone." Though he did not verbally acquiesce, Lin Zhao nonetheless made a silent promise to Su Hua. After Su Hua completed his tribulation, Lin Zhao would instruct Lu Qing to concoct a pill to alleviate his pain. Elated, Su Hua resolved to prepare for his impending tribulation. Upon learning of Su Hua's intention to undertake the trial shortly, Lin Zhao pondered and ultimately consented, as visiting the ice and snow sect to see Xiao Shui was worth the brief delay. Consequently, the trio departed from the inn and made their way to the Pill Alliance branch, where they sought out Xiaoya. During this time, Lu Qing personally mentored a third-tier alchemist and imparted a wealth of foundational knowledge about alchemy to Xiaoya. Before long, Lin Zhao and Su Hua exited the Pill Alliance branch and ascended a towering peak. During Su Hua's previous tribulation, Jiang Yixue had served as his protector, but this time it would be Lin Xiao. However, Lin Xiao did not remain by Su Hua's side for long. Instead, he set up a concealment array and discreetly withdrew, just as he had done before. After locating Lu Qing, the two departed the area together. As they traversed the bustling streets, Lu Qing's gaze fell upon a lavish tavern in the distance, igniting a desire for a drink within her. The next moment, she turned to Lin Xiao and asked, "Will you accompany me for a drink?" Upon hearing her request, Lin Xiao came to a halt. Upon Su Hua's arrival, Lu Qing, much like Su Hua, referred to Lin Xiao as young master. Yet this time, she called out Lin Xiao's name. Following Lu Qing's gaze, Lin Xiao turned towards the opulent tavern, the very establishment where the young man tracking Xiao Ye had first made his appearance. Just as Lu Qing assumed that Lin Xiao was disinterested in going, she heard him speak, "Su Hua is not here, and I lack spirit stones." Upon hearing this, Lu Qing could not suppress a chuckle. "Fear not, young master. I possess spirit stones." Subsequently, Lin Xiao and Lu Qing entered the tavern together. After they finished their drinks, Lin Xiao informed Lu Qing of his intention to attend to a matter and then vanished. However, following that day, the townsfolk never again laid eyes on anyone from the city lord's mansion, as if its occupants had mysteriously disappeared into thin air. Chapter 67. Journey to the summer domain. Time swiftly passed, and 2 days had hastily elapsed since Su Hua's tribulation. During this period, Lu Qing had concocted a high-tier elixir for Su Hua. Yet, every time Lu Qing recalled Lin Xiao's words in the tavern, a peculiar urge to laugh would arise within her. The scene shifted to the summit of a lofty mountain, where Lin Xiao stood, quietly observing the breathtaking scenery below. At that moment, thunder rumbled ominously in the sky, indicating that someone was undergoing a tribulation, and this particular thunderstorm was no ordinary trial. On a higher mountain across the way, a serpentine dragon soared into the heavens, confronting the celestial lightning. Time passed without notice, and as the dark clouds above slowly dissipated, a shadowy figure approached Lin Xiao from behind. It was none other than Su Hua. At this moment, he was enveloped in darkness, his clothes tattered and worn. Numerous injuries marred his body, with blood seeping onto the ground. Lin Xiao turned around to glance at Su Hua behind him. "Let us proceed." "Yes, my lord." A couple of days prior, Lin Xiao and Lu Qing had taken residence in the Dan Alliance branch. The reason was quite straightforward. Lin Xiao lacked spirit stones and thus needed to leverage Lu Qing's status as a 7th-tier alchemist. Originally, Lu Qing possessed spirit stones, but Lin Xiao insisted on not squandering unnecessary resources. Had Su Hua heard this, he might have silently questioned, "Shouldn't my spirit stones be utilized?" Lin Xiao and Su Hua located Lu Qing at the Dan Alliance branch. The woman's gaze fell upon the injured Su Hua, who was intermittently emanating sparks of electricity. Curiously, she inquired, "By the way, after overcoming a tribulation, doesn't the power of the lightning dissipate?" Initially, she believed Su Hua was merely averse to pain, but it now seemed that his tribulation was somewhat peculiar. "Lu Qing, provide him with the elixir you concocted," Lin Xiao instructed. "Certainly, my lord." Lu Qing retrieved a resplendent golden elixir from her spatial ring. The elixir was evidently of high grade. Upon seeing the elixir in Lu Qing's hand, Su Hua's eyes widened in astonishment, and he involuntarily swallowed hard. "Lu girl, what tier is this elixir?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao turned his attention to Lu Qing. In response, Lu Qing winked at him and nodded. "Very well, my lord." She gently pushed the elixir forward, causing it to float gracefully before Su Hua. Su Hua took the elixir, gazing curiously at Lin Xiao and Lu Qing, a sense of peculiarity enveloping him. Without overthinking, he placed the elixir into his mouth. It dissolved instantly, and a wave of warmth surged through him, gradually expanding within his being. Just as Su Hua intended to further observe the elixir's effects, the lightning energy coursing through him became unexpectedly agitated. A sense of foreboding washed over him. In the next moment, he felt as though he were being struck by thunder. His body racked with pain. Indeed, the energy he possessed was the power of heavenly thunder. He hastily patted his body, attempting to extinguish the flickering bolts of lightning. Ultimately, he could bear it no longer. Beads of sweat trickled down his face, and he cried out for help from Lin Xiao, nearly collapsing to the ground in agony. Moments later, he found himself sprawled on the ground, writhing in distress and emitting pitiful cries. Witnessing this scene, Lu Qing couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hand. Her eyes half closed in amusement as she cast a teasing glance at Lin Xiao. "Channel your energy to refine the heavenly thunder within you," Lin Zhao's calm voice resonated. Upon hearing this, Su Hua, who had just been lamenting on the ground, promptly sat cross-legged. Indeed, after initiating his cultivation, his countenance soon relaxed considerably. In less than half an hour, the heavenly thunder energy dissipated entirely from his body. Feeling the changes within, Su Hua murmured to himself, "It seems my physique has grown stronger." He then turned his gaze toward Lin Xiao, exclaiming, "Young master, the heavenly thunder energy has mysteriously vanished." The following day dawned, and Lin Xiao and his companions had prepared to embark on their journey to the summer domain. Their preparations were minimal, merely a simple breakfast. Lu Qing stood at the inn's entrance, gazing up at the cerulean sky, her lively eyes momentarily reflecting a unique glimmer. Yet, in the blink of an eye, that sparkle vanished, and her gaze returned to its previous demeanor. A faint smile adorned her face as she addressed the heavens. "My lord, shall we set forth?" In the next instant, Lin Zhao's voice echoed from a short distance behind her. Indeed. Thus, a colossal dragon emerged in the sky above Qi domain, soaring at great heights. The dragon's flight was not particularly swift, and it was not until midday that Lin Xiao and his companions reached the borders of Qi domain. Upon crossing the boundary, they could choose to proceed left toward the wilderness, straight ahead to the central continent, or right to the summer domain. In truth, if Wang Xiaowen were willing, he could once again employ the art of spatial transference or teleportation to arrive directly in the summer domain. However, he was rather disinclined to do so. Beyond the borders lay desolate, uninhabited expanses, truly barren lands. Stretching for miles, the landscape was a panorama of desolation. It remained uncertain whether the wastelands in the western part of the continent bore a similar visage. Along the pathways leading to other domains, one frequently encountered bandits, a plight that plagued merchant caravans. Consequently, merchant groups venturing outside their territories often engaged powerful cultivators to escort them, subsequently compensating them with appropriate remuneration. At this moment, high above in the sky, Lu Qing stood resolutely upon the back of a dragon, observing the scene unfolding below. He witnessed a caravan being beset by several bandits, who were clearly identifiable by their attire. The bandits wore black masks that concealed their faces, revealing only their eyes. The two cultivators hired by the merchant group were no match for the bandits, having already fallen to the ground. After engaging in battle, the cultivators were vanquished. Following their defeat, the bandits initiated a conversation with the merchant group, not so much a dialogue as a veiled threat. Yet, the bandits chose to spare the remaining individuals after slaying the two men, for they knew that a future encounter might yield fewer prey. After seizing the goods, the bandits permitted the group to depart, adhering to a principle of robbing wealth rather than taking lives. Just as the bandits prepared to leave, another group of individuals unexpectedly appeared on the road ahead. The group exuded an eerie aura, a deep crimson hue enveloping them. Their garments, too, were entirely red. Within mere seconds, they swiftly annihilated their foes, leaving the corpses on the ground transformed into desiccated remains, devoid of any trace of blood. As the scene shifted, Lin Xiao, seated upon the back of the dragon, suddenly opened his eyes. Gazing downward, he calmly instructed, "Su Hua, halt," in the vast expanse of the sky. As soon as Lin Xiao's words echoed, the dragon gradually came to a standstill. "My lord, why do these demons attack the human race?" At that moment, Lu Qing approached Lin Xiao, her expression grim. Being of the human lineage herself, the gruesome sight she had just witnessed left her feeling somewhat nauseated. The individuals below were indeed demons. Although they had assumed human forms, their inherent demonic traits still lingered. In the next instant, a massive black dragon soared down from the heavens, positioning itself before the group of demons. There were 8 of them in total. The foremost figure, a man clad in red, raised his hand, signaling his companions to refrain from any rash movements. Observing the dragon before them, they collectively adopted a posture of readiness, wary of any sudden attacks from the creature. However, it was evident that the dragon harbored no intentions of aggression. At that moment, the 8 demons beheld a rather peculiar sight. From the dragon's back, 2 figures, one clad in blue and the other in white, began to descend. This unexpected development piqued their curiosity. Why would such a formidable beast willingly serve as a mount for another? This also attests to the terrifying prowess of the 2 individuals upon the dragon. The arrival of Lin Xiao and Lu Qing caused a palpable tension to envelop the atmosphere. For moments prior, they had mercilessly slain the previous group of human beings. The 2 figures ahead were also of the human race, and at that moment, a fine sheen of sweat broke out upon the brows of the demon clan members. Each of them possessed extraordinary cultivation, yet they remained incapable of discerning the true strength of the colossal dragon and its riders. "Why do you demons lie in ambush against the human race?" Lu Qing coldly inquired, her gaze fixed upon the demon clan. Were it not for Lin Zhao's silence, she would have been inclined to take immediate action against this group of demons, even though she harbored doubts about her own chances of success. And the potential risk of demise loomed large. After all, a confrontation between 8 extraordinary cultivators and a single divine transformation practitioner could yield unpredictable results. Moreover, the demon clan was inherently formidable, and Lu Qing herself was not particularly adept in combat. Upon hearing the words of the young woman clad in green, the demon man who had just raised his hand hesitated momentarily, his voice rasping as he replied, "We were unaware of your presence." Suddenly, he paused, and in the next instant, his voice rose in urgency, "Scatter and flee." No sooner had he uttered those words than the other 7 members of the demon clan took flight in various directions, while the speaking demon also darted away. Observing this, Lin Zhao slowly extended his right hand forward, and then clenched his fist. The 8 demons found themselves drawn back before Lin Zhao, suspended in the air. Faced with the imposing figure of the dragon and the 2 shadows, the demon clan members resigned themselves to their fate. Among them, 2 individuals have already succumbed to poison, their lethal elixir concealed within their very mouths. It appears that this group resembles the deathly minions of the human race. The others, too, contemplated ending their lives through poison, yet were thwarted by Lin Zhao. At this juncture, Lin Zhao levitated, confronting a male demon. He stood suspended in the air, his left hand extended towards the demon, palm open. In the next moment, a harrowing scream erupted from the demon's lips. "Ah! Stop! Please, cease this." Lin Zhao invoked a secret technique of soul probing, forcibly delving into the demon's essence, indifferent to the consequences, for the demon was destined to perish regardless. After a brief interval, the demon's cries abruptly ceased, his eyes growing dim and his gaze vacant, evidently a sign of his spirit being damaged. In the ensuing instant, the demon plummeted to the ground, lying still. Devoid of breath, Lin Zhao gently pinched his chin, murmuring to himself, "To test my resolve." Moments ago, through his soul probe, Lin Zhao uncovered that the new demon sovereign had dispatched several batches of demon cultivators to the outskirts of the human realm, ruthlessly slaying passing humans. The motive behind this was to ascertain whether Lin Zhao still existed within the realm of cultivation. His absence, spanning 5 centuries, left no one aware of his whereabouts. The sovereign's burgeoning ambition began to manifest, aspiring to invade the human territories. Yet, fearful of Lin Zhao's potential return, he devised this stratagem to probe Lin Zhao's presence. It must be said, Lin Zhao found the demon's notion rather foolish. Had he not ventured beyond the human realm, such actions would have borne no fruit. Turning his gaze, Lin Zhao surveyed the remaining 5 demons, whose apprehension heightened at his attention, the echoes of previous agonies still ringing in their ears. "Nay, what dost thou intend?" one of the men exclaimed, his voice laced with terror. Just as they braced themselves for a similar fate, Lin Zhao casually snapped his fingers, and the 5 vanished abruptly into crimson mist, dispersed by a gentle breeze to parts unknown. Having concluded this, a notion sparked within Lin Zhao's mind. He desired to observe the demonic realm and discern the ambitions of the new demon emperor. Immediately, he addressed the dragon and the man behind him. "Lu Qing, Su Hua, we shall journey to the demonic lands." With Su Hua assuming human form at Lin Zhao's behest, Lin Zhao gestured grandly, transporting them both, along with Lu Qing, to the demonic territory. Arriving there, suspended in the air, Lin Zhao paused to sense their surroundings before, with another sweeping gesture, leading them to a pavilion at the heart of the demonic realm. The pavilion, of considerable size, featured a stone table upon which a figure lay prone, seemingly asleep. Closer inspection revealed a demon of significant stature, his form robust and imposing, radiating a fearsome and domineering aura that inspired dread. Clearly, he was a demon of formidable power. At that moment, Luo Shi slumbered soundly on the stone table, indulging in a moment of respite as he often did in this place. However, he suddenly sensed the presence of 2 figures behind him, appearing from an unknown moment. One was a woman in the mid-stage of transformation, and the other, newly ascended to great ascendance, a dragon. In the next instant, he opened his previously closed eyes. Luo Shi stood with his back to the 2 individuals, twisting his neck from side to side, producing a series of cracking sounds. He then turned around and was taken aback to find that beside the two he had sensed earlier, there was now an additional figure clad in white. Chapter 69. The turmoil of the demon clan within a pavilion. Luo Shi gazed at the three silhouettes before him, lost in contemplation. He was acutely aware that the middle-aged man in white was formidable, surpassing his own strength, which was at the late stage of tribulation. Lin Xiao now appeared as a middle-aged man, a transformation that did not go unnoticed by Lu Qing and Su Hua, though they refrained from inquiring about it. After a brief standoff, Luo Shi did not recognize the middle-aged man before him, and the other two were equally unfamiliar with him. Typically, there should be records of human experts above the great ascendants within the demon clan. The absence of such information regarding this individual perplexed him. Rising from the stone bench, Luo Shi coldly inquired, "Might I ask which esteemed human figure has ventured into our demon clan, and for what purpose?" His voice resonated deeply, imbued with a palpable sense of intensity. Upon hearing this, a look of confusion crossed Luo Shi's face. He directed his gaze towards Lin Xiao, questioning, "What brings you to this conclusion?" Noticing that Luo Shi genuinely seemed unaware, Lin Xiao proceeded to recount the incident involving the demon clan's attack on the human race. "Your kin have informed me that this course of action is intended to test the formidable human warrior from 5 centuries past," Lin Xiao remarked indifferently. During the previous internal conference of the demon clan, differing opinions led to the emergence of 2 distinct factions. One faction, led by Luo Shi, and the other, spearheaded by several demon kings. At that time, there was no significant rift, it was merely a debate. However, now, some of those demon kings aspire to declare themselves sovereign. Indeed, this new emperor has already garnered the allegiance of numerous high-ranking members within the demon clan. Luo Shi is aware that his ascendancy is not solely based on his strength, although he possesses considerable power. After becoming the demon emperor, he often seeks out formidable beings from the beast or human clans for combat. Yet, he refrains from invading their territories. He gazed at the 3 individuals before him, specifically the middle-aged man in white. "I am also unaware of this matter." Luo Shi paused momentarily, then continued in a voice that was both torn and deep, slowly articulating, "However, our demon clan harbors no desire for war." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. He had long suspected that during the soul-searching, the demon man's mind contained 2 demon emperors. Their orders were issued by another demon emperor, not the Luo Shi before him. At that moment, Luo Shi then said, "Esteemed guest, might I request your assistance?" "Oh." Lin Xiao pondered for a moment and replied, "What assistance do you seek?" "Help me confirm this incident. I wish to eradicate certain parasites within the demon clan." "Very well." Lin Xiao, accompanied by Su Hua and Lu Qing, settled within the demon clan, much to Luo Shi's astonishment. Indeed, Lin Xiao and his companions were surprisingly agreeable, particularly in such a domain of the demon race. Upon their arrival, the demons could not suppress their curiosity regarding the identities of the trio, for they had witnessed firsthand that their accommodations had been personally arranged by the demon emperor. The information concerning the 2 humans and 1 demon had swiftly reached all the demon kings. As they perused the details in their hands, it seemed each demon king harbored their own contemplations. After a day of residence, the following day saw Luo Shi convening an internal assembly of the demon race, extending an invitation to Lin Xiao and his companions to join. Within a grand hall of ebony, the color of the edifice did not signify darkness within, rather, it was aglow with brilliant lights. The vast chamber housed a solitary throne, beneath which sat 10 demon kings, 5 on each side, facing one another. Numerous seats behind them were filled with members of the demon race. Suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps silenced the voices of all present, including those demon kings engaged in discussion. A towering figure strode into the hall with commanding presence, accompanied by Lin Xiao and his companions. This imposing individual was none other than Luo Shi, whose stature exceeded Su Hua's by at least a head. Upon reaching the throne, all the demons in the hall, including the demon kings, rose to their feet. However, Luo Shi remained silent, gesturing for Lin Xiao and his companions to take their seats. In a short while, 3 additional chairs appeared beside Luo Shi. Lin Xiao, unperturbed by the nature of his seating, promptly took his place. Observing this, Lu Qing and Su Hua followed suit, disregarding any reservations, and similarly seated themselves beside Lin Xiao. "How audacious of these humans! How dare you sit before His Majesty has taken his seat? A Dark Lord, witnessing Lin Xiao and the others' blatant disregard for decorum, thundered with indignation. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing and Su Hua's expressions shifted slightly. They glanced at Lin Xiao, only to find him with his eyes closed. Exchanging a resigned look, the two shook their heads gently. Fortunately, Luo Shi gestured for the Dark Lord who had just spoken to remain silent. With a reluctant snort, the latter ceased his tirade. Subsequently, Luo Shi invited everyone to take their seats. At that moment, one of the seated Dark Lords wore a slight smirk, as if he relished this unfolding scene. Luo Shi too took his seat, surveying the 10 Dark Lords below and the crowd behind them, and slowly began to speak. The purpose of this gathering is to address a troubling matter. I have heard reports of a faction within our ranks consuming the lifeblood of the human race through your techniques. Explain yourself, Blood Demon. As he spoke, Luo Shi's piercing gaze fixed upon one of the Dark Lords below, the very same who had smirked moments before. Upon hearing Luo Shi's words, the Blood Demon covered half of his face with his right hand, unable to suppress a loud laugh. This peculiar display caused several Dark Lords to shift uncomfortably. Sensing the unusual gravity of the meeting, something significant was about to transpire. Once the laughter subsided, the Blood Demon turned his gaze towards Luo Shi. So, my Demon Emperor, what crime have I committed? The human race is so feeble. Should they not feel honored by my consumption of their lifeblood? Luo Shi's expression darkened in response. Let us set this matter aside for the moment. But I have heard from your subordinates that you have crowned yourself as emperor. Luo Shi deliberately emphasized the phrase crowned yourself as emperor. Upon finishing, Luo Shi gazed quietly at the Blood Demon below. The Blood Demon, realizing that Luo Shi had laid bare the truth, decided to cease concealing his own cultivation level. He unleashed an aura distinctly belonging to one who has achieved the completion of the tribulation, startling all those present. Yes, I confess. Haha. But what of it? At the very least, I shall not conspire with these human beings, declared the Blood Demon, pointing a finger towards Lin Xiao and his companions ahead. Chapter 70. The meeting concludes within the Demon Clan's Grand Hall. At this moment, Lin Xiao opened his eyes. However, the Blood Demon paid no heed. Continuing to address the figure seated at the head of the table with a frigid tone, you, Luo Shi, have contributed nothing to the Demon Clan. The existence of you makes no significant difference to our kind. 5 years ago, when our clan discovered a spirit mine, you unhesitatingly gifted that mine to the human race. What of the Demon Clan? The Blood Demon vented his fury, waiting silently to see how Luo Shi would justify this situation. Luo Shi listened intently, observing the Blood Demon below without uttering a word. That spirit mine he had given to a sect in the summer domain called the Ice Snow Sect. He had learned of the Ice Snow Sect's existence decades prior, but was uncertain of what gift to present. Coincidentally, 5 years ago, someone within the Demon Clan had discovered a spirit mine. Thus, he personally visited the Ice Snow Sect to convey this news to its leader, a woman clad in red. Initially, Luo Shi was mistaken for a deceiver, and in a moment of carelessness, he nearly had his throat severed by her sword. This incident led Luo Shi to exclaim in astonishment at the formidable strength of the woman, despite her inferior cultivation compared to his own. Ultimately, through a series of fervent justifications, he managed to persuade her of his sincerity. At that moment, the Blood Demon, witnessing Luo Shi's prolonged silence from his position of authority, could no longer contain his wrath. Luo Shi, as the emperor of the demon race, how dare you present gifts to the human race? You have brought disgrace upon our kind. Is it all because of that man in white from 500 years ago? Upon hearing Luo Shi's words, the Blood Demon became further incensed. Humph. With power comes inevitable cost. What are the humans worth today? And you, Luo Shi, your cowardice is evident, as your thoughts dwell solely on the humans. You are unworthy of ruling our demon race. After a brief pause, the Blood Demon continued, if I, the Blood Demon, were to lead the demon race, I would undoubtedly elevate our kind to new heights. No sooner had he finished speaking than 4 demon kings began to voice their opinions. I agree with him. I also believe the Blood Demon is fit to be the emperor of our race. Indeed, I too am in favor. With the support of these 4 demon kings, 3 out of the remaining 5 unequivocally declared their continued support for Luo Shi, while 2 others appeared conflicted, clearly unsure of their stance. The Blood Demon, observing the unwavering support for Luo Shi from the 3 demon kings, could not help but exclaim in disdain. Have you 3 lost your minds? Humph. Very well then. You truly are remarkable. The Blood Demon let out a dismissive grunt, then turned his gaze towards the 2 hesitating demon lords. Observing this, one of the lords inquired, Blood Demon, we acknowledge your unparalleled strength. Yet what are your intentions concerning the ascension to Demon Emperor? Before the Blood Demon could respond, Lin Xiao rose to his feet, prompting the former to fall silent and direct his attention towards Lin Xiao. From the moment Lin Xiao appeared, the Blood Demon had sensed an absence of cultivation within him. This could only imply one thing. He possessed no spiritual prowess. If he did, such a circumstance would be improbable. Surely, the realm of cultivation could not possibly witness the emergence of another immortal. Yet, he was perplexed by the fact that Luo Shi had brought a cultivator-less human into the demon clan. The Blood Demon felt a twinge of astonishment, further compounded by the peculiar aura emanating from this human. He scrutinized Lin Xiao, eager to discern the intentions of this human before him. I had no desire to interfere in the affairs of the demon and human realms, Lin Xiao remarked as he approached Luo Shi. However, you have persistently slaughtered humans, fortifying your own cultivation with their blood. Upon hearing this, the Blood Demon remained silent. It would be quite ludicrous for a human devoid of cultivation to utter such words. Nevertheless, the Blood Demon did not find humor in the situation. His attention was drawn to the middle-aged man before him, whose appearance had transformed entirely. The expressions of the onlookers shifted from confusion to astonishment, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Standing beside Lin Xiao, Luo Shi initially wore a look of bewilderment, which gradually morphed into a glimmer of excitement as he recognized Lin Xiao. I disapprove of such actions, Lin Xiao stated calmly, gazing down at the Blood Demon. As Lin Xiao uttered his final words, the Blood Demon below could no longer contain his fury. No, this is impossible. That individual no longer exists in the realm of cultivation. I have investigated for so long. You must be impersonating him. With these words, the Blood Demon advanced toward Lin Xiao, and in the next moment, his figure lunged directly at him. Luo Shi, witnessing this, let out a snort. He was about to intervene when Lin Xiao raised a hand to stop him. As the Blood Demon charged forward, Lin Xiao remained motionless. When the Blood Demon reached him, Lin Xiao appeared unfazed, his left hand resting behind his back, while his right hand adeptly countered every attack. Despite the Blood Demon unleashing all his might, he could not even disturb Lin Xiao in the slightest. Who among the onlookers could have anticipated that a full-force assault from one who had attained the peak of tribulation could not breach the defenses of the young man in white? As the Blood Demon's complexion grew increasingly pallid, he suddenly fell to his knees before Lin Xiao. Fear gripped him. Despite having reached the pinnacle of tribulation, the Blood Demon dared not offend an immortal. He feared death even more than a fate worse than death. In that moment, the Blood Demon appeared dazed, his ashen face gazing at the ground as he murmured, I did not know an immortal was present. I implore you, grant me my life. With that, he bowed 3 times to Lin Xiao. At this moment, Luo Shi also knelt before Lin Xiao, saying, Luo Shi pays his respects to the immortal. The crowd, witnessing both the Blood Demon and the Demon King kneeling, followed suit and bowed before Lin Xiao. Su Hua and Lu Qing, seated in their previous positions, observed the scene with a tranquil demeanor, as if they had grown accustomed to such extraordinary occurrences. The terrifying assault of the Blood Demon had left an invisible shield that rendered the residual force ineffective against the 2 individuals. At this moment, Su Hua appeared rather bored. However, Lu Qing seemed rather indifferent to the presence of the demon clan. Her gaze remained fixated upon the figure of the man in white. After a considerable time, Lin Xiao regarded the kneeling crowd before him and calmly uttered, Rise. Thank you, esteemed immortal. They chorused, standing up, except for the Blood Demon, who remained on his knees. Lin Xiao had no intention of sparing the Blood Demon. He extended a finger toward him. The Blood Demon's expression transformed in an instant. Lin Xiao's fingers suddenly emitted a brilliant flash, and in the next moment, a hole the size of a fingertip appeared between the Blood Demon's brows. His pupils began to dilate, and his body slowly collapsed to the ground. He was dead, his corporeal form and soul extinguished. With the fall of the Blood Demon, the assembly concluded satisfactorily. The ruler of the demon clan remained as Luo Shi, yet there was one less among the 10 demon kings. As Lin Xiao and his companions departed, the curtains of the high-level demon clan conference gradually drew to a close. Chapter 71. The opportunities of the demon clan. As night fell, Luo Shi was much like before. He sent a demon to deliver a grand feast of human delicacies to Lin Xiao and his companions. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the entrance of their residence. Having already finished their dinner, Lin Xiao and his companions welcomed Luo Shi with the invitation, Please, come in. Certainly, esteemed immortal, he replied. Once Luo Shi found a place to sit, Lin Xiao directed his attention toward him. Upon hearing this, Luo Shi rose and clasped his fists, saying, "Esteemed immortal, please speak." He understood that today, the demon clan was without an immortal presence. As he raised his gaze, he met Lin Xiao's calm eyes. Initially taken aback, he quickly realized that the immortal wished to conceal his whereabouts. Comprehending this, Luo Shi promptly nodded to Lin Xiao, affirming, "Understood, esteemed immortal. I shall relay your instructions immediately." "Very well," Lin Xiao replied with a nod. Luo Shi then summoned a demon lord, one of the 3 demon lords who had previously offered unconditional support to him. He instructed the lord to inform all high-ranking members of the demon clan to keep Lin Xiao's information confidential. Subsequently, Luo Shi began a leisurely conversation with Lin Xiao and the others. Through Luo Shi, the trio learned that 2 centuries prior, Ziyu frequently visited the demon clan. She often sought out the previous demon emperor, Luo Tian. Ziyu would recklessly accompany the demon emperor on treasure hunts, discovering items that ranged from celestial treasures to ancient artifacts, and occasionally high-grade elixirs obtained from mysterious sources. "That little rascal is at it again, stealing?" At this moment, Su Hua murmured upon hearing Luo Shi speak of Ziyu, casting a glance towards Lin Xiao. "What is it?" Lin Xiao inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity at Su Hua's gaze. Su Hua had not forgotten that when Lin Xiao departed, he had carelessly mentioned Ziyu, resulting in her binding him with ropes and hanging him upside down in midair. Following that, he endured a rather harsh ordeal at her hands. As Su Hua recalled that feather, a chill coursed through the soles of his feet. Upon hearing Su Hua's words, Lin Xiao pondered for a moment, choosing silence. However, upon hearing Su Hua's statement, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Lu Qing's eyes as she turned her gaze towards him. Then, a melodious voice emerged from her lips. "Senior Su, what did Ziyu steal?" "What?" Lu Qing exclaimed in surprise, her eyes widening, and her expression shifting dramatically. Memories flooded her mind of a time long past, when she had painstakingly crafted a pill for an entire day and night, only to find it missing the next day. It was a 6th-grade pill. The materials alone were exceedingly precious, not to mention the considerable mental and spiritual energy required for its refinement. That was her first successful creation of a 6th-grade pill. In her fury, she had reported the incident to the spokesperson of the Pill Alliance, demanding that the thief be apprehended. Yet, the spokesperson, an elder, had dismissed her concerns, stating that there was no need for further investigation. Reluctantly, she had to let it go. Sitting at a table, her right hand propped against her cheek, she murmured to herself, "So that pill I lost was indeed stolen by her. The elder must have known all along." Upon hearing Lu Qing's words, Lin Xiao turned his gaze to Su Hua and remarked, "Your suggestion is commendable." Su Hua responded, "I truly did not lie." After a moment of silence among the group, Lin Xiao suddenly turned to Luo Shi, feeling a thirst to rise within him. "Do you have any tea?" Recalling a memory from long ago, Luo Shi was reminded of a time when Luo Tian had brought back a package from the human realm, something that seemed to be called tea. He placed the pouch of tea upon the table and subsequently unsealed it. Upon discerning the contents, Lu Qing stifled a laugh from the sidelines. However, Su Hua, upon glimpsing what Luo Shi held, could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "Is this really tea?" Luo Shi, upon hearing this, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Ordinarily, anyone who dared to speak to him in such a manner would have met a swift end. Yet, Su Hua did not dare to cross that line, for he was in the presence of a celestial being. It turned out that the pouch of tea had long since gone stale. Lin Xiao, upon witnessing this, maintained a composed demeanor, pondering for a moment before saying, "I have heard that." At Lin Xiao's words, Luo Shi had no choice but to sheepishly stow away the spoiled tea leaves. They were not supposed to have deteriorated so swiftly, but Luo Shi had carelessly left the pouch in a somewhat damp location. "O Celestial One, I had previously gifted that spirit mine to a sect of the human race." From Luo Shi's lips, Lin Xiao and his companions learned that he had bestowed the discovered spirit mine upon the ice and snow sect. Thereafter, Luo Shi recounted tales of Ziyu. 200 years prior, when Ziyu frequently visited the demon clan, only 4 demon kings were privy to her true identity, one of whom was Luo Shi himself. The other 3 were the demon kings who had earlier offered their unwavering support during the meeting. 5 years ago, Luo Shi had only divulged information about the ice and snow sect to those 3 demon kings. Ziyu had also grown taller, though her demeanor remained unchanged. Due to her transformation, Many within the demon clan no longer recognized her. Now, many treasures within the demon treasury were those previously discovered by Luo Tian and Ziyue during their ventures, though most were inedible, as Ziyue had consumed all the edible ones. Upon hearing Luo Shi's account, Lin Xiao could not help but smile faintly and shake his head. Very well. With that, Lin Xiao rose to his feet and, using 2 fingers, lightly gestured forward. A large black blade materialized before him, seemingly appearing from nowhere. Luo Shi's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly checked his spatial ring. Indeed, the knife that had once resided within it had vanished without a trace. The scene shifted. Lin Xiao grasped the blade, and with a wave of his hand, began inscribing enigmatic symbols upon its surface. Strange runes emerged in the air, exuding an aura of mystery. Finally, as Lin Xiao extended his index finger and gently tapped the blade, all the mysterious symbols surged into the weapon. In that moment, the onlookers beheld a magnificent sword, adorned with intricate runes, gracefully suspended in midair. Luo Shi. Upon hearing his name called by Lin Xiao, Luo Shi instantly rushed forward, filled with excitement. He knelt on one knee, awaiting Lin Xiao's words with bated breath. Take this blade. Thank you, esteemed immortal, Luo Shi exclaimed as he rose, extending his powerful arm to seize the floating black sword, which had originally been his weapon. Feeling the immense power contained within the blade, Luo Shi could not restrain himself and soared into the sky, inhaling deeply as he focused intently ahead. With a single stroke, he cleaved through a distant mountain peak, rendering it asunder. Chapter 72. Arrival at the snowy sect. The following morning, Lin Xiao and his companions departed from the demon clan. As they were leaving, Su Hua took the liberty of acquiring 2 jars of the demon clan's potent liquor, though it remained unclear who had requested them. Afterwards, Lin Xiao waved his hand, and the 3 of them were transported directly from the realm of the demon clan to the skies above a certain location in the summer domain. This was splendid. They even saved the time it would have taken to travel. Standing high above, they gazed down at the scenery below. At that moment, Lu Qing, observing the verdant mountains beneath, searched diligently and discovered a long river flowing gracefully. However, as she scanned the surroundings, she was unable to find any trace of villages or towns. Young master, where is this place? Lu Qing inquired. The summer domain. Which part of the summer domain? I do not know. Lu Qing exclaimed, her mouth slightly agape, a look of surprise gracing her face. She blinked her sparkling eyes at Lin Xiao, maintaining his composure. Lin Xiao turned his gaze towards a distant direction. Let us go. There is a town over there. Thus, the 3 of them soared towards the direction Lin Xiao had just indicated. After a brief flight, they beheld a human settlement below. They proceeded towards it. Engaging in more exercise is always beneficial, Su Hua remarked. In response, Lin Xiao pointed out that this distance hardly qualified as exercise, prompting a spirited debate between the 2. Let us move on, Lin Xiao declared, disregarding their discussion as he continued forward. Observing this, Lu Qing and Su Hua temporarily halted their argument and followed after Lin Xiao's retreating figure. The trio soon arrived at an inn. They entered and ordered a few items, yet refrained from ordering any wine, as they had brought their own. The drink they had was the strong liquor Su Hua had procured from the demon realm. Young master, what do you think of this wine? Lu Qing asked. Hearing her question, Lin Xiao took a gentle sip and replied, it is more potent than the last. Hearing this, Lu Qing chuckled softly. Subsequently, the trio fell into silence, quietly savoring the meal before them while listening to the cacophony of voices around them. After finishing their meal, they learned from the innkeeper that they were in a certain city within the summer domain. Lu Qing retrieved a map from her storage ring and located their position. After Su Hua settled the bill, the 3 set off, intent on reaching the ice and snow sect. Soon, they beheld a colossal dragon soaring gracefully through the sky. Before long, Lin Xiao and his companions spotted a grand sect perched atop a towering mountain from an altitude of 10,000 meters. The sect, shrouded in mist, rose majestically into the clouds. Bathed in sunlight, its appearance was both ethereal and enigmatic. Rather than allowing Su Hua to land directly at the magnificent sect, Lin Xiao opted to descend to the foot of the mountain with both Su Hua and Lu Qing. Curiously, a multitude of people were making their way up the mountain, traversing a narrow, winding path that led to the summit. The ascending crowd primarily consisted of young men and women, some already drenched in sweat, yet resolutely continuing their climb. Consequently, the trio followed behind the throng, steadily ascending the stone steps. Sir, at your age, Why are you still attempting to join the ice and snow sect? At that moment, a youthful voice emerged from behind Lin Xiao and his companions. A boy, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years old, looked at Su Hua with a puzzled expression. Su Hua turned to glance at the youth, then cast a look behind him, but aside from Lin Xiao and Lu Qing, there was no elder in sight. He then directed his attention back to the young man. You little rascal, were you referring to me? He called out. Indeed, old man. The youth retorted. You, old fellow, the age limit for disciples at the Ice and Snow sect is between 13 and 28, the boy kindly reminded him. You must be at least 35. You have surpassed the age limit. Upon hearing this, Su Hua couldn't help but chuckle. You cheeky lad. Who said I came to join the Ice and Snow sect? The youth, bewildered, inquired. Then, what brings you up the mountain, old man? Su Hua snorted. His gaze fixed on the countless steps ascending before him, and pretended to speak with profoundness. Why? To exercise, of course. The boy remained silent. Yet his peculiar gaze and exasperated expression seemed to convey. Who in their right mind would come to such a high mountain for exercise? The youth chose to say nothing further and continued onward to the summit, disregarding Su Hua. Hey, what was that look you just gave me? Su Hua called after him, but the youth's figure grew ever distant. At that moment, Lin Xiao teased, why not transform back into a younger version of yourself? Su Hua, upon hearing Lin Xiao's suggestion, turned to him and shook his head. There's no need for that, my young lord. Very well, as you wish. The trio continued to trail behind the crowd, gradually ascending towards the mountain summit while taking in the breathtaking scenery that surrounded them. My lord, during my last visit, I did not traverse this stone staircase. I never anticipated the view here would be so splendid. At that moment, Lu Qing remarked, gazing down at the picturesque landscape below. I too share that sentiment. Su Hua responded, every time I come here, I directly ascend to the peak. Internally, Lu Qing thought, I am not conversing with you. Disregarding Su Hua, she continued, my lord, it is quite fortuitous that we arrived at the right moment, just in time for the Ice and Snow sect's recruitment. Lin Xiao, upon hearing Lu Qing's words, nodded in agreement. His gaze shifted towards the throng of individuals laboriously climbing the mountain ahead. Let us join them. There is no need to disturb Xiao Shui for now. Indeed, my lord. Time passed, and the trio soon noticed that, at some point, individuals began descending the staircase from above, their faces pale and exhibiting signs of exhaustion. Clearly, they had failed to pass the first trial of the Ice and Snow sect, which entailed a trek to the mountain summit. As they passed by Lin Xiao and his companions, expressions of bewilderment crossed their faces upon noticing that the three before them bore not a drop of sweat. However, they did not linger for inquiries and continued their descent down the mountain. After another half-hour of ascent, Lin Xiao and his companions beheld a grand mountain gate, prominently inscribed with three imposing characters, Ice and Snow sect. Upon their arrival, they observed several disciples of the Ice and Snow sect standing at the entrance, welcoming those who had reached the summit. There was a table where one of the disciples was diligently recording the information of the newcomers. All the registered individuals formed a queue. It was likely that several groups had already entered the Ice and Snow sect ahead. Observing the crowd before them, Lin Xiao spoke. Let us proceed. Very well, young master. Chapter 73, Jiang Ishui on the summit of a towering mountain. Lin Xiao and his companions were making their way towards the disciple of the Ice and Snow sect who was responsible for the registration. It was anticipated that an unexpected situation might soon arise. Wait a moment. You cannot enter. The disciple, who was in charge of the registration, addressed Lin Xiao and his companions. You have exceeded the age limit. It was clear that the individual he referred to as unable to enter was Su Hua. Upon hearing this, two other disciples of the Ice and Snow sect approached, effectively blocking Su Hua's path. Both of you, please come forward to register your information. The registering disciple said to Lin Xiao and Lu Qing, his demeanor cordial. With years of experience and discerning character, he immediately recognized the extraordinary presence of the two before him, while others ascended the mountain with weary expressions and labored breaths. Lin Xiao and Lu Qing exhibited no signs of fatigue. Not a bead of sweat graced their brows. They possessed the bearing of cultivators. As Lin Xiao and Lu Qing completed their registration, Lin Xiao turned to Su Hua and said, Su Hua, we shall take our leave. Handle things as you see fit. After speaking, he and Lu Qing moved towards the throng of people, leaving Su Hua standing there, bewildered. At that moment, Su Hua's thoughts were consumed with confusion. But how am I supposed to enter? I cannot simply force my way into the Ice and Snow sect, can I? Well, It seems that might not be entirely impossible. Shortly thereafter, disciples of the Ice and Snow sect, accompanied by a crowd, entered through the grand gates. Su Hua observed the departing throng, unperturbed by their haste. After all, once he released a hint of his aura, Jiang Yixue would undoubtedly sense his arrival. Lin Xiao and Lu Qing followed the crowd into the depths of the Ice and Snow sect, arriving at a vast plaza. Before them stood an elderly man clad in blue, with a peculiar pillar behind him, adorned with various numbers from top to bottom. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Elder Wang of the outer sect of the Ice and Snow sect. You may address me as Elder Wang. Your presence here signifies that you have already passed the physical assessment. Next, we shall evaluate your innate talents. Elder Wang surveyed this year's batch of candidates, nodding slightly as he observed several promising individuals. At that moment, he pointed to the pillar behind him and declared, "We shall commence the roll call. Those whose names are called, step forward and touch this pillar. Those who meet the talent criteria may join the Ice and Snow sect. Those who do not shall be escorted down the mountain by our disciples." As the elder began to call names, individuals from the crowd approached the pillar in succession, reaching out to make contact. Each time a person touched the pillar, it emanated a radiant glow that surged from the base to the apex. The greater the height of the illumination, the more exceptional the individual's aptitude for cultivation. Should one fail to reach a specified height, entry into the Ice and Snow sect would be denied. Elder Wang gazed at the gathered crowd and continued. Every disciple who joins our Ice and Snow sect begins as an outer disciple. Upon advancing in cultivation, one may enter the inner sanctum to practice more profound techniques. The scene shifted to Su Hua's side. Sir, why do you linger? You have already surpassed the age for joining our sect. You ought to descend the mountain soon. A kind-hearted disciple of the Ice and Snow sect remarked, noticing Su Hua's prolonged presence. However, Su Hua remained engrossed in the scenery, paying no heed to the disciple's words. Sir, if you delay your descent any longer, night may fall. Shall I arrange for someone to escort you down? The disciple, seeing Su Hua as in action, kindly urged once more. Yet, Su Hua remained unperturbed, standing still as he admired the view. At that moment, several individuals who had just ascended the mountain arrived. Observing this, the disciple ceased his attempts to persuade Su Hua and turned to record the information of the newcomers. When Su Hua felt the time was ripe, he began to make his way toward the grand entrance of the Ice and Snow sect. Hold on, you cannot enter. Depart at once. The two previous disciples of the Ice and Snow sect obstructed Su Hua's path. Su Hua responded with a grunt, taking a gentle step forward. Instantly, a surge of energy emanated from beneath his feet. The two disciples, unable to withstand the force, were propelled backward, landing on the ground with their backsides. In the next moment, an elder clad in blue soared out from within the sect. It was Elder Wang of the outer gate. He surveyed the two disciples on the ground, clutching their backsides, and then turned his gaze towards Su Hua, who stood before him. He was just about to inquire about Su Hua's identity when he sensed another presence flying towards him from behind. Turning around, upon recognizing the newcomer, Elder Wang immediately bowed respectfully. Master. The visitor was a woman clad in red. At that moment, she hovered in the air, accompanied by a long sword with a crimson blade not far behind her. Su Hua then lifted his gaze towards Jiang Yixue. She was adorned in a striking red attire, and the faint azure spiritual energy radiating from her created a striking contrast reminiscent of both ice and fire. This heightened the allure of her already captivating beauty, adding an air of enigmatic charm. She glanced at the two disciples writhing on the ground in agony. Su Hua, you possess quite a bit of audacity. Having just broken through to the Great Ascension, you dare to bully the disciples of my sect? As her words fell, a red long sword had mysteriously appeared in Jiang Yixue's grasp. With a flicker of her form, she had already appeared before Su Hua in an instant. Raising her sword, she aimed directly at Su Hua's face. Before he could even explain, Su Hua saw Jiang Yixue's blade thrusting towards him. Feeling the formidable force behind the strike, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Su Hua's spine. He had no doubt that should he fail to evade, his life would be in peril. In a split second, Su Hua bent backward, narrowly dodging Jiang Yixue's fierce attack. You wretched girl, after so many years, why do you greet me with a blade? He exclaimed in frustration as he regained his footing. After her initial thrust, Jiang Yixue chose not to pursue further aggression. Instead, she sheathed her sword behind her and stood gracefully in the air, gazing down at Su Hua. Apologies for the previous oversight. Upon hearing the news, Su Hua's expression momentarily contorted. Memories flooded back to when Jiang Yixue, having surpassed him in cultivation, had decisively bested him in a confrontation. Although their subsequent encounters had been devoid of conflict, it was disheartening to witness her resort to violence once more over trivial matters. This was a stark reminder that even after achieving the pinnacle of his cultivation, he was still no match for her. Women. Jiang Yixue observed the subtle shifts in Su Hua's demeanor below her, aware that he was likely disparaging her in his thoughts. However, she chose not to delve deeper into his sentiments, and instead spoke calmly. Pray tell, what brings you to my ice and snow sect? I have journeyed here. So what is it? Will you not offer me a cup of tea? Alas, wait, first put down your sword. Chapter 74. A reunion with old friends within the confines of the ice and snow sect. A vast plaza lay before them. At this moment, the sky was nearing the hour of view, between 5 and 7 in the evening. The attention of the gathered crowd was predominantly fixed on the figures undergoing the aptitude test. Some wore faint smiles, others appeared calm yet resigned. Some laughed heartily, while others wept inconsolably. Due to Elder Wang's sudden departure for reasons unknown, several disciples of the ice and snow sect were now conducting the tests. The individuals who had ascended the mountain were divided into 3 groups: those who had passed the test, those who had failed, and those yet to be tested. Among the group of those who had not passed was a youth of around 16 or 17 years. His expression bore neither deep sorrow nor exuberant joy. A flicker of confusion passed through his eyes. He was uncertain of his future path. Deprived of the opportunity to cultivate immortality, he resolved to embrace life as a mortal. Once this realization dawned upon him, he began to contemplate what craft he might pursue to sustain himself. Just then, he noticed a man and a woman approaching in the distance. The woman possessed an extraordinary aura. Her enchanting beauty and her gentle, watery eyes caused a slight flush to rise on the young man's face. However, when he turned his gaze towards the man, he recognized him as the elder he had encountered earlier on the mountain. As the young man pondered the elder's identity, he suddenly observed the woman gracefully soaring towards the crowd. Several disciples of the ice and snow sect immediately knelt, paying their respects. Disciples greet the sect master. The crowd erupted in excitement upon hearing the disciples' words, murmuring in hushed tones. What? The sect master? She is the sect master of ice and snow sect? How stunning. Just as beautiful as that young woman. A young man whispered, referring to the young lady in the green attire who had yet to undergo her assessment. The woman in red descended steadily from the air, halting before the crowd, silencing their chatter in an instant. Jiang Yixue's gaze swept over those who had yet to be tested. However, to everyone's astonishment, a crimson longsword suddenly materialized in the distance, hurtling directly towards the untested crowd. This unforeseen spectacle prompted the onlookers to scatter in alarm, fearing that the sword might pierce them in the next moment. Fortunately, the speed of that sword seemed deliberately slowed, causing no harm to anyone. The untested crowd had already begun to retreat to either side, scattering in all directions. Only 2 figures, one clad in blue and the other in white, remained motionless in place. The long sword, its blade of vivid crimson, soared directly towards the figure in white, a striking young man. The sword danced around him, ceaselessly swirling in the air. The unintentional hum of its blade seemed to express its current excitement and delight. Observing the incessantly whirling sword before him, Lin Xiao placed his left hand behind his back, extending his right hand into a sword-like gesture, slowly raising it to rest against his brow. In that instant, the sword in the air halted right before him. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of sword intent surged forth, seemingly emanating from the very surroundings, as if this realm itself was saturated with sword energy. An indescribably terrifying sense of murderous intent swept over all present, causing their expressions to flicker. To the onlookers, the world around them appeared devoid of light. The colors of heaven and earth shifting dramatically, leaving only shades of gray and white. It was as if, in this universe, only these 2 colors remained. However, this phenomenon lasted only a moment. Soon, the spectators noticed that the environment had returned to normal, yet, when they looked up, they beheld a long fissure in the sky. The void was shattered, a spectacle of unparalleled grandeur. Only the slowly mending void attested to the authenticity of the scene before them, prompting the onlookers to reflect on their insignificance in the face of such immense power. They then witnessed the previously mentioned woman in red approaching the young man in white. With her head bowed, she knelt before him on one knee and uttered, "Xiao Xue pays her respects to the young master." The occurrence of this scene stirred the already numb crowd once more, including several disciples of the Ice and Snow sect, as well as the recently arrived Elder Wang, whose expression was one of astonishment. Lin Xiao took a couple of steps forward, closing the distance to the kneeling woman in red to approximately 1 meter. He extended the crimson longsword in his hand towards the woman before him, Jiang Yixue. Jiang Yixue lifted her gaze, extending her hands to accept the sword offered by Lin Xiao. Rise. I am not fond of excessive formalities, Lin Xiao remarked, gently raising his right hand. In the next moment, a gentle force lifted Jiang Yixue to her feet. In the distance, Su Hua observed the scene, his heart echoing the thought. Why was he not afforded such treatment at that time? Thank you, young master, Jiang Yixue said as she stood, sheathing the longsword in her possession. Her enchanting eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, sparkled with a captivating charm that stirred emotions within those who beheld her. The two shared a silent gaze, lost in an unspoken connection. Nearby, Lu Qing stood with her hands clasped behind her back, quietly watching the two before her, reminiscent of the time spent at the Lu residence. However, she soon took a step forward, approaching them. Sister Jiang, it has been a long time. Thus, Lin Xiao and Lu Qing followed Jiang Yixue away from the grand square, making their way into the depths of the Ice and Snow sect. Originally, Su Hua intended to accompany the trio, eager for a heartfelt reunion, but he changed his mind. Informing Lin Xiao and the others that he would join them shortly, he refrained from following them. He glanced around, noticing numerous intersect elders and many other attendants present. However, they did not witness the shattered void, nor did they see their sect leader kneeling before the man in white. They only sensed an overwhelmingly powerful force, prompting them to investigate. At this moment, Elder Wang paid them no heed and continued with his task. He beckoned to the bewildered disciples to proceed with the recruitment for the Ice and Snow sect, slowly commencing the talent assessments. At this juncture, Su Hua gradually approached a boy of around 15 or 16 years of age, who was none other than the man he had encountered on the mountainside. Sir, you. The boy felt somewhat anxious, as the middle-aged man before him seemed to possess a remarkable status. Young lad, I observe extraordinary potential in your bones. Your talent, ahem, is indeed a rare gem, Su Hua remarked. Upon hearing this, the boy's expression stiffened, and he forced a bitter smile. Sir, there is no need to jest. I possess no aptitude for cultivating immortality. Upon this declaration, Su Hua swiftly grasped the boy's wrist. The youth could hardly comprehend the action before he found himself caught by the middle-aged man's grip. Yet, in the next moment, Su Hua released him. TSK. It is not that you lack the aptitude for cultivation, but rather that you have yet to meet the Ice and Snow sect selection criteria. Su Hua's words rang true. He had just examined the boy's root bones and discovered they were not too shabby. It was merely that they did not yet meet the standards set by the Ice and Snow sect, a prominent sect with somewhat elevated selection criteria. Senior, what exactly are you trying to convey? The boy could not help but inquire. Very well, since that is the case, I shall speak plainly. Youngster, would you be willing to become my disciple? But senior, why me? The young man was somewhat perplexed, unable to believe that fortune would favor him so generously. It is because of your commendable character that we share a certain affinity, he mused. Yet, he would never confess that his reluctance to organize matters had led him to seek a disciple. Chapter 75. The youth and the maiden. The young man hesitated for a moment, bowing his head. In the next instant, he knelt before the middle-aged man. Master, please allow your disciple to pay my respects. This scene astonished those around him, including Elder Wang, who was unfamiliar with Su Hua but sensed that he held a significant status. A few intersect elders recognized Su Hua but dared not intrude. Su Hua watched as the youth bowed deeply 3 times before him. Well, young one, listen closely. I am Su Hua, the leader of the Qingyu Tingxiazong. From this day forth, you shall be my disciple. After speaking, Su Hua helped the kneeling youth to his feet. What? He is the leader of the Qingyu Tingxiazong? Someone exclaimed in surprise. Oh, are you familiar with the Tingxiazong? Another inquired. Not really. Then why are you making such a fuss? The atmosphere had certainly shifted. Once the young man was upright, he looked at Su Hua. Master. Su Hua patted the youth's shoulder and chuckled. You rascal. You haven't yet told me your name. Master, my name is Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng. A fine name indeed. How could a young man, in times of triumph, not ride the winds and break the waves? How old are you this year, Qifeng? Su Hua mused, increasingly fond of the apprentice before him. He could already envision a future where he would no longer be incessantly urged to manage affairs. At that moment, The young lad suddenly noticed a book and a ring materialize in Su Hua's hands, seemingly out of nowhere. "You rascal. Consider this foundational cultivation manual and this low-tier storage ring as a token of my mentorship," Su Hua declared, placing the items into Qingfeng's embrace. "Thank you, master," Qifeng exclaimed, gratitude evident in his voice. Su Hua responded with a hearty laugh, sweeping his robe aside as he turned, leaving the young disciple with a profound silhouette. "Off we go." "You rascal," he called out, prompting the boy to follow. "Master, where are we headed?" "To meet the leader of the Ice and Snow sect." Meanwhile, at the Ice and Snow sect, outside a solemn grand hall, several elders exchanged glances, perplexed. They had just witnessed their leader escorting a young man and woman inside, the former walking ahead of the leader. Furthermore, the leader had instructed that, barring urgent matters, they should not be disturbed. Just then, another figure approached the entrance of the hall, a young girl clad in a delicate crimson outfit, in the bloom of youth, radiating beauty. She possessed a porcelain-like face and bright, clear eyes. With a graceful and petite stature, she stood at the threshold, holding a pot of freshly brewed tea. As her master had just conveyed to her the request to brew a pot of hot tea and deliver it to the grand hall, Ling Yao was approached by an elder, who gently inquired, "Has the sect leader sent you?" The young girl turned her head upon hearing the question and replied, "I have come at my master's behest, esteemed third elder." "Very well, please enter," the elder encouraged, and the girl nodded in acknowledgement. She cautiously pushed open the large doors of the hall and stepped inside. As she entered, the doors behind her gradually closed on their own. She gazed ahead at three figures seated before her, adorned in blue, white, and red. The figure in red was familiar to her as her master. But the other two were strangers. Jiang Yixue, noticing the girl's arrival, beckoned her with a gentle wave. "Yaoer, come here." The young girl approached Jiang Yixue's side and carefully poured a cup of tea for each of the three individuals. After completing this task, she placed the teapot on the table and stood behind the woman in red. Her countenance revealed a hint of shyness. An ice-cold body. A male voice resonated within the hall. Upon hearing the man effortlessly articulate her unique constitution, the girl's curiosity was piqued, and she turned her gaze towards him. She met his eyes, which were profoundly deep, serene, and contemplative. At that moment, Jiang Yixue addressed Lin Xiao, saying, "Young master, this is my disciple whom I accepted a year ago, named Ling Yao. Yaoer, this esteemed personage is your ancestral master." Ling Yao's eyes widened in astonishment at the revelation. Just as she prepared to kneel in respect, she found herself gently restrained by a soft force. Jiang Yixue arose and approached the maiden, caressing her head with affection. "Yaoer, your grandmaster does not favor kneeling. A salutation will suffice." "Understood, master." Ling Yao turned towards Lin Xiao and offered a graceful bow. "Disciple Ling Yao greets grandmaster." Lin Xiao acknowledged with a nod. At that moment, the doors of the grand hall creaked open, revealing two figures. Su Hua entered, followed by a youth clad in light beige attire, his countenance fair. Lu Qing, seated beside Lin Xiao, gazed at the approaching pair and inquired, "Senior Su, what is the meaning of this?" Lu Qing recognized the youth as the one encountered during their ascent. Su Hua then gestured towards the youth behind him. "Qingfeng." Lu Qingfeng promptly bowed before the assembly. Lu Qingfeng offers his respects to the esteemed seniors. A hint of perplexity crossed Jiang Yixue's face, yet she refrained from questioning. She addressed the youth. "Qingfeng, is it?" "No need for such formality, please rise." "Thank you, sect master," Lu Qingfeng responded, expressing his gratitude to Jiang Yixue. Su Hua turned and playfully swatted the youth's head. "Rascal, I am the sect master." Lu Qingfeng remained silent after the playful blow. Su Hua, having struck the youth, casually seated himself beside Lin Xiao. Consequently, Lu Qingfeng stationed himself behind Su Hua. "Jiang, who is the last behind you?" Su Hua scrutinized the young girl behind Jiang Yixue, a sense of perplexity washing over him. The last time he visited the Ice and Snow sect, he had not encountered this girl by Jiang Yixue's side. "She is my disciple, whom I took in a year ago." "What of it?" Jiang Yixue replied coldly. The intensity of Su Hua's gaze made the girl feel somewhat anxious. She hid behind Jiang Yixue, revealing only half of her face. "What a coincidence. I too have taken in a disciple today." Su Hua chuckled upon hearing Jiang Yixue's words. Lin Xiao and Lu Qing also turned their attention towards Su Hua at that moment. Unable to contain her curiosity, Lu Qing inquired, "Senior Su, what prompted you to take in a disciple today?" Su Hua, feeling a tad embarrassed, replied with a laugh, It is simply the blossoming of affection. He then disregarded Lu Qing and focused his attention on the girl behind Jiang Yixue. Child, what is your name? Upon hearing Su Hua's question, Ling Yao, though somewhat shy, stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Senior, my name is Ling Yao. Ah, a lovely name, indeed. How old are you, my dear? Su Hua inquired. He glanced back at Lu Qingfeng behind him and then turned to observe Ling Yao in front of him. What a coincidence, Su Hua mused internally. He then looked back at Lu Chifeng. Chifeng, come forth and greet your senior sister. Huh? The young boy behind Su Hua was momentarily taken aback, for he was indeed slightly older than the girl. Oh, very well, master. Lu Chifeng took a couple of steps forward, gazing at the charming girl across from him, and clasped his fists in greeting. Chifeng pays respects to senior sister. Chapter 76. What if we arrange a marriage? In the grand hall, the young girl's bright eyes turned towards the boy across from her. She similarly clasped her fists in greeting. In the next moment, a melodious and sweet voice emerged from her lips. I am Ling Yao, junior brother. The boy found himself momentarily entranced by the petite and exquisite girl, resembling a porcelain doll. He gazed into her clear eyes, unable to divert his attention. Ling Yao met his gaze, and as she noticed Lu Changfeng staring at her in silence, a hint of confusion washed over her face, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. This only augmented her already charming demeanor. You little rascal, why are you staring at the girl? At that moment, Su Hua rose and playfully tapped the boy on the head. Lu Qingfeng, realizing his earlier rudeness, felt a warmth rise to his face as he hurriedly apologized to the girl. I'm sorry, senior sister. It's nothing, she replied, retreating once more behind Jiang Yixue. Su Hua, observing this, finally took a seat. She turned her gaze towards Lin Xiao and inquired, Young master, where have you been for the past few centuries? I ventured into a wondrous realm. The immortal realm? Not quite. Lu Qingfeng stood quietly behind Su Hua, listening intently to the conversation. With each word, his heart grew increasingly unsettled, for he realized that the composed gentleman before him was, in fact, a being from the immortal realm. An immortal had descended to the mortal world. He sat right in front of him. Neither he nor the girl of similar age spoke. They simply listened attentively to the discourse among Lin Xiao and his companions. The young man noticed that the maiden across from him didn't seem particularly astonished upon learning that Lin Xiao was from the celestial realm. At least not as much as he was. In fact, Ling Yao had learned from Jiang Yixue several months prior that her grandmaster was a denizen of the celestial realm. However, upon meeting Lin Xiao, she discovered that he was surprisingly young. She had imagined her grandmaster to be an elderly man with a long, white beard and flowing white hair. At that moment, the young man glanced up again at the maiden ahead. Coincidentally, her gaze also fell upon him. They exchanged a silent look, but in the next instant, both averted their eyes. A faint, bewildered ripple stirred within the maiden's limpid eyes, and her ears flushed slightly. Though the young man's face remained unchanged, his heart began to pound once more. Su Hua witnessed this entire scene. It was incredible that over 5 centuries had elapsed in what seemed like a blink of an eye. Jiang Yixue mused. Although their appearances hadn't altered significantly, time had slipped away, and 500 years had indeed passed. Upon hearing Jiang Yixue's words, Su Hua couldn't help but retort. Then why did you stab me with a sword upon seeing me? Humph. Jiang Yixue turned her head away, ignoring Su Hua. As the group conversed, the sky gradually darkened. At this point, Lin Xiao turned to Su Hua and said, The celestial thunder within you is about to erupt. Su Hua was taken aback upon hearing this. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Xiao spoke, a wisp of lightning energy emanated from Su Hua's body. Good disciple, wait for me here. Su Hua instructed Lu Qingfeng before hastily flying out of the main hall. Thus, in the lofty heights of 10,000 meters above the ice and snow sect, a colossal dragon emerged, coiling in the void, its form shimmering with enigmatic lightning power. Su Hua transformed into his true form, having realized that experiencing the heavenly thunder in this manner enhanced the efficacy of his body refinement significantly compared to before. Yet, he remained unaware that such elevation would attract even more lightning. Though these strikes were not of the upper realm, their intensity was nonetheless overwhelming for Su Hua. Master, what has befallen you? Seeing Su Hua's ashen complexion, his hair standing on end, and his garments charred as if scorched by fire, Lu Chifeng could not suppress his anxiety. He hurried to Su Hua's side, although he was uncertain of how he could assist. Do not panic, my dear disciple, Su Hua reassured, placing a hand on the young man's shoulder. On the pale brown fabric of Lu Chengfeng's attire, a dark handprint suddenly appeared. As evening fell within the towering edifices of the ice and snow sect, a group gathered around an elongated dining table. Lin Xiao and Jiang Yixue occupied the principal seats, where an array of tantalizing and exquisite dishes dazzled the onlookers. Young Lu Qingfeng, unaccustomed to such lavish feasts, discreetly swallowed hard. Now that everyone is present, let us commence our meal, Jiang Yixue declared. Consequently, the gathering began to indulge in the banquet. Observing the young lad beside him, Su Hua noticed Lu Qingfeng staring longingly at the food without making a move to eat, prompting him to personally serve a piece of beast meat onto the boy's plate. Hey, you rascal, what are you pondering? Hurry and eat. Thank you, master. Enough with the gratitude, just eat. As the feast progressed, the lady in red seated at the head of the table set down her chopsticks. She gazed at Lin Xiao and inquired, Young master, may I pose a question to you? About a year ago, I encountered Yaoer at the foot of the mountain and discovered that she possesses a physique of ice. After taking her as my disciple, I have been contemplating whether to impart to her the 9 heavens mysterious ice technique. Fortunately, you have arrived. Upon finishing her words, Jiang Yixue turned her attention to Lin Xiao, awaiting his response in silence. Lin Xiao, upon hearing this, displayed no noticeable change in expression. Xiao Xue, you may decide these matters for yourself without seeking my counsel, he replied casually, taking another couple of bites from his dish. At that moment, Su Hua glanced at the nearby Lu Qingfeng, his eyes suddenly swirling with mischief. Jiang and I was unaware that you had taken on a disciple, coincidentally. I have also accepted one today. Observe my disciple, strikingly handsome and exceptionally talented. And your young lady, radiant as a flower, eclipsing the beauty of the moon. Truly, a great beauty. Jiang Yixue, upon hearing this, glanced at Lu Qingfeng beside Su Hua and then at Ling Yo beside her. Su Hua, what are you implying? It seems we both took on disciples around the same time, and they are both approximately 16 years old. What a coincidence. Jiang Yixue replied, somewhat perplexed. So what? Su Hua laughed heartily. Since it is such a coincidence, why not arrange a betrothal between the two? With this remark, both Lu Qingfeng and Ling Yao halted their actions, astonished expressions adorning their faces. Soon, a faint blush crept onto their cheeks, their gazes shimmering with a hint of shyness. Su Hua. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Hua could only helplessly gesture with his hand. He turned to the side to address Lu Qingfeng, saying, My disciple, I can assist you no further. From now on, it is up to you to pursue that young lady. The boy's face flushed with a deeper shyness upon hearing these words, mirrored by the girl Ling Yao across from him. Scoundrel! Jiang Yixue could no longer contain herself and was about to stride towards Su Hua when a hand pressed down on her shoulder. First, let us dine, Lin Xiao remarked coolly. Reluctantly, Jiang Yixue could only huff coldly at Su Hua. Chapter 77. Yixin. The following morning, high above an unknown expanse at 10,000 meters, a mysterious vortex began to take form in the void. A force not of this realm surged forth from the swirling mass. A figure emerged from the vortex, seemingly propelled by some unseen power. It was a woman of exquisite beauty, her skin as pale as snow, resembling a celestial being, clad in a flowing crimson gown. Her dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, dancing wildly in the gale. Strands of hair on her forehead had already been tousled by the wind. Strangely, her eyes shone a faint red, and a mysterious crimson mark adorned her brow. At last, I have arrived, she murmured softly, standing tall in the high altitude, her silhouette striking against the backdrop of the dissipating vortex behind her. She surveyed the surroundings and, after a moment of sensing her environment, soared downward in a specific direction. Shortly after her departure, a translucent figure appeared quietly not far away, gazing in the direction from which the woman had vanished. Time passed. The ethereal figure vanished, leaving no trace of its whereabouts. In the realm of the ice and snow sect, atop the towering mountains, the morning mist gradually ascended from the valleys below, enveloping the peaks in a shroud of mystery. From a distance, the scene resembled a tranquil and enchanting paradise, as a gentle ray of sunlight graced the mountain. The fog began to dissipate slowly. On a small plaza at the summit, 4 figures stood. Lin Xiao occupied the forefront, gazing down at a larger courtyard where numerous disciples of the inner sect were diligently practicing their skills. Behind him stood 2 figures, one clad in azure and the other in crimson. Behind the red figure was a girl in a pale pink garment. At that moment, Lin Xiao turned to glance at her, before directing his attention to the woman in red ahead. Xiao Xue. Young master, Ling Yo possesses a cold ice body. She will grasp the techniques you teach her with remarkable speed. Please, guide her well." Soon after, Jiang Yishui and Ling Yao departed, leaving Lin Xiao and Lu Qing standing in place. The two of them observed the earnest disciples below, immersed in their training. Lin Xiao, with a contemplative expression, remarked, "Lu Qing, what do you believe is the purpose of cultivating immortality?" "Young master, why do you pose such a question?" She caught a glimpse of a striking profile. "Young master, where is Su Hua?" Lu Qing inquired, her gaze fixed upon Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao turned to meet Lu Qing's clear eyes. "Why the urgency?" Lu Qing, somewhat perplexed, wondered if Su Hua placed such importance on the disciple initiation ceremony that he would leave so abruptly. At that moment, Lin Xiao seemed to sense something. Casting his gaze upward toward the sky, high above in the sky, a translucent figure emerged, yet Lu Qing remained oblivious to its presence. The figure seemed to utter something directed at Lin Xiao, who, upon hearing it, maintained a tranquil demeanor, merely nodding in acknowledgement. He was already aware of the matters conveyed by the heavenly Tao. It turned out that the incarnation of the heavenly Tao had informed Lin Xiao of a woman arriving from the upper realm, bearing a trace of his own essence. Consequently, the incarnation did not impede her arrival, but merely came to notify Lin Xiao. In that moment, the ethereal figure vanished from the heavens. Lin Xiao's awareness stemmed from a prior event. Following the incident with Xiaoya, he ceased to completely seal off his divine senses, always retaining a faint thread of awareness. In this realm of cultivation, that minute fragment of perception functioned akin to an all-seeing lens. After that incident, Lin Xiao had instructed the heavenly Tao to keep a vigilant eye on those around him. He realized that he still held affections for certain matters, whether this was due to his amnesia or an inherent trait that had persisted throughout. In a remote region of the summer domain, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, a celestial dragon soared through the skies. Upon its back sat a young lad, who then inquired, "Master, are you unable to best the leader of the Ice and Snow sect?" Needless to say, who could possibly triumph over her? The dragon continued its ascent, gradually distancing itself along with the boy from the summer domain. Simultaneously, within a mid-tier force of the summer domain known as the Qingxian sect, a young man clad in a dark and white Taoist robe, wielding a broom, made his way to the back mountain of the sect. His daily task was to come here each morning to maintain the cleanliness of the area, gazing upon the rows of graves ahead. The disciple felt no fear upon his countenance. He had grown accustomed to this solemnity. He gently brushed aside the desiccated leaves strewn upon the ground, wary of disturbing the tranquility that enveloped the area. After a considerable time, the young man finally completed his task and retrieved a bundle of incense from his spatial ring. With reverence, he lit the incense and approached each grave to offer his respects. Unbeknownst to him, not far behind, a crimson figure silently observed his every movement. Just as the young man was poised to continue his offerings, a melodious voice, tinged with a hint of sorrow, resonated from behind him. "Please, give me the incense." The voice belonged to a mysterious woman clad in a flowing crimson gown, whose brow bore an enigmatic red mark. The young man found himself momentarily entranced, for the woman's grace and beauty were akin to that of a celestial being, radiating an exquisite allure. With a mixture of astonishment and bewilderment, he gazed at the enigmatic figure before him. "Miss, this is the back mountain of the Qingxian sect. You." Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed the woman advancing towards him. As she drew nearer, he instinctively took 2 steps back. In the next instant, she stood before him, so close that he could perceive the delicate fragrance that emanated from her. A faint blush crept across his cheeks. The woman gently took the incense from his hands, selecting 3 sticks before returning the remainder to him. She then turned and approached a nearby gravestone. Upon the unlit gravestone, a few prominent characters are inscribed, in memory of Yi Qianping. Although the epitaph bears many words, the woman's gaze fixated solely on these 5 characters. She knelt before the tombstone, bowing her head 3 times with solemnity, before placing the incense she held before the stone. The young man observed a trickle of blood flow from her forehead. Thus, she stood quietly before the gravestone. "Master," she murmured, "you once said that one must not abandon the path of immortality. Only by becoming immortal can one attain eternal life. But what comes after eternal life?" Her forlorn eyes remained fixed on the gravestone as 2 streams of warm tears cascaded down her cheeks. She turned her gaze to a nearby tomb, where the inscription boldly declared "Beloved Disciple Yixian." She gazed quietly at those 4 characters, pondering, perhaps, once I depart, I shall have already died in her heart. Chapter 78. the purple-clad maiden Qingxian sect. Back mountain. A figure clad in red stood silently before a gravestone. It was a woman. Not far behind her stood a young man, holding a lit incense stick in his hand. He glanced at the motionless woman, then at the incense in his grasp. Approaching another grave beside her, he prepared to offer incense. This grave need not receive incense, the woman's subdued voice interjected. Hearing this, the young man hesitated, perplexed as he looked at her. Senior sister, might this be somewhat inappropriate? She could hardly tell the young man that the occupant of the grave had not truly perished, for such a revelation might frighten him. Nevertheless, in a certain sense, the master of the tomb had indeed succumbed to death. Today, however, was merely a fleeting revival. Observing the woman's prolonged silence, the young man, feeling helpless, proceeded to offer incense at the unvisited grave. After completing the ritual, he cast a glance at the woman before departing, needing to report his encounter with this enigmatic figure to the elder. Before long, an elder from the Qingxian sect, tasked with overseeing the rear mountain, approached the woman from behind. Recognizing Yi Xian, the elder soon withdrew, leaving her undisturbed. She remained alone, standing before the gravestone, silently scrutinizing each inscription etched upon it. Without uttering a word, she stood from the break of dawn until dusk. Yi Xian departed, and before leaving, she sought out the current leader of the Qingxian sect, leaving behind a wealth of treasures and advanced techniques. Although devoid of celestial arts, her gifts ensured that the Qingxian sect would ascend to a premier status in the generations to come. She returned to the grave, bowing thrice with great reverence. Rising to her feet, she gently extended her hand, caressing the cold gravestone. As the twilight deepened, her profile became obscured. She walked away, leaving behind the continent known as Tianxing and the Qingxian sect, which was never truly hers. Meanwhile, in the realm of immortals, a grand palace illuminated by countless lights stood tall. Beneath this palace lay an undisclosed space. The scene shifted to a cage-like enclosure, where a young girl clad in purple was tightly bound by ethereal chains, restraining her limbs. In the next moment, a voice, slightly immature yet brimming with indignation, erupted from the lips of the young girl. I truly misjudged you. I never expected you to be this kind of person. Not far ahead of her stood a middle-aged man clad in a black robe. The words just spoken by the girl were directed at this man. Upon hearing her outburst, he remained composed, hands clasped behind his back, silently observing her with an impassive gaze. He visited her every few days, and today was no exception. After waiting for the girl to cease her commotion, he approached her. Ziyue, do you still refuse? He inquired, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. Get lost. The girl retorted vehemently, her fierce glare directed at the middle-aged man, her eyes tinged with a hint of crimson. For a decade, an entire 10 years, she had been imprisoned by this very man. It would be one thing if it were a stranger, but to be confined by someone so intimately familiar was a bitter betrayal that left her heart frozen in despair. Just as Ziyue assumed the middle-aged man would depart as he had done in the past, he did not leave. Instead, he closed his eyes and let out a soft sigh. Upon reopening them, he gazed at the girl, a flicker of compassion crossing his features. Ziyue, he said, extending a hand to gently stroke her head. Ignoring her vitriol, he continued, I know I have wronged you. If there is blame to be placed, let it be on the discovery of that book. Ziyue was then led by the middle-aged man to the center of a formation. She remained ensnared by chains of emptiness, her limbs firmly bound. Her hands were outstretched, suspended in the air. Unlike before, at this moment, Ziyue had her eyes closed, seemingly lost in slumber. Beneath her feet lay a mysterious and eerie formation, imbued with a sinister and otherworldly aura. The ancient blood-red patterns evoked a chilling sense of dread. The middle-aged man had just cast a spell, plunging Ziyue into a deep sleep, though it did her no harm. However, the fate that awaited the young girl might not be so fortunate. Standing before Ziyue, the man felt a flicker of guilt in his gaze. He had long regarded her as his own daughter. I have lingered here far too long. My life has been a quest for the Great Way. I am a diligent seeker of truth. Yet, I have never been a worthy father. Gazing at the girl before him, the guilt in the man's eyes deepened. But in the next moment, a steely resolve washed over him, clearing away all other emotions. When Ziyue awoke once more, she found herself in an unfamiliar place. Looking down, she beheld a strange formation. The ancient blood-red patterns, coupled with the fresh blood on the ground, sent a shiver down her spine. The crimson liquid intertwined with the peculiar patterns, creating a different kind of eerie design. You have awakened. At that moment, a voice resonated. Ziyue turned to face the source, seeing a shadowy figure approaching her. It was the same middle-aged man, though now his countenance appeared frail and worn. What do you intend to do? Ziyue did not create a commotion as she had before. Her tone was now tranquil, yet chilling. Ziyue, I am aware of your temperament. You are exceedingly stubborn. Upon hearing this, Ziyue coldly responded, So, you have made your decision? The middle-aged man remained silent. Observing his reaction, Ziyue let out a faint, resigned smile and closed her eyes. She accepted her fate. Once her eyes were shut, the man named Guqi commenced a mysterious summoning ritual. He produced an ancient and enigmatic tome, which floated in the air, turning its pages at his will, settling into a meditative posture. Guqi glanced at the book while reciting an arcane and difficult incantation. The crimson sigils on the ground and the blood patterns illuminated with a sinister glow. The vivid red hue rendered the scene before them eerily captivating. The ancient symbols on the ground, intertwined with the blood-drawn designs, began to operate in an uncanny manner. A mysterious force emanated from the formation, gradually converging towards the suspended Ziyue. With her eyes closed, she offered no resistance. The moment the power made contact with her, Ziyue felt her consciousness wane, rendering her incapable of even thought. Just as she was on the brink of descending into eternal slumber, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chapter 79. The Sacrifice in the Celestial Realm. On a gray night, within the center of a mysterious and eerie formation, there stood a girl clad in purple. Her limbs were bound by ethereal chains, leaving her suspended in the air, motionless. A middle-aged man sat cross-legged in another part of the formation, seemingly lost in the recitation of an unknown chant. Suspended in the air was the young maiden, Ziyue. At that moment, her eyes were tightly shut. As if she were in slumber, Ziyue's consciousness was slowly dissipating. In a fleeting instant, her entire thought process came to a standstill, and her vast sea of awareness turned entirely dark. In her hazy state, a vague white light emerged within Ziyue's perception. She realized that although her consciousness could not think, she seemed to be able to sense everything around her. This white light resonated with her, attuning her to her surroundings. She found it difficult to articulate her experience. It felt both strikingly clear yet indistinct. Just as the girl sensed her body growing lighter, a serene voice whispered in her ear, "Awaken." As the words lingered, the nebulous white light suddenly intensified, radiating an overwhelming brilliance. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man, Guqi, within the array was intoning an incantation. Everything was progressing smoothly. As long as he could sacrifice the soul of the maiden before him, he would acquire unfathomable power, enabling him to transcend to the realm of the immortal emperor. Guqi recalled the enigmatic immortal sovereign of the celestial realm. Originally, the celestial realm did not recognize the existence of the immortal sovereign. The highest cultivation level was that of the immortal emperor. Yet, that being shattered the heavenly laws with a mere gesture, casting them into a deep slumber. From that moment on, mortals referred to him as the immortal sovereign. The laws of the celestial realm allowed only 5 individuals to attain the imperial title, yet these 5 immortal emperors deemed themselves inferior to the immortal sovereign. For no matter how formidable, the 5 immortal emperors could not overcome the celestial realm's heavenly laws, even if they united their strengths. This illustrates the immense power of the being known as the immortal sovereign. Among those 5 immortal emperors, one was indeed the middle-aged man within the array, Guqi. At this moment, the ritual within the grand formation had reached its final juncture. The ancient patterns inscribed on the ground, intertwined with blood, began to operate in a peculiarly accelerated manner. The ominous crimson hue that filled the arena became even more striking and alluring. This scene marked the commencement of the sacrifice. Just as the ancient array was poised to transport the girl's soul to an unknown realm, a blinding white light erupted from her brow, rendering it impossible to behold. The brilliance consumed her form, and the intense radiance compelled the ancient practitioner, Guqi, to close his eyes involuntarily. He halted the incantation upon his lips. The indistinct white light within the girl's consciousness surged forth, accompanied by the awakening command. Suddenly, it emitted an extraordinarily dazzling brilliance. In a resonant hum, the imagery before her dissolved into a void. As the white light gradually dissipated, the girl sensed her consciousness stirring back to life, her thoughts clarifying. With the light now faded, she opened her eyes to behold a figure that was both familiar and foreign, a translucent silhouette. It was Lin Xiao. As she gazed upon this apparition, tears unconsciously welled in the corners of her eyes. Ziwei looked toward Lin Xiao and felt an overwhelming sense of security and grounding, a sensation absent in Gu Qi's presence. This ethereal manifestation was, in fact, the restriction that Lin Xiao had previously bestowed upon Ziwei. Lin Xiao directed his gaze toward the middle-aged man below, who in turn looked up at the transparent figure. Their eyes locked in a peculiar exchange. Strangely, Lin Xiao's eyes appeared profoundly vacant, yet he unwaveringly focused on Gu Qi's direction. The ancient runes, intertwined with blood, had ceased their sinister motion. The mysterious ritual had been interrupted, leaving Gu Qi uncertain of the ensuing consequences, yet he knew he must address the immediate situation. "Who are you?" Gu Qi's voice resonated. At that moment, Lin Xiao's appearance bore no resemblance to his former self in the celestial realm, rendering Gu Qi momentarily unrecognizing. Although he could not recall Lin Xiao's true visage, he was certain he would recognize him upon seeing him. Lin Xiao disregarded the middle-aged man. His gaze fixated upon the hollow depths of those eyes, and Ziyu felt no trace of fear. With tear-filled eyes, she nodded softly. "Good." No sooner had Lin Xiao's words fallen than an unexpected transformation transpired. The bizarre array below began to operate without warning, yet its motion was contrary to its former state. The array, once emanating a bewitching crimson light, now unexpectedly radiated a dark aura. Witnessing this scene, Gu Qi's eyes flickered with astonishment. He was oblivious to what would unfold next, yet the unease swelling within him intensified, an instinct inherent to the Celestial Emperor. In the next moment, the black runes on the ground surged upward, hovering above Ziyu and Lin Xiao. Subsequently, the array commenced its operation anew. The array inverted the dark runes, along with a slowly forming black vortex above, revealed an atmosphere steeped in the uncanny. Observing this, Gu Qi hastily opened the enigmatic ancient tome that floated in midair. Regrettably, he still could not uncover the answers within its pages. Just then, Lin Xiao cast a glance at the dark vortex above. Then, with both hands forming a gesture, he intoned, "The path is formless. The universe inverts." Simultaneously, Lin Xiao, who had been seated in meditation in the lower realm, abruptly opened his eyes. In the next moment, his figure began to gradually dissipate. In the celestial realm, within a vast black formation, as Lin Xiao's voice resonated, his translucent form began to solidify, the previously hollow eyes regaining their vitality. At this moment, Lin Xiao had ascended from the lower realm to the celestial realm. He turned around, and with a flick of his right hand, the ethereal chains binding the girl's hands and feet shattered with a resonant sound. The girl soared to stand behind Lin Xiao, clutching the hem of his garment without uttering a word. Lin Xiao gently wiped away the tear stains on Ziyu's face and then affectionately ruffled her hair. At that instant, an ominous presence seemed to emerge from the dark vortex above them, emanating a suffocating sensation. Lin Xiao cast his gaze upward, where a hand, as dark as coal and riddled with countless black fissures, reached forth from the vortex. The fingers were elongated, unlike those of a human. This strange hand extended further, aiming directly for Ziyu behind Lin Xiao. In the next moment, it grasped Lin Xiao's hand. The instant it made contact, a myriad of golden Tao rhythms radiated from Lin Xiao's body, melting the grotesque hand away. Dark liquid dripped to the ground, leaving behind a long, wristless arm suspended in midair. It appeared momentarily stunned, and then the black vortex vanished. He feared that if he were even a moment late, he would be struck down by the man in white. The scene unfolded in mere half a second, leaving Gu Qi momentarily stunned. The young girl behind the man in white was equally taken aback. Chapter 80. Soul Searching in the Celestial Realm, within a dormant formation. An ancient tome that had been floating in midair suddenly plummeted to the ground. This was a venerable book, its withered and yellowed pages inscribed with enigmatic, archaic script. Beside it stood a middle-aged man, Gu Qi himself. At that moment, Gu Qi gazed at the two figures above the formation, his eyes brimming with astonishment. More specifically, he was fixated on the figure clad in white. He was astounded that the bizarre hand that had just materialized was effortlessly repelled by the man in white. The mere pressure exerted by that hand surpassed that of an immortal emperor, indicating that the man in white had surpassed the realm of the immortal emperor himself. Aside from the unknown hand, Gu Qi was aware that there was yet another individual whose cultivation transcended that of the immortal emperor, namely, the immortal sovereign. Although the man in white bore a striking resemblance to that enigmatic immortal sovereign, Gu Qi remained uncertain. This was due to Lin Xiao's previous appearance in the celestial realm. where he had not been enveloped by the resonance of the Tao. Were Gucci to realize that the Tao resonance surrounding the man in white was the very path he had longed to pursue, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with emotion. At that moment, Ziyu also gazed in astonishment at the man in white. More precisely, her attention was drawn to the golden resonance of the Tao beside him. With curiosity, she extended her index finger and gently touched the strands of resonance. To her amazement, the golden Tao resonance delicately entwined around her fingertip, subsequently enveloping her entire being. Ziyu felt as though her blood was on the verge of boiling. The feeling was peculiar. She could not help but cast a perplexed gaze toward Lin Xiao ahead. Enough, lest your bloodline awakens. As he spoke, Lin Xiao retracted the aura enveloping him, then affectionately patted Ziyue's head. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Ziyue grew even more baffled. What does it mean to awaken a bloodline? Is it not the gluttonous bloodline that resides within me? Lin Xiao offered no explanation, instead directing his attention to the middle-aged man below. Upon meeting Lin Xiao's gaze, Gucci felt a fleeting sense of panic, yet he still respectfully addressed Lin Xiao. Junior Gucci pays his respects to the esteemed elder. At that moment, Gucci was engulfed in astonishment, as each event that transpired today surpassed his understanding as an immortal emperor. Even at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, an immortal emperor is utterly vulnerable in the face of the unknown. Overwhelmed by shock, Gucci remembered that the man in white had rescued Ziyue from the monstrous grasp. Yet he forgot that the root cause of it all was himself. As these thoughts swirled, beads of perspiration emerged on his forehead. However, escape was not an option. What was he to do? He decided to brace himself. While Gucci awaited the judgment of the man in white, the latter turned his gaze towards Ziyue behind him. Ziyue, he called. If I were to entrust him to you, how would you handle the situation? Ziyue glanced down at Gucci, her fair and delicate face betraying a flash of anger. Upon witnessing the expression on Ziyue's face, Gucci's heart sank. He realized he could not evade his fate. After all, who could blame him for his numerous misdeeds? Perhaps death would be a fitting end. With that thought, Gucci closed his eyes. In the next moment, the girl's low voice gradually resonated. Lin Xiao, let him go. From this day forth, I have no further ties with him. With these words, Ziyue turned her head away with a serious expression. Very well. Although Lin Xiao verbally acquiesced, he nonetheless extended his right hand towards Gucci, who was below. Despite the distance between them, suddenly, Gucci felt an overwhelming pressure that compelled him to kneel. At that moment, a glimmer of gold flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes as he forcefully conducted a soul search on Gucci from afar. He sought to uncover the truth behind the relationship between Ziyue and Gucci. This is a soul search, Gucci exclaimed, clutching his head. He uttered one final sentence before collapsing to the ground, writhing in agony. The excruciating pain that felt as if his very soul was being sliced by blades was unbearable, even for an immortal emperor. Hearing the man's anguished cries below, Ziyue clenched her fists, refusing to look down. Meanwhile, through the soul search, Lin Xiao discovered that during Ziyue's years in the upper realm, Gucci had treated her exceptionally well. However, 10 years ago, Gucci stumbled upon an ancient tome that spoke of a sacrificial offering of the spirit of a mythical beast to attain transcendent abilities. Moreover, the essence of an ancient mythical beast promised even greater power. After Gucci found several mythical beasts to sacrifice, he indeed gained a modicum of energy, causing his original immortal emperor status to begin to waver. Tempted by this newfound power, he sought an ancient mythical beast, and coincidentally, Ziyue was such a creature. Yet, Gucci had regarded Ziyue as his own daughter. He was torn between his paternal affection and the temptation of this opportunity. He searched for several years, yet still found no other ancient mythical beasts. In the end, Gucci instructed Ziyu to live well by his side and to offer her soul after 5,000 years. Upon hearing this, Ziyu, of course, refused and fled. After the third attempt, she was imprisoned for a decade. Upon reaching this point of soul-searching, Lin Xiao ceased his actions, his gaze serene as he regarded the middle-aged man below. He addressed the kneeling Gucci with a calm inquiry. Have you ever felt regret? Had he been the man he once was, Ziyu would have been sacrificed long ago, without the need to wait a decade. Whether it was due to stagnation in his cultivation or the weight of his years, Gucci found himself unexpectedly concerned with emotions. Contemplating this, he suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. The laughter seemed somewhat jarring. Only moments before, he had been in agony, and now he was laughing heartily. Nevertheless, Lin Xiao and Ziyu's expressions remained unchanged, devoid of emotion. The sound of laughter gradually dissipated. Gucci, disheveled and in disarray, knelt upon the ground, his head bowed. Lost in thought, when he finally lifted his gaze, he discovered that the once visible figures of white and purple had vanished without a trace. Lin Xiao and Ziyu departed from the celestial realm, descending to the mortal world. As dusk approached, the gentle dawn light on the horizon heralded the arrival of daybreak. The two figures materialized above a small river. Upon landing, Ziyu approached the water's edge and cupped her hands to wash her face in the crystal-clear depths. Subsequently, she turned to see Lin Xiao inscribing something in the void with his hand. Ziyu gazed upward into the air. In the void, 2 lines of golden script stood upright, inscribed in a font that Purple Moon had never encountered before. Each character emanated an air of mystique. Though she could not decipher the symbols, she found herself inexplicably able to comprehend their meaning. It was as if recognition was unnecessary. The mere sight of the characters granted her understanding. However, despite grasping each individual character, the amalgamation of them eluded her comprehension. She approached Lin Xiao and observed in silence. Once Lin Xiao completed his writing, the golden script dissolved into the void, vanishing from sight. In the next moment, the young girl's melodious voice rang out, "Lin Xiao, what were you just writing?" "Wait, I seem to have forgotten." Noticing her confusion, Lin Xiao gently ruffled her hair and softly replied, "Let's go." Without awaiting her response, he took her small hand and departed from the scene. Chapter 81. The Golden Edict in the Divine Realm, amidst the Blackwater Mirage Mountain. Ominous clouds painted the sky a dreary gray, rendering the distinction between day and night indistinguishable. A black peak loomed before them, its sinister and eerie presence intensified by the overcast skies. The camera zoomed in on this mountain, known as the Blackwater Mirage Mountain, which bore numerous structures. The architecture harmonized with the mountain's dark hue, all cloaked in black. At that moment, within the largest palace atop the Black Mountain, a strange silhouette sat upon an oddly shaped black chair, its form unlike any seat of the human race. The peculiar figure was clad entirely in garments of black, as if everything in this realm were shrouded in darkness. The figure's face remained obscured, seated upon a black chair, its entire body leaning to the left, elbow propped against the seat, while its left hand tightly concealed its visage. The elongated, ebony fingers, adorned with scales resembling fish skin, instilled an unsettling chill within the observer. Judging by the figure's movements, it appeared to be enduring immense agony. After a moment, it lowered its left hand and rose to its full height. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, its physique was somewhat gaunt. Its eyes, glowing with an eerie green luminescence, were set within a face shrouded in darkness tinged with gray. A wild mane of disheveled black hair cascaded around it, complementing its dark coat, presenting an unmistakable apparition of a specter. Countless scale-like fissures marred its black skin, rendering it a terrifying sight. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that its entire being bore such grotesque markings. The uncanny figure raised its right hand before its countenance, revealing a hand devoid of a palm. Instead, a severed wrist bore a wound that appeared charred and ghastly. It glanced at the wound on its wrist before casting its gaze to the inky liquid pooling below, this being the viscous substance that oozed from its injury. This enigmatic entity, known as He Yan, belonged to the malevolent demon clan of the Holy Realm, primarily practicing dark arts, with strength deemed to be somewhat below average within the realm. Originally, He Yan had been in high spirits. While scheming in the lower realm for the purpose of locating exotic beasts, it learned of a lowly ancient creature residing there. This was no ordinary beast, but rather one of the ancient beasts enumerated in the revered Shan Hai Jing, specifically the 5th-ranked Tao Dai. In the Holy Realm, any association with the term ancient signified extraordinary prowess, whether in individual strength or within a sect or lineage. If placed in the realm of the sacred, Haiyan would never dare to offend such a person or force. However, that gluttonous creature resided in the lower realm, and its power was rather meager. Just as Haiyan believed it was destined for a great fortune, a figure clad in white shattered that notion entirely. Even now, a sense of dread lingered within Haiyan's heart. What manner of man was he? All that remained in Haiyan's memory was the resplendent golden aura that enveloped the man. It was utterly terrifying. Haiyan could not fathom what level of cultivation could produce such an abundance of golden essence. It was beyond the realm it could ever hope to touch. At that moment, Haiyan noticed that the wound on its wrist had ceased to dissolve, which offered a slight sense of relief. In truth, Haiyan was quite fearful. The man in white could have effortlessly ended its life, yet he chose not to. Had the residual aura from the wound erupted, Haiyan would have perished long ago. As the essence from the wound gradually dissipated, It seemed that the mighty being had indeed spared it. As Hyan contemplated this, a sudden awareness struck it. In the next instant, Hyan swiftly departed from the palace, ascending to the summit of the Blackwater Illusion Mountain. Alone, it appeared in the air above the peak. Gazing up at the extraordinary phenomenon unfolding above, the previously overcast sky, shrouded in dark clouds with the sun and moon obscured, was suddenly pierced by a radiant golden light that gently parted the clouds. This golden illumination banished the darkness, as if its mere presence commanded the heavens to yield no other entity. Gazing upon the golden light, a flicker of astonishment crossed Hyan's eyes. In its recollection, this scenario bore a striking resemblance to the decree of the heavenly Tao. As expected, just as the thought emerged in Hyan's mind, the golden light in the sky slowly coalesced into several lines of golden script. Haiyang had no time to ponder. The overwhelming pressure forced him to kneel in midair. It was the formidable authority of the celestial path of the Holy Realm. No, this wasn't merely the edict of the celestial path. It bore the unmistakable weight of a divine mandate, as if it were a message relayed on behalf of the celestial path itself. A wave of terror surged within Haiyang. For only one being could invoke such reverence from the celestial path of the Holy Realm, that most enigmatic of celestial lords. Not solely Haiyang was affected. The golden edict that manifested in the heavens plunged the entire Holy Realm into astonishment. This revelation stirred a profound excitement among all the powerful entities within the Holy Realm. The celestial lord had reemerged. At that moment, the practitioners of the Holy Realm prostrated themselves before the sky, venerating the lines of golden script. As the oppressive aura dissipated, every practitioner, including Haiyang, gazed upwards. Observing the mysterious golden characters suspended in the air, Haiyang murmured to himself, "No practitioner shall devour souls or refine souls." As he continued to stare, a sensation akin to weightlessness enveloped him, causing him to plummet straight down towards the Blackwater Illusion Mountain. His lineage was inscribed there, the evil demon clan, along with his name, Haiyang. He had been marked for pursuit by the celestial lord. What awaited Haiyang was an unrelenting manhunt throughout the entirety of the Holy Realm, which would also spell disaster for the evil demon clan. Due to the vastness of the Holy Realm and the ignorance of the powerful regarding the precise location of the Blackwater Illusion Mountain, Haiyang had no time for further contemplation. With all his speed, he fled from the mountain, venturing into the unknown. Thus commenced a chase belonging to the Holy Realm, a relentless pursuit shrouded in shadows. Who could have anticipated that a figure of such modest stature would become the target of the entire Holy Realm? Meanwhile, in the lower realms, on the heavenly extreme star in the realm of the human race, within the summer domain, dawn broke gently as the first rays of light pierced the horizon. Lin Xiao and Ziyu departed from a small river and ascended into the skies above the ice and snow sect. Gazing downwards, they beheld towering mountains shrouded in mist, where numerous individuals clad in identical attire were engaged in their training. These were the disciples of the ice and snow sect. Finding a suitable spot, Lin Xiao descended with Ziyu in tow. Ziyu surveyed her surroundings, recognizing the familiar landscape of the ice and snow sect, a place she often visited in the past. "Lin Xiao, have we arrived at the ice and snow sect?" she inquired. "Indeed," Lin Xiao replied, holding her small hand as they made their way deeper into the sect. As they journeyed, disciples and elders of the sect greeted Lin Xiao with deep respect, fully aware that the white-clad figure before them was a formidable presence. Even the sect leader had instructed that encountering this individual was akin to meeting her true self. Lin Xiao sought out an elder and requested a clean room be prepared for Ziyu. They then stood patiently at their spot, awaiting the elder's return. At that moment, Ziyu turned to Lin Xiao and asked, "Lin Xiao, where is Sister Jiang?" Lin Xiao paused, contemplating her words. Perhaps the Sister Jiang she referred to as Jiang Ishue. He released her hand and gently ruffled her hair. "It's still quite early. She may not have risen yet."